Update, update. Thank you all for your continued love and support for Beastmaster. Good news, the Meow Tales' novels website is about to launch. You'll soon be able to follow the ongoing development of Beastmaster on the site. Here's a little spoiler, this chapter is absolutely thrilling. Both the fight scenes and Xiao Xingyu's emotional journey are captivating. There are so many touching moments that brought tears to my eyes while working on it. Additionally, a major moment in the Beastmaster will finally unfold as Xiao Xingyu's search for his mother reaches a conclusion. So don't miss out.
Previously on. My name is Xiao Xingyu, a genius Beastmaster with the eye of the demon god. Now, I am not only a 4-star Beastmaster but also a dragon tamer. As I have grown stronger, I have contracted many beasts who serve me in my various roles. The beasts I have publicly contracted include Hellfire Specter Wolf, Holy Light Angel Beast, Thunder Ear Rabbit, Sky Soul Vine, Black Lotus Archer, Tai Chi Spirit Cat, Thunder Jade Qilin, and Shadow Dragon. I am a freshman at Azure Dragon Academy, a specially appointed Beastmaster pharmacist for the Celestial Guild, a dark executor for the Royal Academy of Sciences, and also a key protégé of the Empress of Dragon Kingdom. In addition, I am a member of the Dragon Kingdom's secret organization, the Soul Empire. Moreover, I gained recognition from the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred relic, fusing the title I with my body to become the Sea King. In secret, I also contracted Nine-Tailed Dragon Fox and Medusa, and under the alias of the Black-Robed Man, I have been hunted by the Empress. Not only that, but I also seized the Book of the Dead under this guise, inheriting Shangguantong's legacy and becoming the Eternal Night King. During the final exams, I once again acted alongside my Star Punishment Squad members, Murong Xinxin, Murong Yangshua, and Yi Shimeng. Our task was an SSS-level mission to escort 179 villagers from Chiha village to Forget-Worry City. However, upon learning that Forget-Worry City had been invaded by ghost-type magical beasts, I decisively changed the course and led the villagers to Wincy City instead. Along the way, we encountered an extraordinary Tier 3 magical beast, the 8-armed mountain demon, and Murong Yangshua was trapped by the Red Candle Lady. I summoned the Holy Maiden Yu Angel, but her SSS-level magical artifact, the Xianyao sword, broke on the spot. At that moment, Shangguantong's voice echoed in my mind, urging me to summon the Nether King Scroll. However, I confidently refused, as I had unwavering faith in the Holy Maiden Yu Angel. A kid, that's your limit, isn't it? The 8-armed mandrel walked with an arrogant stride, 8 palms clasped behind his head at the same time. This kind of lazy and casual posture symbolized the confidence of winning. The Holy Maiden Yu Angel held the broken sword in her hand, dragging her broken body and resolutely blocking in front of Xiao Xingyu. The vocation of the Imperial Beast is to protect the Imperial Beastmaster. For the Holy Maiden Yu Angel, any enemy who wanted to harm Xiao Xingyu would not be able to do so unless they stepped over its corpse. The 8-armed golem's gaze, falling on the broken Xianyao sword, teased in a mocking tone, "Is this the magic guide that you humans have taken the trouble to research? It's simply unbearable." After taunting, the 8-armed mandrel also purposely raised its left leg wrapped in the ghost entanglement technique and lightly kicked it. In a flash, a stormy wind surged up and hundreds of ancient trees in the sky tumbled backwards and broke. The strength of the ghost entanglement technique was much higher than the strength of an SS-ranked magic guide. The Xianyao sword. This sword broke here today, just in time for him to build a brand new magical guide for the Holy Maiden Yu Angel. Only an SSS-ranked magic guide would be worthy of today's Holy Maiden Yu Angel. The 8-armed mandrel approached step by step, its blood-red eyes steaming with intense killing intent. "You are indeed a well-endowed Imperial Beastmaster, and if you hadn't met me, your future would be unlimited. It's a pity that this head of yours must be trampled under my feet today. You humans play soccer, which I love, and with your head, it seems nice to use it as a soccer ball." After the 8-armed mandrel finished these arrogant remarks, his feet stomped on the ground, like a catapulted cannonball. His ghostly figure was tigerish. It had played enough and did not intend to give Xiao Xingyu the chance to say his dying words. Adding the ghost entanglement technique, 8 arms instantly gathered, as if coalescing into an impenetrable pitch-black hammer. This was the 8-armed mandrel's killer move, 8-armed ghost shadow kill, which was enough to kill any Imperial beast in full-blooded state and at a level lower than his own. At this moment, the Holy Maiden Yu Angel, in a state of serious injury, the magic guide in its hand was already ruined. It needed to consume a lot of strength to even stand still. It looked like it was simply unable to carry the opponent's killer weapon.
Afreya!
Hearing Xiao Xingyu's shout, the Holy Maiden Yu Angel's eyes rose with a surging will to fight. Xiao Xingyu bit his finger and recited the Star Dharma incantation with his mouth, creating a soul resonance between the Imperial Master and the Imperial Beast. A powerful power of the stars boiled from within the body of the Holy Maiden Yu Angel, fusing with the power of the Dark Moon, causing a thick layer of black mist to cover her entire body. Xiao Xingyu took his bleeding finger and placed it next to the mouth of the Holy Maiden Yu Angel. The moment the dry, pale cherry lips came into contact with the blood, they instantly returned to their fiery blood-red color. In an instant, the Holy Maiden Yu Angel's aura changed drastically, countless black starlight particles drifted in the air around her, and a strong negative emotion enveloped the battlefield. This negative emotion is called depravity. The ground beneath its jade feet first shook, then tore, and finally produced a huge depression. The depression grew deeper and deeper, so much so that the entire elevation of the blood mist forest was plummeting and everything around it was falling with the elevation. The battlefield, originally a hilly terrain, was inadvertently transformed into a deep pit-like basin. The power to change the terrain comes from one of the 9 fallen angels, a killing angel Sirae. At this moment, behind the Holy Maiden Yu Angel, an angelic idol burning with black fallen flames was suspended, the very silhouette of the killing angel. Its blooming angelic feathers were shaped like butterflies, and it held twin swords. Even if it was just a shadow, it could emit a monstrous killing intent that materialized. In just one instant, the divine image of the slaying angel's virtual shadow merged into the body of the Holy Maiden Yu Angel. The power of the fall, symbolizing darkness, all converged on the right leg of the Holy Maiden Yu Angel. This is the 4th form of the Holy Virgin Yu Angel, the Blood Soul Fallen form. This form was the current strongest form of the Holy Maiden Yu Angel, at the cost of consuming a drop of Xiao Xingyu's essence blood. Xiao Xingyu was dizzy, leaning back and sitting under a broken tree, his head resting on the rippled and messy annual rings, unhurriedly mobilizing his spiritual energy, his whitened lips gently trembling, his hoarse voice seeming to be a hymn from hell. A black cut of flash. Miso. The Virgin Yu Angel does not move, but when she does, she disappears instantly. On top of the battlefield, the 8-armed mandrel ran and attacked. The ghost entanglement technique was utilized to the extreme, wanting to kill in one move. Wait. The evil spirit's eye released its pupil power, and in the 8-armed golem's vision, the movement of everything became slow. It could clearly see that the Holy Maiden Yu Angel leapt up and lifted her long, snow-white right leg like a swift whip, launching a swift kick towards herself. The 8-armed golem felt incredulous as it sensed an indestructible sword intent on the Holy Maiden Yu Angel's leg. Svishvlanka. The black light flashed, and blood splattered in the moonlight like a rose blooming in the air. How is this possible? The 8-armed mandrel's pupils quaked, and before the sensation of pain could be transmitted to the brain, he witnessed his strong body, which had been enchanted with the ghost entanglement technique, being cut off by that terrifying black light. Boom tilde. The first sound, the sound of an upper body hitting the ground. Boom. The second sound was the sound of the lower half of his body smashing against the rocks. The upper half of the 8-armed golem's body lay in the torn cracks in the ground, and it looked at its lower half not far away with confused and frightened eyes. The Holy Maiden Yu Angel landed firmly on the ground, her originally snow-white right leg showing multiple abrasions and blood pouring out, but it was harmless. Yi Shimeng was dumbstruck and marveled. Freya uses her legs and can kick out a sword-swinging chop? One flash of light, the signature battle technique of the Holy Maiden Yu Angel, had been performed in many rings. Using the speed of light as the basis for movement, all of his power was gathered in his right leg, and he kicked out a chopping blow wrapped in the supreme sword intent when the enemy was unable to respond. Enabling the blood soul, fallen state of the Holy Maiden Yu Angel further enhances this battle technique. One flash of light, one flash of advanced black cut. All of the fallen power from the killing angel Shira was instantly infused into the right leg of the Holy Maiden Yu Angel. Concentrate on one point and ascend to the top. Use your legs as a sword to cut down the enemy in front of you. How powerful is the black cut one flash? The 8-armed mandrel whose body was split in two had the most say. What exactly was that battle technique just now? How is it that a kick released with a leg can inflict a sword-swinging chop on me? And broke my ghost stalking technique. It's not scientific, it's not scientific. Even though the 8-armed mandrel's recovery ability was extremely strong, yet the sword chi that contained the power of the fallen had already invaded its wounds at this moment, causing sustained bludgeoning damage that prevented its body from recovering. A footstep came. Xiao Xingyu appeared in front of the 8-armed golem. He lifted his right foot, his eyes cold and unfeeling like the high god of death. The eight-armed mandrel's face was buried in the wet dirt, humiliation outweighing pain and fear. Its five senses had not yet disappeared, so it was able to clearly perceive that its high and proud head was being stepped on by a human. I almost forgot to mention. I'm actually a soccer fan and I love playing soccer. The size of this head of yours is my kind of soccer model. The eight-armed mandrel was struck by a flash from Black Cut and was already incapable of resisting. The only remaining shred of life gradually dissipated under the torment of the power of the fall. Its eyes bulged outwards and its pupils were dilated with resignation and humiliation written all over them. This was a ghost-type demonic beast that was about to break through the Beast King body. It was excellently gifted and had acquired the ghost entanglement technique in advance, and its pride and self-respect would not allow itself to die at the hands of a 4-star Imperial Beastmaster. But at the moment it didn't have any extra options. The body stops convulsing, followed by a collapse of vision and loss of hearing. Its only remaining sense told itself that someone had sliced open its head. Xiao Xingyu leaned down and used the broken Xianyao sword to slice through the eight-armed mandrel's head with a single stroke, as simple as slicing a watermelon. Underneath its brain shell was a magical beast crystal core that emitted a rich ghostly aura. Xiao Xingyu smiled faintly. He liked the loot this time. However, just as Xiao Xingyu was planning to dig out this magical beast's crystal core, the eye of the demon god suddenly lit up with an alert red aura. A chill surged through his heart, freezing his lungs and making Xiao Xingyu's breathing difficult. This is... Xiao Xingyu fixed his eyes on the surface of the magical beast's crystal core, engraved with a ghost face mark that flickered with a miserable white halo. A curse of the dead. Xiao Xingyu blurted out, and the man who was always as steady as an old dog actually had a look of panic on his face. The ghostly imprint on the magical beast's crystal core suddenly grinned. As the smile arced and twisted, a ghostly howl sounded with each fang bared, as if it were a countdown to death that pierced the eardrums. When the ghostly seal shows its last fang, it means the countdown is over. Boom! The corpse of the eight-armed mandrel was like a time bomb that violently exploded when the time came. Xiao Xingyu couldn't escape in time, but luckily, he reacted quickly and improvised on the spot. Spiritual power erupted, the imperial beast crest opened, and the dragon totem illuminated the deep, dark night sky. A domineering dragon roar shattered the solidified air, and the purple-black dragon body protected Xiao Xingyu, who was at the center of the explosion, in a coiled manner. Murong Xinshin and Yi Shimeng suffered from the waves of the explosion. Even with the guardian of the imperial beasts, there were multiple abrasions on their bodies, blood flowed down their wounds. Thankfully these injuries were not considered fatal. Yi Shimeng stood up, limping on her legs, her confused eyes looking at the sea of fire in front of her. What just happened? Brother? I'm fine. Mo, you and 6 Jin back up as far as you can. Although Xiao Xingyu was at the center of the explosion, he was guarded by the shadow demon dragon, and the strong body of the dragon race carried tons of damage from the explosion for him.
Asher, how are you?
Xiao Xingyu gently stroked the shadow demon dragon's dragon head, his eyes filled with self-blame. Because of the unexpected suddenness, Xiao Xingyu had to summon the dragon imperial beast with the strongest defense, thus circumventing the not-so-impressive explosion. The shadow demon dragon let out a delicate whimper, indicating that it could carry it. In fact, part of the dragon's scales on its backbone had already been washed away by the airflow of the explosion, and the wound was oozing brightly colored dragon blood outwards. At this very moment, a burly figure stepped out of the sea of fire, and his heavy steps caused the entire earth to tremble. Murong Xinshin wiped off the blood stain at the corner of his mouth and raised his eyes. The scene in front of her made her inevitably panic. Isn't it dead? Why? The monster that emerged from the sea of fire was the eight-armed mandrel that had just been confirmed dead. Murong Xinshin believed her eyes. She saw with her own eyes that the eight-armed mandrel died in a flash of black cut. When Xiao Xingyu used the broken Xianyao sword and sliced through its head, it had completely lost its vitality and was reduced to a corpse. But after a bizarre explosion, the monster was reborn and reappeared in front of everyone. Yi Shimeng's headband had snapped, her double ponytail had turned into shoulder-length hair, and her entire body was gray and looked particularly wretched. Her voice trembled, "A sister-in-law, let's not talk about how it was reborn, its aura now seems to be even stronger than before." Murong Xinshin nodded, suddenly fixed in place as if struck by lightning. Xiao Xingyu once again reminded in a serious tone, "It has already promoted its Beast King body, you guys back off." The monster standing in front of people's eyes at the moment was not the 8-armed golem from before, but the Beast King body, First Order, Ghost System magical beast, the Burial Soul Golem King. Before the explosion, Xiao Xingyu noticed that on the core of the magical beast, there was a ghost face mark imprinted with flashing white light. This was a curse that could only be cast by a 9th-rank sorcerers called the Curse of the Undead. Any magical beast, after being inflicted with the Curse of the Undead, would trigger the curse explosion once it died. Complete rebirth plus evolution under the influence of the power of the curse. Because of this, the death of the transcendent body, 3rd Order, 8-armed mandrel triggered the curse explosion and the burial mandrel king in. The form of the Beast King body, 1st Order, returned to the battlefield in a strong manner. I saw it last time when I was idly looking through the dossier at the Imperial Soul Division. Of Up and Down Sakura Kingdom, there are only 3 spell spirit warlocks whose segments have reached the 9th rank. It looks like there's a big shot hiding behind this shocking conspiracy. Xiao Xingyu was kneeling on one knee, unable to breathe, and the ghostly aura around him was swallowing the sky and devouring the earth like a sandstorm, mercilessly destroying the Imperial Beastmaster's spiritual energy pool. After promoting to the Beast King body, the Burial Demon King's ghost chi concentration directly tripled. Under the sea of fire, the buried Soul Demon King was like a lava giant, his body burning with blood-colored ghost fire. Its head tilted gently and its bones clicked. A pair of bloodshot eyes locked onto Xiao Xingyu, and the corners of his lips grinned like cannibalistic flowers.
A kid, we meet again.
The evolved buried Soul Demon King's self-confidence was bursting at the seams, and it executed the authentic ghost entanglement technique, a thick and pliable ghost chi soft armor that directly covered every corner of its entire body, including its scalp and eyelids. It gave off a ghostly aura that was bleeding red, a symbol of the Ghost King's aura. Freya, you're not fit enough, go back and rest. The holy maiden Yu Angel had reached her physical limit after the battle just now, and with her right leg badly injured, she needed to recuperate. Xiao Xingyu forced it back into the Imperial Beast heraldry, leaving only the Shadow Demon Dragon by his side. Facing a Beast King body demonic beast, Xiao Xingyu didn't have enough certainty if he was in a situation where he wasn't open. The best option at this point was to use the power of the Scrolls of Hades. But Xiao Xingyu didn't do so, and his eyes erupted with the powerful will of a king. Killing the Beast King body alone was the obsession in Xiao Xingyu's heart at the moment. This teenager, instead of being a pure 4-star Imperial Beastmaster, was a genius monster who was strong when met with an unknown segment. A kid, looking at your expression, you still intend to continue fighting with this king? You will die an ugly death. The buried Soul Demon King had already begun to refer to itself as this king, and its eyes only looked down on ants with disdain and contempt. Mo, 6 Jean, you guys back off a bit. The Star Punishment Squad was a team and it was all about teamwork. Shanshaw doesn't usually let his teammates back off. When he says a stand back, there are only 2 things. Type 1, dangerous, can't fight, flee. The second, all pull away, I want a single kill. From Xiao Xingyu's eyes burning with the fire of war, it is not difficult to see that the retreat in his mouth is the second kind. He needed an open battlefield to single-handedly kill the Beast King body demonic beast in front of him whose mouth was about to curl up to the sky. Before evolution, I could kill you. After evolving, I can still kill you. The buried Soul Demon King could not help but sneer and pick his ears with his fingers. Did this king hear it right? You little brat, you really don't know anything about rank disparity. You're the one who knows nothing about the dragon race. Xiao Xingyu's aura at the moment vaguely reflected a few moments of Shangguan Lan's youthful elegance. The purple cursed demon cat forced herself to keep a cool head and said soothingly, Royal Master, you've been spirit sharpening by the ghost aura, adjust your breathing and don't fall prey to the enemy's hallucinogenic. Ghost chi could weaken the Imperial Beastmaster's spiritual energy, as well as cause the Imperial Beastmaster to hallucinate, thus completely losing their fighting ability. Spiritual power was cut, this Murong Yangshua could not control it. The only thing he could do was to pinch his thighs violently, using the intense pain to keep himself awake and unaffected by the hallucinogenic. The red candle woman stood on the steps, looking down on the tiny human in front of her with the demeanor of a superior being. Watching Murong Yangshua's fingertips, embedded in his thighs, with blood flowing out, using the pain to avoid hallucinations, the red candle woman couldn't help but let out a loose, petulant laugh. A teenage boy, do you think you can avoid the hallucinations altogether by mutilating yourself? As soon as the red candle woman's words fell, the ghostly aura released was twice as thick as it was a moment ago. Murong Yangshua unintentionally locked eyes with the red candle woman and lost his mind. In his blurred vision he saw Luo Wanqing again. At this moment Luo Wanqing, dressed in a beautiful wedding dress, stretched out her slender jade hand, her two dimples rippling with happy smiles, as if she was waiting for Murong Yangshua to put on the wedding ring for her. Murong Yangshua shook his head. Where was Luo Wanqing in front of him? There was only a ghostly shadow beast with a charred black body. The ghostly shadow beast held a katana and slashed towards his head. Damn illusions again. You ugly girl, you keep amusing this young master with Wanqing, get lost. Murong Yangshua also had a temper, releasing his spiritual energy and opening the imperial beast crest. A storm of thunder rippled through the hall, electricity roaming and scurrying across the decaying floor like a silver snake. Crunch! The katana in the ghost shadow beast's hand broke in an instant. In front of Murong Yangshua, a beastman-type imperial beast with silver-colored electricity emanating from its body appeared. It was clad in a thick and cumbersome layer of battle armor and held a silver thunder blade. Possessing a griffin's head, his eyes are as cold and sharp as those of a battle-hardened warrior. Once it was a thunderstorm griffin, now it is called a thunder vulture warrior and is ranked at full body, first level. The evolutionary path of the thunder vulture warrior was inspired by Xiao Xingyu. Previously, Murong Yangshua had taken lessons from Xiao Xingyu and asked how the thunderstorm griffin should evolve. The advice given by Xiao Xingyu is simple and efficient. A bottle of berserker serum plus thunderstorm crystals plus a complete thunder beast core. Xiao Xingyu's advice resulted in the birth of the thunder vulture warrior. Commoners don't realize that it's the griffin in orc form that reaches its maximum potential. The Thunder Vulture Warrior, the first griffin imperial beast to mutate and evolve in the direction of the orc lineage within the Dragon Kingdom. It was so special that it was destined to become Murong Yangshua's right-hand man in the future. Thunder Chop! Murong Yangshua urged his spiritual energy and let out a growl, the veins on his forehead straining. The Thunder Vulture Warrior raised his thunder blade and slashed the ghost shadow beast in front of him to smithereens. The red candle woman's face was cold and she waved her sleeve once. Ago! In the hall, dozens of ghost shadow beasts surrounded towards Murong Yangshua. Otanda, batu zaitsiha OP. The Thunder Vulture Warrior glared angrily, bending down to build up his strength, and swung out his blade. Thunder Battling Slash, the signature battle technique of the Thunder Vulture Warrior. The biggest advantage of this battle technique lies in the 360 degrees deathless attack. Around the Thunder Vulture Warrior, a ring of blade chi formed, which fused with the SS rank beast energy, a sounding burst silver thunder. As the thunder rang out, the blade energy and lightning exploded at the same time, and dozens of ghostly shadow beasts swept away and vanished into thin air. The red candle woman revealed an unexpected gaze, taking a serious look at the white-haired teenager in front of her for the first time. Even though the ghost shadow beast is of a low level, this little brat has clearly been hit by my spirit sharpening, and he can still easily manage the imperial beast and cope with it? While the red candle woman was unable to understand, Murong Yangshua was secretly delighted. Xingyu, my good brother-in-law, or are you calculating? Murong Yangshua's biggest shortcoming was that his spiritual energy pool was not deep enough, and his spiritual energy concentration was only moderately low amongst imperial beast masters of the same segment. Insufficient spiritual energy value will affect the continuity of combat. Imperial beast masters with abundant spiritual power, harnessing their imperial beasts to release a dozen or more battle techniques in a row and still continue to fight. Murong Yangshua harnessed the imperial beasts and might unleash 3 or 4 battle techniques before he had to catch his breath and rest for a while. The evolutionary route provided by Xiao Xingyu completely helped Murong Yangshua solve the problem of his spiritual power deficiency. The Thunder Vulture Warrior is a berserker-classed beast. The berserker flow is characterized by consuming the least amount of the Imperial Master's spiritual energy to deal the most battle techniques and damage. In other words, the specialty of the berserker is endurance combat, the main endurance D. Even though Murong Yangshua had suffered spirit shaving and his spiritual pool was so shallow that he couldn't raise a fish, he only needed to mobilize a trace of his spiritual power, which was enough for the Thunder Vulture Warrior to unleash the Thunder Slash 3 times. Back off, I'll protect you. Murong Yangshua raised his right hand and protected the purple cursed demon cat behind him. The Royal Master. The purple cursed demon cat looked at the mortal body of Murong Yangshua blocking in front of him, and once again, his heart was in torment. It hated itself, hated that it couldn't fight for Murong Yangshua. Facing the strong enemy Red Candle Woman, it couldn't even compose one of the most basic fire spirit talismans. A kid, you're a royal beast master and you want to protect your own royal beast?
What's wrong with your brain?
The Red Candle Woman also sort of opened her eyes, and her contemptuous gaze landed on the purple cursed demon cat's body, her tone filled with sarcasm. A kitten, you're really disgracing the imperial beasts by hiding behind your royal master like that. Being taunted by its enemy, the purple cursed demon cat wanted to speak, it simply couldn't refute it because what the Red Candle Lady said was the truth. The truth was cruel. The purple cursed demon cat hid behind Murong Yangshua, sorry for that blood contract.
Royal Lord, don't listen to this ugly girl's nonsense, I'm going to chop its mouth off.
Murong Yangshua was also a macho character, and as the purple spell demon cat was humiliated, anger flared up in his chest and he decisively released a large amount of spiritual energy. The Thunder Vulture warrior stomped to the ground and swung his thunder blade at the Red Candle Woman's head.
A self-importance.
The Red Candle Woman coldly snorted and smiled as she spun in place, suddenly disappearing out of Murong Yangshua's field of vision. The halls were filled with the sound of wind, cries, fingernails scraping, feet stomping on the floor. The Thunder Vulture warrior's first slash came up empty, and there was nothing but foul, putrid air in front of him. Steeply, a ghostly hand swept from behind the Thunder Vulture warrior. Hiss! The Thunder Vulture warrior stumbled, a break in his back battle armor, a bloody wound in the shape of a ghostly hand.
It will be invisible?
One of the Red Candle Woman's abilities is called Extinguish Hidden. When the candle on the shoulder is extinguished, the body goes into a state of invisibility, making it impossible for the enemy to catch its movement. This ability could be considered extremely perverse. Even if a normal 4-star Imperial Beast Master met the Red Candle Woman, it would be very difficult to break the game.
Murong Yangshua grinned, it's your turn to perform.
The purple spell demon cat removed the 8 trigrams mirror hanging on his waist and recited the Maoshan incantation.
There is no place to hide in the net of heaven. Ghosts and evil spirits, show yourself.
There is a Taoist cat in the house, and the female ghost's invisibility will be ineffective. The purple cursed demon cat held the Bagua mirror and recited the Maoshan magic incantation. A whirlwind of astral energy lifted up around it, and the loose purple cloud Taoist robe hissed in the wind. The temperature of the mirror continued to climb, shooting out a scorching light. The light refracted back and forth across the cracked walls until it dispelled all the darkness around them.
A royal master, there it is.
Under the 8 trigrams mirror, any severe ghosts proficient in invisibility will have nowhere to hide. Murong Yangshua clenched his iron fist, and the spiritual energy in his body fluctuated wildly.
Thunder Blast Tiger Chop.
The Thunder Vulture warrior's sword came out in a second, swift as lightning. The rigid, pale and sharp blade chi blended with the silver-colored thunderbolt, transforming into an angry fiery tiger that opened its bloody mouth with currents rolling in. A mournful scream resounded through the Red Lantern Square. The Red Candle Woman whose stealth had failed was accurately hit by the Thunder Blast Tiger Tsunami Chop, and her left shoulder seemed to have been bitten by the sharp teeth of a fiery tiger. Not only did half of her shoulder disappear, but even her neck was only left in half. Its head could only be tilted to one side, its twisted face covered in pain and panic. Damn kitty, I didn't realize you were still a stinking Taoist. The Red Candle Woman adjusted her mind and locked her gaze on the purple spell demon cat. At first it didn't put this cat in its eyes, and at this moment it realized how restraining this cat's ability was to all ghost-type magical beasts. In terms of rank, the Red Candle Woman was a transcendental body, first-order, magical beast, while this battlefield was an illusion world created by it. The battle, by definition, was not in doubt. But the purple cursed demon cat is a heavenly master stream royal beast, with the inheritance of a generation of purple-robed heavenly masters. Even if it couldn't directly participate in the battle, its yin-yang eyes and Bagua mirror were both effective in breaking the various bizarre abilities of ghost-type demonic beasts. This gave the Red Candle Lady a bit of a headache, and at the same time caused its anger to erupt with it. Insignificant human, you think you can deal with me with just a stinky dog cat?
Ugly woman, shut your fishy anus.
It's not called the stinky Taoist cat, it's my imperial beast, the purple spell demon cat. Murong Yangshua looked serious and spoke in a serious tone. In his eyes, the purple spell demon cat and the Thunder Vulture warrior were the same as partners who would fight side by side in the future.
Delusional fellow, I'm going to make you feel a taste of a life worse than death.
The Red Candle Woman was enraged, and her body sprayed outward with abundant ghost chi. The crimson flames instantly erupted, and the red candle woman was in the depths of the sea of fire. Its clothes and skin simultaneously burned, transforming into a flaming ghost with an enormous body. The purple spell demon cat's eyes trembled as it subconsciously took a step back.
Not good, it's opened its second form.
Giant-like physique, palms one size larger than a house, his entire body bathed in red-colored ghost fire, his fierce face blazing, revealing a pair of eyes eager to kill. Above its head, a pair of horns sprouted from what appeared to be two burning candles.
This is the second form of Red Candle Woman, Giant Ghost Inferno.
By turning on the Giant Ghost Inferno form, the Red Candle Woman's attack and defense would be increased by 2 times at the same time. Murong Yangshua's face sank. He had the self-knowledge that if he only relied on the Thunder Vulture warrior, he would not be able to defeat the enemy in front of him. A royal lord, this is the world of illusion, its home turf. And with your spiritual power constantly being weakened by the ghostly aura, the Thunder Vulture warrior having injuries on his body, and the berserker streaming imperial beasts possessing strong sustained combat abilities, it can only do so much to stall for time.
In my opinion, it's better to ask for teammate support.
The purple spell demon cat's proposal was also for Murong Yangshua's safety. But Murong Yangshua did not accept it, but hung his head low and said in a dark voice, "Could it be that Xingyu and the others are necessarily in a better position than we are now?"
The
purple cursed demon cat was dumbfounded.
I know Xingyu's character. If they hadn't gotten into more trouble, they would have come to my rescue long ago.
But they didn't come. Odds are they met a stronger beast than the Red Candle Lady. Murong Yangshua guessed correctly. The enemy Xiao Xingyu was facing at the moment was a ghost-type demonic beast that had just been promoted to the Beast King body.
What is the concept of a Beast King body, first-order magical beast?
A royal beast master who had just stepped into the 6-star threshold could fight against a Beast King body, first-order magical beast.
But to say it's a sure win doesn't necessarily mean it.
Xiao Xingyu was only a 4-star Imperial Beastmaster, and all the Imperial beasts under his command were at a level far different from the Beast King body.
In comparison, Xiao Xingyu's situation was far more difficult and dangerous than Murong Yangshua. Don't stress.
Even if only Thunder Vulture warriors can fight, I'm going to kill this Red Candle Woman. Only by getting out of this illusion world as soon as possible can I go support Xingyu and the others. This was Murong Yangshua's realization. There wasn't a trace of fear on his face, and he didn't frown knowing the gap between himself and the Red Candle Woman.
It even creates a crazy obsession inside.
Kill the Red Candle Woman in the shortest time possible, then go support your teammates. He never considered whether he would die here or not, he just knew he couldn't die because his teammates needed him.
Back off.
This sound of stepping back was completely different from the stepping back in Xiao Xingyu's mouth. Xiao Xingyu's stepping back was the confidence and arrogance of being a dragon master, the contempt for the strongest enemy, and the excitement of killing the enemy at a higher level. Murong Yangshua's step back is the determination to gamble everything and survive after death.
Ignorant human, I'm going to teach you a good lesson next.
The Red Candle Woman in her giant ghost inferno form was oppressive. It just raised its right arm, like a pillar of fire in the sky, stabbing through the roof of the Red Lantern Place. It hated to pick the blood moon in the night sky. The huge palm burning with red-colored ghost fire descended from the sky, enveloping Murong Yangshua's head in a crushing posture. This was the Red Candle Woman's killing move, Inferno Descent, manifesting the pressure that a transcendent body ghost system demon beast should have.
Thunder Shield.
Murong Yangshua no longer skimped on his spiritual energy and shouted aloud. The Thunder Vulture warrior spun in place with his thunder blade in hand. The blade aura swirled back and overlapped, forming a hemispherical shield of thunder.
Boom tilde.
In just an instant, the thunder shield shattered and collapsed.
Unbearable.
Ha ha ha. The Red Candle Woman let out a mocking sneer that resounded through the clouds.
A royal master.
Deep within the sea of fire, the purple cursed demon cat had hot tears in its eyes. The Thunder Vulture warrior was on one knee, drenched in blood, his fractured right arm unable to hold the trembling thunder blade. Murong Yangshua was lying amongst the rubble, his face charred black, blood flowing out from the cracks of his hair, cutting across the collapsed bridge of his nose and the red, swollen side of his face. The gap in rank is hard to bridge.
If we continue to fight like this, the ending will only be one word of death. By the way, the benefactor slipped me a pouch earlier.
At the critical moment, the purple cursed demon cat's aura flashed.
It dug into the cloth pouch of its Dharma robe and took out a brocade pouch emblazoned with the logo of the Azure Dragon Academy, which had come from Xiao Xingyu. The benefactor said that if you are in a state of uncertainty, you only need to check the brocade bag of tricks to solve the crisis. The purple cursed demon cat hurriedly opened the brocade pouch, but revealed a puzzled expression.
What letter is this?
It doesn't seem to be a letter, is it a painting? Inside the pouch was a piece of paper that had been folded many times. The purple spell demon cat held the paper spread out with full confusion. A picture indeed. The purple spell demon cat's petite body trembled, its scalp tingling. This is Xiao Xingyu's own drawing. Drawing of a cat in a purple cloudy Taoist robe. Xiao Xingyu's drawing is average, and the cat's expression is as abstract as a ghost. But the purple cursed demon cat knew clearly that Xiao Xingyu had drawn it. At this level of painting, quite abstract, thank you, my benefactor, now I understand it all. The purple spell demon cat carefully put away the precious painting, his face regaining its former confidence. It murmured as its gaze looked towards the injured Murong Yangshuo. I am the royal master's brood. This is an inspiration from Xiao Xingyu, the contemporary Zhongkue, Azi Tianshi, back in action. The real world. The funeral demon king stood in front of Xiao Xingyu, and the terrifying pressure emanating from his body was like an invisible ghostly hand that tightly strangled everyone's throat, suffocating them. A Beast King body-level magical beast was the only king on this battlefield. There were only 3 people left in the Star Punishment Squad, and Xiao Xingyu, the one with the highest segment, was only a 4-star Imperial Beastmaster. However, if one were to strictly speak, the Xiao Xingyu at this moment was an Imperial Dragon Master. A kid, I was just killed by you once, and that feeling is still fresh in my king's mind. The buried soul demon king grinned his purple mouthparts, displaying a crazy smile. It would never forget that it had died once at the hands of the teenager in front of it, its eyes burning with vengeful fury. Just at the moment when the buried soul demon king took a step forward, the sound of a dragon's roar shook through the mountains and forests, echoing endlessly in the lonesome night sky. The buried soul demon king stopped and gradually narrowed his eyes. The shadow demon dragon coiled and guarded Xiao Xingyu's side in a domineering manner. A pair of dragon pupils that glowed with shadow mist released ferocious killing intent. Any creature that poses a threat to the Imperial Dragon Master is prey in the eyes of the dragon. If eyes could kill ghosts, the shadow demon dragon's furious gaze would be enough to eat the buried soul demon king alive. And not bad for a purebred dragon imperial beast. The buried soul demon king's heart sighed with emotion, and his stony body couldn't help but send a cold shiver down his spine. The moment it heard the dragon's roar, its soul involuntarily trembled violently, and the fear factor poured outward like an open can of sardines in a single burst. This is the manifestation of bloodline suppression. Any magical beast, when hearing the sound of a dragon's roar, would have this instinctive reaction. It was fear etched in the bones, the primal desire to survive, and even the awe of a world dominated by dragons. The buried soul demon king quickly adjusted his emotions, and the indifference of defying everything once again appeared on his ferocious face. A kid, do you think that with this young dragon, you can stand up to this king? The moment the words landed, the buried soul demon king's tiger body rumbled and his bones crackled like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. A black and red ghostly aura, spilling outward from its skin, rose up and transformed into a massive soul image, covering the sky above the blood mist forest. Once a ghost beast enters the ranks of the Beast King, it will awaken the power of the soul image. A huge soul statue that could release a terrifying spiritual pressure. Sister-in-law, I'm dizzy.
Imoe, hold on.
Murong Xinshin and Yi Shimeng had already retreated some distance back and were at the edge of the battlefield. These 2 people were at least more than 100 meters away from the buried soul demon king. Even so, they couldn't escape the impact of the power of the soul image, producing intense vertigo. Yi Shimeng was paralyzed, her eyelids were heavy, and all sorts of horrible ghostly faces floated in front of her eyes, and her vision was controlled by illusions. Murong Xinshin's state wasn't much better, even though as an undead Imperial Beastmaster she was able to resist a certain amount of mental damage, her body couldn't carry the torment of the soul image's power, and a small amount of blood seeped out of her eyelids and ears. The shadow demon dragon released its dragon power and desperately guarded Xiao Xingyu as its nostrils began to bleed. The dragon's blood ticked down into the damp soil like a shadow demon flower being planted. Seeing this situation, the soul-burying demon king let out a heartless sardonic laugh. So what if you're a dragon master? You're only making a fool of yourself by summoning a young dragon to fight against this king. The Shadow Demon Dragon's class, only the hatchling body, first order. Converted to the level of a normal Imperial beast, it's a full body, first level. The strength of the dragon bloodline could indeed make up for a certain level gap. However, when the difference in level was too great, the advantage of bloodline strength would be gone. Xiao Xingyu opened the Eye of the Demon God, and densely packed data came into view. The Beast King body of the Burial Demon King was far superior to the Cub body of the Shadow Demon Dragon in terms of both attack value and defense value. This duel, no matter how it looked to anyone, was a battle that was impossible to win. I swear, the enemy this time is very strong, but the Dragon Clan never retreats. The Shadow Demon Dragon nodded heavily, revealing its sharp dragon teeth, and a blast of shadowy fog rose from its body as it entered into battle. Whether it was once Shangguan Lan, or Xiao Lian, or Shangguan Tong. When they harnessed the dragon beasts, they did not take half a step back. The aura displayed by Xiao Xingyu caused the soul-burying Demon King to double his anger. Damn Brad, this king must see fear and despair on this face of yours before he kills you. The burying soul Demon King's feet stomped heavily on the ground, and the blood mist forest was like experiencing a momentary magnitude 8 earthquake, with the rocks and mountains tumbling over. It's a one-shot deal. After evolving and upgrading the Burial Soul Demon King, its speed became even more perverted, disappearing with a whoosh, and in the next instant it had already appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu. The huge fist, with the added power of the Ghost Entanglement technique, blasted straight into Xiao Xingyu's face. A dragon claw burning with purple-black dragon flame hardened against the iron fist of the Burying Soul Demon King. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath and held his face red. At this moment, the rhythm and manner of his breathing, emulating the dragon's, although green, already had a few resemblances. Dragon scales? While fighting, the Buried Soul Demon King revealed a surprised look. Xiao Xingyu's arms, neck, and the side of his face nourished a purple-black dragon scale. Every single dragon scale exuded an extremely disorienting black mist. Dragon's breath-born dragon scales. Previously, under Shangguan Lan's guidance, Xiao Xingyu had been able to skillfully utilize this breathing method. Dark Prison Phantom Formation open. Xiao Xingyu made seals with both hands and hissed to the sky. With the soles of his feet as the center of the circle and a crack in the ground as the radius, a purple spell formation rose up from the ground. In the center of the spell formation was a dragon head totem, with the pupils of the dragon flashing with electricity, radiating the majesty of suppressing the ages. Spiritual transmission, soul resonance. The Shadow Demon Dragon comprehended its master's will, and its body transformed into a purple and dark shadow, as if it were a ghost, crazily weaving, catapulting, and pirouetting in the dark prison phantom formation. The Buried Soul Demon King was trapped in the center of the Buried Soul Demon King, his sturdy body constantly suffering from the impact of the dark dragon shadow. Gouch it hurts. Adam Dragons. The pain was like a swarm of bone-devouring ants that swam and climbed inside the Burying Soul Demon King. Even if there is a huge difference in level, Dragon Force can ignore shield defenses and inflict the most extreme pain on the enemy. This was the characteristic of Dragon Force. No matter what level of magical beast you were, when you took the damage of Dragon Force, the pain nerve would sound an alarm. Xiao Xingyu's facial expression began to distort, and the pool of spiritual energy boiled like overpressurized magma. A Shadow Dragon's Bentgrass. The Buried Soul Demon King could not react in time, as 10 Shadow Dragon claws attacked from all sides at the same time. Boom! Shadow mist exploded, and raging dragon power flowed through the sky, tearing through the cold air and the blood-red night. The time has come for the dark prison phantom formation to fail and the shadow mist to recede. Xiao Xingyu held onto the roots of a broken tree and gasped violently, feeling his entire lungs burning. In the midst of the gray and curse, came the voice of Shangguan Tong. You kid, who did you learn Dragon's Breath from? Acquiring Dragon's Breath-born dragon scale allows the Dragon Master to gain the ability to open the dragon phalanx, providing powerful assistance to the dragon imperial beasts. The Dark Hell Phantom Formation, a type of dragon race phantom formation, fit perfectly with the attributes of the Shadow Demon Dragon. Go learn from Lan. Galan, wait. Shangguan Tong spat, Xiao Xingyu, why aren't you big or small? It's okay for me to call her Lan, I'm your master and she's my sister, is it appropriate for you to call her by her first name? So, do I need call her Lan Lan? Hey you kid. Master, the battle isn't over yet. In wind swept through the heavens and earth, and black and red ghostly chi crept against the ground, like a pair of ghostly hands that surrounded Xiao Xingyu's feet. The concentration of ghostly chi in the blood mist forest had risen by another level. The attack of the dragon imperial beasts does hurt when it hits this king's body. The buried soul demon king walked slowly towards Xiao Xingyu with an arrogant and condescending overlord step. On its abdomen, the bloody marks of the dragon's claws remained. With such a large level difference, the only imperial beasts that could deal effective damage to it were the dragon imperial beasts. Damn dragons, how could the world give birth to such creatures that are unfair to other species? The king doesn't have the patience to play with you anymore. Young imperial dragon master, meet the baptism of death. The pain brought about by the dragon force caused the burying soul demon king's anger to reach the extreme. It even looked back at it carefully and couldn't help but frown, its chest heaving and its eyes filling with vengeful murderous intent. The pain that he had previously endured from being killed by the holy maiden Yu Angel's black slash in a single flash was surprisingly not even a millionth of the pain that dragon power brought. Damage inflicted by the dragon force on any enemy triggers pain etched into the genes that no defensive shield can counteract. The buried soul demon king wasn't wrong about one thing. The birth of the dragon seems to be an extreme injustice to any species in the world. It wasn't thunder, but the sound of the earth's rock formations breaking and tumbling. The buried soul demon king stood in place, releasing a roiling ghostly aura that had reached the realm of being able to overturn the earth. Around it, countless stones and withered branches were suspended, space began to distort, and the laws of gravity were vaguely rewritten. Xiao Xingyu, who possessed the eye of the demon god, was all too close to having his mind invaded by the ghostly aura, causing hallucinations. This guy's talent is, indeed, strong. Xiao Xingyu recognized the buried soul demon king's talent, and after the monster had promoted to the beast king body, it had awakened a whole new type of beast energy. Kashao. The buried soul demon king actually broke his arm. The sound of bones breaking rang out 6 times in a row, each time sending chills down one's spine that could not bear to be seen. At this moment, the buried soul demon king had broken his 6 arms hard, leaving only 2. Its gaze was so excited as it wove its 6 arms together, assembling a black bow wrapped in ghostly entanglements. I Imperial Dragon Master, meet the true strength of this king. The soul-burying demon king let out a loud laugh, its face wild and debauched as it bit through its long tongue, blood splattering outward from the corners of its mouth. Each drop of blood, not landing on the ground, but obeying the will of the burying soul demon king, converged together to condense a slender and sharp sobbing arrow. The buried soul demon king's movements were unhurried, making a gesture of bending his bow and arrow, both eyes glowing, and the corners of his bleeding lips hooked up in a smug, evil smile. "A kid, I'll kill you later, this king will taste the taste of dragon slaying first." Facing this young dragon in front of him, even its internal organs were not yet fully developed. The buried soul demon king's self-confidence was like an inflated hot air balloon floating up to the sky. Its arrogance and conceit gave it the urge to slay dragons. It's a stupid thought, but it doesn't know it. Adi. An icy cold word spat out from the mouth of the burying soul demon king, and his fingertips loosened the taut bowstring. The blood-sobbing arrow left the string and appeared like a scarlet lightning under the night sky, heading straight for the shadow demon dragon's dragon head. The shadow demon dragon raised its dragon claws with a ferocious expression, wanting to tear this arrow apart. Xiao Xingyu's face suddenly changed, and he said sharply, "Swear or hide." The shadow demon dragon revealed a puzzled expression, but still obeyed Xiao Xingyu's orders. With a swoosh, the shadow demon dragon transformed into a shadow mist and soared towards the sky, dodging the swift as the wind-sobbing arrows. However, after this sobbing arrow landed in the air, it didn't continue to advance according to the laws of physics, but suddenly reversed its direction and flew towards the sky. The sharp arrows, as if they had their own satellite navigation, locked onto the shadow demon dragon in hot pursuit. "Asher, no matter what, don't stop moving and don't get hit by an arrow." Xiao Xingyu's voice was permeated with a bit of urgency and worry. In the darkness strewn with ghostly aura, the burial demon king carried his black bow in his right hand and laughed maniacally with his left hand holding his forehead. "You little brat, although your segment is low, your mind is alert. To realize that the arrow shot by this king can instantly kill your young dragon." The buried soul demon king wasn't boasting, it was just stating the facts. Under the judgment of the Eye of the Demon God, a new item was added to the Burial Demon King's data information. SSS Class Beast Energy, Ghost King Sobbing for Blood. It was a blood-based beast energy that was particularly rare. The blood of the buried soul demon king was able to condense the weeping blood arrow. Once the sobbing arrow locks onto a target, it opens up infinite tracking. No matter how much the Shadow Demon Dragon dodged, the sobbing arrows would be in hot pursuit. There are only two scenarios when you want a sob arrow to stop or disappear. I hit target Shadow Demon Dragon 2, Death of the Funeral Elf King. As long as the buried soul demon king was still alive, the weeping blood arrow was like a crazy perpetual motion machine, tireless and continuously chasing the Shadow Demon Dragon. Infinite tracking was only the first characteristic of the sobbing arrow. The second feature of the bloodshed arrow is called Ghost King Instant Kill. When a sobbing arrow hits a target with a level less than or equal to Burial Elf King, it triggers an instant kill effect. In simple terms, as long as the sobbing arrow hits the Shadow Demon Dragon will instantly die violently. This was because the level of the young dragon was far lower than the Beast King body's buried Soul Demon King. Moreover, even if a royal beast of the same level as the buried Soul Demon King appeared in front of the buried Soul Demon King, which was a Beast King body, first stage, it would be able to instantly kill it with a single arrow as well. SSS grade beast energy, Ghost King sobbing blood, what an enlightened beast energy! I did not expect that one day Xiao Xingyu had the face to say that other people are open. It seems that there is no pussy in his heart. Above the night sky, the dragon broke through the sky. Dragons, the overlords of the air, possess the strongest flying ability of all living creatures. With its powerful flying ability, the Shadow Demon Dragon soared through the clouds with the speed of a god. In the blink of an eye, it appeared at the end of the clouds. Blinking again, it reappeared on the other side of the dark cloud. Under the dome of the sky, the remnants of the Shadow Demon Dragon's dragon body pulled out were mesmerizing. However, no matter how much the Shadow Demon Dragon accelerated, it couldn't get rid of the sobbing arrow behind it that was chasing like a mad duck. The sobbing arrow is inanimate, and its flight doesn't require any physical exertion. It existed like a raw, unforgiving program command that never stopped until it hit the Shadow Demon Dragon. A kid, I like it when you're at your wit's end. But that's just the beginning. And next, you will experience tenfold despair. The buried Soul Demon King once again bit his tongue and blood gushed out. This time, it condensed 9 blood-sobbing arrows in one breath. The bowstring of the black bow was pulled out in the shape of a full moon by its powerful arms. 9 arrows of sobbing blood shot out at the same time, heading straight for the sky. Together with the first one, the entire 10 sobbing arrows launched a fierce siege towards the Shadow Demon Dragon. After the number of arrows increased, the Shadow Demon Dragon's difficulty in dodging skyrocketed. Xiao Xingyu had to consume a large amount of spiritual energy to provide the Shadow Demon Dragon with the power to accelerate its flight. In the thicket of dark clouds, a dragon's shadow flickered as 10 scarlet rays of light chased after it. Gradually, the dragon's shadow's movement slowed down, and his movements to avoid the red-ons took on a wretched and stiff aspect. Dragons have a lot of stamina, but it's limited after all. Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy pool was deep, but it wasn't bottomless. As time passed, the situation became more and more unfavorable to Xiao Xingyu. Cunning and malice flooded the buried Soul Demon King's smile. It's a pity that your life should come to an end for this young dragon master. The buried Soul Demon King once again condensed a sobbing arrow, the arrow locking onto Xiao Xingyu himself. On top of Xiao Xingyu's head, a blood claw spell mark that shimmered with an ethereal light appeared. This was a sob mark created after being targeted by a sob arrow. Once a sobbing arrow flies off the string, it is shot at the target unit with the sobbing mark. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated, and the sobbing arrows whistled out, carrying a powerful attack and overbearing ghostly aura that pushed straight for Xiao Xingyu's throat. The buried Soul Demon King's facial expression was twisted to the point of losing control. It couldn't hold back its inner excitement, expecting to see the word despair on Xiao Xingyu's face. The night sky was like a transit of muffled thunder. The sound of a dragon's roar came, and the buried Soul Demon King's smile instantly froze. The Shadow Demon Dragon executed the battle technique Shadow Transfer, transferring the sobbing blood seal on Xiao Xingyu's head to his own body. The sobbing arrows that were originally shot towards Xiao Xingyu suddenly reversed direction, sticking to Xiao Xingyu's scalp and rocketing upwards, targeting the Shadow Demon Dragon. At this moment, the Shadow Demon Dragon's head had accumulated a total of 11 sobbing blood marks. It struggled to wiggle its athletic dragon body, its dragon claws stomping on the purple-black flaming clouds, just to avoid the 11 sobbing arrows behind it. The buried Soul Demon King froze for a moment before once again displaying an evil smile tinged with teasing. It seems to be a transfer system battle technique. A kid, this young dragon of yours, it's very loyal, even if it transfers the danger to itself, it still protects its master. Xiao Xingyu lowered his head, the broken hair flying in front of his forehead blocking his vision, and the burial demon king couldn't see his expression or his eyes at all. The burying soul demon king raised his haughty head and gazed at the dragon shadow that was weaving in and out of the clouds, his dark voice filled with malice. A foolish and clumsy dragon cubs, protecting their masters, aren't they? This king would like to see how long you can protect it. The buried soul demon king couldn't look at the shadow demon dragon's behavior of protecting his master, and the tendons between his eyebrows bulged with thunderous anger. It once again used its own blood to condense a sobbing arrow. On top of Xiao Xingyu's head, the sobbing blood seal appeared once again. Whoosh! The moment the arrow left the string, the sound of a dragon's roar came as expected. On top of the shadow demon dragon's head, there was another sob mark. The buried soul demon king gritted his teeth, directly biting off his back teeth as a large amount of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Whoosh! This time the buried soul demon dynasty shot 8 blood-sobbing arrows at Xiao Xingyu. At the moment when the 8 arrows were close to Xiao Xingyu, they suddenly all reversed their direction and shot into the dim night sky. This meant that the shadow demon dragon had cast Shadow Shift 8 times in a row. At this moment, the shadow demon dragon had accumulated a total of 20 sobbing blood marks on its head. The 20 sobbing arrows sped through the clouds, their residual shadows like shuttles, as if they were weaving a blood-red dragnet, making the shadow demon dragon's dodging exceptionally difficult. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Xingyu hadn't given the order for the shadow demon dragon to cast Shadow Shift. Everything was the instinct of the shadow demon dragon, which not only protected its master, but also represented the entire dragon clan, guarding the future dragon king. However, this was something that the burying soul demon king did not know. Ho 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 ho. The one who was breathing rapidly and with a weak face at the moment was not Xiao Xingyu, but the buried soul demon king whose face was covered with arrogance before. It had already shot 20 sobbing arrows, which was already its limit. Each weeping blood arrow was a fusion and cohesion of its soul and essence blood, which was a huge drain on it. The buried soul demon king's expression was unsightly, his chest heaving violently in anger, and he glared at Xiao Xingyu, who was not far away, with eyes that were deep in resentment. It had thought that with a maximum of 5 arrows, it would be able to easily obliterate this young dragon master and that young dragon. Now 20 arrows have been shot and they are not as effective as they should be. Damn the dragons. The soul demon king hates the dragon race, and considers his talent to be the strongest talent among the ghost-type magical beasts. With the blood-sobbing arrow you can achieve I am invincible under the same level G. However, the terrifying physical ability and endurance of the dragon race made the burial demon king feel indignant and resentful. The shadow demon dragon was topped with a full 20 sobbing marks. Stiffly, with 20 sobbing arrows tracking him, he accomplished one close call after another. Shake off the death stare again and again with flight speeds that constantly push the limits. This was the strength of the dragon bloodline, always being able to forcefully raise their limits and unleash their never-ending potential when they were on the verge of death. Xiao Xingyu stood still, as stiff as a log, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. The gray exhaustion curse produced a faint burning sensation, and Shangguantong's voice resounded directly into Xiao Xingyu's mind. The dragon race's physique is certainly strong, but the shadow demon dragon is only a young dragon after all. With 20 sobbing arrows tracking it, it will last another minute at most. Xiao Xingyu, enable the scroll of the Underworld. This was a pertinent suggestion made by Shangguantong after analyzing the situation. As of now, if he didn't use the scroll of the Underworld, with the power of the shadow demon dragon alone, it would be questionable whether or not he would be able to survive, not to mention counterslaying the Beast King body, first rank, buried soul elf king. A master, I now feel that the blood in my body is boiling. A what? Xiao Xingyu snapped his head up, and a pair of purple-black dragon horns grew out from amongst his flowing black broken hair. Dragon's breath-born dragon's horn. Shangguantong was doubly surprised that the difficulty of dragon's breath-born dragon horn was much higher than dragon's breath-born dragon scale. Topped with a pair of dragon horns, his arms and side face nourishing large dragon scales, Xiao Xingyu was on the verge of generating dragon flames as every breath he took increased the searing heat. This child is a born dragon master. Shangguantong gave supreme evaluation in his heart. A kaleidoscope, open. Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye opened in kaleidoscope mode. This time, his eyes didn't bleed or even produce any discomfort. Because with the enhancement of the dragon scales and dragon horns, the strength of his physical body had already exceeded the limits of a mortal body. This was Xiao Xingyu's sudden burst of inspiration. The Eye of the Demon God Kaleidoscope mode, not only does the pupil power consume a great deal of power, but it is also prone to backfire, with the lightest case being bleeding eyes and the heaviest case being short-lived blindness like before. However, Dragon's Breath was a method of exhaling that strengthened the physical body. When this mortal flesh gives birth to dragon scales and horns in emulation of the Dragon's Breath, it completely counteracts the side effects of the Kaleidoscope mode. It wasn't the first time Xiao Xingyu had turned on Kaleidoscope mode, but this time it was the most enjoyable time ever. There is not the slightest pain, no heart palpitations, and there is no need to worry about the loss of pupil power or the risk of blindness. Dragon's Breath plus Eye of the Demon God, this was a truly wonderful combination, tapped by Xiao Xingyu's aura. In Kaleidoscope mode, the Eye of the Demon God blooms with brilliant colors. The whole world slowing down for this man. Xiao Xingyu's gaze was like a poisonous snake, tearing at every inch of the buried Soul Demon King's skin. In this world, there is no such thing as a perfect beast energy, even if it's SSS ranked. The corners of Xiao Xingyu's lips rose, a smile of death. The only flaw of the buried Soul Demon King could not escape the Demon God's eye after all. The 20 sobbing arrows, like mad dogs on stimulants, followed closely behind the Dragon Shadow, tireless. Gradually, the Dragon Shadow's movement speed, visible to the naked eye, slowed down. Relying only on straight-line acceleration, the Shadow Demon Dragon was no longer able to shake off the arrows behind it, and could only ensure that it wasn't hit by the arrows in the most extreme way possible through frequent dodges and turns. This shows that the chase battle, though not yet over, is coming to an end. As Xiao Xingyu, ghost-type magical beasts don't have shadows, it's simply impossible for you to ride the Shadow Demon Dragon and try to kill back. Shangguantong reminded again, his tone much more serious than before, simply because today's situation was extremely unfavorable to Xiao Xingyu, and sacrificing the scroll of the Underworld was imminent. In fact, Shangguantong's analysis made sense. It was precisely because the ghost-type magical beasts did not have shadows that caused the Shadow Demon Dragons a shadow mimicry and a shadow fixation to not be able to be executed. These two battle techniques, which were the core battle techniques of the Shadow Demon Dragon, were on the contrary ineffective against ghost-type demonic beasts. At this extreme disadvantage, Scrolls of the Underworld is the optimal solution. As Xiao Xingyu, why is your kid more stubborn than a donkey in a production team? Be obedient and sacrifice the Scroll of the Underworld. Before Shangguantong could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Xingyu. Isha Master, be good, do as you're told and shut up. Enjoy the rest of the show. Tell me to shut up? You kid? When Shangguantong was alive, he was the most emotionally stable person in the entire Dragon Kingdom. She is the world's #1 undead imperialist and can put life and death at risk, truly not taking things for granted, But at the moment, she was broken by Xiao Xingyu's entire defense. I'm at least his master, and he told me to shut up? What a reverse Big Dipper. Shangguantong is now just a soul body, blending into the gray and curse. If she possessed her own physical body, she would definitely whip her beloved disciple's ass with fury in the name of her master, swinging her 7-pin wolf belt. Xiao Xingyu raised his handsome face, and the eyes of the demon god tore into the soul of the buried Soul Demon King like a poisonous hook. The eyes of this brat are particularly eerie, and they cause me an uncontrollable feeling of discomfort. The buried Soul Demon King hadn't realized that this feeling wasn't a sense of discomfort, but a physical sense of fear, only it didn't dare to admit it. Any creature that is stared at by the kaleidoscopic mode of the Eye of the Demon God will have this reaction. It's time to end it. Xiao Xingyu's voice carried a hint of teasing playfulness. This caused the soul-burying Demon King to frown and ferociously say, "Little brat, it seems that you also know that it's time for your life to end, not a bad realization." Xiao Xingyu raised his right hand and made a shooting gesture, aiming at the buried Soul Demon King's heart through the air. I mean, your life, it's time to end. Upon hearing this, the soul-burying Demon King was slightly stunned, before letting out a wild laugh. A person is about to die, and you're starting to play such an abstract game of playing house? Shouldn't this king cooperate with you and perform the appearance of being shot and falling to the ground? This Beast King body magical beast, while mocking and laughing, displayed its poor acting skills, pretending to cover its chest and acting like it was shot. How arrogant it was at the moment, how desperate it would be next. Xiao Xingyu maintained his shooting gesture, the corners of his blood-red lips rising like a pulled trigger. The pools of spiritual energy within his body began to spurt, and the gusts of wind that kicked up around him blew his hair into disarray, but it could not shake the eyes of the demon god that burned with the will to judge. Dragon Transportation Underworld Shadow Penetration Jutsu. A cold dragon system battle technique that had never been used on the battlefield came out of Xiao Xingyu's mouth as if it were an icy blade cutting through the night sky. Howl. A thunderous, ear-shattering dragon roar shattered the thick clouds and tore through the solidified blackness of the night. The shadow demon dragon sensed the will of the imperial lord, and its sturdy dragon body transformed into a dark shadowy ray, plummeting down like a shooting star across the sky. The 20 sobbing arrows were still in hot pursuit of the shadow demon dragon. This chase battle went from the sky back to the ground. Seeing this, the burying soul demon king let out a cold snort of disdain, looking contemptuously at the teenager in front of him. The sky, it's empty enough that your young dragons can at least hold out a little longer. But if you return to the surface, limited by the terrain, your young dragon will have nowhere to run. Xiao Xingyu smiled slightly. This smile was even a little good-looking, so sunny and cheerful, so human and harmless. I also know that the terrain can limit the movement of dragons. But guess why I dared to do it? The soul torture sent out by Xiao Xingyu struck directly at the heart of the soul burial demon king. It subconsciously wore a panicked expression, its still intelligent mind setting off a feverish storm. Why would he dare to do that? Unless he's sure he can kill me in a second with one move. The moment this thought arose, it was overturned by the soul-burying demon king. No way. Under the same level, this king is invincible. The buried soul demon king had absolute confidence in his SSS-ranked beast energy. It was a beast king body magical beast, and the arrogance and dignity of a king made it lose the alertness it should have. Whoosh! The shadow demon dragon returned to the ground and traveled between the trees at extreme speed, pulling out a trail of shadows that was enough to deceive the human eye. Whoosh! In an instant, the shadow demon dragon suddenly reversed its direction of movement, letting out an angry dragon roar, waving its claws entwined with flaming clouds, and heading straight for the burying soul demon king. The burying soul demon king's eyes were wide, and there was still a light-hearted scorn in his careless eyes. Foolish dragon master, are you planning to let the young dragon kill this king in a single move before it is hit by the sobbing arrows? Simply delusional. The buried soul demon king thought that he had seen through Xiao Xingyu's small mind. It flashed a cruel smile and cast the ghost entanglement technique. The whole body was covered with a layer of ghostly soft armor as thick as steel plate. After advancing to the beast king body, the level of the ghost stalking technique was also raised. The buried soul demon king stood still, displaying the posture of a king. It was certain that even if the young dragon struck its full force, it would not be able to break its ghost entanglement technique. At the same time, 20 sobbing arrows would then plunge into the shadow demon dragon's dragon body from the rear, killing it in seconds. Dragon slaying, what a wonderful honor, what a great achievement! The deeds of this king will surely go down in history. The corners of the soul demon king's mouth widened to the maximum arc, as if it had already seen itself accomplishing the feat of slaying the dragon, and was immersed in joy and revelry in advance. It was too late. In a matter of moments, the shadow demon dragon's dragon claw was only an inch away from the burying soul demon king's chest. The buried soul demon king was bursting with confidence. It could use the strength of its beast king body, as well as the defense of the ghost entanglement technique, to harden itself against the shadow demon dragon's attack. At the same time, in its field of vision, 20 sobbing arrows were only an inch away from the back spine of the shadow demon dragon. With a mischievous sound, a bizarre scene unfolded. The smile on the funeral demon king's face came to an abrupt end, and his eyes twitched violently. The shadow demon dragon didn't attack the burial demon king at all. The previously swung dragon claw was just a reflection of the movie star's acting skills. The shadow demon dragon's dragon body, like a ghost, passed directly through the body of the buried soul demon king and appeared behind the buried soul demon king. At this very moment, the gray river of the underworld flowed beneath the feet of the buried soul demon king. The austere air was filled with the power of a dragon that was more than restless. This was a new type of battle technique unlocked by the shadow demon dragon, dragon transportation, underworld shadow penetration technique. Once this battle technique is performed, the shadow demon dragon will enter the shadow ghost form, which can ignore any laws and penetrate all obstacles, including the enemy's body. This was the mystery of the shadow demon dragon, being able to pass directly through the body of the burial demon king. The burying soul demon king slowed down from his shock, and in his blood-filled pupils, he reflected the 20 sobbing arrows that came crashing down on him. I see. Humans, truly the most insidious creatures in the world. Damn the Imperial Dragon Master. After the buried soul demon king finished its last words, 20 sobbing arrows mercilessly pierced into its chest. The lanky body convulsed wildly, the power of the ghostly image fell apart, and the ghostly entanglements came off like pieces of skin. Xiao Xingyu turned around ahead of time and turned his back to the burying soul demon king. Boom! With an ear-splitting explosion, the burying soul demon king fell. The exploding sea of fire was reduced to a backdrop for Xiao Xingyu. Real men, as always, never look back at the explosion. 4-star Imperial Beastmaster, single-kill Beast King body. Now that's a feat that deserves to go down in history. Murong Xinxin and Yi Shimeng looked at Xiao Xingyu's back at the same time. A sister-in-law, I'm not dreaming, am I? Brother single-handedly killed a Beast King body magical beast. Murong Xinxin rubbed Yi Shimeng's head. This isn't a dream, Xingyu's strength has long since been unable to be measured in terms of segments. In the Grey End Curse, Shangguantong witnessed every detail of the entire battle from Xiao Xingyu's perspective. Even if she was the world's one undead Imperial Beastmaster who had seen countless big scenes and even experienced the dragon-slaying battle, at this moment she was overwhelmed by Xiao Xingyu's maneuver and was immersed in shock for a long time, making it difficult for her to extricate herself. You brat, exceeding all my understanding of the profession of beast swordsman. A master, I told you there was no need to sacrifice the scroll of the underworld, right? Xiao Xingyu was a child in the end, and his tone and accent were undoubtedly asking for compliments from Shangguantong. Ishan Shah, I'd like to hear your replay. This time around, the truth of it all comes out. A moment of silence followed. Before that, Shangguantong only thought that Xiao Xingyu would be able to inherit her mantle, and that would be enough. She has no other long-cherished dream. But from this moment on, she had a new desire. She wanted to stay by this teenager's side and witness this teenager's ascent to the top of the age. Galan, amazing phoenix. I've met a kid who's more interesting than all of you, and maybe he'll surpass all of you and become the Dragon Kingdom the best Imperial Beastmaster in history. This woman, who does not take things for granted, occasionally misses the past and remembers the deceased. Fate is what it is no matter who meets who. Shangguanlan, Shangguantong, Xiao Lian and Si Feng, the destinies of all four are intertwined with this open-minded teenager. After this battle, the Shadow Demon Dragon was also considered to have indirectly killed the Beast King body magical beast single-handedly, and its level was directly raised from a cub body, First Order, to a cub body, Third Order. But after the Burial Demon King fell, the magical beast crystallized core exploded along with it, and the fragments melted away into dust with the wind, leaving behind no trophies. Xiao Xingyu's face remained grave, he knew it in his heart. The demonic beast crystal core of the buried demon king was inflicted with 2 curse marks by a 9th rank sorcerers. The first curse will cause the 8-armed golem to die, complete its rebirth. Plus evolution and metamorphose into the burial golem king. The second curse, if the burial demon king also fell, the magical beast crystals would automatically explode, leaving no valuable materials behind. The man behind the curtain, what a sinister and vicious man. And not bad for those Sakura Kingdom curmudgeons who can't get on top of their business style. Xiao Xingyu bit his back teeth and spat in a low voice. Murong Xinxin and Yi Shimeng ran over. Xingyu, you're not hurt, are you?
Let me see.
Murong Xinxin's jade hand gently felt around Xiao Xingyu's body, fearing that this man was deliberately hiding the wound.
A 6 gene, I'm fine.
In front of his beloved, Xiao Xingyu always kept a relaxed and smiling look, not letting the other party worry. In fact, during the battle with the buried soul demon king, Xiao Xingyu was now barely even able to stand still due to the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy. Especially after the cessation of the dragon's breath, the dragon's scales and horns faded away, and the drawbacks of a mortal body were revealed. Xiao Xingyu walked deeper into the woods and looked at the red candles laid out on both sides of the path.
Yi Shimeng suggested, let's go save Brother Yangshua.
He's trapped in the illusion world and doesn't know what's going on. Just then, the candle's flame suddenly dimmed and the flame weakened by half. Xiao Xingyu's eyes lit up and probably guessed something. I think Brother Yangshua no longer needs our support. In the real world, Xiao Xingyu managed to single-handedly kill the Beast King body. In the world of illusion, Murong Yangshua wanted to kill the Red Candle Woman alone. A ghastly wind whipped across the earth as the Red Candle Woman, in the form of a giant ghost inferno, raised her burning paws and stomped heavily on the ground. The violent vibration caused Murong Yangshua's figure to fall to the east, and the solid spirit pill in his hand fell as a result, rolling into the depths of whichever crevice in the ruins he didn't know. An insignificant human, this is the world I created, your resistance is meaningless. Murong Yangshua also knew in his heart that the Thunder Vulture warrior alone could not overcome the gap in rank. However, his face still didn't show the slightest bit of fear, only indestructible battle intent.
Stand up.
Murong Yangshua growled lowly. The Thunder Vulture warrior, who was kneeling on one knee, sensed the will of the Imperial Master and forced himself to endure the sharp pain in his knee, rising and straightening his back. Fearless with a broken right arm. The Thunder Vulture warrior regained his grip on the Thunder Blade with his left hand, his body bathed in thunderous currents, his eyes burning with unyielding fury. The law of beast mastery, the beast follows the master. What kind of Imperial Beast Master would raise what kind of Imperial Beast? If Murong Yangshua was a greedy person, it was impossible for the Thunder Vulture warrior to behave as he did at this moment. The Red Candle woman let out a mocking laugh that echoed under the scarlet moonlight. A look at your eyes, little kid, you still won't die. With this Griffin Imperial Beast of yours, you still want to turn the tide against the wind? Experience the fear of dying well. The Red Candle woman once again raised her sky-covering paws, her shadow enveloping the tiny Murong Yangshua. Murong Yangshua clenched his fists and bit out blood bubbles at the corners of his mouth. A royal master, relax, I'm here. Murong Yangshua was in a trance, and a single slender figure suddenly appeared in front of him.
Atsi?
At this moment, the purple curse demon cat blocked in front of Murong Yangshua. This was the first time it had stood up for Murong Yangshua since the signing of the blood contract.
Z, don't mess around, you hide behind me.
Murong Yangshua desperately tugged on the purple spell demon cat's arm, trying to shield it behind him. After all, in his perception, the purple spell demon cat was not yet able to participate in a real battle due to mental illness. Suddenly, a cute cat's paw swept by and the solid spirit pill was stuffed into Murong Yangshua's mouth. Obviously, the solid spirit pill that had previously rolled down was picked up by the purple cursed demon cat.
Antsi, you?
A royal lord, let's fight together. Murong Yangshua's eyes were moist, this cat beside him, which was not a beast, but his partner. The benefactor said that men do not cry.
A Z battle.
Instead of spilling out of his eyes, the tears transformed into a surge of power. Murong Yangshua looked up to the sky and roared, and the pool of spiritual energy that had been filled by the spirit-strengthening pill set off shocking waves. The purple spell demon cat made seals with both hands, its movements flowing like water, pinching out a blue talisman in the air, its eyes bursting with biting coldness.
I seal charm.
The world of illusions set off a howling cold wind, like a cold wave from the North Pole. The wind was mixed with countless ice crystals, and it swooped towards the Red Candle woman. Flames out, body stiff, eyes fixed. At this moment, it was as if winter had arrived in the world of illusions. A ice seal talisman, creating a magnificent scene of the sky and the earth chilling and freezing for miles. The Red Candle woman in her giant demon inferno form was covered in a layer of ice crystals, keeping her feet raised and unable to move.
Damn it!
Beneath the ice, the Red Candle lady was furious, her soul almost frozen. Murong Yangshua was first dumbfounded, then relieved. He knew that, theoretically speaking, the power of the ice-sealing talisman was not this powerful. The main reason for this was that the Celestial Master Stream Royal Beasts inherently restrained ghost-type magical beasts. So a ice-seal talisman, hitting the Red Candle woman, was able to deal double the damage. Purple-robed Celestial Masters take the brat. This restraint is even more crushing than water over fire.
Z, go on.
Murong Yangshua looked ferocious as he continuously released his spiritual energy. The purple spell demon cat lived up to its name and flung out 2 ice charms in succession. The ground tore and the dirt tumbled. A huge wall of ice rose up from the ground.
Shoo, 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 shoo tilde.
5 sharp and slender ice picks, piercing the darkness of the night, weaving between the falling cherry blossoms. The Red Candle woman let out a miserable wail, and the giant ghost inferno form was forced to lift. At this moment, her frail body was nailed to death on top of the ice wall by 5 ice picks. It lifted its head with difficulty, and in its blurred vision, the Imperial Beastmaster's figure was reflected. Murong Yangshua was surrounded by countless Maoshan talismans. The talismans had different attributes and emitted a brilliant glow of different colors. A stinky tilde stinky do ket, ah! The Red Candle woman once again let out a mournful scream as the skin on her body gradually collapsed like flames burning. In its chest, a red-hot copper sword was stuck. The purple spell demon cat's cat claws cupped into cute sword fingers, remotely maneuvering the copper sword, inch by inch, deep into the red candle woman's chest cavity. You heard me. I'm not a stinky Taoist cat, I'm a purple-robed celestial master, a royal beast who fought to guard that young boy. Murong Yangshua took a step forward, and for the first time his voice possessed a powerful penetrating power, hitting the red candle woman's heart and soul. It's time to end this, I will send your dead soul down to hell. The red candle woman looked maniacal, showing her teeth, her vocal cords as hoarse as if they had been soaked in poison.
Just you?
The 3-star Imperial Beast Master, trying to kill me? A big joke in the sky, I'll die. The red candle woman erupted with all her power, and the illusion world began to collapse. The earth falls, the buildings twist, the blood moon shatters. The cherry blossoms burned like ghostly flames, turning into a ghostly face with an abominable face. The monstrous night sky is floating with a little fire. There were countless burning red candles, like sharp arrows on a drawn bowstring. This was the red candle woman's strongest battle technique, 10,000 candles burning the sky, and it was also its last obsession to redeem itself. Z, you can turn it up. Yes, Royal Master. The purple spell demon cat made a seal with both hands, and with a twist of the cat's claws, 5 thunder talismans spontaneously combusted out of thin air. Thunder God help me, 5 thunders of justice. Around the red candle woman, open the thunder phalanx. 5 divine thunderbolts landed in the sky and struck the red candle woman's body at the same time. At the same time, the thunder vulture warrior stomped up according to Murong Yangshua's will and attacked straight towards the red candle lady. As the thunder vulture warrior leapt high into the air, he directly discarded the thunder blade in his hand. The purple curse demon cat raised its hand and waved it, and the mahogany sword imprinted with the purple cloud seal came out of its hand. The thunder vulture warrior flipped in the air and gripped the mahogany sword. Extraditing 5 divine thunderbolts with his sword, he slashed an invincible thunderstorm blade chi towards the red candle woman whose eyes were filled with terror. Chopping out such ferocious blade chi with a sword? Only this berserker stream's imperial beast could do it.
I know.
The red candle woman's eyes were full of distortions as the lightning blade chi instantly sliced through her skull. The cooperation between the thunder vulture warrior and the purple spell demon cat was tight, and with an explosive thunderstorm, the red candle woman perished in the midst of countless electric snakes, leaving behind only a magical beast crystal core. Azure Dragon Academy 3-star Imperial Beast Master Murong Yangshua, single-killed transcendent body, First Order, Ghost Fiend, Red Candle Woman. Murong Yangshua opened his eyes again, and in front of him were his familiar teammates. Xiao Xingyu, Murong Xinshin, as well as Yi Shimeng all revealed smiles as they greeted his return. With the crisis lifted, the Star Punishment Squad escorted the surviving 569 villagers overnight to Winxi City. After dawn, a chattering crow slowly landed on Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. The crow opened its mouth, and Nie Hongshuang's voice entered Xiao Xingyu's ears. In the last month, all the villages and townships that have suffered from the invasion of ghost-type magical beasts are located in the Lingnan Mountain Range region. If you take a look at the map, you'll be able to realize that the Lingnan Mountain Range has a huge range and a harsh environment, and there's only one main city with abundant resources in the entire area, which is Forgetworry City. And that's why those survivors, they all migrate toward Forgetworry City to escape. Nie Hongshuang paused and added, also, the disappearance case of Comet Guild, President Zhou Buyun has been solved. Xiao Xingyu perked up his ears. A Lord D of the Royal Investigation Temple showed me the dossier report. The location of Zhou Buyun's disappearance was the village of Almond Blossom, and the body was found just downstream from the river in Almond Blossom. The cause of death was a sneak attack by a paradox species Beast King body ghost system magical beast. The forensic autopsy session turned up a major piece of information. Xiao Xingyu hurriedly pursued, what information? In the palm of Zhou Buyun's hand, there are 2 words carved in blood, not forget. Xiao Xingyu cupped his chin and muttered, not forgetting. Nie Hongshuang said meaningfully, your kid should be able to understand. Well, it probably means don't go to oblivion. Before he died, President Zhou Buyun didn't have enough strength to write these 2 words. Nie Hongshuang admonished in a stern tone. Xiao Xingyu, after your Star Punishment Squad escorts the villagers to Winxi City, immediately return to Azure Dragon Academy. I'll take over the next thing. Xiao Xingyu didn't want to stop there, and just when he wanted to say something, he was disliked by Nie Hongshuang. Don't you kid get any ideas, curiosity can kill a cat. Makeup, but I'm not a cat.
That's an order.
A sister makeup. Hey, the signal is broken? Xiao Xingyu and the chattering crow were wide-eyed, and the other person, Nye Hongzhuang, had already closed her wheat. Come to think of it, this incident, the person behind it, must be a big shot. I still have 6 Jin, brother Yangshua, and Mo with me, so I can't just take them on an adventure with me. Xiao Xingyu wanted to investigate this case, but he couldn't put his partners around him in danger. The villagers were escorted by the Star Punishment Squad and finally arrived at Winxi City. Chen Minghua, the village head, suddenly knelt on the ground and had to kowtow.
A village chief, get up!
Lord Xiao, I must kowtow to you 1.
No, kowtow 3.
Chen Minghua was in tears. This life, as well as the life of the entire village, was pulled back from the Ghost Gate by Xiao Xingyu and the Star Punishment Squad. All the villagers knelt on the ground one after another, and together with Chen Minghua, they kowtowed 3 times towards the Star Punishment Squad. But at this moment, they didn't know that the Forget-Worry city they insisted on going to before was a hell on earth. When the dust settles on the whole thing, these villagers will realize. Winxi City Crossroads. The 4 members of the Star Punishment Squad strolled side by side toward the train station in Winxi City.
A what?
No more tickets? Train station ticket office. Murong Yangshua looked incredulous. The ticket salesman smiled helplessly and bitterly. Handsome, it's near the Spring Festival, but the Spring Festival is a week in advance to grab tickets. Murong Yangshua spoke out of turn. It doesn't matter if we don't have a seat, we can sit on the roof of the car, or we can squeeze in with the train driver. Ticket agent, oh, that's right, security. Train station square, for people sitting on the cold benches, the atmosphere is a little awkward. Yi Shimeng leaned on Xiao Xingyu's shoulder, tucking her hands in a dainty and cute manner. A brother, Winxi City doesn't have an airport, and the only transportation that can go to Longyin City is the train.
What should we do next?
Xiao Xingyu cupped Murong Xinxin's hands in the palm of his hand, and kept hailing out hot air to warm the other's hands. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Xingyu had a flash of light. I'm in charge of harnessing the dragons and taking everyone back to Dragon Hidden City. After the battle with the Beast King Body Demon Beast, the Shadow Demon Dragon's level was raised to Hatchling Body, 3rd Order. The Dragon Imperial Beast crossed 2 stages in a row, and its size swelled a full 4 times. The current Shadow Demon Dragon, carrying the 4 members of the Star Punishment Squad in flight at the same time, was simpler than drinking water. However, in reality, the Shadow Demon Child suddenly fell into a state of insanity.
Asher, what are you doing?
Xiao Xingyu, as the Shadow Demon Dragon's royal master, was confused by the Shadow Demon Dragon's sudden maneuver. Whoosh! The dragon's shadow pierced through the sea of clouds and continued to dive towards the ground with increasing speed. Break, Cher, break! Xiao Xingyu was rarely this excited. The Shadow Demon Dragon's swooping speed was no different from a high-altitude crash.
Xingyu, I think I see.
My kindly Taiukai. As he got closer and closer to the ground, Murong Yangshua's eyes went black and he directly fainted. Eventually the Shadow Demon Dragon landed steadily in a misty forest. Xiao Xingyu carried the fainting Murong Yangshua on his back and jumped off the dragon's back, revealing the expression of a strict father as he angrily reprimanded.
Asher, you're too naughty.
Do you realize that such a dive could easily have serious consequences? The Shadow Demon Dragon revealed an apologetic expression and gently rubbed Xiao Xingyu's face with its massive dragon head. And never mind, who made you a dragon baby now, you're forgiven. Murong Xinxin analyzed, Xingyu, Shuer's sudden dive must have its own thoughts, does this forest have something it needs? A 6 Jin, you're right, it's my oversight. Xiao Xingyu nodded and looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon once again.
Tell me, what the hell are you doing bringing us here?
The Shadow Demon Dragon let out a joyful dragon roar as it headed deeper into the woods. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinxin exchanged glances as they all walked together in the direction that the Shadow Demon Dragon was pointing. Through the thick mist, there was a trickling stream in front of us. Clusters of purple flowers bloomed beside the stream, bewitching and captivating. The touch of these flowers was similar to glass, smooth and hard. When the wind blew, the petals swayed and would also emit purple particles of light, which was beautiful. Xiao Xingyu came to a sudden realization and revealed an ecstatic expression.
A glazed shadow underworld flower.
Yi Shimeng squatted down and gently touched the purple stamen, blinking her big curious eyes. Brother, does this flower have some magical effect? The glazed shadow underworld flower contains powerful shadow power and is one of the essential materials for Schwer's evolution. Today's shadow demon dragon reaches the level of a hatchling body, 3rd order. The next step was to face the bottleneck of impacting the juvenile body, 1st stage, which required 7 types of precious heavenly materials. The glazed shadow underworld flower was one of the 7 heavenly materials. And it's not sold on the market because the glazed shadow meditation flower has a very short bloom period and it's not fixed from year to year. Xiao Xingyu's ability to find the glazed shadow underworld flower in its flowering period this time was, to put it mildly, a stroke of luck. If the tickets at the train station in Wincy City hadn't been sold out, the Star Punishment Squad wouldn't have had this opportunity to return to Longing City by train. Escher, you have a keen sense of smell, you can find this. The shadow demon dragon nodded with a simple smile as it flew high in the sky, smelling the scent of the glazed shadow underworld flower before choosing to swoop down.
Brother, how much do you need? I'll help you pick along. I take it as it is.
Beside the stream, hundreds of clusters of glazed shadow underworld flowers bloomed, all of which were picked by the Star Punishment Squad and loaded into Xiao Xingyu's spatial ring. At this time, Murong Yangshua finally woke up and tears overflowed his eyes.
From now on, I'd rather be on foot than on a dragon beast.
Murong Yangshua was born with a fear of heights, inherited from his mother. Murong Xinshin is more fortunate and has not inherited this defect. Suffering from agoraphobia, the Imperial Beastmaster is destined not to join the Air Force, and after graduation the odds are that he will follow his father, Murong Jin, and become a naval warrior. And Xiao Xingyu, a future Air Force general. 2 brothers, although in different armies, still fight side by side on the same battlefield to protect Dragon Kingdom. The sun was setting and the night enveloped the mountains. The fog in the forest was getting heavier and heavier, accompanied by a stinging humidity that created soreness in the knees. Murong Yangshua was like a scared bird, he no longer dared to ride the shadow demon dragon. Xiao Xingyu did some calculations and spoke, "It's getting late, it's inconvenient to rush now. I looked at the map, there is an ancient town under the mountain that has not yet been polluted by ghost qi, let's stay overnight in the ancient town and return to Longyin City tomorrow." Murong Xinshin nodded in agreement, good. Shi and Yi Shimeng were both girls, and after experiencing the previous battle, they both needed to take a shower and change their clothes now. Just as the Star Punishment Squad was heading towards the ancient town under the mountain, a faint lion's roar came through the darkness. Murong Yangshua raised his guard, lion-type magical beast? Yi Shimeng shook her head straight, it's not a magical beast, there's no aura of magical qi in the vicinity at all, it should be an imperial beast. Murong Xinshin looked to the side, his eyes producing subtle fluctuations. The lion's roar came from this direction, a weak and sad sound that seemed to.
Xiao Xingyu picked up, it's asking for help.
Brother, why don't we go over and take a look? As the sound of the lion's roar became smaller and smaller, Yi Shimeng was moved to compassion. Murong Yangshua expresses the opposite view. It's better to do more than less, this is a deep forest and it's dark, in case this lion's roar for help is just a trap, wouldn't it be right for us to go over there? Brother Yangshua, you have a point. Xiao Xingyu first nodded before analyzing in depth, but if there really is an injured Imperial Beastmaster in the depths of the forest who needs support, perhaps on him, there is a secret about Forgetworry City. Well, it's also right, Xingyu, you decide, we all listen to you. Xiao Xingyu pondered for a moment and thought of a compromise. Snowy, go check it out and leave Shadow behind. Xiao Xingyu commanded while releasing his spiritual energy. The Shadow Demon Dragon waved its claws and stepped on the flaming cloud to drill deeper into the forest. Xiao Xingyu's feet left a dragon's shadow behind. This was the Shadow Demon Dragon's battle technique, Massive Shadow. The main body was responsible for going out to detect, and the shadow stayed by Xiao Xingyu's side. If danger is encountered on the way to detection, the body instantly returns to the location of the shadow and is immune to any damage for 3 seconds. This battle skill was used for scouting and did not require Xiao Xingyu to take any risks. 15 minutes later. Underneath Xiao Xingyu's feet, there was still only the shadow of the dragon, meaning that the Shadow Demon Dragon's main body had not encountered any danger during the detection process. Suddenly a dragon roar came from the depths of the forest, which was calling out to Xiao Xingyu. Eshwer found an injured Imperial Beastmaster, there's no danger of traps nearby, let's rush over. The Star Punishment Squad sped along, entering the depths of the forest and meeting up with the Shadow Demon Dragon in a mountain pass. The Shadow Demon Dragon was accompanied by a giant lion that was lying on the ground. The male lion's body was fiery red, its mane was like a burning flame, and lava seemed to flow between its hairs, burning the surrounding grass into a scorched earth. Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god and said in a broken voice, "Battle-armored Inferno Lion King, Beast King body, 3rd Order, Imperial Beast, bloodline of legendary quality." After analyzing the basic data, Xiao Xingyu's line of sight locked onto the back of the burning sky Inferno Lion King. A broad spine showing a bloody hole over a meter in diameter. The snow-white spine was exposed to the wet, cold air, bloodied, fascia broken, and the area around the wound was festering with the stench of decay. The eye of the demon god flickered with scarlet ethereal light under the moonlight. Healthiness 5%. Status extremely weak. Focal point analysis, the power of the Ghostbusters entered the body, infecting all 5 organs and causing a drop in level. Pre-injury level, Beast Emperor body, 3rd Order, Burning Sky Lion Emperor. Xiao Xingyu's face was grave as he muttered to himself, Ghost Fiend power? Isn't this a power only possessed by Beast Emperor body ghost lineage magical beasts?
Uncle Duan, why you?
Murong Yangshua's voice attracted Xiao Xingyu's attention. Beside the battle-armored Inferno Lion King lay an unconscious man. The man was covered in dried blood stains, his clothes in tatters, his lips pale, with little life left in them. On his chest, there were 8-star badges, the symbol of an 8-star Imperial Beastmaster. For an 8-star segmented Imperial Beastmaster to suffer such severe injuries, the story he experienced before passing out must not be simple.
Xiao Xingyu came over.
Brother Yangshua, you know this Imperial Beastmaster?
Of course I know, Duan Tingshin.
My dad's previous vice-general, my sister and I, were watched by him as we grew up. Xiao Xingyu repeated in a low voice, Duan Tingshin, what a familiar name, seems like I often see it on the news. Murong Xinshin was in charge of solving the confusion, since 5 years ago, he has not been my father's vice-general, but the city lord of Forgetworry City.
Yes, Forgetworry City Lord, Duan Tingshin.
Xiao Xingyu's memory could not be wrong, he had often seen reports of Forgetworry City on the news.
Uncle Duan, wake up. It's me, Sako.
Under Murong Yangshua's loud call, even the dead could be called alive for you. Duan Tingshin slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and his blurred vision gradually became clearer. His lips twitched slightly, but he couldn't make a sound.
Xiao Xingyu commanded, Meng, water. A water's coming.
Yi Shimeng opened the kettle and poured a few gulps into Duan Tingshin's mouth. The dry vocal cords were moisturized by the water flow, and Duan Tingshin regained the ability to speak. Azaku? An Xin girl? Why are you guys here? Murong Yangshua looked at Duan Tingshin's miserable appearance and had a heartbroken look on his face.
Uncle Duan, we still want to ask you, what have you been through and how did you end up in this situation?
Recalling everything he had experienced before, Duan Tingshin's face paled a few more points, and even though he didn't shed any tears, the sadness in the depths of his eyes still poured outwards. As City Lord Duan, don't talk for now, you're badly injured. Duan Tingshin raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at the handsome teenager in front of him. You are Imperial Academy of Sciences Black Deacon, Lord Xiao. Xiao Xingyu has a special status, and anyone who doesn't recognize Xiao Xingyu within Dragon Kingdom territory either doesn't have internet access in their village or suffers from amnesia. As City Lord Duan, your spiritual energy pool has been infected by the power of the Ghost Fiend.
I know.
Lie still, I'll get rid of the ghostly power for you first. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast coat of arms and summoned the Heavenly Soul Vine.
A silver, the needle comes.
The vines of the Heavenly Soul Vine gave birth to a sharp thorn, just like the silver needles of acupuncture in Chinese medicine, which came off in Xiao Xingyu's palm. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand to apply needles and inserted them into Duan Tingshin's Zhongji Point, Qihai Point and Guanyuan Point. The 3 needles were applied together, which was a great test for Xiao Xingyu's medical skills. Half an hour passed in a trance. Xiao Xingyu withdrew the needles, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Murong Xinshin took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped Xiao Xingyu's sweat.
Xingyu, how is Uncle Duan?
I've gotten rid of the ghost fury power in his body, out of life-threatening danger, half of the spiritual power pool has been restored, his physique is still weak and he needs time to recuperate. Duan Tingshin rose from the ground, ignoring his weak body, his eyes filled with obsession. I don't have time to recuperate, I have to return to Forgetworry City, Linger is still waiting for me. Duan Tingshin mentioned a Linger, Murong Yangshua couldn't help but ask, isn't Aunt Ling pregnant, counting up to the due date, Uncle Duan?
In the end, what happened in the City of Forgetfulness?
Boo! Duan Tingshan punched the trunk of the tree, cracking the bones and sending blood pouring out. Xiao Xingyu said in a calm tone, "What happened in Forget Worry City? I can guess roughly even if you don't tell me."
Lord Shaw.
Even if you don't want to explain and just want to return to Forget Worry City, you'll have to wait for me to heal your Imperial Beast. Duan Tingshan froze and looked at the battle-armored Inferno Lion King who was suffering from the disease on the side. His eyes couldn't help but moisten. The battle-armor Inferno Lion King, degraded from the Burning Sky Lion Emperor. Because the power of the Ghost Fury entered the body and infected the 5 organs and 6 bowels, that's why the level dropped. A City Lord Duan, in the City of Forgetfulness, there is a paradoxical species, Beast Emperor Body Ghost Lineage Magical Beast, right? As soon as Xiao Xingyu's words fell, Duan Tingshan's eyes lit up with endless anger.
Looks like I guessed right.
As for the details of your exact experience, you can decide whether or not you want to talk about it when I heal the battle-armored Inferno Lion King. Xiao Xingyu was not the captain of the Star Punishment Squad at the moment, but rather Lord Xiao, who was worthy of anyone's trust, just like Wen Yahu was worthy of all of Wen Ya's trust at the time. After Xiao Xingyu healed the battle-armored Inflamed Lion King, Duan Tingshan wanted to immediately return to the hesitant hell of Forget Worry City to rescue his pregnant wife. At this moment, Duan Tingshan temporarily hid his inner urgency and worries and nodded heavily towards Xiao Xingyu.
Oh well, everything is at Lord Zhao's disposal.
Xiao Xingyu was in a bit of a trance, and he saw a familiar expression on Duan Tingshan's face. This familiar expression is called a trust. In Xiao Xingyu's mind, Wen Ya's smile appeared. Xiao Xingyu raised his head and looked up at the starry night sky. Wanya, the Battle of Hope Rain City, not being able to preserve you is my greatest regret at the moment. I'll keep this City Lord Duan in the Battle of Forget Worry City this time.
It's late at night.
Lishui Ancient Town. Everyone sat in the window seats. The table was filled with local specialties. Duan Tingshan drank all the spirits in one gulp and wiped his moist stubble, his eyes full of melancholy, his clenched fists nowhere to rest. Xiao Xingyu refilled Duan Tingshan's glass, and the aroma of the wine stimulated Duan Tingshan's sensitive nerves. A City Lord Duan, the wine has been drunk, isn't it time to talk about Forget Worry City? Just as Duan Tingshan was mulling over how to start the story, the television set hanging in the hall happened to be broadcasting a news interview. All the patrons in the lobby, who were drinking and bragging, looked up and watched the news interview together, occasionally making small talk. Xiao Xingyu also looked at the TV screen and froze. On the screen, the person being interviewed by the reporter was none other than the Forget Worry City Lord, Duan Tingshan. And it's a live interview. Above the night sky, the fireworks were brilliant. In the central area of Forget Worry City, in front of the Holy 10 churches, Duan Tingshan, who was wearing the uniform of the City Lord, was surrounded by a group of media reporters. He was upright and handsome with a soft smile on his face under the flash and focus lens. Female reporter, is City Lord Duan, Forget Worry City has been under your governance for 5 years, the wind and rain have been favorable, and the people are living and working in peace and happiness. What do you think about this? Duan Tingshan maintained his warm jade-like smile, holding the microphone and facing the camera. I will never forget what the former lord of the city told me. He said it's a city where people can forget their sadness and worries, so it's named the City of Forgetfulness. As the current lord of the city, it is my duty to protect the people to enjoy a comfortable life. I am confident that I will make every citizen of Forget Worry City forget their sorrows forever and live a happy life. After Duan Tingshan's speech, there was a round of applause from the stage. The media reporters kept pressing the camera shutter to record every expression of the popular city lord. Nowadays, as long as you report Duan Tingshan-related interviews, you can get the front page of the news, which is every reporter's hair finance. The female reporter paused briefly and the interview continued. As City Lord Duan, recently, in the Lingnan Mountain Range zone, all the major villages and small towns have encountered an invasion of ghost-type magical beasts. Most of the poor survivors choose to come to Forget Worry City for refuge. What do you think about the fact that you have not been shy about opening the gates of the city and sending down supplies to help these refugees, which has created a huge reaction in the community? Duan Tingshan tightened his smile and was righteous. The World Dragon Kingdom subjects are generally dear to each other, and no matter where the refugees are, if they flee to our Forget Worry City, I will accept them all, arranging enough supplies to appease them. The Lingnan Mountain Range Zone, which is originally a poor place, only has one main city like our Forget Worry City. When the folks in the neighborhood needed me, it was only natural for me to step up without question so that I could live up to their trust. Duantingshan's impassioned speech made people's blood boil. Lishui Ancient Town. First floor lobby of the Inn Hotel. Customers applauded and let out cheers and praise. I Forget Worry City Lord, a real man. To put it mildly, in case our Pearly Water Ancient Town also encounters an invasion of ghost-type magical beasts one day, our escape to Forget Worry City would be the best choice. Yes, Forgetful City has such a great city lord, the city folk couldn't be happier. Seriously, I want to move and settle in Forget Worry City right now. In the hall, it was bustling with activity as everyone pushed their cups and exchanged jokes, and the talk and laughter was filled with praise for Duantingshan, as well as longing and yearning for Forget Worry City. Only one table of guests in the corner was in an extremely depressing atmosphere. Each man's face was cold, as if he were not in the same world as the guests around him. The guests at this table were the Star Punishment Squad and Duantingshan. At this moment, Duantingshan, without his hair tied up and with a scruffy beard, was a far cry from his usual image. What's more, in the live interview on TV, Duantingshan was talking to the camera, so the customers in the lobby couldn't notice anything strange at all. Yi Sherming's voice, which she tried her best to suppress, was still a little shaky. It is known that City Lord Duan is sitting right next to us. I saw the guy on the TV. Who the hell is it? Murong Yangshua and Murong Xinchin stared at the TV screen and goosebumps crawled on the arms of both siblings. Xiao Xingyu took the initiative to clink glasses with Duantingshan. If I'm not mistaken, that guy on TV is the paradoxical species beast Emperor Body Ghost System magical beast that injured you, right? Lord Xiao, you guessed right, it's this guy. Beast Emperor Body, Third Order, 1,000 Faces. Murong Xinchin anxiously asked, Uncle Duan, with your strength, how could you not be able to withstand 1,000 Faces? Xiao Xingyu blurted out, the only way is to sneak attack. Lord Xiao guessed right again, it's a sneak attack. Duantingshan recalled the night a week ago. He is accompanying his wife, Yu Fu Ling, in the obstetrics and gynecology department. The warm conversation was interrupted by the sound of sirens outside the window. A fire! How did so many ghost-type magical beasts suddenly spring up? Oh no, there's also the Beast King body. Today is the City Lord's wife's due date, no matter what, guard the hospital. A level 3 alert. A level 4 alert. A level 5 The smell of blood was like a pair of ghostly hands, crawling against the wall and tumbling into the window of the maternity ward. Duantingshan subconsciously protected his wife under his body and looked sideways out the window, his pupils shaking like an earthquake. A hideous and ghastly bonanza mask emerged from the dark night sky. That night, Forget Worry City was lost. All communication devices cut off by the interference of the power of the Ghostbusters. Glinger and the child are my weaknesses, so it's not just a sneak attack, it's taking advantage of the situation. The 1,000-faced Prajna was calculating it would not go head-to-head with a peak 8-star Imperial Beastmaster. It will capitalize on Duantingshan's weakness. On the night of that bloody battle, Duantingshan was seriously injured and unconscious, and was carried by his own Imperial Beast to escape the city. Murong Yangshua opened the Imperial Beast coat of arms and summoned the purple cursed demon cat. This is my Imperial Beast, Z. It is a purple-robed celestial master who is proficient in Maoshan Taoism and Qi Men Dun Jia, and is heavenly kept against ghost-type magical beasts. Xiao Xingyu sacrificed the scroll of the Underworld. 1,000 Faces Prajna specializes in illusions, and with me here, I can break through all illusions. City Lord Duan, don't forget that once I teamed up with City Lord Wenya and also killed a beast Emperor Body demonic beast. Whether it was emotional or rational, Duantingshan didn't seem to have a reason to refuse again. He needs help. The young Star Punishment Squad in front of him was also really able to provide him with effective support, propping up his back, propping up his conviction that he was bound to kill the 1,000 Faces. Depart. 1,000 words in one sentence. Duantingshan raised his right fist and was the first to face the rising sun. The Star Punishment Squad follows in the footsteps of a magnificent adventure. In the meantime, Nie Hongzhuang led a group of silver priests from the Imperial Soul Division and was on her way to Forget Worry City. Raven, the leader of the Imperial Souls, is still busy with other matters and is not in Dragon Kingdom territory. Nie Hongzhuang had recently been replacing the Raven, in charge of all missions within Dragon Kingdom territory.
Everyone move faster, there's only one mountain left to forget Worry City. A High Priestess, it's not good, there's an ambush.
A what?
The 3 silver priests who had fought in the lead, their heads instantly fell to the ground, and they didn't even have time to open the Imperial Beast crest. The thick smell of blood was instantly engulfed by a morose ghostly aura. Nie Hongzhuang gently leapt from the ice-green One Emperor's back and stood on the treetop, looking up. Not far away, a woman in a kimono stepped out of the darkness. This woman had a bewitching appearance and a plump figure, and every glance exuded the seductiveness that seduced men's hearts and minds. On top of its head, 2 fox ears sprouted, releasing 9 snow-white tails behind it. White-faced, golden-furred, 9-tailed fox Yu Zhaoqian, demon god seed.
Beast god body demonic beast.
This beast is known as the Sakura 3 demon gods along with Sakatani Kid and Kurigane de Tengu.
A beast god body.
Demon beasts of the demon god species are not easy to deal with.
A High Priestess, what should we do?
Nie Hongzhuang's face was ironic as she led a group of silver priests and surrounded a beast god body demonic beast. Although she had a certain chance of winning, she would surely waste a lot of time and there would be casualties as well. Forget Worry City is in desperate need of support, but Tamao directly opens the 9 Tails domain. The 9 Tails kept growing, swallowing the entire forest and forming a ghostly cage. This fox had clear intentions of blocking the Imperial soul from supporting Forget Worry City.
Damn it! Looks like the Emperor's soul has been infiltrated as well.
Nie Hongzhuang was at her wit's end and subconsciously looked around. To be able to sit in the position of blood-clothes High Priestess at such a young age, Nie Hongzhuang's sense of counter-surveillance wasn't something to sneeze at. She had realized that there was a mole in the Imperial soul. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu led the Star Punishment Squad and followed Duan Tingshan to rush to Forget Worry City. Because of the lack of communication, Xiao Xingyu didn't know about Nie Hongzhuang's situation and thought that the Emperor's soul's support had already arrived in Forget Worry City. On the other hand, Duan City Lord and I and our party had already arrived at the bottom of the city, but we were late but did not wait for the reinforcements. After analyzing the situation, I had already guessed the worst. With my understanding of sister makeup, unless one encounters a force majeure factor, such as an ambush, it's impossible to delay for so long and still not arrive at Forget Worry City. Just when Xiao Xingyu was at a loss, he suddenly brightened up and opened a new line of thought. Elder Lin Beixian, one of the 4 Direction Royal Kings, has been stationed at Zero Snow Mountain for years. If we can obtain his support, this battle can be fought. Between Xiao Xingyu and Lin Beixian, there had been a one-sided relationship and there was a deep connection between the two of them. Lin Beixian is the previous Black Executive of the Royal Academy of Sciences and Xiao Xingyu is the current Black Executive. Previously, during the Yunyu's death case, Lin Beixian had also come forward to protect Xiao Xingyu. So here's the question.
How can I contact Lin Beixian?
Xiao Xingyu didn't have Lin Beixian's contact information, and besides, it was freezing cold in Zero Snow Mountain, where there was any network signal, and conventional means of communication simply couldn't reach him.
It looks like we'll just have to get Cher to ask for help.
Xiao Xingyu made up his mind and opened the Imperial Beast coat of arms to summon the Shadow Demon Dragon.
Schwer, make a trip to Zero Snow Mountain, just in this direction, keep flying, as long as you see a big snow-capped mountain, that's it. Fly around the top of the mountain twice, I'm sure Elder Lin will be able to understand what I mean.
The Shadow Demon Dragon nodded its head obediently, indicating that it promised to complete the task. Xiao Xingyu opened his spatial ring and extracted a few shadow crystals, feeding them to the Shadow Demon Dragon to increase its physical energy.
Xiao Xingyu calmed everyone down.
Let's wait a little longer, and when Schwer pulls in reinforcements and comes back, we can attack Forget Worry City. Duan Tingshan's emotions were extremely unstable, so it was good that Xiao Xingyu's hand was on his shoulder. The power transmitted through his palm made Duan Tingshan calm down again. Just then, the guards under the city gates suddenly let out a cry of alarm. The bushes where Xiao Xingyu and the others were hiding were not far from the city gates, and the voices of the guards could be faintly heard.
A joyful news! The city lord's wife has given birth. It's a pair of dragon and phoenix babies.
Xiao Xingyu was so focused on eavesdropping on the guards' conversation that he overlooked one thing.
When he slowed down, Xiao Xingyu's face suddenly changed. Where's City Lord Duan? Aha, Uncle Duan was by my side just now.
At this time, Duan Tingshan was alone and sneaked into the Forget Worry City. When he heard, the Lord's wife has given birth, his patience reached its limit. As a husband and a father, he couldn't stay out of it. Even if he is broken to pieces, he will save his wife and children from the fire.
Astari, what now?
Xiao Xingyu's face was grim. Currently there were no reinforcements, and rashly entering the city would have to take a huge risk.
But no more waiting into the city.
Xiao Xingyu made a difficult decision. Duan Tingshan is all alone, constrained by a love and a family, and once he meets the thousand-faced Banjuru who specializes in playing with people's hearts, the end is obvious. Wenya's death has always been a knot in Xiao Xingyu's heart. He didn't want Dragon Kingdom to lose another excellent city lord, and he had to keep Duan Tingshan no matter what. At this time, the Star Punishment Squad smoothly infiltrated a certain secluded alleyway and hid behind a dumpster, revealing only their skyscrapers and eyebrows. As Murong Yangshua looked out at the world outside the Hudong, he could see acrobatic troops performing fire-breathing feats and children squatting in the street playing with firecrackers. And no wonder it's called the City of Forgetfulness. Everyone is smiling. It's more joyful than the atmosphere in our longing city. Brother Yangshua, your eyes are blinded by illusions. It's better to let Z teach you a lesson. The purple spell demon cat took out the potion from the yellow scarf cloth bag, and its ingredients were freshly squeezed banana leaf juice and a certain percentage of children's urine. Royal Master, come here for a moment. The purple spell demon cat opened the medicine bottle. The mouth of the bottle was close to Murong Yangshua's eyes, and gently fanned it with its cat claws, allowing the smell of the potion to stimulate Murong Yangshua's eyeballs.
Kiss, what's this? It's smoke in my eyes. Ah, wait. This is...
Murong Yangshua rubbed his reddened eyes and fell into a stupor, his shaking pupils reflecting horrifying images. The purple spell demon cat took the medicine bottle and smoked Murong Xinshin and Yi Shiming's eyes in the same way. At this moment, the world in the eyes of the Star Punishment Squad changed radically. The originally sunny Forget-Worry city seemed to be shrouded and covered by a huge and dark curtain that was impermeable. The walls on either side of the Hudong took on the eerie symbol of blood, and the sound of fingernails rubbing against concrete came from the cracks in the walls. One sphinx after another lay on top of the east-facing buildings. The streets, once filled with joy, are thick with ghosts. There were no shadows of the pedestrians on the street. And everyone's heels were off the ground, as if they were wearing invisible high heels, floating with the waves, floating in the air. The purple cursed demon cat said in a deep voice, "If your heels don't touch the ground, you must be possessed by a ghost." Yi Shiming's small face turned white as she curled up in a ball and hid behind the purple cursed demon cat. "Z, do you mean that all the city folk of Forget-Worry City are possessed by ghost-type magical beasts?" Technically, the problem is the mask. The streets were crowded and thick with ghosts. In addition to the fact that these people are not on their heels, there is an even more remarkable feature. On each of their faces, they wore bonanza masks. The outlines of the masks are vividly sketched, showing different expressions such as joy, anger, sadness and happiness. This odd and oozing mask is the Prajna mask. Xiao Xingyu explained, this is the ability of the 1,000 faces of Prajna. She can unleash the power of the ghost artifact, Prajna mask, to create countless masks, and once a human's face is covered in masks and stitched together, they will be reduced to being its puppets, and become a walking corpse that has lost its soul. Just then, there was a mournful scream from across the road. A human with a face covered by a bonanza mask fell to his knees, his skin spontaneously combusting out of thin air. The flames grew stronger and the mask melted. But the man's face had produced a shape shift, and all that remained of his features was a single bloodshot eye. His neck snapped suddenly, a row of sharp fangs growing from the break. Such a monstrous creature had already departed from the realm of humans and had become a ghostly magical beast in the true sense of the word. This is the terror of the Prajna mask. The human body, at first covered with a mask over the face, only loses its soul, the flesh remains the same and is still essentially human. But over time, as the ghostly aura invades every nerve, the person will metamorphose into a ghostly magical beast and become a servant of the 1,000 faces. After Xiao Xingyu finished his explanation, the streets resounded with mournful wails again. More and more amassed people, spontaneously combusted out of thin air, under the torment of a ghost fire, mutated into ugly and unbearable ghost magical beasts. The deeper the obsession in one's life, the higher the level after mutating into a ghost-type magical beast. For a moment, the dim and gloomy streets staged the meditative scenes of 100 ghosts walking at night, stimulating the minds of every member of the Star Punishment Squad. This 1,000 faces bonanza, it's so vicious, it's the equivalent of a massacre. Murong Yangshua hate to gnash his teeth, once the people live and work in peace and contentment of the city of forgetfulness, but now turned into a no-life ghost city. Murong Xinxin gently tugged on Xiao Xingyu's sleeve.
Xingyu, where do you think Uncle Duan will go?
He learned from the city gate guards that Aunt Ling gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix babies, so he would only go to one place.
The city lord's house.
The Star Punishment Squad spoke in unison. Yi Shimeng was holding a paper map hand-drawn by Duan Tingshan last night, detailing every corner of Forgetworry City. According to the map, the City Lord's mansion is located on the site of the Holy 10 Great Churches, and if we want to go there, there's no shortcut, we have to cross 6 streets. Murong Yangshua was in trouble and his 2 eyebrows became tighter and tighter. This street is full of ghost-type magical beasts. As long as we step out of this alleyway, once we are discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. A piercing, overcast wind, like a hungry beast burrowing into an alleyway, crashed across the sky. The purple curse demon cat held a peachwood sword in his hand and blocked in front of Murong Yangshua.
No good, we've been discovered.
At the other end of the alley, a group of creepy creatures with black umbrellas appear. They have human-like bodies and wear black suits, but no heads on their shoulders.
Transcendent body, third order, ghost fiend, headless ghost parasol spirit.
Xiao Xingyu instantly recognized the group of monsters. All of the headless ghost umbrella spirits were holding a prajna mask in their hands. Their mission is to search the surviving humans in the city and to force the prajna mask onto the faces of these humans. The Star Punishment Squad was gathered in a very masculine atmosphere. The headless ghost umbrella spirits sensed the fluctuation of yang energy, and that's why they came towards the Hadong.
Not good, the back way is blocked too.
Both ports of the narrow alley were blocked by the headless ghostly umbrella spirits of the crowds. They traveled in opposite directions, compressing the Star Punishment Squad's survival space continuously. Murong Xinxin pushed his spiritual energy and was ready to open the Imperial Beast coat of arms. Starwu, want to fight? We can't fight, wasting time here will only cause us to fall into a siege and die from the exhaustion of our spiritual energy. Xiao Xingyu's thinking is clear, adhering to the principle of capturing the thief first, must put all the power, focus on dealing with 1,000 faces, otherwise the loss is not worth it.
Dizzy, please.
Xiao Xingyu patted the purple spell demon cat's shoulder. The purple spell demon cat froze for a second, then suddenly realized, benefactor, what you mean is...
Z, it's going to be too late, hurry.
The purple curse demon cat opened the yellow scarf cloth bag and took out a rosewood box that resembled a stationery box. Cat's paw opened the box and took out a quill woven from chicken feathers and a box of black dog blood. The purple curse demon cat held a brush, using black dog blood as ink, gently dipping it in, and then spinning it around to make a sketching and depiction on Xiao Xingyu's face. In just 3 seconds, Xiao Xingyu's handsome face was painted to look like a ghost. The purple spell demon cat does as it should, and the rest of Star Punishment Squad gets the same ghost face. All the headless ghost umbrella spirits suddenly stopped in their tracks, simply because the yang energy in the alleyway disappeared. At this moment, the bodies of the 4 members of the Star Punishment Squad were radiating pure ghost aura. Ghost face depiction, one of the battle techniques of the purple spell demon cat, is able to mask the yang aura on friendly troops and emit a ghostly aura to fool the perception of ghostly magical beasts. Murong Yangshua praised, "Azi, you are worthy of being a purple-robed heavenly master, you have more skills than you can handle." This was the biggest advantage of the purple spell demon cat, and all of her battle techniques could be maximized in the face of ghost-type magical beasts. This was the city lord's mansion where Duan Tingshan resided, and now the walls of the courtyard were crawling with dried-up vine ghost arms, emitting a ghostly aura that covered the sky. The purple spell demon cat showed horror on its face, and in its vision, within the city lord's mansion, there was only a faint wisp of yang qi left. This wisp of yang qi was continuously tortured and eaten away by the 2 Beast King body ghost system magical beasts. The purple spell demon cat was puzzled.
It seems the worst has happened.
Xiao Xingyu revealed a helpless and heartbroken look. He had already guessed what was going on. Find a chance to break away from the 100 Ghosts Nightwalkers group. City Lord Duan needs our support. Yi Shimeng asked in a small voice, "Brother, if we rashly break away from the team, what if we attract the attention of the headless ghost umbrella spirit?"
We have the purple-robed heavenly master, no need to worry.
Murong Yangshua comprehended Xiao Xingyu's meaning and said in a deep voice, "Azi, use that move."
Yes, Royal Master.
The procession of 100 ghosts marching at night continued to march ahead without any abnormality. But in this team, there are 5 more vivid images of paper people. The paper people looked exactly like the Star Punishment Squad as well as the Purple Spell Demon Cat. Paper Man Substitute, one of the battle techniques of the Purple Spell Demon Cat. The Purple Spell Demon Cat can weave paper doubles that are identical to the image of friendly troops for a short period of time through the art of papier-mâché. The Paper Man stand-in was responsible for following the procession of 100 ghosts on a night march, continuing to tour the city and roam around so that the headless ghost umbrella spirits responsible for surveillance around the area could not notice anything unusual. And the Star Punishment Squad's main body has quietly left the team and sneaked into the City Lord's mansion. Half an hour ago. The courtyard of the City Lord's residence. The wails of the ghosts were unceasing and the domineering lion's roar shook heaven and earth. Duan Tingshin, alone, rode the battle-armored Inferno Lion King all the way to the entrance of the City Lord's hall in a massacre. When he landed in a single leap from the lion's back, his behind was filled with the ghostly flames of the dead souls left behind by the ghost-type magical beasts, coloring the night into an eerie dark green.
Olingia.
Duan Tingshin's heart raced and he rushed into the hall with great strides. A beautiful-looking woman, covered in blood, lay on a ghostly bed. This woman was Duan Tingshin's wife, Yu Fuling. Once she was a royal beast doctor at Navy headquarters, and 5 years ago she fell in love with Duan Tingshin and married him. Seeing his wife bleeding profusely, Duan Tingshin rushed over, but was shaken back 10 meters by a powerful burst of ghost fury. Ahem. It was difficult for a mortal body to withstand the power of the Ghostbusters. Duan Tingshin propped up the ground with one hand and spewed out a mouthful of bruised blood as he coughed violently. The battle-armored Inferno Lion King let out an angry roar, guarding Duan Tingshin's side in a domineering standing position and dispelling the ghostly aura around him. Behind the screen, a Bonanza mask floated out. Each Prajna mask is equivalent to the subbody of the 1,000 faces of Prajna. The mask floated halfway down the hall with an eerie smile. 1,000 faces Prajna's voice thus entered Duan Tingshin's ears. As City Lord Duan, it was so hard to escape, and you still dare to come back alone. It seems you really love your wife deeply. Duan Tingshin was burning with rage, straightening his back, his gaze once again returned to the bed, looking at his wife whose breath was dying. The Prajna mask hovered and flew in the air, surrounding Duan Tingshin and continuously emitting odd laughter. Isn't it curious where your children are? Duan Tingshin's pupils tightened. At this distance he could clearly see that Yu Fuling on the bed, her originally high and bulging belly, like a deflated ball of leather, became flat. Oh, what the hell did you do to my wife, anyway? Duan Tingshin's spiritual power pool instantly erupted, and the battle-armored Inferno Lion King beside him opened his mouth and spewed out a golden-red fireball. The Prajna mask released a stream of black mist that instantly engulfed the fireball. If it was Duan Tingshin, who was at the peak of the 8 stars, fighting 1,000 faces bonjour head-on, the chances of winning would at least be more than 80%. But nowadays, Duan Tingshin, who had previously suffered a sneak attack from 1,000 Faces Bonanza, not only had the depth of his spiritual power pool halved, even his royal beast's rank had fallen from Beast Emperor body to Beast King body. The current Duan Tingshin was not a match for 1,000 Faces Prajna at all. But he never chickened out, simply because he was a husband and he had to guard his wife. Since you want to see your child so badly, I'll make it happen. Alright, I almost forgot to congratulate City Lord Duan for harvesting a pair of adorable twins. Once again, the Bonanza mask emitted a horrifyingly wry smile and the lights in the hall flickered on and off. Rumble. The ceiling suddenly collapsed and Duan Tingshin's vision was obscured by a puff of dust. When the dust cleared, Duan Tingshin looked ahead, his body convulsing as if he had suffered a 9-day thunderbolt and the originally feverish pool of spiritual energy seemed to have turned into a static ice cave that couldn't lift a single ripple. In the hall, 2 hideous-looking ghost-type magical beasts appeared. One of them appeared to be a gooey pile of flesh and blood, with not an inch of bone supporting its body, and thousands of brown eyeballs growing out of the flesh and blood. Beast King body, 3rd order, demonic beast of the ghost system, Scarlet Thousand Eyes. The other, resembling a nightstick in appearance, possessed countless vine tentacles. Each tentacle was wrapped in sulfuric acid-like corrosive venom. Every time the venom dripped to the ground, it created a cluster of icy blue ghostly flames. Beast King body, 3rd order, ghost-type magical beast, spectral blue thousand hands. The Scarlet Thousand Eyes and the Phantom Blue Thousand Hands belonged to twin magical beasts, one mother and one sibling. Duan Tingshan froze in place, his eyes almost tearing apart, the frequency of his eyeballs shaking violently causing the corners of his eyes to bleed. The Prajna mask let out a crazy sardonic laugh. As City Lord Duan, this pair of dragon and phoenix babies, do you still like them? The power of the ghost fury entered his body, forcibly turning Yu Fu Ling's October-born child into two ghost-type magical beasts. As City Lord Duan, I have a question. As a father, it's a vocation to protect your children. But as an Imperial Beast Master, killing all magical beasts is also a vocation. Which vocation shall you fulfill at this moment? Thousand-faced Prajna, sinister and cunning, it will play with the hearts of men, first destroying the human spirit, then going on to torment the human body. On the bed, the weak Yu Fu Ling shed 2 lines of bloody tears. Her voice was so small that Duan Tingshan couldn't hear her, but he could read the other party's lips. Husband, I'm sorry I didn't protect the kids. Duan Tingshan's pent-up anger completely exploded. Damnable devil, die for me. The battle-armored Inferno Lion King raised its huge beast claws and threw out rolling waves of fire. The Prajna mask ignored Duan Tingshan and lifted a gust of black wind to roll away Yu Fu Ling on the bed. The sound of thousand faces' lewd laughter lingered in the large hall. As City Lord Duan, I'm going to sacrifice your wife next, and you'll definitely stop me. But before you stop me, think about how you're going to face your pair of children whose blood is thicker than water. Duan Tingshan looked disheveled, and with complicated eyes, he looked at the 2 magical beasts in front of him. His bleeding ears were hallucinating. Father, hold me. Daddy, we're your favorite children, surely you won't hurt us. Duan Tingshan was on both knees, his spirit on the verge of collapse. There is no such thing as a sole lord of the city in the City Lord's mansion, just a poor father left. On the other side of the eastern dragon vein on Spirit Snow Mountain. After a cup of coffee, Lin Beixian idly rested with his eyes closed. Suddenly, emergency air raid siren. A dragon imperial beast has invaded the Winter Dragon Vein area. The clouds tore apart and the dragon's roar broke through the air. The shadow demon dragon was like a speeding arrow that cut across the top of the Winter Dragon Vein. Lin Beixian raised her head and the dragon's shadow came into view. A shadow demon dragon, that kid's imperial beast. Currently in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there's only one Imperial Dragon Master. The Shadow Demon Dragon was like Xiao Xingyu's calling card. Anyone who saw the Shadow Demon Dragon was equivalent to seeing Xiao Xingyu. The Shadow Demon Dragon circled around the Winter Dragon Vein twice as Xiao Xingyu had instructed. 2 circles, drawing circles, it seems like that kid means for me to support Forget Worry City. Lin Beixian comprehended Xiao Xingyu's intentions after a little thought. Each of the main cities of the Dragon Kingdom has its own symbol. The city symbol of Forget Worry City is 2 circles set together. The flight path of the Shadow Demon Dragon, linked together, was this sign. Lin Beixian got up. Immobilize Hoi and Interceptor and depart for Forget Worry City. Set the first program, protect Xiao Xingyu. Also, to awaken the Metal Frenzy Dragon, I'm also going to make a trip to Forget Worry City. The snow-covered Winter Dragon Vein suddenly produces an earthquake like avalanche. 2 mechanical imperial beasts that were more than 100 meters tall rose up to the ground and placed themselves in a blizzard, their hollow mechanical eyes lit up with a brilliant essence. Lin Beixian stood atop the head of a metal dragon, holding the dragon's horn with one hand as he led a team of mechanical imperial beast corps to Forget Worry City. Xiangui Technology Mechanical Ascension. The Zero King went on the warpath and not an inch of grass was left. How strong is Xiao Xingyu now? This is an unknown. But if you ask how much faith Xiao Xingyu has? Other than Shangguan Lan, he was the only one who could invite Lin Beixian. In the meantime, the city of forgetfulness was dimly lit and every street in the deadly atmosphere was staged with 100 ghosts walking at night. Duan Tingshan was breathing heavily, his face was like gold paper, his chest, shoulder blades, arms and also his calves showed wounds of different depths. The battle-armored Inferno Lion King guarded in front of Duan Tingshan, letting out an impatient and helpless roar. Because Duan Tingshan was hesitant to activate his spiritual energy, the battle-armored Inferno Lion King was unable to release any battle techniques to meet the enemy. In front of Duan Tingshan was the twin ghost-type magical beasts, the Scarlet Thousand Eyes and the Spectral Blue Thousand Hands. One lay writhing on the ground, thousands of eyes rolling madly and cackling. Another hangs upside down from a load-bearing wall, unleashing thousands of dry tentacles that fling viscous venom and blue ghostly flames that ignite the ground. The city lord's mansion sank in a sea of blue fire. Duan Tingshan's eyes were devoid of any battle intent, his shoulders were sagging, and he didn't even have the strength to stand still. He knew better than anyone that these two monsters in front of him were his children with Yu Fu Ling.
As a father, how can you bear to kill your own child?
The children he had been thinking about were transformed into two ugly and deformed Beast King body magical beasts by that vicious Beast Emperor body magical beast. Seeing that the Scarlet Thousand Eyes and the Phantom Blue Thousand Hands were once again attacking towards him, Duan Tingshan's eyes were wet and red, and he seemed to have given up resisting. At the critical moment, a Buddhist light enveloped Duan Tingshan's body.
This was the Heavenly Soul Vine's battle technique, Buddha's dodging golden body.
Duan Tingshan, whose heart was like death, gained 1 second of invincibility. Scarlet Thousand Eyes and Phantom Blue Thousand Hands' big move attacks fell short.
As City Lord Duan, pull yourself together.
Xiao Xingyu's voice allowed Duan Tingshan to regain a trace of sanity.
Your wife is still saved, are you going to give up now?
Xiao Xingyu's questioning hit Duan Tingshan's soul hard. Even if the child turns into a wraith, the wife is still alive.
As a husband, how can you be so devastated? Lord Xiao, I must save Linger.
Oh well, I promise, I'll grant you that wish. The Imperial Academy of Sciences Black Rain and the Forget Worry City Lord stood side by side, facing the two ghostly Beast King body magical beasts together. Xiao Xingyu stood behind Duan Tingshan and could clearly see that the man's hands kept trembling. What a sad story of a father, driven to the point of having to kill his own child with his own hands. Everything is thanks to the Thousand Faces. The devil who specializes in playing with people's hearts and destroying an entire city will surely meet the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom Royal Beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu operated his spiritual energy, and with a flick of his wrist, a dark light came off his sleeve. The moment the scroll of the Underworld was offered, the ring of the undead burned with the flames of decay. Beneath the wind-wrinkled shirt, the gray exhaustion curse on his left arm began to burn. Xiao Xingyu opened the necrotic tombstone formation at the cost of a drop of his own essence blood and 3 undead lineage magical beast cores. This is one of the few control necromancy spells in the scrolls of Hades. Previously, Xiao Xingyu was not skilled enough in practicing this formation, and there were always accidents of the spell bursting itself. Ever since obtaining guidance from Shangguan Tong, opening these necromantic spell formations was now as simple as drinking water and eating. The earth began to shake, and the aura of death covered the sea of fire, engulfing the entire city lord's mansion. Miso miso miso. The ground tore apart, drilling out one crop of black tombstones after another, as if they possessed strong vitality, like spring shoots after a rainstorm, growing savagely and expanding wildly. Each tombstone was engraved with mysterious spell marks and bizarre totems, and the surface was also burning with greenish undead fire. As the number of tombstones continued to climb, a cage-like steel formation was created around the Scarlet Thousand Eyes and the Phantom Blue Thousand Hands. This made the broken walls of the city lord's mansion look like a burning cemetery, and the searing air was filled with endless sadness and mourning. 2 Beast King body magical beasts were trapped in the center of the necrotic tombstone formation at the same time. Under the ravages of the power of the undead, their bodies gradually decayed, emitting agonizing cries of grief. Seeing this situation, Duan Tingshan's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but bite through the inner wall of his mouth, and blood spilled out along the corner of his trembling lips, outlining a smear of bitter red lines.
Knock knock.
In the middle of the spell formation, the 2 magical beasts struggled violently. They frantically hit the tombstones around them, letting out angry hisses, wanting to escape from this grave cage that symbolizes death.
Cleek, 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 cleek.
A crack gradually surfaced on the tombstone. These were 2 Beast King body magical beasts, and the power that erupted from their dying struggles quickly shook the foundation of the necrotic tombstone formation. The several formation eyes around the spell shook violently and their light dimmed. Murong Yangshua let out a low roar while releasing a large amount of spiritual energy. The purple spell demon cat understood and fluttered its sleeves, which flew out densely packed black talismans. 108 nail ghost talismans, like fluttering butterflies, traveled through the sea of fire, and all of them were pasted on top of the tombstones, blocking those cracks. In the middle of the spell formation, a large number of nails condensed from the black mist surfaced and pierced into the bodies of the 2 magical beasts. This was one of the purple spell demon cat's killer moves, 100 talismans to nail ghosts, which required the consumption of a large amount of physical energy, and would also consume a large amount of the Imperial Master's spiritual energy. Murong Yangshua leaned against the Thunder Vulture warrior's side, his breath was disorganized, and his spiritual energy pool was as dry as a well during a dry period. After the purple spell demon cat finished casting the spell, it was also tired and panting, producing tinnitus and other uncomfortable reactions. Xiao Xingyu stood by Duan Tingshan's side, his hands maintaining a sealing gesture that was difficult for normal people to imitate, and blood gradually flowed outward from the corners of his pale mouth. In order to maintain the necrotic tombstone formation, Xiao Xingyu's consumption was several times greater than Murong Yangshua's. "A city lord Duan, do it." Xiao Xingyu's voice was like a heavy drumstick that heavily bombarded Duan Tingshan's eardrums. Duan Tingshan looks around, surrounded by these gifted young people who are the Dragon Kingdom future pillars of the future, but because of him he is involved in the Ghost City crisis. At this moment, these young men used all their strength to help him control the two Beast King body demonic beasts again. Lord Xiao, you guys back off, be careful of getting splattered by the aftermath." Xiao Xingyu nodded and led the Star Punishment Squad to exit the City Lord's mansion. In the midst of the sea of fire, Duan Tingshan stood outside the necrotic tombstone formation, gazing with a deep gaze at the two children struggling violently in the spell. "Tatsu, Momo, it was father who failed to protect you." These two names were the dragon and phoenix baby names that Duan Tingshan had thought of in advance. He had expected those two names to be shouted at him for the rest of his life, thousands of times. "I didn't realize that the first time I yelled, it would be my last." Duan Tingshan's eyes were filled with hot tears as he lightly urged every ounce of spiritual energy. The battle-armored Inferno Lion King resonated emotionally with the Imperial Lord, and tears as hot as lava fell from his eyes. Feeling the threat of death, the two Beast King body magical beasts once again let out a wail, releasing a terrifying ghostly pressure. Duan Tingshan's eyes were drenched in ghostly aura, and he once again saw hallucinations. In the middle of the cage were a pair of lovely children. Boys look like fathers, girls look like mothers. "Daddy, your expression looks so fierce, I'm scared. Daddy, don't you love us anymore?" Xiao Xingyu, the man with the most restrained illusions in the world. But at the moment he didn't strike. Being a man, he understands men. Perhaps the visions that Duan Tingshan saw at this time were the best solace for him and the best farewell to his two children. The tears were dried by the flames, and the vicissitudes of the face showed extreme warmth in this moment. "Oh kids, Daddy loves you. But next, Daddy's going to send you to a happier place. Yo, don't be afraid, you guys, wait there for Daddy." The Star Punishment Squad fell into a wordless silence, a layer of empathetic sadness laying over each face. For the first time, this lord of a city in front of him used the tone of a father spoiling his child to say a tender farewell to the two inhuman magical beasts. The words of farewell ended there. Duan Tingshan's red and swollen eyes erupted with a slightly hurtful killing intent. "Burning sky, plague of inflaming rain." With a roar that vented all his negative emotions, Duan Tingshan's hair stood on end. The pool of spiritual energy was like an erupting volcano that was out of control. The muddy night sky was suddenly colored with a fiery red coating. Drops of inflamed rain fell from the clouds like brilliant fireworks. The shaky necromantic tombstone formation was covered and shrouded by an inflammatory rain. Deep within the spell, the wails of the two magical beasts drowned in flames. The remnants of their violent struggles swayed along with the fire until they disappeared from everyone's view. In the sea of fire, only two flaming tombstones remained. Duan Tingshan took staggering steps, like a walking corpse, and placed the two long lifelock pendants in his hands, carefully placing them in front of the tombstone. Murong Xinshin clenched her fists, and her petite body couldn't stop trembling in the howling wind. Murong Yangshua lowered his head and rubbed his eyes that had gotten sand in them. Xiao Xingyu held the scroll of the Underworld and stood in an upright and domineering stance, gazing at Duan Tingshan's back through the air. Shang Guantong's voice sounded in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Actually, a real goodbye. Usually there are no long pavilions with ancient paths, no warm afternoon sun, no advice to drink more wine. It's also one of those late gray nights when some people, some things, just stay in the memories. As the former world's #1 necromancer, this woman understands goodbye better than anyone else. A city lord Duan, the battle isn't over yet. Oh well, I'm going to save Linger. A city lord Duan, your wife's birth date, is it convenient to say? Xiao Xingyu's face was shrouded in a layer of lead clouds, his voice grave. Based on the birth date, we can tell that your wife is an innate Ta'in body. This is the best vessel for the 1,000 faces to use for sacrifice. If we can't free her soon, then. Xiao Xingyu didn't finish his sentence, but Duan Tingshan could guess. If the rescue was not done in time, Yu Fu Ling would be just like those two children, mutating into a demonic beast that could be manipulated by 1,000 faces. A kill! Facing the raging tide of beasts, Duantingshan was in full force, his spiritual power erupting as he rode the battle-armored Inferno Lion King towards the holy 10 great churches in a gallop. Roi. The battle-armored Inferno Lion King raised its dignified head and roared to the heavens. Huge inflamed claws swung in the air, tearing apart all the severe ghosts that stopped in front of them. Xiao Xingyu gave orders as the captain of the Star Punishment Squad. Our mission is to cover City Lord Duan to enter the church as fast as possible.
Roger that.
The battle is on, Star Punishment Squad versus 100 Ghosts of the Night. Xiao Xingyu opens the Imperial Beast Heraldry and summons Nether Hades Wolf and Thunder Fury Griffin Beast in succession.
A Dark Foam Deathfire Lotus.
Oh. Nether Hades Wolf flexes its limbs and lets out a staccato whine. The power of the God of Death gathered crazily, and grey flames leaped in the void like a pair of eyes of the God of Death. The buildup is complete. Nether Hades Wolf opens its mouth wide and spews out a giant grey lotus of fire. This was the Deathfire Lotus that burned with the SSS-class beast energy, death-punishing flame, crushing and burning countless low-ranked ghosts wherever it passed. It was no exaggeration to say that the power of the Deathfire Lotus would surely kill any ghost-type demonic beast below the transcendent mortal body rank that touched it. Nay, the number of ghost-type magical beasts was huge, and they went forward and backward, forming a thick and tall wall of ghostly chi. Under the obstruction of the ghostly chi city wall, the Deathfire Lotus stopped advancing, and the firelight flickered as the ghostly chi gnawed at it.
Thunder Weapon Giant's Hand.
Xiao Xingyu shouted angrily, triggering the perfect blood contract. A unicorn tattoo with black lightning patterns grew on the surface of his skin, and his twitching pupils flowed with sharp electric aura. Thunder rumbled above the night sky. The golden-blue currents were like 10,000 horses galloping, pouring down from the clouds. The fully elementalized Thunder Fury Griffin Beast grinned and roared as the lightning around it instantly converged, forming two huge thunder hands. The two thunder hands touched the Deathfire Lotus at the same time, instantly lashing out like the great hand of a god pushing the Demon King's eyeball. With the push of the Thunder Weapon Giant's Hand, the Deathfire Lotus gained unprecedented momentum and steeply smashed through the thick and tall walls of ghostly energy. Rumble. The Fire Lotus exploded and the Thunderer collapsed. The corruption of the death-punishing flame and the fury of the divine sky's pale thunder met in the prayer square in front of the church. Nether Hades Wolf and the Thunder Fury Griffin stood side by side, the handsome and extraordinary teenager stood in the middle of the two imperial beasts, his gaze like a torch and his elegant stance a gentlemanly demeanor reserved for the strong.
A combination technique of fire and thunder? Getting stronger again?
No. It's not that he's gotten stronger, but he's been suppressing his true strength before.
So what level has Xingyu's true strength reached?
Murong Yangshua looked up, he could not see through his good brother more and more. Around the church, there were many low-ranked ghost-type magical beasts, and the Star Punishment Squad couldn't kill all the ghosts with their full strength, but they could open up a well-traveled path to the church's main door for Duantingshan. Duantingshan rode on the back of the battle-armored Inferno Lion King and advanced at full speed, getting closer and closer to the church gate. From time to time, some ghost-type magical beasts rushed out from the surroundings, but they were all blocked in advance by the Star Punishment Squad.
Boys, thanks.
Duantingshan was grateful and glanced back at the Star Punishment Squad that was fighting in blood. The four green and childish faces could not see the slightest fear, only unwavering wariness and fury. They are the future of Dragon Kingdom and will eventually be the backbone that holds up the sky. 3 to Dragon Kingdom Spine. 100 Secrets and an Accident. The battle-armored Inferno Lion King let out a wary roar, his tiger-like paws slipping and drifting, struggling to dodge a sword chi that flickered with purple light. Above the church, a black shadow swooped down and landed in front of Duantingshan. It was a ghostly creature with the appearance of a nightjar, with an upright body that exceeded 10 meters. Its head, arms and torso, sewn together from different animals, are monstrous and bizarre. Although it has no wings, it can remain suspended in midair and has a strong flying ability. Within its sharp claws it held a sharp purple longsword. Around the sword, purple lightning and black ghost fire lingered. Paradoxical species, Beast King body, 3rd order, ghost-type magical beast, possesses SSS-ranked beast energy, ghost-cutting power. It slowly opened its ferocious eyes as sharp as a falcon's, as if to say, "You'll never get past me." Duantingshan's face was gloomy, his spiritual power pool concentration was only half of his peak, and his imperial beast level had experienced a severe drop. It would be too late to save his wife if he wasted psychic energy and time on Yi.
A black gun, shoot! Xiao Xingyu's voice resounded through the night sky.
Bang!
A bullet containing the power of the Hell's Path cuts through the long night, penetrates the sticky ghostly aura, and strikes Yi in the chest. Under the influence of the power of the Inferno Road, Yi's body produces a brief stiffness, and the muscles of his face twitch slightly. This shot comes from the Black Lotus Archer in conjunction with Nether Hades Wolf. A City Lord Duan, feel free to move forward, leave this magical beast to me and 6 Jin. The Lord Xiao Xingyu girl, please. Duan Tingshan didn't have time to say some pretentious words of thanks as he rode the fully accelerated battle-armored Inferno Lion King and rushed towards the church door that was close at hand. The night sky was filled with thunderclouds, and the power of the ghost cut erupted with it. Yi just stomped his massive paw, instantly dispersing the power of the Hell Road from his body. The ground cracked, and the power of ghost cut spread like a wandering viper until it reached Xiao Xingyu's feet. The Heavenly Soul Vine released the Buddha Light Shield, but it could only counteract a portion of the power of the ghost cut. With an explosion, the murderous airflow fluctuations bounced Xiao Xingyu off the ground.
Xingyu, is everything okay?
Murong Xinshin assisted Xiao Xingyu, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of worry. On Xiao Xingyu's face, purple-black dragon scales appeared, and his chest rose and fell violently up and down, maintaining the rhythm of the dragon's breath. The Buddha Light Shield plus Dragon's Breath raw dragon scale couldn't completely neutralize Yi's casual strike. 6 Jin, this time the opponent is strong.
But I seem to be getting more and more excited.
Yi's feared to be more than 3 times as strong as the Morning Soul Demon King. This was a peak Beast King body, 3rd order, magical beast, and Xiao Xingyu did not hesitate to offer up the scroll of the Underworld.
Xiao Xingyu combination, facing a tough battle.
Yi raises his purple longsword with one hand, the blade entwined with astonishingly horrifying ghost entanglement spells, like a dark cloud of flame. Xiao Xingyu's Eye of the Demon God could clearly perceive it. Yi's ghost stalking technique is several times more powerful than the King of the Morning Elves. This was a peak Beast King body magical beast, unadulterated, and it didn't swing its sword in a hurry, but rather paused slightly the moment the sword was raised above its head. The intent of what Yi was trying to convey was clear, it was giving the 2 weak humans in front of it a chance to live. As a Beast King body magical beast, it didn't care to decapitate human royal beast masters that were too weak, that would only damage its face. In its perception, people like Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin were not even qualified to die in its hands. At this moment, Yi with his giant-like height, used his cold gaze to condescendingly scrutinize Xiao Xingyu as if to say, "The sword of Anakiri does not cut down the nameless." As long as Xiao Xingyu got out of the way and escaped, it didn't bother to do anything. Its mission was to stop a high-ranking Imperial Beast Master of Duan Tingshan's level, not to go through the motions with 2 little kids. In the bloody rainy night, Xiao Xingyu stood in place, his feet were like rooted in the ground, his sluggish stance motionless. Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a wave of anger gradually rising on his face. Xiao Xingyu's failure to back down was a provocation to it. A 6 Jin, ready? This was the first time that the Xiao Xingyu combination had jointly faced a Beast King body, 3rd order, level magical beast, and it was destined to be a heated and exciting battle. Yi loses his patience, his arm shakes, and he swings out the sword of Anakiri. The gale was like a huge wave in the center of a storm, sweeping a purple ghost-cutting sword chi that tore up the earth and extended towards Xiao Xing's combination. The SSS-ranked beast energy, ghost cut power, can first be attached to double the attack power of chopping strike. Secondly, Yi inflicts 100% split on the target with every release of chop. The purple sword energy shattered the night sky, and the church square split in 2. The chaotic battlefield was ruthlessly divided by this sword. The crack in the center of the earth is like a natural rift valley gully. At the same time, Xiao Xingyu's hands had already completed the complex knotting posture. A Stygian ghost gate formation, open. The ring of the undead burned with rage as it trembled, and the scrolls of the underworld hung in the air and shook as the pages flipped. An undead power that shook heaven and earth converged from all around, coalescing a huge ghost gate. Forget Worry City was covered by a black haze, the murky air seemed as if it could wring out droplets of water, causing all ghosts to feel fatally suffocated. This is the Stygian Ghost Gate formation, which can forcibly raise the level of undead beasts by 1 big level. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin released their spiritual energy at the same time, working in tandem. In an instant, one of the ghost doors, a giant bat rushed out. With a sharp and harsh bat sound wave tearing through the night sky, dense swarms of small bats swarmed towards Yi's body and crashed wildly. Boom, boom, boom.
Each little bat, a time bomb carrying the fire of the undead, would instantly explode once it touched the enemy's skin. After an explosion, Yi emerges from the smoke. The skin on its chest was a charred black color, and the fires of the undead continued to burn in the charred marks. A minor injury of this level is irrelevant to Yi. Still, it wore a surprised expression, incomprehensible at the sight before it. At the moment, there was a giant bat hovering in midair, bathed in undead fire and imposing. This is the transcendent body, third order, imperial beast heavenly plague blood demon bat. When a full-bodied, third order, calamity bone blood bat beast passes through the Stygian ghost gate formation, it gains a brief promotion to evolve with the power of the spell. Xiao Xingyu had also activated this spell formation when he was on a school break trip, and Murong Xinshin was also familiar with it. Now, Xiao Xingyu had also become an undead Imperial Beast Master. Stygian Ghost Gate formation, which also works on his Imperial Beast Nether Hades Wolf. Another ghost door stupid. An imposing wolf whistle rang out from the Ghost Gate. In the next instant, a domineering and majestic undead giant wolf raised its sharp claws and tore apart the doorframe of the Ghost Gate, stepping out with the steps of a king. The moment the giant wolf made its entrance, grey lightning arose in the air. Above the night sky, dark clouds rolled over, which seemed to harbor archers, shooting a viper-like thunder arrow towards the earth. The giant wolf's paws stepping on the ground. The huge and robust wolf body is armed with a layer of sophisticated white bone armor, and its limbs are entwined with ethereal chains. On top of its head, a magnificent crown was shaped by the death punishment flame. Divine Hell Yama, Beast King Body, First Level, Imperial Beast. This is what Nether Hades Wolf looks like when it goes through the Stygian Ghost Gate formation and forcefully evolves. Its body doubled in size, exuding an even more terrifying aura, while activating the SSS-class Beast Energy, Deadly Decaying Aura. The Eye of the Demon God locked you the position, Xiao Xingyu's cold face, in the rainy night to show crazy killing intent. The Divine Hell Yama walked up to Xiao Xingyu and roared up to the sky, his hair dancing with the wind and releasing ripple-shaped gray aerosols. Any ghost-type magical beasts that were stained by the gray aerosol all let out miserable cries of grief. Their bodies suddenly began to fester, especially some female ghosts with pretty faces, which instantly paled and transformed into old women with withered shapes. As Ye's body was flooded by this gray aura, it also suffered from localized ulceration of its skin, and its face took on more wrinkles of age. SSS rank Beast Energy, Deadly Decaying Breath, it can inflict a time-looting effect on enemies. Any magical beast, there is a limit to its lifespan, even ghosts are no exception. Once a magical beast comes into contact with the Deadly Decaying Breath, its own time flow will continue to accelerate without an upper limit until its lifespan is exhausted and it dies. Only by getting out of the death-decaying breath as soon as possible could one's self regain the normal flow of time. Mizo. Ye swings the sword of Onigiri, dispersing the nearby deadly decay by virtue of its aura. At the same time, his entire body turned on the ghost entanglement technique, completely isolating his skin from the outside air. At this time, it could no longer see contempt and disdain on its face. It finally realized that this teenager in front of it was not easy to deal with. Xiao Xingyu mobilized his spiritual energy, and the divine prison Yama snapped out like a speeding bolt of lightning. It waved its wolf claws that burned with the flames of the death god's punishment, slashing left and right, and wherever the claw strikes passed, no ghosts survived. Ho 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 ho. Xiao Xingyu's breathing was heavy and rapid, his forehead covered in sweat. Continuously opening different undead formations, in addition to harnessing the Beast King body for Imperial Beast battles, caused his spiritual power pool to bear a huge load. Xingyu, Dark Fenges forcibly evolving the Beast King body right now, do you have enough spiritual power? Eat it. Murong Xinshin was worried about Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy reserves and immediately took out a spirit-fixing pill from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Xingyu's mouth. This solid spirit pill was a tonic that Xiao Xingyu had given to Murong Xinshin before the battle. However, Murong Xinshin thought that Xiao Xingyu, at this moment, needed to replenish his spiritual energy even more than he did. Xiao Xingyu gasped for breath and smiled evilly, "Don't worry about me, I have enough spiritual energy." The moment the words landed, Xiao Xingyu's entire aura produced a huge change. Around him, mysterious vortexes of air currents were generated, and the moment the spiritual power erupted, it caused Murong Xinshin beside him to lose her color. Xingyu, your spiritual power value. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's body was sitting on two pools of spiritual energy. Dragon's Breath Open Double Spirit. There was a world of difference between the construction of a human body and that of a dragon body. When a dragon master practiced dragon breath, it was equivalent to temporarily abandoning the regular way of breathing from childhood to adulthood to emulate the breathing of a dragon. By using the dragon's breath regularly, a whole new breath circulation circuit would gradually arise within the body of the dragon master. With the help of the second breath circulation circuit, only further cultivation was needed to open the second pool of spiritual energy and reserve. Dragon's breath open double spirit is extremely difficult to practice. However, Xiao Xingyu was a genius youth who practiced dragon's breath under Shangguan Lan's words and teachings. Genius youngsters, after being guided by a peak tutor, it could only be said that the progress of cultivation was so excessive that it could only be said that it was unexpected and reasonable. Double spiritual power, granting Xiao Xingyu an extremely strong ability to sustain combat. Even if Dark Feng has now briefly evolved into a Beast King body Imperial Beast, Xiao Xingyu is able to navigate it flexibly. This teenager's strength was much more than a 4-star Imperial Beastmaster. The Eye of the Demon God locks onto Ye's body, and the data analysis is synchronized to Xiao Xingyu's mind. As 6 gene, Ye's weakness lies in the back of the neck and knees.
Understood. You assist, I'll do the main attack, go.
When he took a break from traveling, Xiao Xingyu played for Murong Xinshin once as an assistant. This time, the enemy is stronger than ever. Murong Xinshin was clear about his position, focusing on accompanying Xiao Xingyu at this moment, fully committing himself to his supporting role. Whoosh! The heavenly plague blood demon bat rushed up high into the sky and swooped downward after reaching its maximum speed. He had anger in his eyes, and holding the sword of Onakiri, he slashed his sword toward the sky. The purple sword chi that contained the power of Ghost Cut broke through the decaying fog and pushed straight towards the heavenly plague blood demon bat. In the midst of the storm, Murong Xinshin's white hair flew, and his spiritual energy was like a boiling lake steaming hot bubbles. A deconstruct. In an instant, the heavenly plague blood demon bat in the sky, which maintained a swooping stance, rapidly dismembered and split in half with its huge body using its spine as a line. The ghost-cutting sword chi, instead of hitting the heavenly plague blood demon bat, sliced through the center slit space after it split, splitting a dark cloud with rumbling thunder. Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. This ability of the heavenly plague blood demon bat was beyond its expectations. Dismemberment deconstruction is an ability unique to the divine plague blood demon bat. When a cataclysmic blood devil bat encounters an enemy attack, it can automatically dismember itself in advance, splitting any part of its body as a means of evading the enemy's attack. This skill not only tested the reaction ability of the heavenly plague blood demon bat, but also the sense of anticipation of the Imperial Beastmaster. As it turns out, Murong Xinshin had predicted Yi's direction of the release of the sword chi chopping strike in advance. From there, the command was given first, causing the heavenly plague blood demon bat to split the corresponding body part, causing the sword chop to fall short. Mesotilde. Ye released chop strike again, and 2 purple sword chi, one vertical and the other horizontal, flew towards the sky at an extremely tricky angle.
Deconstruct left flank.
Deconstruct neck. Murong Xinshin blurted out, and the heavenly tribulation blood demon bat synchronized to fulfill its master's command without the slightest delay. Above St. X Church. The left wing of the heavenly tribulation blood demon bat was instantly detached from its body. Its neck split suddenly, its head and torso dissociated. 2 swift sword chi slashes happened to cut through the gap between the splitting limbs. Yi attacks, once again, fall short. Murong Xinshin still predicted the direction and angle of the chop. She didn't have the Eye of the Demon God, it was all based on the awakening of her consciousness in battle. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu revealed a pleased smile. In the first semester of the Azure Dragon Academy, Shan Sha wasn't the only one who grew up fast and demonic. Murong Xinshin has been catching up with Xiao Xingyu and never stops. She didn't have big dreams, she just wanted to work hard to become the most qualified woman to stand beside Xiao Xingyu. In fact, she didn't have to try hard to be the most qualified that woman. After all, Xiao Xingyu had a bottomless favoritism towards her. With dismemberment deconstruction, the Scourge blood demon bat dodged consecutive chopping blows, and by now was closing in on the back of Ye's neck. Based on the analysis of the Eye of the Demon God, Xiao Xingyu determined that Ye's weaknesses were in the back of his neck and knees. Ye sensing danger, he turned and swung his sword. The heavenly plague blood demon bat once again utilized its dismemberment and splitting ability to avoid this close-range battle technique in the most extreme way possible. The operation of the mulligans has been pulled full circle. All of a sudden, Ye felt a chill envelop his body. The heavenly plague blood demon bat was just a feint, the real main attacker was the wolf king that seemed like the god of death had descended. Allude of time death god Bajan / At some point, God's prison Yama appeared behind Yi. The lanky and gigantic wolf's body, his fur danced wildly, and grey flames ran wildly upwards, coalescing a death god's shadow with a scythe in his hand. The wolf's claws swung, sharp as swords at his fingertips, releasing both the death-punishing flame and the death-corrupting aura at the same time. As the wolf's claws shredded Yi's knee, the grey flames that coursed through the air came together to weave a fiery clockwork pattern. The hands of the clock swayed in the wind, accelerating in reverse. Each counterclockwise turn of the pointer means that the time, lifespan, of Yi is being plundered. The bloodline of the god of death, transcending life and death, ruling over life and death, corresponded to the power of the laws of time. The promotion of the Beast King body is only the beginning of Dark Feng's initial control over the power of the laws of time. Time is honored and space is king. This was an unchanging truth in the beast energy world for ages. Time-based beast energy, based on intensity alone, can overpower everything without manipulation. With a loud thud, the giant-like erect and lofty Yi boomed to both knees. Its knees were torn apart by the wolf claws of the divine prison Yama, its flesh and blood were minced, and its bone stubble tumbled. The double-pronged attack of death-punishing flame and death-corrupting breath, the power of the dual SSS-ranked beast energy, was like two invisible beasts frantically tearing at Yi's wounds. Under the constant scorching of death's punishing flame, Yi's will to fight continues to weaken and his attack power is reduced by 50%. The pervasive aura of deathly decay drills holes deep into the wound, rapidly invading the blood and bones. Yearlying on the tip of his sword, he straightened his upper body with force, barely maintaining a still elegant kneeling position. But its figure already looked shaky, threatening to fall head over heels at any moment. Infected by the corrosive aura of the god of death, the time of this concrete body continued to pass. Almost in an instant. It became covered in gray hair, its once high muscles dried up as if dehydrated, its wrinkled skin crawled with corpse spots left by the years that had flown by, and even its stance took on the stoop that only a dying old man can have. It was at this moment Yi that he truly realized that the wolf king in front of him, who was of a lower level than it, was a god of death who was in control of the power of the law of time. Xiao Xingyu didn't have the slightest stagnation, and the operation of his spiritual energy was even more indulgent and silky than Dove chocolate. The divine Hell Yama's every move was completely synchronized with the will of the Imperial Lord as it leapt high into the air, the flaming crown on top of its head blossoming with brilliant colors in the bloody night. The wolf's mouth opened and spewed out a swirling gray ball of inflammation in the shape of a vortex. Ash Inferno Bomb, one of the killer weapons of the divine Hell Yama. Zip, zip, zip. The surface of the huge inflammatory ball nourished a crimson lightning glow. This was a special power that could only be awakened by a Beast King body Imperial Beast King's Overlord aura. The principle of the King's Overlord Chi was similar to the ghost entanglement technique of the Beast King body ghost system magical beasts. When the King's bastard aura covers the royal beast's battle skills, it not only enhances the power of the battle skills, but also triggers a two-phase damage with an additional splash effect. Like a flaming meteorite at Xiao Xingyu's disposal, the ash inflammatory explosion bomb broke through the wind resistance while whistling across the top of the battlefield towards Ye, splitting his head and smashing his face. An extremely terrifying purple sword chi instantly erupted. Xiao Xingyu's face sank, only to see the purple sword chi easily slicing through the huge ball of inflammation and running through the air. The power of this sword caused the Scarlet Knight to tremble. Murong Xinshin propped herself up on the ground with one hand, the excessive consumption of her spiritual energy causing her to gasp for air. This magical beast, it's suddenly gotten stronger again? The sea of fire went out and the dust cleared. In the crumbling pit of the ground, he held the sword of ghost cut in his hand, and with every step he took, a concave chafe developed beneath his feet. Murong Xinshin raised her eyes to look, her heart chilled, and her slightly trembling petite body stiffened as if she had fallen into an ice cave. At this point Ai's face was covered in an ugly, hideous bonanza mask. An anxious shout came from Murong Yangshua, Xingyu, the situation is not good, all the ghost-type demonic beasts are wearing the Prajna mask. In the open plaza outside the Holy 10 churches, thousands of low-ranked magical beasts, all wearing bonanza masks with different expressions. Xiao Xingyu looked around as the eye of the demon god collected a large amount of data. Any ghost-type magical beasts wearing the Prajna mask had their attack and defense values all doubled. At this moment, the Beast King body Yi that Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin are facing is also gaining even more power under the enchantment of the Prajna mask. In Ye's eyes endless anger burned, and the pupils reflected Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinqin's figures respectively. Killing intent boiled over as the tip of the sword slashed across the ground. The sound of metal scraping against the earth was as numbing as the wail of a stern ghost.
A 6 gene duck!
Xiao Xingyu shouted in time. Murong Xinqin rolled over and jumped onto the backbone of the heavenly plague blood demon bat. Xiao Xingyu stomped on the ground with his legs and jumped onto the divine Hell Yama's head. The two imperial beasts understood what their respective masters meant and moved away from Yi's surroundings as fast as they could. Yi raises the sword of Onigiri with both hands, the face distorted beneath the mask. The terrifying power of Ghost Cut was madly injected into the blade, and his arms erupted with brute force as he swung rapidly towards the air.
Mizo!
A purple sword chi shattered the ground, light and shadows flew, and sword intent surged. The strange thing was that instead of disappearing after each sword chi arrived at the farthest attack distance, it was fixed in midair, like a wall of sword chi remaining in the air. Ye's mental state was bordering on insanity, and all it wanted to do right now was kill the two human sentinels in sight. As the frequency of sword swings increased, more and more sword chi walls surfaced in the sky above Forgetworry City. Xiao Xingyu rode the divine prison Yama, and not only did he have to dodge the oncoming sword chi, but he also had to avoid the sword chi fences that were fixed in midair.
A 6 gene, be careful, don't run into those fixed sword auras.
Understood.
The sword chi enclosures that were fixed in midair appeared to be harmless, but in reality, they were like hunters who acted in a static manner. Once an object accidentally touched them, it would be chipped into flesh by the high-speed rotating sword light. The reason why the sword chi enclosure appeared to be stationary was simply because the speed of rotation was too fast, exceeding the resolution of the human naked eye. Yi kept swinging their swords and Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinqin could only be forced to dodge. As more and more sword chi walls surrounded them, the two of them were like being trapped in a huge maze of sword chi, their movements were restricted, and every time they dodged, it would be even more difficult and lousy than the last time. On the other side, Murong Yangshua and Yi Shimeng were also cornered. After all, these low-ranked ghost system magical beasts that wore masks were all strengthened, just like the undead. The eye of the demon god opened God's perspective, and Xiao Xingyu looked at the whole situation. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Xiao Xingyu was also anxious in his heart, and Forgetworry City desperately needed Lin Beishuan's support. The state of affairs is so urgent that we can't pin all our hopes on the reinforcements. Xiao Xingyu made up his mind and took a deep breath.
Master, I'm going to open the Naiha Forgetting Life formation.
Shangguantong's surprised voice entered Xiao Xingyu's sea of consciousness. At that level of necromancy, I'm afraid it won't work with your current body's ability to withstand it. I can utilize the dragon's breath to strengthen my body. Even if this problem is solved, how are you going to start the formation without enough water nearby?
Master, don't forget, I have a third eye.
You boy. Xiao Xingyu's mind was made up, and the gusty wind blew the pendant on his chest. It wasn't an expensive luxury item, but a simple pendant made of a red cord, woven through the center core of a mechanical prosthetic eye. This mechanical prosthetic eye is the only relic left behind after Wanya's death. Xiao Xingyu always carried it on his body, just to remind himself all the time.
This time, I must keep the city lord.
Keeping Duan Tingshan is Xiao Xingyu's obsession and redemption for his last regret. Compared to the Battle of Hope Rain City, this teenager had already completed an amazing metamorphosis. The sin-filled air became unusually moist. A golden sea current converged and lifted Xiao Xingyu into midair. A head of long golden hair, flying in the wind, elegant and reserved. The spell mark pattern of the Sea Spirit clan surfaced on the knife-like handsome face. The holy forehead cracked open a slit and the eye of the tides leapt open. Xiao Xingyu modified his breathing rhythm and opened the dragon's breath once again. Purple-black dragon scales, overlapping and intertwining with the spell seals of the Sea Spirit clan, climbed over the side of his stunningly handsome face. A pair of strangely shaped dragon horns sprouted outward from the sides of his forehead. Xiao Xingyu made a seal with both hands and recited an incantation, and the power of the undead shook heaven and earth. This teenager bit his lip and used blood as a guide to ignite the 7th chapter of the Scroll of the Underworld.
And I have forgotten life formation open.
Xiao Xingyu's roar resounded through the land, and a spell formation that scattered dark green light enveloped Forgetworry City.
All to my side.
Hearing Xiao Xingyu's call, the Star Punishment Squad quickly assembled. The earth trembled, and a ghostly bridge condensed from the power of the undead rose. The bridge is engraved with the words Anaiha Bridged. The 4 members of the Star Punishment Squad stood in the center of the bridge and looked down towards it. The spell took effect, and the green river, glowing with an ethereal light, instantly overwhelmed and flooded the church square of the 100 ghosts of the night. These ghost system magical beasts were caught in the river water and couldn't pull themselves out, revealing terrified expressions. An old woman's image of a god statue silhouette floated above the Naiha bridge. It is the Een envoy in charge of wiping out the memories of living souls in the hell, Mengpa. The Mona Void waved her water ladle with a wry smile and splashed boiling hot green soup towards the heads of all the ghost system magical beasts. For a moment, all ghost-type magical beasts were unable to unleash any battle techniques, including the Beast King body-ranked Yi. Yi Siming was bold enough to notice the difference. Brother, these magical beasts, they suddenly can't release their battle techniques. This necromancy formation you opened, does it have a silence effect? Normally, the ability that prevents a magical beast from releasing a battle technique is a silence. But Xiao Xingyu shook his head. It's not silence, it's oblivion. This was the terror of the Naiha Forgetting Life formation. Any magical beasts trapped in the Naiha Forgetfulness formation would enter the forgetfulness state as long as their level had not reached the Beast Emperor body level. If I had to explain it in detail, then oblivion means forgetting battle skills. At this moment, all of the ghost system magical beasts on the battlefield had all forgotten their respective battle techniques. It's like a character in a game who suddenly empties his skill bar and forgets all the skills he previously learned. It was important to know that the output damage of ghost-type magical beasts was extremely dependent on battle techniques. The normal attacks they unleashed were pitifully low in lethality. Yi, who now forgets all of his battle skills, his hand gripping the sword trembles violently, and the face beneath the mask finally reveals a color of horror. It was puzzled by the fact that those battle techniques it was best at were suddenly as if they had evaporated, and it couldn't remember a single move. It even felt that the sword of ghost cutting in its hand was so unfamiliar. It gradually began to wonder if it could actually use a sword. The corners of Xiao Xingyu's lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc as he looked towards Yi, who was trapped in the spell formation. Is it true that no matter how much you recall, you can't remember how to use the sword? Xiao Xingyu's soulful questioning makes Yi distraught. Beast King body-level magical beasts would develop a strong desire to escape when they encountered the threat of death. A dark foam up. Xiao Xingyu's feet stepped on the golden water current, leapt in the air, and landed steadily on the back of the divine prison Yama. The divine hell Yama let out a roar that shattered the air, riding the waves of the river and waving his massive inflamed claws towards Yi's chest and tearing into it. Phew! Yi had to perform the ability to fly, break away from the river, and fly high into the air. It was unable to use any battle techniques, and could only utilize its flying ability to evade the divine hell Yama's fierce attacks. Xiao Xingyu stood on the wolf's head and raised his eyes to the night sky. Bullying my family dark phone can't fly, can it? A 6 gene, help me! Murong Shinshin whistled, and the heavenly tribulation blood demon bat flew to the side of the divine hell Yama. 100 ghosts casket lifting formation open. With a clap of his hands, Xiao Xingyu opened another brand new necromancy formation within the Naiha Forgetting Life formation. The power of the undead was hidden in a gale that converged into a plague, transforming into an undead coffin as huge as a mountain. The divine hell Yama and the heavenly calamity blood demon bat moved towards each other and rushed into the undead coffin at the same time, and a pair of large invisible hands instantly covered the thick coffin boards. Rumble. The coffin of the undead smashed heavily into the tide of ghosts, setting off a wave of wailing as the ghostly aura collapsed like smoke. The ghost-type magical beasts that were crushed by the coffin, in order to survive, lifted up with all their might and gradually lifted up this undead coffin. The 100 ghosts carrying coffins formation is in effect. Boom! The violently shaking coffin lid was overturned by a terrifying force. A mighty and domineering wolf roar shattered the blood-red night, and a white-boned giant wolf broke through the coffin and appeared in the center of the church square. The white-boned giant wolf had a flaming crown on its head, which was shaped like a bat with unfurled feathers. A pair of bat-bone wings burning with the punishing flames of death sprouted from its smooth back. Around the wolf's body, there were countless blood demon little bats suspended. Their presence seemed to be to grow this wolf king's voice. Murong Yangshua was completely stunned. This is 2 imperial beasts merged? Yi Shiming raised her small face, her eyes flickering. A dark phone can fly. The effect of the 100 ghosts carrying coffins formation was to prompt 2 or more undead imperial beasts to enter a short-lived merged form. At the moment, this Wolf King with the ability to fly was the amalgamation of the divine Hell Yama and the heavenly tribulation blood demon bat, the blood god winged Wolf King. This little fellow, in such a short period of time, has digested all the valuable wealth I wrote in my youth? TSK, this talent, it's hard to describe in words. The Scroll of the Underworld, which contained infinite mysteries and wonders, was one of Shangguan Tong's masterpieces in his youth. Now that Xiao Xingyu was the owner of the Scroll of the Underworld, his demonic talent allowed him to play with the palms of his hands and manage it with ease. Yi with his unimpressive flying ability, the stumps are like shuttles, speeding between the flooding clouds. In its trembling hand, it held the sword of Anakiri, which emitted a purple, black mist. This originally powerful Ghost King grade, ghost weapon was now reduced to broken copper in its hands. Yi who has forgotten all of his battle techniques has no change in defense value, no change in physical strength, but only 10% attack power. Ouch. The wolf's whistle breaks through 1,000 mountains, and the thunder awakens heaven and earth. Upon hearing the wolf whistling, Yi subconsciously looked back as the blood in his body seemed to freeze. At this moment, the blood god-winged Wolf King flapped his batbone wings, piercing through the curtain of thunder and rain, like the god of death wielding a scythe, launching an unrelenting pursuit of Yi. Yi has horror in his eyes, and he can't figure out how a wolf can grow the bony wings of a bat. To see a wolf actually fly? This was far beyond its cognizance, causing a soul-shattering visual impact on it. Under the effect of the 100 ghosts carrying coffins formation, the divine prison Yama and the heavenly plague blood demon bat merged, and the rank 2 took the greater, which was the beast king body, first order. However, the combat power after merging doubled a whole 3 times, profoundly interpreting the anti-mathematical formula of 1 + 1 greater than 2. If the blood god-winged Wolf King unleashed a death fire Lotus, it was equivalent to carrying a triple strike effect. On the ground, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin were close and perfectly coordinated, simultaneously urging their spiritual energy to manipulate the flight path of the blood god-winged Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, Yi and the blood god-winged Wolf King rushed one after the other into a swirling mass of thunderstorms. Oh! The deafening thunder was eaten alive by a dominating wolf whistle. In the next instant, 2 groups of figures rushed out from the other end of the thunderstorm vortex. Above the night sky, blood rained down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Silver-colored lightning pierced the firmament, blossoming with blinding electricity and illuminating the muddy and gloomy Forget-Worry city. The blood god-winged Wolf King's wolf claws, sharp as knives, ran through Ye's left and right shoulder blades. The severe pain spread throughout his body. Yi let out a miserable roar, but was unable to break free from the confinement of the spectral chains. The blood god-winged Wolf King opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and tore madly towards Ye's body. Within 10 seconds, Yi was already bruised and battered, his burly body a bloody mess from the wolf's teeth. It tried to counterattack, but it couldn't even hold the sword of Ghost Cut in its hand. Any battle technique, it was forgotten in dusty memories, even in the face of the excitement of death, could not awaken the memory of what had been. With a boom, Yi like a meteorite falling, it smashed into the roof of St. X's church. It tried to move, but found itself in the chest, right through the cross on the roof. The mangled body was as immobile as if it had been embedded in the roof with nails. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin looked at each other, and both of them simultaneously urged a large amount of spiritual energy. The blood god-winged Wolf King spread his wings and flew from the sky, his wings burning, gathering the power of the air-swallowing god of death, and sending out cross-cutting strikes towards Yi. Twin Beast Combination Technique. Obituaries of the Dead, Necrotic Wing Chopper. Amidst the muddy rain, a brilliant thunderstorm of electricity illuminates the shadow of death. 2 waves of gray fire over 100 meters in length were like the upturned lips of the Grim Reaper. They carry out the evils of the night in a crosswise manner, carrying 10,000 fathoms of sharpness, and chopping at Yi's body without mercy. Rumble. The explosion was thunderous and the roof of St. X's church was destroyed. The sea of fire in the storm was like the obituaries of death posted on the gates of the city. Killing one warns and shocks all the ghosts. Yi's body annihilated with it, leaving not even a magical beast crystal core behind. The blood god-winged Wolf King landed smoothly on the ground, and the 100 ghosts lifting coffin formation was lifted. The natural disaster blood demon bat flew back to Murong Xinshin's side. The divine Hell Yama took the steps of a king, holding the sword of Ghost Cut in his mouth, and returned to Xiao Xingyu's side. A dark foam, well done. With a relieved look, Xiao Xingyu opened his spatial ring and put the sword of Ghost Cut into the ring space. The holy maiden Yu Angel's Genyo sword has broken and needs a new sword-type magic guide. For Xiao Xingyu, the Sword of Ghost Cut was the base material used to develop SSS-grade sword-type magic guides. Vertigo hit. Xiao Xingyu's pace drifted and his eyes went black.
Istari, are you okay?
Murong Xinshin assisted Xiao Xingyu in time, his reddened eyes filled with worry.
I'm fine.
Continuously opening multiple undead formations, even if Xiao Xingyu strengthened his body with the dragon's breath, his current physical load was almost at its limit. At the critical moment, a dragon roar came from the far end of the clouds.
Asher is back, great.
Xiao Xingyu could hear from the shadow demon dragon's keening that it had pulled in reinforcements. At this moment, the mechanical Imperial Beast Legion led by Zero King Lin Beixian was getting closer and closer to Forget Worry City. A hint of relief appeared in Xiao Xingyu's mind, sweeping away the haze over his head. The situation in this battle was far better than that of Hopeful Rain City. In the original battle of Wangyu City, there were no reinforcements and it was all up to Wenya, who was fighting for his life, and Xiao Xingyu, who was open to the world.
Let's go support City Lord Duan and rescue City Lord's wife.
Filled with motivation, Xiao Xingyu took a solid spirit pill and led the Star Punishment Squad to rush towards the church door. Church halls all over the place. The cracked walls were studded with untold numbers of broken masks. The burning roof had collapsed, and the overburdened church looked like an open-air Thule arena filled with the smell of hell. Duan Tingshan stood in a pool of blood, his gaze resolute and his demeanor cold, staring dead-on at the red-clothed female ghost not far away. This was the red-clothed female ghost with a terrifying aura emanating from her body, the Beast Emperor body, Third Order, Ghost System Magical Beast, Thousand Faces. The Prajna mask on its face at the moment shattered in half, revealing half of its beautiful yet too pale face. The black blood stains spilling out from the corners of its lips, as well as its tightly furrowed brow, meant that it had been seriously injured by Duan Tingshan. Thousand-faced Prajna's gaze landed on the battle-armored Inferno Lion King's body. The battle-armored Inferno Lion King was actually covered with 2 layers of armor. The first layer of armor that was close to his body was the burning flame armor that was transformed from his own beast energy. The second layer of armor was the Pluto armor that contained the power of the Pluto King. Before Duan Tingshan entered the church door, Xiao Xingyu turned on the Pluto shelter formation and put a layer of Pluto armor on the battle armor Inferno Lion King. With the protection of the dual armor, the battle armor Inferno Lion King's defense was pulled to full strength, and coupled with Duan Tingshan's fearless will, he broke through the limits and inflicted a near-fatal serious injury on Thousand Faces. Thousand Faces Bonjour wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and let out a Jiejia lewd laugh, looking at the bruised human in front of him with teasing eyes. A City Lord Duan, you are indeed a powerful Imperial Beast Master. If I hadn't sneaked up on you at first and utilized your weaknesses, but instead fought you head-on, I'm afraid I would have long since lost. And now that your Royal Beast rank has fallen and your spiritual power has been cut in half, yet you can still explode with this level of strength. It seems like that 4-star segment brat outside is an uncomplicated character. The thousand-faced Prajna noticed Xiao Xingyu, and it knew that if it wasn't for Xiao Xingyu's help, Duan Tingshan wouldn't have been able to stand in front of it at all right now. Boom. The church doors were torn apart by the wolf's claws and collapsed instantly. The Star Punishment Squad rushed into the church and quickly walked to Duan Tingshan's side. The timely arrival of the Star Punishment Squad gave Duan Tingshan great encouragement, and the fighting spirit burning in his eyes grew stronger. He looked at Xiao Xingyu with grateful eyes. In this situation, he knows better than anyone else that it is this teenager's great help that makes the life that was originally full of losses, regaining the opportunity to turn the tide against the wind. Thousand Faces Bonanza's sinister gaze was like a hot ray focused on Xiao Xingyu's body. Xiao Xingyu, your name is very loud in Dragon Kingdom and even all over the world. Ga 4-star segment, to kill ye, you're the real devil in comparison. Xiao Xingyu took a step forward, his eyes as if they were 2 frosty ice knives. Reinforcements are about to enter the city, no matter how many double masks you have, you'll still die for sure. Thousand Faces Bonanza let go of his divine sense, and his pupils suddenly tightened. A 9-star sentinel. Out of the survival instincts of ghost-type magical beasts, she was able to sense that a 9-star segmented Imperial Beast Master was getting closer and closer to Forget Worry City. This 9-star Imperial Beast Master was one of the 4-quadrant Imperial Kings, Zero King Lin Beixian. Once the mechanical Imperial Beast Legion led by Lin Beixian surrounded Forgotten Sorrow City, even if thousand-faced Prajna was able to instantly advance to the Beast God body level, she would only be able to take a beating and would be powerless to fight back. In the hands of Lin Beixian, she was bound to end up in a miserable death. You can't escape, give me back my wife and maybe I can let you die a quicker death. Duan Tingshan's only concern now was his wife, Yu Fuling. As City Lord Duan, you're really a lover then, even at this point in time, you're still thinking about women. Ha ha ha. Thousand Faces Bonjour laughed wildly as if he had gone mad, with fox-like cunning hidden under his eyes, and his sinister voice was unsettling. Xiao Xingyu's face sank like water as he whispered, "The City Lord Duan, have you seen your wife since you entered the church?" Not yet." Duan Tingshan's reply, his voice was dark and hoarse, permeated with despondency and anxiety. From the moment he entered the church and fought with Thousand Faces Bonjour, until now, Duan Tingshan hadn't seen Yu Fu Ling's shadow. Xiao Xingyu clenched his teeth and secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Bad, it seems that Mrs. Yu's situation." Thousand Faces Bonjour mobilized the power of Ghost Fury to repair his mask. At the same time, a pair of bizarre horns sprouted from the top of her head. The aura of the Beast Emperor body magical beast suddenly erupted, and the church set off a biting gale. The wind blades containing the power of Ghost Fury madly cut through the mortal bodies of the Star Punishment Squad. Duan Tingshan was thunderously furious, and his spiritual energy seemed like a raging shockwave. A firebreak rising dragon. The lion's roar shook the sky and the fire burned the earth. The battle-armored Inferno Lion King roared up to the sky and spewed out a majestic wave of fire. The flames transformed into a dragon's head and lifted upwards, instantly dispersing the power of the Ghost Fury that had been unleashed by the Thousand Faces Bonanza. Although his rank had fallen to the Beast King body, every battle technique of the battle-armored Inferno Lion King was burning Duan Tingshan's will. And his attack power had already surpassed the upper limit of the rank constraints. Thousand-Faced Bonjour took a step back and shouted in a cold, low voice, "Duan Tingshan, get out of the way!" In this situation, even Yi Shimeng, the youngest in the Star Punishment Squad, could see it. The thousand-faced Prajna had no desire to fight, it was afraid of the human reinforcements and only wanted to escape from Forget Worry City as soon as possible. Staying green is not a worry. This statement applies to any creature, including ghostly magical beasts. Duan Tingshan rode his battle armor, the inflamed Lion King, and blocked in front of Thousand Faces Bonjour, not backing down in the slightest. "Now you know to run away? All the citizens of the city, under your manipulation, have been reduced to walking corpses or have been forced by you to wear masks and mutate into unconscious ghosts." Duan Ting deeply adjusted his breathing and used a furious, angry voice to express the indignation in his heart. "Thousand Faces, you have destroyed our Dragon Kingdom city. If you don't die, how can the millions of dead souls of my Forget Worry City rest in peace? The City of Forgetfulness is supposed to be a dreamy city that can make people forget their sorrows and laugh at life. But at the moment it was reduced to a ghostly ruin, its joy and smiles gone. All that's left here is sadness, grief, hatred, panic. The countless sins are all from the hands of the Thousand Faces." Underneath the mask of the thousand-faced Prajna, it looked alarmed, knowing that the reinforcements from the humans had approached Forget Worry City. "If you want to escape, you must seize the time and not be delayed and stalled by these humans in front of you. I say again, get out of the way!" The Thousand Faces of Prajna roared anxiously, and densely packed masks emerged around him, emitting a sinister aura. Duan Tingshan stood firm, he would never let go of this sinful ghost that had slaughtered Forget Worry City. Seeing this, Thousand Faces Bonanza let out a playful sneer. "Oh, what a poor, pathetic man. I'm curious about when you killed your 2 newborn children with your own hands in the City Lord's mansion. Is it as dry and cold as this moment?" Duan Tingshan clenched his fists and his face twisted, the memories were a breathing pain that suffocated him. "I am Dragon Kingdom the Royal Beast Master, and secondarily, the Father. The world's magical beasts should to kill." Every word from Duan Tingshan was actually a sharp knife that stabbed himself. His heart was bleeding, but at the moment he was a warrior who couldn't back down. It is said that Dragon Kingdom the Imperial Beast Masters are professions of lofty faith. Then I want to see, at this moment, if you have the realization of killing your wife to prove your faith. Thousand Faces Bonanza's words landed with a big wave of his hand. The church was flooded with a sea of blood, and the ghostly aura surged like a tidal wave. In the sea of blood, a terrifying monster emerged and blocked in front of the Thousand Faces Bonanza. It was a Beast Emperor body ghost system magical beast. It exuded strong ghostly power all over its body, and its body structure was extremely deformed, with no skin covering it, and its non-stop writhing flesh and sinews were directly exposed to the air. The large and mushroom-shaped head was covered with a sickening patch of blood blisters and hardened bumps. When it opened its mouth, its sharp teeth were like electrified jagged teeth, and its fangs emitted a foul odor. A pair of hollow eyes, like ghosts, glittered with cruelty and cunning. It was a beast emperor body, first order, magical beast, ghost-weeping sinbreaker. It was not a native magical beast, but a forbidden species of magical beast that had been created by Thousand Faces Bonanza using a human body as a vessel. Plop. Duantingshan suddenly dropped to both knees, as if he had instantly aged and turned white overnight. He fell to his knees and looked at the monster in front of him, tears like a torrential downpour muddying his bloodless face. When Duantingshan softly called out his wife's name, the hearts and minds of every single person in the Star Punishment Squad produced a strong tremor. Yi Shimeng was in tears, Murong Yangshua clenched his silver teeth, Murong Xinxin clenched his fists, and Xiao Xingyu's eyes were lit up with unprecedentedly terrifying killing intent. Thousand Faces Bonanza laughed at the reaction of the humans in front of him.
Gahaha.
Duantingshan, you were the one who said just now that the world's magical beasts, kill on sight, is Dragon Kingdom the royal beastmaster's vocation.
Come, show me, kill your wife to prove the way.
Thousand Faces Prajna, not the strongest beast emperor body demonic beast, but certainly the beast emperor body demonic beast that knows how to play with people's hearts the most. Euphoria is its last card in its shield. Thousand Faces Bonjour hid behind Ghost Weeping Sinbreaker and used a slutty tone to molest Duantingshan's sensitive nerves.
Either kill your wife to prove the way. Either let me go.
Honorable Lord of Forgetworry City, please make your choice. Duantingshan was faced with a choice question that no man could take. He had already killed his own child, how could he kill his beloved wife at this moment? But if he didn't kill it, Thousand Faces Bonanza would use the ghostly Weeping Sinbreaker as a shield to escape from the city. At this time, the mechanical Imperial Beast Legion led by Zero King Lin Beixian had already stepped through the northern gate of Forgetworry City, crushing a wave of ghosts with a descending strike. As the Lord of the City of Forgetfulness, the city was destroyed and the people were killed, and he was burdened with the grievances of millions of orphaned souls who had yet to seek justice. As a father, he snuffed out his child when it was just born. A husband is his last identity role in the world. Faced with his beloved who has been turned into a demonic beast, how should he choose? It is the vocation and mission of the Dragon Kingdom Royal Beastmaster to slay the beasts. Protecting his wife is the bottom line and principle of Dragon Kingdom every hot-blooded man. When the two are in conflict and only one can be chosen, any man will just be driven mad. After all, there is no right answer to this question. Thousand Faces Bonjour released his divine sense, and the serpentine face under the mask revealed panic. It knew that the terrifyingly strong 9-star Imperial Beastmaster was about to come, and there was not much time left for it to escape.
You lowly humans, fuck off.
Thousand-Faced Bonjour used Ghost Weeping Sinbreaker as a shield and roared hysterically and furiously towards Duantingshan and the Star Punishment Squad. Duantingshan knelt on the ground, his head hanging low, having entered a state of mental collapse, his consciousness wandering outside the real world. Xiao Xingyu frowned and couldn't decide. He didn't think he was qualified to make a choice for Duantingshan. Damn it, can we only watch this thousand-dagger devil escape? Aunt Ling was so nice to me before. And that guy did something unpardonable to Aunt Ling.
Shit. Shit. Shit.
Murong Yangshua's emotions also reached the brink of collapse. His eyes were scarlet as he slammed fist after fist on the ground. I humph the so-called love is really the biggest weakness of you humans. Thousand Faces Bonjour watched the reactions of these humans in front of him, and the scarlet lips under the mask curved up in a mercilessly mocking arc. Because it used the ghost sobbing Sinbreaker as a shield, no one dared to make an attack and could only watch it gradually approach towards the back door of the church. At this moment, just one step away, the Thousand Faces Bonanza was able to leave the church. A wave of ecstasy went through it, excitedly brainstorming its next escape route. It thought that it would definitely be able to escape out of Forgetworry City and vanish into the deep forest without a trace before that 9-star Imperial Beastmaster arrived here.
Fragile humans, weaklings bound by emotion, will never be my match.
Before she left, Thousand Faces Bonjour was smug in her heart, proud that she possessed the ability to play with people's hearts. Fire Inferno Prisona. Duantingshan's majestic, high-pitched voice pierced through the fog of despair and struck directly at Thousand Faces' heart and soul. The earth tore a gaping hole and a tall, heavy wall of fire rose up to block the back door of the church. The smile on the face of the thousand-faced bonanza instantly froze, and it twisted its stiff head to look at the man who had reared up. The flames rushed to the sky, burning everything, and in every flame, the passion and fervor of men burns. Wall after wall of fire rose from the cracks in the earth, closing off the entire church in an impenetrable lava cage. Aduan Ting Shen Yu. The thousand faces bonanza gazed viciously and gritted its teeth. It had thought that this man would continue to crumble, but at this moment, this man was displaying a fighting spirit that was surging with wariness. You think you can play with the hearts and minds of men, but you underestimate the will of the Dragon Kingdom royal animal masters. Duan Tingshan urged his spiritual energy, generating a flame storm under his feet, his messy white hair dancing wildly with the wind. Xiao Xingyu sighed in relief, revealing a thankful yet heartbroken look. The once forget-worry city lord is back. The thousand-faced Prajna didn't have time to consume here, it was in a hurry and only wanted to escape as soon as possible.
Duan Tingshan, get out of the way or you'll kill your wife yourself.
Duan Tingshan ignored thousand faces and looked at Xiao Xingyu.
Lord Xiao, can you do it again?
Yes.
Duan Tingshan smiled. This man was still very handsome when he smiled, it was just that the hatred and grief he had previously suffered had caused his eyes to have too many vicissitudes. Xiao Xingyu bit his finger while opening the dragon's breath. The regret of looking at the Rain City is vivid in his mind, and when Ye's tears are always a nightmare that wakes up Xiao Xingyu.
A Hades Asylum formation open.
Within a short period of time, opening the same necromantic spell formation consecutively would triple the drain on the formation master. The Underworld Asylum formation opened for the second time, and the body of the battle-armored Inferno Lion King was once again covered with a layer of Underworld armor containing the power of the Underworld King. Xiao Xingyu was kneeling on one knee, one hand propped up on the ground, blood spilling from his nostrils and ears.
Murong Xinshin hurriedly assisted.
Xingyu, your body...
Anomata, Iken.
After the Battle of Hope Rain City, Xiao Xingyu had been working hard to become stronger. There are many reasons to get stronger, and one of them is for moments like this. If the second Underworld Asylum formation could have been opened for Wanya in the first place, perhaps Wanya would not have left this world. I don't want to experience similar regrets a second time. The power of the Underworld King fused with the burning heavenly flame, searing every inch of air and dispersing the surrounding ghost fury power. Under extreme circumstances, human beings explode with a potential that cannot be understood by common sense. Under the blessing of the Underworld Asylum formation, although the battle-armored Inferno Lion King's rank had not recovered its Beast Emperor body and had only enhanced the various numerical values, the aura emanating from Duan Tingshan's body seemed to have returned to the 8-star Imperial Beastmaster of the old days. Thousand-faced Bonjour was furious and hissed, "Are you going to lay hands on your own wife?
Can you lay your hands on her?"
Duan Tingshan raised his head, his eyes burning, his voice firm. "I only have one thought, and that is to firmly trap you here." The thousand-faced Prajna was flustered, and it understood what Duan Tingshan meant. Human reinforcements were about to arrive, and Duan Tingshan's strategic thinking was to stall for time. Once the reinforcements arrived, it would be difficult for the thousand faces to fly. Trying to trap me here?
With you guys? A stubborn human, go to hell.
Thousand Faces Prajna was enraged. She mobilized her ghost fury power with all her might, wanting to kill these humans in front of her in the shortest possible time. At the same time, it maneuvered the ghost sobbing Sinbreaker again and kept hitting the flame barrier on one side, trying to fight its way out. With each impact, there was a muffled, thunderous tremor. While cracks appeared in the flame barrier, the ghost sobbing Sinbreaker's head became scarred.
Duan Tingshan, don't you care about your wife at all?
Watching his wife suffer such pain and humiliation, Duan Tingshan was furious.
Unforgivable death.
The battle-armored Inferno Lion King opened his mouth wide and flexed his knees to build up his strength. The space around his mouth twisted, and a stream of hot, restless air formed a stormy vortex. The entire church shook violently, and the sonic explosion triggered a 3-foot wave of fire like a wildly dancing serpent. This was the process of storing up power for the must-kill technique, Burning Sky Lion Roar, and once released, with the power of the Underworld King's power, it would exert earth-shattering power. At this moment, Duan Tingshan's neck was bruised, his face was red, and a pair of eyes steaming with anger were filled with dense blood. His pool of psychic energy was about to run dry, the glycogen in his body was depleted, and it was all up to his resilience to provide the fuel to fight. He was using all of himself, including this life, to fulfill his vocation as the Lord of Forget-Worry City. Suddenly, the flame of anger in Duan Tingshan's eyes went out in an instant as if a pot of cold water had been poured over his head. The grim laughter of the thousand-faced bonanza echoed audibly in the church tainted by evil. While Xiao Xingyu did his best to maintain the underworld shelter formation, he looked up, and the scene playing out in front of him made him uncontrollably distraught. Thousand Faces Bonanza was sinister to the extreme as it stood still, not intending to dodge the battle-armored Inferno Lion King's sure kill. Technique. Instead, it utilized the power of Ghost Fury to manipulate the body of the Ghost-Weeping Sinbreaker to block itself. At this moment, the might accumulated deep in the throat of the battle-armored Inferno Lion King had already taken shape, and the burning sky lion roar was like an arrow on a bowstring that had to be sent.
Olingea.
In a moment of desperation, Duan Tingshan used what little spiritual energy he had left to forcefully reverse the direction of the battle-armored Inferno Lion King's attack. Explosions rang out and waves of fire churned. The one that missed was the battle-armored Inferno Lion King's mandatory kill. The hit was the heart of his beloved wife. This was supposed to be Duan Tingshan's last attack that he had poured everything he had into, but it ended up like this. Everyone in the Star Punishment Squad sighed helplessly as their gazes dimmed. Duan Tingshan was paralyzed, his breath unsteady. His eyes overflowed with blood, his aching legs began to cramp wildly, and even his lower back produced violent spasms. This was what happened to Imperial Beastmasters with depleted spiritual energy. A mortal body, after all, has insurmountable limitations.
City Lord Duan, don't give up.
Xiao Xingyu threw off his legs and ran, with the whistling waves of fire and gusts of wind in his ears, rushing with all his might in the direction of Duan Tingshan. He held a solid spirit elixir in his hand, as long as he fed it to Duan Tingshan in time.
But it's too late.
The Thousand Faces of Prajna performs Ghostbuster manipulation, harnessing the Walking Dead Ghostbusters Sinbreakers like a puppet master.
Glowly humans meet the death-defying extemporization, ahahaha.
The Ghostbusters Sinbreaker opened its fishy mouth, and a dark, ghostly hand poked out from the depths of its meat grinder-like throat. Sharp fingertips enveloped Duan Tingshan's head. Rumble. Thousand Faces Bonjour looked at the rolling smoke in front of him and let out a wild, lewd laugh. Humans, truly the world's most failed species. Wives, children, things that don't matter to the strong are doomed to be a hindrance to the advancement of your species. That's when Thousand Faces found a glittering wedding ring stuck in a crack in the ground. Wedding rings, a symbol of human love. Love? Truly the most worthless thing in the world. Thousand Faces Prajna shrugged her shoulders and snorted coldly, her eyes full of mockery as she lifted her jade foot, wanting to trample it to pieces. Whoosh! A chill enveloped his entire body, and Thousand Faces was in a panic, but it was too late to make any reaction.
Murong Yangshuo, this is a?
Yishermeng, Duan City Lord he.
Unbelievable.
Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye, its pupils tightened and instantly filled with blood. There is no blood bond to bind, no spiritual power to add.
Yet,
in just a split second, the Thousand Faces Bonanza's chest was torn apart by the sharp, blood-red ghost claws. As the smoke cleared, the upright Duan Tingshan returned to the Star Punishment Squad's line of sight. By his side, he was accompanied by a strangely ugly ghost-type magical beast. The body of this ghost-type demonic beast gently squirmed, emitting a gust of putrid odor. All it has to do is open its mouth and it can give any human who sees it nightmares for days on end. In the eyes of regular people, it was a beast emperor body ghost system magical beast, ghost-weeping Sinbreaker. But in Duan Tingshan's eyes, she was the wife of the love of her life, Yu Fu Ling. Thousand Faces Prajna suffered serious injuries, the ghostly fury in her body leaked out crazily, and her pretty face aged at an accelerated rate, turning into a hunchbacked witch with a deadpan face. It raised its incredulous eyes and looked at the sight before it, a huge wave rising within it. It is clearly a companion puppet beast created by my sacrifice, why can you? Duan Tingshan raised his hand, moving with extreme gentleness, gently caressing the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker's tentacles that were covered in fishy slime. You said love is the most worthless thing in the world. Duan Tingshan bent down, picked up the wedding ring in the crack in the ground, wiped it clean and re-wore it on the ring finger of his left hand. At this moment, he was not the forget-worry city lord. At this moment, he was just pure love warrior Duan Tingshan. At this moment, he was frighteningly strong. Duan Tingshan's gaze, locking onto Thousand Faces Bonjour, the flame of revenge rekindled. A ghost bugs crawling in the shadows, listen up. You know nothing of what love is. Xiao Xingyu took a long breath and leaned back in Murong Xinxin's arms. Xingyu, Uncle Duan, this is a 6 gene. Everything aside, in this moment, he's invincible. Thousand Faces Bonanza snapped out of his panic and hurriedly released what little Ghostbuster power was left in an attempt to regain control of the Ghost-Weeping Sinbreaker. However, the Ghost-Weeping Sinbreaker remained in a well-behaved standing position, accompanying Duan Tingshan's side, motionless and unaffected in the slightest by Thousand Faces.
That's just not possible.
Without a blood contract, without spiritual power, how could he, a mortal body, drive the companion puppet I created?
What the hell went wrong?
As of this moment, the Thousand Faces of Prajna was still trapped in a fog, unable to wake up. You can underestimate the inferiority and limitations of mortal bodies. But the last thing you should underestimate is human love. Xiao Xingyu's voice was like an arrow off the string, penetrating through the soul of Thousand Faces. The Thousand Faces of Prajna was just an inhuman magical beast. It didn't know love, naturally it didn't know the power of love. Xiao Xingyu remembered that on the last page of the Book of the Dead, Shangguan Tong wrote in his own handwriting, "Love is the strongest curse in the world." The church shook and the world outside sounded like a mechanical revolution. An army of powerful mechanical imperial beasts surrounded Forgetworry City. The earth fell and raised fire to the sky. A mechanical imperial beast with golden flames burning all over its body appeared above the city gates. It possessed a steel body of more than 100 meters, using the core of a magical beast as its primal driving force, and its shoulder blades, arms, chest and abdomen, as well as its calves, all parts of its body, were loaded with long-range attack weapons of different performance. On either side of its back, a pair of mechanical feathers unfolded and flapped gently, setting off a storm of flame that swept through thousands of evil spirits. This is the Beast God Body, Third Order, Mechanical Imperial Beast from Xiangui Technology, Hoi. Hoi opened his scarlet laser eyes, and his arm was rapidly transformed by the Oracle Cell and nano-remodeling technology. The left arm transformed into a mechanical recurve bow, and the right arm separated into a mechanical arrow. Bend your bow and fire in an instant. The mechanical arrows cut across the sky above Forgetworry City and exploded instantly, as if they were brilliant fireworks. For a moment, all the ghostly chi in the city perished and dispersed under the burning flames. The sight of 100 ghosts walking at night was like a dream bubble, shattered and annihilated in the dust with the wind. The surviving ghost system magical beasts tried to escape, but were stopped in their tracks by a headless mechanical imperial beast. This mechanical imperial beast has no head, but its eyes are on its round belly. It held 2 mechanical battle axes covered with the power of thunder in its hands, raising them high and swinging them with a roar, as if the gods were descending thunder punishments, splitting everything and ravaging all the evil spirits in the world. A thunder tornado that sensationalized the entire city ran through the heavens and earth, and the last batch of ghost-type magical beasts died tragically under the torment of the electric current. Beast God Body, Third Order, Mechanical Imperial Beast, Interceptor. Inside the church, the trepidation in the eyes of the Thousand Faces Bonanza was gradually replaced by resentment. "You damned humans have delayed my final escape." The thousand-faced Prajna knew in its heart that that powerful 9-star Imperial Beastmaster had already descended upon Forgetworry City, and it had lost its last chance to escape. Any magical beast on the verge of death would always be able to explode with great potential. Since I can't escape, I'll drag you all along with me." Thousand Faces Prajna unleashed all of its ghostly fury, and its tattered and wretched body spontaneously combusted in the cold and ghostly flames. "If you die, you have to drag a group of cushions to die with you." This was the last obsession of the Thousand Faces of Prajna, and it sacrificed its own life to unleash its strongest battle technique, Thousand Faces of Ghost Burning. In a flash, the burning church was covered in a thick black mist. The Star Punishment Squad, as well as Duan Tingshan's eyes, were dominated by the unsolvable illusion technique. In the darkness, uncountable bonanza masks, circling around everyone, making different weird expressions, emitting ear-piercing cries or oozing miserable laughter. Murong Yangshua and Yi Shimeng fell to their knees and hugged and cried. Their souls were being burned by the ghost fire, their spirits were on the verge of exploding, and the cure was of the drooling variety. Although Murong Xinxin was an undead imperialist, it was difficult to resist such a powerful ghostly illusionary attack, and he inexplicably made a suicidal move. Xiao Xingyu's face was also pale and his eyelids bled. But he didn't rush to open the illusion-breaking necromancy spell. Because he knows that the couple was the star of this church at their wedding 5 years ago. The couple, 5 years later, is still the star of this church.
Alingar, kill.
Duan, whose spiritual energy was depleted but had yet to conclude the blood contract, let out a final roar. He had a smile that burned with passionate youthfulness. With his tears, he was saying goodbye to the good times he had had. The Forget-Worry City Lord's last dance was not a lonely one. For his favorite person has always been by his side.
This can't be right. What the hell is going on with this power? No, don't.
The thousand-faced Bonanza was stunned as a giant ghostly hand wrapped in blazing flame tore through the dark curtain of illusion and enveloped its head.
Love, it's the thing that I, Duan, have gotten the most out of in my life. A mere evil spirit can't carry its weight. Die for me. What a hot and fierce flame. What the hell is burning?
Duan's last dance gave the burning of love a concrete shape. The ash dispersed and the illusion broke. Xiao Xingyu got up from a pile of broken walls, dragging a bloodied right leg and limping. He raised his eyes and looked around. There were majestic mechanical imperial beasts all over the place. Hoi and Interceptor standing on his left and right respectively. One is responsible for holding up the collapsed steel building, the other carries the heavy boulders. They use the strong mechanical body to hold up a safe sky for Xiao Xingyu. If it wasn't for the timely intervention of these two mechanical imperial beasts, Xiao Xingyu would have already been buried under the rubble, unable to see the light of day.
This is...
Xiao Xingyu opened the eye of the demon god, and the data panels of the two mechanical imperial beasts jumped out at him.
A beast god body magical beast crystals as the original driving force.
A mecha shell that uses the cutting-edge technology of oracle cells fused with nano-remodeling technology.
The core electrical energy chip is the latest product of Xiangui technology, Black Magic Cube Energy Core.
This pair of laser eyes isn't easy either. Xiao Xingyu's first close contact with Xuanjia Technology's top mechanical imperial beasts, which shocked him but also inadvertently opened the door to a technology to develop the country. After the shock passed, Xiao Xingyu looked around.
Cheer.
With a dragon's roar through the rainbow, the shadow demon dragon descended from a high altitude, stopping steadily in front of Xiao Xingyu, rubbing his own head against Xiao Xingyu's wounds, revealing a heartbroken look.
I'm fine, minor injury.
Xiao Xingyu had only suffered some superficial injuries, and he could recover by summoning the heavenly soul vine to release the silver glow. Another dragon roar shook through the dusk sky. The electrically charged keening sounded with a lingering echo of mechanical friction. Xiao Xingyu looked up as a giant metal dragon hovered in midair and gradually landed. Each golden dragon scale was an EMP missile powerful enough to destroy a small island. The dragon's horn swings with the wind and has its own locator radar. A pair of dragon pupils scattered golden waves of light, firing spiral laser beams that instantly melted and burned the collapsed mountains, preserving the classical buildings in the city that had not yet been abandoned. This mechanized gargoyle even has SSS-class beast energy magnetic field manipulation loaded in its core chip. Metallic Berserk Dragon, the exclusive mount of King Zero, no one within the Dragon Kingdom is unknown to anyone. As the metal mad dragon descended to the earth, the man on the dragon's head appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu. The man was clad in a pricey coat, lined with a nanotech set of mechanical soft armor. Handsome looks, coupled with the nobility that comes from accumulated wealth, make this man extraordinarily attractive. Xiao Xingyu was seeing this man for the second time.
Elder Lin.
Young Black Deacon, it's been a long time. Lin Beixian nodded her head towards Xiao Xingyu as a form of greeting. In his ears, a mechanical voice of an AI beauty rang out.
Cozy up.
Mr. Lin, there is one last magical beast within the boundaries of Forget-Worry City. After Xiao Xingyu had fought with Lin Beixian, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly walked around in the ruins, looking anxious.
Duan City Lot.
Duan tilde City Lot Duan. Xiao Xingyu stopped in his tracks, the image in front of him made his pupils tremble, and he could only freeze in place with his hands and feet. His dry cracked lips opened and opened, but he didn't know what to say. The blood-red sunset splashed on Duan Tingxian's shoulders like a warrior's cloak. His tattered mortal body had reached the end of its strength. The ugly, horrible Ghostbuster Sinbreaker accompanied him. The couple that didn't save the townspeople of Forget-Worry City, but at the last moment joined forces to preserve the dignity of Forget-Worry City.
Glinger, you're amazing, you really are a woman of honor.
Cough cough. Duan Tingxian ignored the pain of coughing up blood and, in a gentle tone, praised his wife. Receiving Duan Tingxian's approval, the ghost-weeping sinner breaker revealed a hideous expression that was horrifying to the eyes, and even the corners of his mouth grinned in a cannibalistic arc.
In truth, it was just a shy smile. You, as usual, are always so easily shy. It was a shyness that only this man could read. So how is this not the ultimate romantic aesthetic? The wind and clouds changed, and the killing intent was revealed. Almost in an instant, the barrels of all the mechanical imperial beasts were pointed at the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker at the same time. Hoey bent his bow and aimed his arrow at the head of the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker. Interceptor raised his thunder axe and locked onto the ghost-sobbing Sinbreaker's heart. Kill all the beasts? This is the absolute command that is implanted in every mechanical beast at the time of its birth. Lin Beixian frowned and spoke, Sophie, wait. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, you don't have the authority to modify the absolute command. Authorization of the absolute command from Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguan Lan. Although the AI intelligence Sophie was Lin Beixian's personal secretary, she also had to obey Shangguan Lan in terms of absolute instructions. I'm not asking for a modification, I'm just asking for a delay. Sophie, take the absolute command and delay it for 5 minutes. I'll always have that permission, I guess. Yes, Mr. Lin. The ghost-weeping Sinbreaker suddenly let out a sharp chirp, looking panicked as she used her bloated and deformed body to block Duan Tingshin's face, facing countless pitch-black barrels and gun muzzles alone. She thought these mechanical monsters around her were going to hurt the man she loved. Unbeknownst to her, these barrels and muzzles were aimed at herself. She didn't even know that she had turned into a demonic beast that symbolized evil.
Elder Lin, don't fire.
Xiao Xingyu rushed over and half-squatted by Duan Tingshuan's side. Lin Beixian's gaze flowed with a faint glow. Sophie, Mr. Lin, according to the data analysis, Lord Duan's wife is already hopeless. Why did you delay for 5 minutes? 5 minutes for this great lord of the city to say goodbye to his wife. Lin Beixian paused and added, 5 minutes, I want to see what else that amazing teenager can do. Lord Shaw. Duan Tingshin looked at Xiao Xingyu in front of him and revealed a bright smile. If he had the chance, how he would love to find an old tavern with this teenager and talk and laugh and get drunk. A city Lord Duan, listen to me. Your injuries, I can help you heal. Although Mrs. Yu's situation is not optimistic, there must be a way. Lin Beixian was the last black executive of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. He took care of me. I can convince him not to harm Mrs. Yu for the time being. Duan Tingshin suddenly gripped Xiao Xingyu's hand tightly, his vicissitudes of voice full of relief and liberation. Lord Xiao, the world knows that you have great powers with these eyes. Haven't you realized that I'm hopeless? A city Lord Duan, your body. The eye of the demon god opened and Xiao Xingyu's body shook. This man's body, especially his internal organs, has been saturated with ghost qi. No, it's hopeless.
Why? What went wrong?
Psst, tilde. Duan Tingshin sprayed out a mouthful of sticky, fishy, black blood. The ghost-weeping sinner breaker wept anxiously and wrapped his own tentacles tightly around the tiny Duan Tingshin. In this situation, Xiao Xingyu had a sudden epiphany.
I see.
Yu Fuling is Duan Tingshin's wife. The ghost-weeping sin breaker, on the other hand, was essentially a ghost-type magical beast that carried the ghost breath virus. Without a blood contract and depleted spiritual power, Duan Tingshin relies on the hot love to ride the ghost-weeping sin breaker to fight side by side and kill the 1,000 faces of Bonjour. However, in the course of a battle, the two need to work closely together and naturally close contact is rare. Xiao Xingyu reviewed the details of the battle. He remembered everything. In the middle of a fight, the venom splattered from the corner of the ghost-weeping sin breaker's mouth, accidentally soaking Duan Tingshin's skin. Those tentacles of the ghost-weeping sin breaker that were wrapped in ghostly aura repeatedly touched the side of Duan Tingshin's face. The ghost-weeping sin breaker even unleashed his ghostly hands several times when it was difficult to suppress his love, actively embracing Duan Tingshin's torso and licking the back of Duan Tingshin's neck with the tip of his tongue. Duan Tingshin is only a mortal body, how can he not know that a close contact will lead to his own death? But it's his wife. How could he refuse the unsolicited love of his wife? At this moment, Duan Tingshin was lying in the arms of the ghostly weeping sin breaker. The ghostly aura virus in his body intensified and spread, but a peaceful and happy smile spread across his face. Ghost energy is poison. But love isn't. So the man is fearless. He even raised his head and kissed the foul-smelling lips of the ghost-busting sin breaker. Love rises in the east and falls in the west, romance till death do us part. Lord Shaw. I'm listening. I used to worry about Dragon Kingdom the future.
But Dragon Kingdom the future has you, so I have nothing to worry about. Duan Tingshan hung on to his last breath, his right hand resting on Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. Lord Shaw, I have only one last thing left to worry about, so please forgive my selfishness. Glinger, she's afraid of pain, can you keep her? Duan Tingshan knew very well that after he breathed his last, his wife would be beaten into a sieve by the artillery fire of the mechanical Imperial Beast Legion. It was an ending he couldn't accept. City Lord Duan. Lord Xiao, I beg you. I promise. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu dodged and directly blocked in front of the ghost-weeping Sin Breaker.
Xiao Xingyu, what the hell are you doing?
Lin Beixian was not angry, but rather anxious. Not to mention his personal relationship with Xiao Xingyu and the layer of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Right at that moment, the metal mad dragon's eyes lit up with scarlet blood light. A subtle change appeared on Lin Beixian's face, and he immediately knelt down on one knee in a respectful manner.
Empress.
The metal mad dragon's mouth spat out Shangguanlan's voice. Xiao Xingyu, get out of the way. Shangguanlan's voice was cold and merciless. At this moment, Shangguanlan was sitting on the throne of the Night Lawn Palace, looking at the holographic projection screen in front of him. He raised his head and looked the metal mad dragon straight in the eye. Empress Dash, trust me, I have a way to bring this tragedy to a successful conclusion. Ridiculous. Do you realize that as the black executive of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, you're protecting a magical beast? Are you trying to rebel? The reason Shangguanlan was angry was because of Xiao Xingyu's special status. Regardless of the purpose, Xiao Xingyu had the audacity to openly provoke the laws of the Dragon Kingdom in order to protect a magical beast. If word of this spreads, I don't know how many people with a heart will want to impeach this Lord of the Black Regent in private. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Shangguanlan's anger was actually worrying for Xiao Xingyu's situation, not wanting Xiao Xingyu to be left with a reputation of being criticized by the world because of a magical beast.
I'll say it one last time, get out of the way.
Shangguanlan, why do you just not believe me?
What are you shouting at me for?
Little brat, you're reckless. Lin Beixian knelt on the ground, his head in two places, muttering in his heart. These two foes, how are they arguing like a stern mom and a rebellious son? Xiao Xingyu was also angry, and where he was angry was that Shangguanlan did not give him enough trust. Even when he said that he would put a happy ending to this tragedy, Shangguanlan didn't even listen. Sophie's voice reached Shangguanlan's ears. Lord Empress, the delay has expired, is the absolute command restarted? Shangguanlan didn't hesitate, delay another minute. Yes, Empress dash dot. In order to protect Xiao Xingyu, how could this Empress have any bottom line to speak of? The metal frenzy dragon lowered its head, its ferocious eyes locking onto Xiao Xingyu. Shangguanlan's voice came out from the dragon's mouth. Xiao Xingyu, I'm too lazy to bullshit.
I'll give you one last minute.
In 1 minute, if you remain where you are, then you will die along with the magical beasts behind you. Shangguanlan was obviously speaking in anger, but she could only try to force Xiao Xingyu to step aside through this extreme method. This woman, she just doesn't trust me? I ignore her, women will only affect the speed of my operation.
1 minute.
Enough.
Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath and suddenly bit his finger. Lin Beixian raised his eyebrows and glared. What kind of tricks is this kid up to again? At this moment, the ghost-weeping sinner breaker was paralyzed on the ground, looking at her husband who had lost his life in her arms, tears streaming down her face as she let out a mournful scream.
I misses you.
Xiao Xingyu shouted angrily. I promised City Lord Duan that I would keep you, but there's only one way for me to be offended. Xiao Xingyu leapt into the air and pressed his finger, which was overflowing with blood, onto the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker's forehead. At the same time, he sacrificed the scroll of the Underworld and urged his spiritual energy. Lin Baixuan's pupils shook. He's going to sign the Dark Blood contract. The Dark Blood Pact, once signed, the Imperial Beastmaster will fall and become a Dark Imperial Beastmaster. In the Dragon Kingdom's legal system, Dark Sentinels are treated the same as wraiths. If you meet them, kill them. Vast and infinite undead power poured outward from the scroll, forming a storm of flames that enveloped the entire body of the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker. On Xiao Xingyu's body, a large number of venomous spots appeared, and there was a hint of primitive wildness in his eyes. The metal mad dragon flung its head, its mouth spewing out Shangguanlan's eagerness and anger. Lin Beixian, are you on a diet? Why don't you go stop him? Lin Beixian had also just reacted. After all, Xiao Xingyu's operation was beyond his knowledge, leaving him unable to calm his heart for a long time. Under Lin Beixian's command, Hoi's palm generated a slender laser arrow that locked onto the ghost-sobbing Sinbreaker in the center of the storm. The process of concluding the Dark Blood Pact could be interrupted by precisely killing the ghost-sobbing Sinbreaker. This seemed to be the only way to free Xiao Xingyu. Sophie's voice rang in Lin Beixian's ears. Data analysis in progress. A calculation of wind speed error, viscosity coefficient error, Reynolds coefficient error. A precise targeting Ghostbusters Sinbreaker, the expected hit rate, 100%. A expected probability of accidentally injuring Lord Xiao, 0%. This was the advantage of the mechanical Imperial beasts, the combination of technology and intelligence, able to avoid unnecessary mistakes from human operation. Lin Beixian ordered, "Send." The word "a shot" had not yet come out of his mouth.
Mr. Lin, data change.
A probability of accidentally injuring Lord Xiao, 100%. It happened suddenly. Xiao Xingyu, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, moved his pace slightly and stood at an angle that overlapped with the path of Hoi's arrows. Lin Beixian sucked in a large mouthful of cold winter air. "I hissed this brat, recalculated to adjust the firing angle, be quick." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Taking advantage of the brief moment when Hoi recalculated his firing angle, Xiao Xingyu roared wildly up to the sky, his muscles and veins trembling, and his spiritual energy pool spewing out like a volcano erupting. In the center of the church ruins, the flame storm swelled violently. The moment it swelled to its limit, an explosion that rocked the entire city resounded through the dusk colored by the blood-colored remnants of the sun. Lin Beixian froze in place, as one of the 4 directions royal kings guarding the Winter Dragon Vein. What great storms had he not seen over the years? But the famous scene that was playing out in front of him at the moment made every pore in his body doubly shaken, and his eyes that were flickering with halos flooded with raging waves. This battle, finally, is over. But this ending was the last ending Shangguan Lan wanted to see. The smoke cleared and the ruins were charred. The young man's upright stance stood in the center of the battlefield, but it only seemed firm, and when the wind blew, he tumbled to the east and the pace floundered, like a hungover drunk. The last rays of sunlight exit the end of the horizon and night falls. Miserable night light spilled over the body of the Ghostbusters Guilt Breaker. Above its head a pentagram seal emerged. In Xiao Xingyu's right hand, the Imperial Beast crest shone with a reddish-black glow that was a fusion of blood and ink. Psst tilde. Xiao Xingyu spewed out a mouthful of black blood and fell to the ground on both knees, the page number of the scroll of the Underworld flipping in the wind. His arms were covered in rotting sores, and the veins around his neck gradually turned black, like evil spider webs that kept spreading. The Nightlawn Palace empty and dead. A screen of holographic projection, hanging above the Great Hall. At this moment, Shangguan Lan's petite body kept trembling, a pair of dark dragon pupils staring at Xiao Xingyu in the screen. Previously there was only eagerness and anger in her eyes, now it all turned into heartache, which morphed into anger. The only clean place on Xiao Xingyu's body was those eyes of his. Other than the demon god's eye, all other places were backfired by the dark blood contract, and even the blood in his body became tainted. All signs indicated that Xiao Xingyu had successfully concluded a dark blood contract with the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker.
"I misses you."
Xiao Xingyu shouted breathlessly and utilized the binding force of the dark blood contract to forcefully retrieve the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker into the Imperial Beast heraldry. In an instant, the barrels and muzzles of all the mechanical Imperial beasts pointed at Xiao Xingyu in unison. Sophie's voice appeared synchronized in the ears of Lin Beixian and Shangguan Lan. "A Dark Sentinel has been found. Is the absolute command restarted?" After a sigh, Lin Beixian gently patted his ears and carefully asked, "Lord Empress, what next?"
"I kill him."
"Goddess. Subordinate knows that you are speaking in anger, so."
Why ask if you know?"
"Bring this little brat back to this emperor." "Take it back to the Hall of Night Lanes?" "Imperial Soul Division, Death Cell." In the ruins lay the unconscious 3 members of Star Punishment Squad. Murong Xinshin was the first to wake up, and the image in front of her broke her heart.
Xingyu.
This young girl, whose white hair was stained red with blood, dragged her stumbling steps and ran with all her might. Finally, before Xiao Xingyu collapsed, he gathered him into his arms. Under the lonesome night, Murong Xinshin knelt on the ground. Even if her body is dirty, even if her hair is messy, even if tears and blood are mixed, together, she still can't hide her beauty. Looking at Xiao Xingyu, whose breath was weak in his arms, Murong Xinshin's heart felt a tearing pain.
A 6 Jean, be good, don't cry, trust me, I'm fine.
Xiao Xingyu never fights a battle he is not sure of. The enigmatic maneuver just now seemed impulsive and reckless, but it was actually well thought out and calculated. I'm a little sleepy, I'll take a nap. Xiao Xingyu leaned against Murong Xinshin's soft chest and slowly closed his eyes. No one noticed that under the moonlight, Xiao Xingyu's shadow flashed a flaming scarlet.
Crimson Inferno Shadow, Enchanted Artifact.
This was one of the system rewards that Xiao Xingyu had obtained after unlocking the title of Eternal Night Monarch. Maybe it was all meant to be. Everything that happened in the Battle of Forget-Worry City was to pave the way for Crimson Inferno Shadow's debut. The second before his consciousness completely disappeared, Xiao Xingyu's thoughts surged. The object of the enchantment, the Ghostbuster's Sinbreaker. A enchanted vessel, my left arm. A Inferno Shadow, for the next job it's all yours. In the next second, Xiao Xingyu completely fell into unconsciousness. Inside his body flowed the scarlet shadow of inflammation. Footsteps came. Murong Xinshin raised her pearly face and hugged Xiao Xingyu tightly. Murong's girl, sorry in advance, I'm taking your boyfriend. Murong Xinshin didn't say a word, just hugged the unconscious Xiao Xingyu and didn't let go, her eyes full of stubbornness and determination. Lin Beixian scratched his head, he didn't like to do this kind of thing that offended children. After a slight pause, Lin Beixian continued, I can't disobey Lord Empress orders.
Gelder Lin, where are you taking Xingyu?
Take him to the Royal Academy of Sciences for the best treatment. Murong Xinshin just stared at Lin Beixian and didn't say anything. Fine, I'll be honest, alright, I'm taking him to the Imperial Soul Division, the Death Prison Dungeon. Murong Xinshin lowered her head as tears continued to drip down. Lin Beixian bit her lip and said in her heart, this world, I deserve to die. Gelder Lin, take me with you.
This... Xingyu is already like this, I can't leave him half a step no matter what.
A girl, I can't explain on General Murong's side. Please. Murong Xinshin bent her waist very low and her petite body kept shaking. The battle in Forget-Worry City came to an end, but the dark tide on the other side was still surging. Deep in the dense forest, Tamagotchi's 9 foxtails shimmered milky white in the cold moonlight. On the muddy ground lay 7 tragically dead silver priests. Blood flowed in rivers and ghosts were in the air. The ice-green Yuan Emperor's body, entangled and imprisoned by a fox's tail, let out a painful chirp. Nie Hongzhuang knelt on one knee, dried blood remaining at the corner of her lips. The other members of the Emperor's soul also suffered from varying degrees of injuries, bracing their tired bodies and clustering around Nie Hongzhuang's side. While the Battle of Forget-Worry City was in full swing, the Imperial Soul Squad led by Nie Hongzhuang was ambushed and sneak-attacked by the Beast God Body, 3rd-ranked, ghost-type magical beast, the 9-tailed demon Fox Yuzuokian. The crafty, foxy eyes of the Tamagotchi fox demon shone with a charming light that was enough to seduce any man's heart and mind. Her face looked exceptionally beautiful in the moonlight, as if she were a spirit from an ancient legend. Times have changed. Is this the only level of second-in-command of the Imperial Soul these days? It's really a laughingstock, haha. Tamao Qian held a folding fan and covered her cherry mouth, letting out a sinister and maniacal petulant laugh. The several silver priests beside Nie Hongzhuang would be so distracted just by hearing this fox demon's laughter that they wouldn't even be able to operate their spiritual energy normally, let alone harness their imperial beasts for battle. Damn it! This fox's beast energy is something we can't restrain. Tamagotchi carries 2 types of SSS-ranked beast energy on her. Fox charms and confuses the people. Every move she makes, such as her eyes, laughter, mouth, and hair, will cause a charm effect on male creatures and a persistent hormonal attraction on male beast masters, resulting in the inability of their spiritual energy to function properly. Red Face Scourge. When Yu Zhaoqian encounters a male imperial beast master who can't resist, activate the battle technique Drunken Red Face, which can manipulate the male imperial beast master for 10 seconds. Based on the special nature of Tamagotchi carrying beast energy, all male silver priests, all for nothing in battle. The male-to-female ratio of the members of the Emperor's Soul was about 5:1, a ratio that dictated that most of the assistants by Nie Hongzhuang's side were male. It's useless to have a lot of people when it comes to Tamagotchi. After using the power of the 9 tails to control the ice-green Yuan Emperor, Yu Zhaoqian transformed into a ghostly aura and instantly appeared in front of Nie Hongzhuang. She stretched out her long and white fingertips and gently hooked Nie Hongzhuang's chin, a pair of affectionate fox eyes filled with greedy lust. I have to say, your generation's second-in-command of the Imperial Soul, even though it's a woman, looks more heroic than a man. I like it. Yu Zhaoqian opened her fiery red lips and inhaled the body scent of Nie Hongzhuang's body with a look of lust. Fear not the fox who knows martial arts, fear not the fox who is gay. Although Yu Zhaoqian relies on seducing males for her meals, she has no interest in males and only likes those handsome-looking female people. In the Imperial Soul Organization, Nie Hongzhuang is known as the modern-day Hua Mulan, the blood-clothed high priestess. Her looks and temperament stepped on the heart of Yu Zhaoqian. All of a sudden, heaven and earth were dim. Countless chattering crows flew in from the depths of the forest. Sensing the threat of death, Tamagotchi panicked and hastily rolled backwards to avoid it. Psst! A long sword condensed by black flames ran through Yu Zhaoqian's left shoulder. The excruciating pain that drilled through its heart caused it to let out a scream that was worse than death, and cold sweat instantly soaked through every inch of its body's clothing. Sir! Nie Hongzhuang looked up, only to see a middle-aged man clad in black walk out from the depths of the forest. The man's shoulders and the top of his head were resting with black dark ravens with bloodshot eyes, and his palms were converging with rippling, pitch-black flames. This is the SSS-class Beast Energy Flame of the Golden Crow. The ability of an Imperial Beast Master to share Beast Energy with his own Imperial Beast was a sign of stepping into the 9-star segment. This man, who exuded a powerful sense of oppression, was the leader of the Imperial Souls, the High Priest of the Black All-Night Raven Crow. The forest was shrouded by a shadow. The three-legged golden crow god appeared above the forest like an aircraft carrier burning with flames. Around its feathered wings, 3 huge golden fireballs hovered, slowly rotating in a clockwise direction. A stinking fox, d. With a big wave of his hand, the raven flung out a rain of black flaming arrows. Yu Zhaoqian was scared out of her wits and hurriedly fled in her original form. Behind the raven, many members of the Imperial Souls followed over. Still chasing, sir? There's no need. In case that stinking fox has someone to pick up the slack, won't we be asking for trouble? Raven Crow collected his spiritual energy, worry flashing in his eyes as he personally assisted the injured Nie Hongzhuang. Is it badly hurt? Sir, these are minor injuries, don't worry about me. By the way, sir, the site of Forget Worry City. The raven soothed, don't worry, the matter of Forget Worry City has been resolved. Xiao Xingyu, in the Battle of Forget Worry City, played an important role. Compared to the Battle of Hope in Rain City, this child has grown much, much more.
That's good, wait.
Something's not right. Didn't I tell that kid to obediently return to the Azure Dragon Academy and stay out of Forget Worry City's business? A bitter smile appeared on Raven's white, soft face. Is this the first time you've met him? He wouldn't be Xiao Xingyu if he behaved himself. Nie Hongzhuang crossed her arms and huffed. Yeah, this kid always disobeys orders and doesn't listen to commands. When I see him, I'll definitely beat his ass. Raven bowed his head in silence. Nie Hongzhuang frowned, sensing that the atmosphere was not right. Sir, you've seldom worn that look since I've known you. What's going on? Xiao Xingyu, there's a slight problem. What's the problem? He's degenerated into a dark sentinel. Nie Hongzhuang's heart thumped, and she froze for a long time before slowing down.
Where is he?
Is he still alive? Will the Empress... not dead, jail. The year is coming to a close and it is raining. Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial City. Imperial Soul Division, deadly prison. A darkened cell. In addition to the putrid odor emanating from the cracks in the chapped walls, there was the occasional chittering of rats. Across the street and in the next cell, the inhuman death row inmates let out ugly maniacal laughs and taunts. How refreshing. The Imperial Academy's Lord Black Regent, also imprisoned? Lord Xiao, aren't you the Empress's side man? Why have you come to steal the dormitory with your brothers?
What the hell has this kid done?
A word on the street is that it's been corrupted and turned into a dark sentinel. Dark Imperial Beast Master? Ha ha ha, the famous Lord Xiao, he will not escape death. The cell was Spartan, with only a bedstead woven of straw mats and a single quilt. Said quilt doesn't have as much cotton as the beef in the beef noodle. A yellow-faced, white-haired girl was tending to an unconscious teenager. Murong Xinshin hadn't committed any transgressions, and as long as she wanted to go home, the Imperial Soul Division would send someone back to General Murong's residence overnight. But she chose to stay. Stay here, for one thing, to take care of Xiao Xingyu. The second is for the worst. If Xiao Xingyu really have to face the death penalty, then she also have to accompany Xiao Xingyu together to leave this rotten post-apocalyptic.
Doorman, your highness.
I opened the door.
Shangguan Qian ordered. Sister Qian, please save Xingyu.
Murong Xinshin, who was originally in a state of disbelief, her eyes suddenly brightened and her slender hands tightly grasped Shangguan Qian's wrist.
Xinshin, take it easy for now, your body is weak right now too.
While Shangguan Asa calmed Murong Xinshin, she took the prepared meal out of the insulated lunchbox.
Eat something first.
I can't eat. Shangguan Qian sighed helplessly, her afterglow glancing at Xiao Xingyu who was lying unconscious on the straw mat.
Xiao Xingyu, you really found the best girlfriend in the whole world.
Shangguan Qian's gaze then returned to Murong Xinshin with mixed feelings inside. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, she should have been the most envied object of all the maidens in the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom the most envied of all maidens. But she envied the Murong Xinshin in front of her. Xinshin, I really envy you, you have the opportunity and the qualification to give everything for the man you love, in name only.
This is an untouchable luxury for me.
These sentimental words from the bottom of his heart, Shangguan Qian did not dare to say it, but could only murmur silently in his heart. She also wanted to pay for Xiao Xingyu, and she could do everything Murong Xinshin did. But at the end of the day, she was not Xiao Xingyu's girlfriend, and no matter what she did, it was all in name only. Shangguan Qian sat next to Murong Xinshin, and the cell fell into a wordless silence. Murong Xinshin's tear ducts had dried up and she couldn't even cry, her eyes were dull, quietly guarding the unconscious teenager.
Xin.
Shangguan Qian suddenly pulled Murong Xinshin's hand, her tone earnest and serious. In my mother's hands, there is a medicine made from dragon's blood called the dragon-crying blood pill. As long as a dark imperial beast master takes this medicine, he will be able to abolish the dark blood contract concluded in his body and eliminate all the injuries brought about by the backlash of the dark blood contract. Because this medicine is so valuable, there is only one left in my mother's possession, so... Murong Xinshin braced her weak and delicate body and got up violently, her red eyes lit up with determination.
I'll beg her. Xinshin, don't be in a hurry, my mother is angry, wait a little longer. I can wait, Xingyu's body can't.
Murong Xinshin rushed out of the cell, his footsteps pausing slightly. From the other cells on the opposite side of the corridor, there were still occasional teasing and taunting of Xiao Xingyu from the death row inmates. You dogs, one more word against my man and I'll send someone to kidnap you and feed you to the sharks at Navy headquarters tomorrow. Murong Xinshin's white hair flew, her delicate face was murderous, and her scarlet gaze swept through every cell as if it was the gaze of the god of death. The corridor fell into a dead silence. There were a few death row inmates with pained expressions, doing their best to hold it in, not even daring to fart. Shangguan Qian, who was following Murong Xinshin, was dumbstruck and marveled in his heart.
This still the Murong Xinshin I know.
It was late at night and the rain was torrential as a whip. A delicate silhouette, running through the heavy rain, went straight to the Nightlawn Palace.
Xinshin, slow down, I told you, my mother is angry.
Shangguan Qian held her umbrella and chased after Murong Xinshin. At the entrance of the Nightlawn Palace, there was a row of people standing, like a group of students who had been punished for disrupting the classroom. These people are, without exception, all bigots. Mr. Luo Tianan, Director of the Bureau of Mines and Treasure Meng Chongguang, President of the Royal Academy of Sciences Zero King Lin Beixian.
General Shirahata.
Air Force General Lu Mingchu Admiral Murong Jin Imperial Soul Leader Raven. These people were very close friends with Xiao Xingyu, and they had all come to plead for him. The door to the temple was open and the temple was lit up. But no one could step through the door of the Night Lantern Hall without permission. Murong Jin stood pacing anxiously outside the temple, his face full of vicissitudes.
Bai, you advised, Murong, calm down.
Old Bai, you know my son-in-law's situation, facing the capital offense of killing his head.
My daughter's temper you know well, if Xingyu has an accident, my daughter,
Of the group, Murong Jin was undoubtedly the one who had the hardest time keeping his cool.
Guys.
Just then, Shangguan Lan's personal maid Qin Shuang walked out. Murong Jin anxiously inquired, Miss Qin Shuang, what does Lord Empress say? Qin Shuang shook his head, his tone as businesslike as ever. The Empress has clearly said that anyone who pleads for Lord Zhao's favor will not be seen. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above the imperial city, briefly illuminating the Night Lantern Hall. Everyone could see that Murong Jin's face was as pale as wax.
General Murong, you must be steady, you can't fall.
Murong Jin was in such a hurry that his eyes went black and he needed the assistance of those around him to stand still.
Xinshin, don't be reckless.
Shang Guanqian's voice came. A drenched white-haired girl, dragging her limp and feeble body, traveled through muddy puddles and through thick rain and fog to the front of the Night Lawn Palace. Murong Jin's eyes widened and his hands trembled.
A daughter.
Shang Guanqian chased after her, breathing heavily and topping her long, wet, purple hair. With this much rain, it's no different with or without an umbrella. Shang Guanqian caught her breath and shouted toward the maids at the entrance of the hall, "Go get dry blankets and a change of jacket for the girls." When Murong Xinshin saw his father, there was finally a trace of warmth in his eyes.
Father, is the Empress in there?
In. Daughter, don't worry for a while about Xingyu, Dad will be able to. Without waiting for Murong Jin to finish, Murong Xinshin disappeared in place. Waiting for Murong Jin to react, he watched Murong Xinshin break into the Night Lawn Palace alone.
A silly daughter, don't mess around.
Inside the temple, Qin Shuang was making tea and grimaced when he heard footsteps. A Miss Murong trespassing into the Night Lawn Palace without permission is also a capital offense. On the throne of the Great Hall, Shangguan Lan held his forehead with one hand, his face more ugly than ever. Murong Xinshin raised his eyes. Only Shangguan Lan was seen wearing a set of black robes. Xinshin, remember, my mother wears black every time she has a fit. If you see her, dressed in black, don't mention the dragon crying blood pill just yet. This was Shangguan Qian's advice to Murong Xinshin on the way here. A Qin Shuang, you go down first. A yes, Empress ... Above the Great Hall, only Shangguan Lan and Murong Xinshin remained. The Murong family's girl, what is it that you want from me? Plop. Murong Xinshin knelt on both knees and bent over to snap his head. Azure Dragon Academy Murong Xinshin, begging for medication from Lord Empress.
What medicine do you seek?
A dragon sobbing blood pill. Wow. Crackle. Expensive teapots and tea sets scattered all over the place. The splattered pieces of the teacup cut Murong Xinshin's arm, and the boiling hot tea also left obvious scalding red marks on her body. Shangguan Lan's plump chest rose and fell violently, her smooth nose flared slightly, revealing her inner boredom and agitation, while her tightly closed lips symbolized flaming, burning anger. As Shangguan Qian said, whenever Shangguan Lan changed into black clothes, that was when she was the angriest, and on the contrary, Murong Xinshin still wanted to bump into the muzzle of the gun. Murong Xinshin, I said that anyone who comes to plead for Xiao Xingyu's favor cannot set foot in the Night Lawn Palace. You go back. Azure Dragon Academy Murong Xinshin, begging for medication from Lord Empress. Murong Xinshin knelt down and repeated the words that had just angered Shangguan Lan. A horrible murderous aura erupted from Shangguan Lan's body, filling the entire hall. The sticky air was dying to freeze, making people feel a strong chill invading their internal organs with every breath. Damn girl, are you challenging my bottom line? Murong Xinshin lifted his bloodless face, his parched lips trembling gently. Xingyu is badly injured, the backlash of the dark blood pact has caused his left arm to fester, I can see white bones and maggots in the crevices of the bones. Shangguan Lan's anger was suddenly gone as if he had deflated. Hearing Murong Xinshin's description, her heart wasn't in the right place. The group of people standing outside the hall were all pleading for Xiao Xingyu. In fact, this seemingly unsympathetic woman inside the temple was more distressed by Xiao Xingyu than those outside the temple. Shangguan Lan took a step back and fell onto the throne, holding his forehead with one hand and pressing his fingertips hard against the sore mountain roots. She's the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom and she's got to look out for the big picture. Nowadays, the negative news about Xiao Xingyu on the internet can be said to be overwhelming. I do not know how many ill-intentioned people are waiting for Xiao Xingyu mistakes this day. In one short night, the table and case of the Night Lawn Palace were piled high with paper folders of impeachment against Xiao Xingyu. According to Dragon Kingdom law, the Dark Imperials must be executed. If Shangguan Lan openly harbored Xiao Xingyu, it would only cause more confusion and public opinion. A dragon-sobbing blood pill could indeed solve these problems. It wasn't that Shangguan Lan couldn't give it, but she didn't want to give it now. Because she was in a rage, this time Xiao Xingyu's performance had disappointed her, and she had to teach Xiao Xingyu a lesson before she could do so.
A mother.
Shangguan Qian rushed in and saw Murong Xinshin kneeling on the ground. She rushed over to assist her. Shangguan Lan's tone eased slightly. A shallow child, take this girl out.
Go directly to the Imperial Academy of Sciences and recuperate from your injuries.
Yes.
Shang Guanqian gently pulled Murong Xinxin's arm and softly whispered. Xin, listen to me, let's get well first, my mother is a knife mouth and tofu heart. Okay, I'll listen to Sister Qian. Shang Guanqian was stunned. She had thought that Murong Xinxin would continue to be stubborn, but she didn't expect to suddenly change as if she was a different person. With Shang Guanqian's assistance, Murong Xinxin went to the physical therapy room of the Royal Academy of Sciences. It's late at night and the rain hasn't stopped. Those who begged for mercy at the entrance of the Night Lantern Hall were all driven away by the Imperial City's forbidden guards. Inside the temple, Shang Guanlan's eyes were dark, carrying a wine jug alone and looking out the window at the rain and lightning.
If he made a mistake, he should be punished or he should learn a lesson. Isn't that common sense?
Besides, he's just a handy sharp weapon I've cultivated, just a pawn a little more advanced than the others.
But why should I feel sorry for him?
Shang Guanlan covered his heart and fell into a whirlpool of confusion. If she didn't experience this incident, then she wouldn't have noticed that her feelings towards Xiao Xingyu were already different from before. She removed a faintly scented wooden box from her sleeve. It contained the dragon-sobbing blood pill of which there was only one left.
This woman cared about Xiao Xingyu more than anyone else.
On the Forget Worry City battlefield, the moment Xiao Xingyu signed the dark blood pact with the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker, all the bystanders had only one emotion, shock. Only Shang Guanlan, at that point in time, had already decided to take out this dragon-crying blood pill to save Xiao Xingyu. This mess, in the end or I help him wipe his ass, really owe him in his last life. These things that should be done by parents to their children are mirrored in Shang Guanlan and Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, who was usually so calm and wise, only seemed to subconsciously display the rebelliousness, willfulness and stubbornness that a child should have in front of Shang Guanlan. 1 o'clock in the morning. Shang Guanlan exhaled a mouthful of muddy breath, burned all the impeachment folders of Xiao Xingyu with a fire, and stretched his lazy back. In a bad mood, she had Qin Shuang prepare an umbrella for a walk. But the moment Shang Guanlan walked out of the hall, he stopped in his tracks. At the bottom of the steps outside the temple, a white-haired girl knelt on both knees, the rain soaking her entire body. Murong Xinxin raised her eyes, her voice weak but clear. Azure Dragon Academy Murong Xinxin, begging for medication from Lord Empress. Shang Guanlan frowned, you girl. In the meantime, Royal Academy of Sciences Physical Therapy Room. Shang Guanqian just went to the restroom and came back to see the empty hospital bed. I knew it was impossible for a person's personality to change so quickly. Shang Guanqian picked up her umbrella and rushed out of the Imperial Academy. In front of the Night Lantern Hall. Blasted winds and thunder. Shang Guanlan held his umbrella and stood on top of the steps, looking down at the white-haired girl kneeling in the puddle. Murong Xinxin, listen carefully, I won't give you medicine even if you kneel until dawn. Qin Shuang asked in a small voice, Empress the walk thing.
I'm not in the mood, back to the temple.
Shang Guanlan returned to the temple and sat his butt down at the table, drinking 2 cups of clear tea in a row to lower the fire. 2 o'clock in the morning. Qin Shuang, where's that girl? Still kneeling outside the temple. 3 o'clock in the morning.
How is she?
On your knees. What a perfect match with that kid, both stubborn asses. 4 in the morning.
Lord Empress, Miss Murong has fainted.
Check it out.
Shang Guanlan walked out of the Night Lawn Palace and saw Murong Xinxin lying in a puddle at a glance. Qin Shuang, you go to. Before Shang Guanlan's words fell, Murong Xinxin, who was covered in mud, climbed up and maintained his kneeling position. Azure Dragon Academy, Murong Xinxin.
I beg Lord Empress to give me medicine.
Even though she had fainted, as long as she heard Shang Guanlan's footsteps, this young girl would get back up. Back to the temple. Shang Guanlan whisked his sleeve and turned around. Under a cold plum tree, Shang Guanqian held her umbrella and watched Murong Xinxin, who was kneeling in front of the temple, from afar. She didn't go up to interrupt or stop it, she had nothing but envy and sentimentality in her eyes. Shang Guanqian was certain that if she were in her place, she would be able to do this for Xiao Xingyu as well. But she was empty of this firm thought, but without a reasonable identity. She's just the Princess of Dragon Kingdom. And Murong Xinxin is the only love of Xiao Xingyu's life. Under the curtain of rain, the white-haired girl knelt in front of the temple. Under the cold plum tree, Dragon Kingdom, the princess is sad. Shang Guanqian can only watch from afar, between her and Murong Xinshin, separated by an identity that cannot be crossed. 5 o'clock in the morning. 6 o'clock in the morning. It's still raining. In front of the Night Lawn Palace, Murong Xinshin knelt down and never stopped. Just at the moment when Murong Xinshin's consciousness was about to fall into darkness, a hand reached out in front of her. It is Shangguan Lan's personal maid Qin Shuang. Miss Murong, go save Lord Xiao. In Qin Shuang's hand is a wooden box. Shangguan Lan was a godlike woman, but gods also had moments of weakness. She had wanted Xiao Xingyu to suffer more in jail and grow a long memory, but couldn't resist Murong Xinshin being so persistent. After this incident, whenever the world mentions how to describe heavy rain again, no one will fail to take out the same poem to match. The white-haired girl knelt in front of the temple, only asking for a medicine to save her husband. 2 young girls ran one behind the other in the cold rainstorm. Shang Guanqian held her umbrella and chased Murong Xinshin in front of her with all her might. She couldn't figure out how Murong Xinshin could still run at inhuman speeds when she was dripping and injured. Murong Xinshin took the small wooden box containing the dragon-sobbing blood pill and held it tightly in his arms. She could get soaked, but not the medicine. The distance from the Night Lawn Palace to the Imperial Soul Division was not that far. But it was a huge challenge for Murong Xinshin's dying body. She ran frantically through the rain and fell halfway through, her already red and swollen knee now showing open wounds and blood staining a nearby puddle. Xinshin, your legs can't run anymore, I'll carry you.
No, I can still do it.
Looking at Murong Xinshin's limping back, Shang Guanqian's inner emotions were so complicated. A love interest isn't scary, it's the flawless love interest that's scary. Shang Guanqian, no matter what angle she looked at it from, couldn't deny that Murong Xinshin was the most worthy person in this world for Xiao Xingyu. The frustration was like a loud thunderclap coming from the sky, constantly hitting Shangguan Asahi's eardrums and bringing her back to her senses. At this moment, she dared only to hide her sentiments, in the deepest recesses of her heart, and to put a lock without a key.
Xinshin, wait for me.
Shang Guanqian caught up with Murong Xinshin's pace and held the umbrella for her. Imperial Soul Division. Des Ro. Murong Xinshin, supported by Shang Guanqian, took staggering steps and rushed to the entrance of the prison. Shang Guanqian's nose shrugged and she couldn't help but frown. Why does it smell like burning?
A fire.
Put out the fire.
Incoming. Somebody get backup.
The Imperial Souls Division's death cell is on fire for no apparent reason. Amidst the smoke, the gray-haired jailers panicked and the prisoners held in their cells wailed.
Starwu.
Starwu.
Answer me if you hear me.
Xiao Xingyu, say something back if you're not dead. Murong Xinshin and Shang Guanqian walked through the waves of smoke and fire and entered the lowest level of the deadly prison. The cell at the end of the corridor was the cell where Xiao Xingyu was being held. Just then, an upright black shadow emerged from the flames. As the dark figure got closer, his full face was exposed to the hot air. It was a ragged teenager with bloodshot eyes emitting an evil essence. On the surface of his skin, a layer of reddish-black ghost chi shield coalesced, isolating and shocking back the surrounding flames. This layer of ghost chi shield, Murong Xinshin had déjà vu. This is the ghost stalking technique of the Ghostbusters Sinbreakers.
Xingyu.
Murong Xinshin could not think in time, directly rushed up, the whole person flung himself in Xiao Xingyu's arms, hot tears wetting that magnificent chest. Xiao Xingyu raised his powerful right arm and wrapped it around the delicate body of the beautiful person in his arms, deep apologies and self-condemning heartache flowing from his eyes. A 6 Jean, I'm sorry that I, the one who's always getting into trouble, have worried you once again.
I'm fine.
By the way, the Empress Lord gave me a medicine, this is the dragon-crying blood pill, it can help you abolish the dark blood pact. Murong Xinshin was filled with joy, but before she could remember to open the small wooden box, she fainted in Xiao Xingyu's arms. She had been kneeling in front of the night lantern hall for a whole night. The already weak body, drenched in an all-night rainstorm, was supported by tenacity. Now that she saw Xiao Xingyu awakening, her subconscious relaxed that taut heartstring and naturally fell into a coma. Shang Guanqian's eyes misted with water, and her slightly choked voice was thick with resentment. Xiao Xingyu, Xinshin knelt outside the Night Lawn Palace all night in order to beg for medicine for you. You should be able to hear how heavy the rain was last night.
Oh well, I heard it all.
Xiao Xingyu looked at Murong Xinshin in his arms with a soft and affectionate gaze. Immediately, he raised his head and bent slightly towards Shang Guanqian.
Your Highness, thank you.
Xiao Xingyu could guess that during his coma, Shangguanqian was also trying to help him in his own way. Thanks are not necessary, since you're awake, take the dragon-sobbing blood Dan quickly, then take good care of Xinxin, and so on. Shangguanqian was abruptly stunned, her beautiful eyes tearing and shaking. It was then that she noticed Xiao Xingyu's body, which had undergone a bizarre change.
Your left arm?
Xiao Xingyu's left arm was several times thicker than before. The skin was burned away by the reddish-black ghost fire, and the lurid flesh and bones were directly exposed. The left hand had completely metamorphosed into a hideous blood-red ghostly claw. Between his fingers, it was as if thick magma was flowing, steaming upwards with ebony ghostly aura. Xiao Xingyu raised his left hand and an ice-blue eye opened in his palm. The eyes open and close like a special breathing organ, and the pupils resemble the shape of a wedding ring. Your Highness, have you ever heard of the attunement system Imperial Beast? Enchanted Imperial Beasts?
Let's see, that's not only found in the
Sharma Empire. The eyes of the demon god flashed with a wise light, and the corners of Xiao Xingyu's lips rose slightly. Its name is Ghostly Weeping Hands, my first enchanted imperial beast. Shangguanqian was filled with surprise, her attention was all on Xiao Xingyu's left arm, completely ignoring the shadow on the ground. At this time, Xiao Xingyu's shadow was different from everyone else's. His shadow, which took on a dreamy scarlet color, was like a burning flame. Crimson Inferno Shadow plus Ghostbusters Sinbreaker equals Ghostbusters Hand. Everything was within Xiao Xingyu's calculations. Of course, he chose to save the Ghostbusters Sinbreaker for more than that purpose. Someone had to pay for the debt of 1,000,000 dead souls in Forgetworry City. This is not Xiao Xingyu's revenge alone, it is the revenge of the whole Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Xingyu's gaze was like a sharp sword, ignoring the spatial terrain, the blade of the sword up to the land of Sakura Kingdom that was full of sinful and sinister evil. Rumble. The fire burned and the beams above the corridor collapsed instantly. Just as the beam was about to hit Shangguanqian, the Ghost Weeper's hand directly gripped it. Xiao Xingyu gently exerted his force, the burning beams turned into pieces and the dry air stirred with a majestic ghostly aura. Shangguanqian kept shaking her head, her eyes overflowing with an incredible color. It's unbelievable that you're just a 4-star Imperial Beast Master. This was the characteristic of the Enchanted Sentinel, which allowed the Sentinel Master to gain combat power directly. From the looks of it, this power of the Imperial Beastmaster to alter the structure of their localized organs or limbs was exclusive to the 9-star Imperial Beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu converges his spiritual power, and his ghostly hand gradually degrades. Shangguanqian just blinked, Xiao Xingyu's left arm had returned to normal, and there was no difference between it and his right arm. The triggering mechanism of ghostly hand, like other Imperial Beasts, can be achieved through the fluctuation of spiritual energy to achieve the effect of retracting and releasing. Xiao Xingyu lifted his breath and a golden crack unfolded on his forehead. The holy weapon of the Sea Spirit Clan, the Eye of the Tide, opens. A golden stream of water to quench the fires of the prison of death. Xiao Xingyu, in the form of the sea god, had blonde hair and an extraordinary demeanor, without a trace of evil in his body. Shangguanqian felt incomparably surprised and couldn't help but ask, the backlash of the dark blood contract, why is it ineffective against you? Your Highness, I don't have a dark blood contract in my body. The Crimson Inferno Shadow, long ago, burned the dark blood contract. Xiao Xingyu is not a dark beast master, he is a clean identity and background of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Black law enforcement did not violate Dragon Kingdom any of the law. The rain stopped in the afternoon, a rainbow streaked across the sky above the Imperial City, and a rare warming of the bitter winter temperatures occurred. Night Lan Palace. Above the Great Hall, the old Imperial City troops, led by Xie Zhong, made a joint proposal to put pressure on Shangguanlan. At Empress the negative public opinion about Lord Xiao can no longer be contained now. There are even rumors claiming that the Dragon Kingdom Empress has no boundaries and indulges in the newest members of the Imperial City who have no regard for the law. The Son of Heaven commits the same crimes as the people, let alone him, Xiao Xingyu. Regardless of their identity and background, Dark Imperial Beastmasters will be executed. This is the regulation you personally wrote into the Dragon Kingdom Code. Shangguanlan sat on his throne and closed his eyes, not bothering to pay attention to the noise in front of him. She knew better than anyone that these people who hated to let Xiao Xingyu die immediately were all Xie Zhong's people. The Rakshasa sect looked to be completely destroyed, and Xie Zhong had lost his greatest dependents. But he has been in the Imperial City for many years by virtue of his Dragon Kingdom First Military Advisor status. The identity of the first military advisor, deeply cultivated interpersonal relations for many years, holding the handle of many people. The first military advisor. So the die-hard generals who are willing to sacrifice their lives for him are still in the minority. Shangguanlan's eyes were tightly closed, her eyebrows deeply knitted, and her heart was full of emotions.
Xiao Xingyu, let's see how all this mess you've made, how the hell should it end?
If you hadn't made such a low-level mistake, how could Xie Zhong's faction have seized the opportunity to target you?
Nowadays they're like a pack of rabid dogs, staring at your only stain and biting furiously.
Grumbling aside, Shangguanlan would still wipe Xiao Xingyu's ass for him.
Don't mention anything more about Xiao Xingyu today, I'm sick of hearing about it.
Shangguanlan's attitude was clear, that is, he wanted to deliberately avoid the topic about Xiao Xingyu. No one in the hall dared to go against her either, and a dead silence fell.
Are you avoiding the topic, Empress Dash?
Xie Zhong stepped forward and struck a pose. A murderous aura surfaced in Shangguanlan's eyes.
A military counselor, Xie, what exactly are you trying to say?
Xie Zhong took another step forward, and with every move he made, he acted out the image of the loyal minister of the country in a vivid manner. Lord Empress, it is well known that Lord Xiao is the Dragon Kingdom genius that comes along only once in 100 years, and is also the talent you most valued talent. I also have quite an appreciation for this young teenager. The conversation turned.
But Xiao Xingyu is now a dark imperial beast master. A condemned man on death row who is to be beheaded according to the law.
How does it make the thousands of people of the Dragon Kingdom feel when you delay in making a final judgment? After Xie Zhong delivered his impassioned speech, he deliberately coughed lightly twice. The people around him chimed in.
Lord Xie has a point.
Lord Empress, now that the people all over the country are paying attention to this case, there has to be a statement.
Yes, to all the subjects of Dragon Kingdom.
If you make an exception to keep Xiao Xingyu, then our Dragon Kingdom Codex, what credibility is left to speak of?
Bing!
Everything you've said today is to force me to execute Xiao Xingyu now, isn't it? Shangguanlan angrily slapped the table, his gaze cold and stern, his voice like a lance coated in frost, pointing straight at everyone's throat. A pitch-black Qilin divine beast silhouette hovered above Shangguanlan's head, emitting a terrifyingly hostile aura. The hall was once again silent. Who in general would dare to provoke Shangguanlan in this state? Even though the Empress was furious, Xie Zhong still chose to tough it out. Lord Empress, even if Xiao Xingyu is your favorite general. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom greater good, I'd also like to ask you to bear with me. After Xie Zhong finished speaking, he plopped down and knelt on the ground. All of them knelt down one after another and said in unison, "Please still bear with me, Lord Empress." Xie Zhong knelt on the ground, his head hung low, and it was hard to hide the maniacal laughter in his eyes.
Xiao Xingyu, I didn't expect you to have a day.
Speaking of which, I have you to thank for making such a lowly mistake that allowed me to capitalize on it.
This time, there's no second way out for you except death.
Xie Zhong was inwardly excited, and he determined that this time Xiao Xingyu didn't have any room to maneuver and turn the tables. Shangguanlan is the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom after all. Even if she valued someone as much as she did, there was no way she could subvert Dragon Kingdom law for that person. Shangguanlan pursed her sexy vermilion lips, and her eyes flowed with 1,000 attempts. Early this morning, the Murong family's girl should have fed the dragon-crying blood pill to that kid. Projecting 3 days on the clock. 3 days later, when the medicine's effects are fully realized, it will be able to completely abolish the dark blood contract in his body. I only need to delay for 3 days and this crisis can be solved. This woman, alone facing the group of ministers to exert pressure, alone to carry the nation's gossip, she endured as well as everything she did was for Xiao Xingyu. The last man who could make her give her all was the young Xiao Liyan. From this, Xiao Xingyu had a little something in common with Xiao Liyan. Qin Shuang suddenly walked over to Shangguanlan's side and said in a low voice, "There is someone who seeks an audience."
Who?
Lord Xiao. A footstep sounded outside the temple. Xiao Xingyu was the first to walk into the Night Lawn Palace, wearing the uniform of the Imperial Academy of Sciences Black Regent, handsome and impressive, and the moment he appeared in the public's view, he became the center of attention of the room. Behind Xiao Xingyu were 3 9-star Imperial Beastmasters. They were the generals of the Navy, Land and Air Force, Murong Jin, Baiyu and Lu Mingchu. Xiao Xingyu walked into the hall, passing by Xie Zhong's side and pausing briefly. Xie Zhong froze for a long time. He didn't expect Xiao Xingyu to still dare to appear inside the Night Lawn Palace.
By the time he reacted, a wave of pain assaulted his left foot, even numbing it a bit. Looking down, Xiao Xingyu's shiny leather boots stepped on the instep of his left foot so simply and roughly. Lord Xie, it's been a long time. Xie Zhong face skin twitching, skin smile meet not smile. Wuxiao adults, we are saying you are not stepping on my feet, ah? Xiao Xingyu deliberately exerted his force, hating to stomp Xie Zhong's paw into a puddle of minced meat. The fellow officer standing beside Xie Zhong angrily droned, Xiao Xingyu, you, a death row inmate, openly offended Lord Xie at the Night Lawn Palace. Did you do it on purpose or by accident?
I was careless on purpose.
You...
Xiao Xingyu walked past this group of Xie Zhong's cohorts, his aura suppressed, and no one dared to say another word. His eyes seemed to proclaim to the world. Our Royal Academy of Sciences, Black Dictator, is back for the kill. Shangguan Lan looked at the teenager in front of him who smiled at him with puzzled eyes, a stone stirring up 1,000 waves inside.
Xiao Xingyu, you now?
Empress I've sinned, I've made you worry about me.
Xiao Xingyu kneeled down and bowed, his face serious as he earnestly expressed his apologies. The resentment Shangguan Lan had previously accumulated dissipated at this moment. This was because she realized that Xiao Xingyu's body did not have a trace of the evil aura of the dark blood contract. Lord Xiao, you're a dark Imperial Beast Master now, and the Imperial Soul Division Death Prison is where you should be.
Xie Zhong drank in a cold voice.
Xiao Xingyu smiled blandly. Dare I ask Lord Xie, how is the crime of slander dealt with?
Who slandered?
You.
You rumored that I'm a dark Imperial Beast Master, so naturally the crime of slander has been established.
Xie Zhong stared intently at Xiao Xingyu's calm and composed side face, and could not help but frown inwardly.
Where the hell did this guy get his confidence?
Once the Dark Blood Pact is concluded, it cannot be undone without the death of the Imperial Beast Master.
Oh, it must be just a bluff.
Xie Zhong calmed the panic in his heart as he was certain that Xiao Xingyu had not lifted the Dark Blood contract. After the silence, questions were raised. Lord Xiao, you said that you're not a Dark Imperial Beast Master, so who was the person who concluded the Dark Blood contract with the Ghost Lineage Magical Beast, Ghost Weeping Sinbreaker, in Forget Worry City in the first place?
It's me.
Aren't you admitting it?
How dare you argue?
Xiao Xingyu was calm and relaxed, smiling as he looked at those who questioned him. Much ado about nothing, I'll take the public test. Xiao Xingyu's attitude forced Shangguan Lan to make a decision, invite my personal doctor over. Not long after, a woman with a clear appearance walked into the Night Lawn Palace carrying a medical box. She wore a modified version of the pear blossom Cheongsam, her body was light and slender, her temperament was like an orchid, and she looked weak, but she exuded an air that was impenetrable. This is Shangguan Lan's personal doctor, Lioli. Xiao Xingyu knew her resume. Before she served as Shangguan Lan's personal physician, she was an ace military doctor at the Air Force headquarters. Ruri's most famous masterpiece, however, does not take place on the empty island of Air Force headquarters. She had replaced a mechanical heart for Lin Beixian, who had a bad heart. As a result, Lin Beixian escaped death and created Shingu technology, which is now known as a King Zero. This, then, is the masterpiece for which Luri is best known.
Zenpai, please.
Lord Xiao, relax. Lioli opened the medical box and took out a small and delicate device, the suction cup at one end of the device, attached to the back of Xiao Xingyu's right hand, which was the location of the Imperial Beast's crest. On the other end of the device is a monitor the size of a cell phone screen. The great hall was quiet and those present, whether human or ghost, were all murmuring in anticipation of the final results of the test. After a few moments passed, the device made a dripping sound. Luri announced the data in a calm tone. The data show. The level of evil factor in the blood is 0. Dark cell threshold is 0. The Imperial Beast heraldry is tainted to 0. After Lioli announced all the detailed data, she looked at Shangguan Lan. Of Lord Empress, according to systematic testing, it can be determined that Lord Xiao does not have a dark blood contract in his body, which means he is not a dark sentinel. Xie Zhong was agitated. Sage Lioli, is your equipment malfunctioning? How could Xiao Xingyu not be a dark Imperial Beast Master? In Dragon Kingdom, the only one who is honored as a sage is Ruri. Sage, the topmost title in the profession of Imperial Beast Doctor. Lord Xie, are you questioning me or Shingu technology? The testing equipment in Lioli's hand was clearly labeled with the Shingu technology logo.
Xie Zhong was momentarily speechless. Whether it was Lioli or Xuanjie technology, he was not qualified to question it, because it was Shangguan Lan who was behind it all. Shangguan Lan also froze for a moment. She couldn't figure out how Xiao Xingyu did it. After all, after the dragon-sobbing blood pill was taken, it would take at least 3 days for the full effect of the medicine to be realized. After freezing, Shangguan Lan went with the flow. Sergeant Xie, you've seen the test results. Xiao Xingyu is not a dark imperial beastmaster. Speaking of which, I'd like to pursue you for libel. Xie Zhong scowled and sweated.
No way.
How can it be undetectable when it's clear that a dark blood contract has been signed? Xiao Xingyu, no matter what illusion you use, I'm going to show you in your original form next.
Bang!
A muffled sound. In full view of the public, Xie Zhong inexplicably hit his head against the side of the coiled dragon column. The head broke the skin and bled profusely. Xie Zhong stood up and stabilized himself with a wry smile. Blood spilled from the crevice of his hair and slid down the bridge of his nose, right past the upturned corner of his lips. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Dragon Kingdom, the first warlord, blood splattered in the Hall of Night Lawn. Xiao Xingyu glanced at it, revealing a teasing expression. He knew the intention of Xie Zhong's move. Generally speaking, the fastest way to detect a dark sentinel is to utilize Xiangui Technology's darkness sweeping gauge. But before the introduction of this technology, the oldest method of interrogation was the blood test. Dark Imperial Beastmasters, because of the dark blood contract contained within their bodies, need to suck human blood in order to feed this blood contract. In other words, there was not a single dark sentinel that could refuse fresh human blood. Above the Great Hall, the smell of blood began to frantically fill the air.
Xiao Xingyu, I want to see how you can hold back.
Xie Zhong entered a state of madness, but he had managed to catch Xiao Xingyu's death throes. How could he stop there? He knew in his heart that the Rakshasa sect had fallen, and if he couldn't kill Xiao Xingyu today, his future days would only be more difficult. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Xingyu was still standing in the same place, looking at Xie Zhong, whose head was full of blood, with the eyes of a fool. Lord Xie, you're bleeding.
I know, Lord Xiao, what are you waiting for? Hurry. A fast what?
Don't hold back if you're thirsty. I'm not thirsty.
No, you're thirsty.
I'm really not thirsty. You're thirsty when I say you're thirsty.
Xiao Xingyu, stop pretending and come drink my blood.
Xie Zhong had an emotional breakdown. He had gambled everything just to swindle out Xiao Xingyu as the real Dark Imperial Beastmaster, but he was reduced to being the only clown in the room. Xiao Xingyu, you're the Dark Imperial Beastmaster, don't hold back, feel free to drink my blood.
Drink it quickly.
Spiritual energy surged, and the power of ghostly sobs shook the entire room. Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast crest and his left arm transformed into a ghost weeping hand. With the entire crowd watching, Xiao Xingyu unleashed his ghost sobbing hands and slapped the delirious Xie Zhong. What's the harm in being a 10-star Beastmaster? Without summoning the Imperial Beasts, all 100-star Imperial Beastmasters were mortal bodies, and taking a beating would hurt just as much. Xiao Xingyu shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent face, I didn't do it on purpose, it was Lord Xie who insisted on forcing me to drink his blood, I was acting in self-defense. But seriously, a perverted request like his, I've never heard of it in my life. Everyone's attention was on the Ghostbusters' hands.
This is...
A possessed Imperial Beasts? That's right, it's a possessed Imperial Beast. Using one of the Imperator's organs or partial limbs as a vessel. That's not right, aren't the attunement system Imperial Beasts only harnessed by that group of savage berserkers in the Sharma Empire? Some of the Imperial Beastmasters of the Sharma Empire would implant magical beast cells into their bodies in order to become stronger. The survival rate of Imperial Beastmasters implanted with magical beast cells is less than 5% due to genetic rejection. With this extremely low probability, there are still hordes of crazy shamans that choose to go one way or the other. The 5% that survived would be a perfect blend of wraith cells, and the flesh would surpass the limits of mortals. The increase in physical strength meant that it could be the most suitable vessel for the parasitization of attunement system Imperial Beasts. This was also the reason why only the Sharma Empire among the 4 countries was able to cultivate a large number of possessed Imperial Beastmasters. Dragon Kingdom doesn't have such a morbid culture, and Xiao Xingyu clearly doesn't have a wraith cell implant. But his left arm, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, did become the perfect vessel for the enchanted Imperial Beast Ghost Weeper's hand. Xia Zhong was woken up by a slap from the ghost's sobbing hand, and he realized at this moment that he was the real clown. I had thought that Xiao Xingyu after the Battle of Forget-Worry City was a piece of cotton to be slaughtered. Only when Xia Zhong kicked up did he realize that he had kicked the iron plate. How did this happen? This kid actually took the ghost weeping Sinbreaker and transformed it into an enchanted imperial beast.
How the hell did he do that? Oops, I think I've been tricked.
Xiao Xingyu really? Xia Zhong's head was covered in blood as he lay on top of the Night Lawn Palace, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. A big shot of this caliber, face is more important than life. Xia Zhong openly presents such an ugly appearance, dignity is lost, to put it seriously can only change a planet to live, otherwise it will be laughed at for a lifetime. Shangguan Lan revealed a light smile and snapped, "Come on people, first help the injured military master Xia down to recuperate." Also, regarding the matter of the libel charge against military master Xia, I will have the people from the Imperial Soul Division follow up on it in the following, and the punishment will be strictly adhered to the Dragon Kingdom Code, and will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Shangguan Lan added while looking at Xiao Xingyu with soft eyes.
Thank you Empress for doing justice.
Xiao Xingyu saluted and thanked him, revealing a wry smile and sweeping Xia Zhong's vicissitudes of despondent face with a playful afterglow. At this moment, Xia Zhong was disoriented, and under the support of a few guards, he left the Night Lawn Palace in ashes. The moment he stepped out of the hall, Xia Zhong glanced back, his eyes bloodshot, his facial muscles spasming and shaking, his heart surging with endless unwillingness and humiliation. He knew better than anyone else that leaving the Night Lawn Palace this time meant that the Xia family was completely on their way to the end. The destruction of the Rakshasa sect would have been a huge blow to Xia Zhong, equivalent to having his wings broken and no more cards. This time, he had thought that he was going to take advantage of Xiao Xingyu committing a capital offense and planned to fight a turnaround battle, but he had never expected this ending. In fact, this part of Xia Zhong was also within Xiao Xingyu's plan. Xiao Xingyu knew that contracting the ghost weeping Sinbreaker would get him into trouble for the sin of certain death. At the same time, he is also sure that Xia Zhong now, broken-kettled situation, will certainly take advantage of the opportunity to strike. Sure enough, the developments all advanced according to Xiao Xingyu's expectations, which led to Xia Zhong being reduced to the biggest clown in the imperial city. After this incident, those within the imperial city who were obedient to Xia Zhong would also turn against him, not daring to have any further involvement with him. Today's imperial city is still Shangguan Lan's world. And the status and treatment that Xia Zhong once had has been transferred to this young and exuberant Royal Academy of Sciences Black Deacon. Shangguan Lan cleared his throat, his gaze cold and stern, scanning the shivering remnants of Xia Zhong's party in the Great Hall. If I remember correctly, you are all here to impeach Xiao Xingyu, now what? According to the Dragon Kingdom Code, this should be treated as slander. Xia Zhong remnants, a bunch of clowns.
But no, I'm not here to impeach Lord Xiao, I'm here to congratulate Lord Xiao.
Me too.
Yes, we're here to congratulate Lord Xiao on the first enchanted imperial beast of his imperial beast master career. Lord Xiao, I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring a congratulatory gift, next time I'll be sure to hand-deliver it to your residence. At this point, there were no more remnants of Xia Zhong's party in the Great Hall. Xia Zhong's hard-earned connections fell apart. Since then, within the imperial city, who would not dare to address him as Lord Xiao? Behind Xiao Xingyu, the three great generals of the sea, land and air each had their own thoughts.
Murongjin, worthy of being my son-in-law.
This kind of certain death can even turn the tide against the wind. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, this kid is a real wave. Baiyu, this little guy is still young, his wings are not yet full, but in just half a year's time he has messed up Xia Zhong, who used to be as powerful as the sky in the imperial city, is not simple. Lu Mingchu, I don't know why, every time I see that confidence is peak smile on this kid's face, I will always think of Elder Xiao who was kind to me back then. Xia Zhong, the 10-star beast master who holds the title of Dragon Kingdom First Master of the Army, has temporarily withdrawn from the Night Lawn Temple, the Dragon Kingdom stage of the highest power, and the pandemonium over the imperial city dissipates. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath and smiled broadly, feeling that the air had become much fresher than before. With that, Shangguan Lan ordered the crowd to leave, leaving only Xiao Xingyu and the three great generals behind. A silence fell over the hall. Shangguan Lan sat on the throne in a lazy posture, her long legs folded, her toes gently raised, one hand resting on her fragrant cheeks, scrutinizing Xiao Xingyu with a deep gaze. I know best the progress of this kid's dragon's breath cultivation. Even with the addition of the Eye of the Tide, which can drastically increase the strength of his physical body, it's still far from being able to harness an attunement system Imperial Beast. Also, how in the world did he nullify the Dark Blood Pact and transform the Ghost-Weeping Sinbreaker into the Ghost-Weeping Hand stored in his left arm? Xiao Xingyu's Ghost-Sobbing Hands is suspicious and illogical. What Shangguanlon couldn't figure out was Xiao Xingyu's deepest hidden card. Crimson Flame Shadow, the enchanted divine artifact. It was only a shadow, but it was like Xiao Xingyu's doppelganger. When Crimson Inferno Shadow activated Crimson Possession, it could devour the magical beast and possess it in a localized location within Xiao Xingyu's body, such as his left arm. At the same time, Xiao Xingyu didn't have to take on the full load of the enchantment. The Crimson Inferno Shadow would take one half of Xiao Xingyu's load for him, and it could also unleash the Purifying Inferno Flame, which burned the Dark Blood Contract, making Xiao Xingyu immune to the backlash of the Dark Blood Contract. These had been calculated by Xiao Xingyu at the beginning, so he dared to carry out extreme maneuvers, and as long as he contracted the ghostly Weeping Sinbreaker, it would allow him to make multiple arrows in one. This is a risky endeavor, but the payoff is so high that it's worth trying. Now speak with facts and prove that Xiao Xingyu's choice is the best choice. Shangguanlon stared at Xiao Xingyu for a long time before finally breaking the silence. You have been purposely kept here to discuss a matter of business. This letter I hold in my hand is a letter of condolence from the diplomatic embassy of Sakura Kingdom for you to read. Xiao Xingyu skimmed through the contents of the letter, his eyes lit up with vengeful fury while revealing an unexpected expression. As expected, the first thing Sakura Nation did after the Forget Worry City plot was revealed was to clear the air. The content expressed in the letter was simple, the attitude of Sakura Kingdom, seemingly expressing its pain and condolences for the disaster in Oblivion City, but shrugging off all responsibility in a skillful way. The Beast Emperor-type magical Beast Thousand Faces that massacred Forget Worry City and the Beast God-type Yuzaoqian that secretly obstructed the Imperial Soul's support and brutally killed a number of Silver Priests were obviously high-level magical beasts that could only be manipulated by 9th-rank sorcerers. There were only 3 9th-rank sorcerers in Sakura Kingdom. The question was originally a simple one of 3 choices of criminals. The Sakura Kingdom deserves to hand over these 3 9th-rank sorcerers to the Dragon Kingdom Emperor's Soul Division for interrogation. But this dark and cunning nation has resorted to an underhanded trick. The letter clearly stated that one of the 3 9th-rank sorcerers of the Cursed Spirit Shrine, Ichiso Okita, had betrayed Sakura Kingdom a few months ago and was nowhere to be found. Sakura Kingdom's point is straightforward. They believe that Ichiso Okita is the murderer that Dragon Kingdom should be looking for. But they won't help find it because Kazusa Okita has been expelled from the Sakura Kingdom and has nothing to do with it. In this way, the encounters and casualties of Forget Worry City and Imperial Soul were completely set aside from Sakura Nation.
You have read the letter, what do you have to say?
Shangguanlon scanned the 3 generals in front of him as well as Xiao Xingyu. Murong Jin glared angrily and indignantly said, "This dog-day Sakura people, playing this kind of unorthodox dirty tricks again, I really want to blast that piece of bullet-ridden land with a cannon." Whitefeather kept his cool and looked serious. We all know clearly that it is impossible for Okita Ikiza to have betrayed the Sakura Kingdom or disappeared. He's just hiding, and when the wind dies down, he'll change his identity and be able to return to the Cursed Spirit Shrine and continue his unseemly deeds. Lu Mingchu clenched his iron fist. This is a national vendetta. The millions of dead souls of Forget Worry City and City Lord Duan Tingshan need us to seek justice for them. Shangguanlon slightly nodded her head, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the 3 great generals.
In what way, do you think, should justice be done?
The 3 generals looked at each other, needing time to confer.
Xiao Xingyu didn't wait any longer, took a step forward and blurted out, one word, fight.
Shangguanlon raised an eyebrow.
Lord Xia, on what grounds will you fight?
Military maneuvers. It's not too much of a stretch to say that the maneuvers were too intense and accidentally punched through the Sakura Islands, is it? Xiao Xingyu's eyes burned with vengeful fury, and the ghostly weeping hand within his left arm stirred stupidly.
Military maneuvers? That's a good reason.
Murong Jin was the first to stand out in agreement, while initiating a request for instructions. Lord Empress, on weekdays when our navy conducts military maneuvers, we usually don't cross over the Wraith Strait. It's simply not enough to put our fists into action. This time, we might as well have a large-scale military maneuver, directly crossing the Wraith Strait and destroying the Sakura Islands in the process. Whitefeather smiled and analyzed, destroy the Sakura Islands, then. The resources of the Sakura Kingdom's sea area will belong to us Dragon Kingdom now. Lu Mingchu nodded and rationally said, the suggestion made by Lord Xiao is undoubtedly the best way to seek justice for the millions of dead souls in Forget Worry City. Shangguan Lan pondered a little, then rose, his sleeves gently waving, his gaze sharp and domineering. Those scheming old bastards in Sakura Kingdom always think that they're safe when they're separated by the strait of magical beasts. This time they dared to secretly destroy my Forget Worry City, next time they will dare to give an inch. 3 generals listened to the order. Starting tomorrow, you will lead the 3 armies of Dragon Kingdom, cross the Wraith Strait, and open the largest military maneuvers, as lively as they need to be, until you dominate all of Sakura Kingdom's seas and exterminate the Sakura Islands. Whoever offends me Dragon Kingdom will be executed even though they are far away. I announce that Xiao Xingyu, the Black Deacon of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, is the overall commander of this military exercise. 3 generals, I hope you'll work well with him and I'll wait for your good news. The exact time of the military maneuvers has been set for tomorrow at noon. The 3 great generals left the Night Lawn Palace first and went back to gather their respective armies to make preparations overnight. Xiao Xingyu stayed alone. Qin Shuang also had the good sense to leave, leaving only him and Shangguan Lan in the hall. A moment of silence and wordlessness ensued, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Empress I'm sorry. Xiao Xingyu bent his waist to the lowest level and apologized in a sincere voice. At this moment, Shangguan Lan's heart, which was as hard as stone, seemed to have been opened to the softest cave. A warm current of special emotion burrowed into the cavern and nourished her long-barren heart. A cold wind whipped through the Night Lawn Palace as the teenager and the Empress locked eyes. The furthest distance in the world is not the gap between life and death. Rather, the person you see every day is actually the one you want to find the most. A Dragon King sacrifice when the bloodline breaks. How can a broken bloodline be reconnected? Is the answer the teenager needs to find. Late night. Royal Academy of Sciences. Xiao Xingyu was wearing the uniform of the Black Deacons and was researching to build a brand new SSS-ranked sword-type magic guide. During the Battle of Oblivion, the Sacred Lady Yu Angel Freya's Xian Yao sword, broken and abandoned. The door to the lab slowly pulled open and an elegant and handsome middle-aged man walked in.
The Elder Lin.
Lin Beixian temporarily handed over the authorization of Poseidon, the god of the sea, to me as instructed by the Empress. I was given an AI smart bracelet to wear, and the AI robot butler Sophie can serve me in real time. Let me harness Genki Tech's newest development this year, the Cthulhu-type machinery pre-sale. Xiao Xingyu knew in his heart that Shangguan Lan favored him too much, and just because he was afraid that he would have any accidents during the military exercises, he had entrusted Lin Beixian to deliver the limited-time extras. Poseidon, the god of the sea, would be the first mechanical imperial beast driven by Xiao Xingyu. At the same time, Zero King Lin Beixian will also lead him to the door of the mechanical world. After the business was done, Lin Beixian didn't hurry to leave, his afterglow falling on the humble test bench. Xingyu, are you planning to utilize this Ghost King-class ghost weapon to transform the magic guide? Xiao Xingyu nodded his head and replied, it's just a pity that there aren't enough materials and the lab is too rudimentary to meet the supply of technology one need. Tell me about your remodeling plans, perhaps I can be of some assistance to you. Xiao Xingyu froze, raising his eyes to stare at Lin Beixian in front of him, his gaze burning. When it came to the ability to forge magic guides, if Lin Beixian dared to call Dragon Kingdom second, no one would dare to say that he was first. In the lab, Xiao Xingyu was gushing in front of Lin Beixian, recounting his plans of wanting to forge magic guides. Lin Beixian stood with his arms folded, looking earnestly at the chattering teenager in front of him. Xiao Xingyu stirred up Lin Beixian's memories as he recalled the time when he was young and served as the Black Executive at the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Xingyu, I'm interested in your plan. Xiao Xingyu blinked his big eyes, wondering what Lin Beixian was up to. I've decided to give you a gift. The gift turned out to be a huge laboratory. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's blood boiled. This night, Xiao Xingyu did not come out of the laboratory. 6 o'clock in the morning. Congratulations, Lord Xiao, on the SSS-ranked sword-type magic guide Sacred Song. Sophie's voice to Xiao Xingyu's ears was heavenly music. The 3 armies of the vast, infinite sea stood at attention and did not move a muscle. At this moment, a strong sense of mission and honor came to mind. Xiao Xingyu didn't need to use any amplification equipment, took a deep breath, and roared his voice through the sky. the three armies are under orders to march with me. This roar, paired with the power of the dragon's breath, resounded throughout the entire ocean. The three great generals of the sea, land and air raised their hands at the same time, pointing in the same direction. This direction, it's the direction of the Wraith Channel. Across the Wraith Channel is the Sakura Kingdom's territorial waters, and the site of this military exercise, the Sakura Islands. Majestically, the three armies crossed the Strait of Wraiths and drove in, unstoppable. Xiao Xingyu didn't need to look closely, and with just his consciousness, he could sense the anger building up in the chest of every Dragon Kingdom warrior. The millions of dead souls in Forget Worry City need justice. Xiao Xingyu stood on the top of the deck of the Neptune, and at the end of his line of sight, an island emitting rolling smoke came into view. The water around this island is a sickening ebony black color. A pungent, fishy odor came over the sea breeze. Murongjin subconsciously covered his mouth and nose.
Oh, what's that smell?
Discarded chemical material? Or nuclear waste garbage? Xiao Xingyu lightly touched the smart bracelet twice. Sophie, look into the source of the seawater pollution.
Lord Xiao, please wait a moment.
Within 5 seconds, Sophie's voice once again reached Xiao Xingyu's ears. The source of contamination is the excretory waste from bacterial experiments. According to the location tracking analysis, there is a large-scale wraith bacteria laboratory built underneath the ground of Ibaraki Island. Xiao Xingyu's sword brows twisted, and intense killing intent flashed under his eyes. If I remember correctly, around Ibaraki Island, there exists a dark current that keeps surging throughout the year. Sophie, oh yes Lord Xiao, this undercurrent is the reversing ocean current. According to the calculations and analysis, it can be concluded that at the latest next summer, the bacterial waste discharged from Ibaraki Island will ride the rotary current, cross the Wraith Channel, and pollute our Dragon Kingdom territorial waters. Xiao Xingyu clenched his fists, his voice cold and merciless. This inhuman island is an unmitigated scourge, not to be beaten and left for New Year's Eve? Attention all three armies, with the destruction of Ibaraki Island as the main objective, the military maneuvers have officially begun. At the command of Commander-in-Chief Xiao, Dragon Kingdom, the three armies engaged in a heated cut and thrust match. Ibaraki Island woke up like a sleeping dog to the roar of artillery. The 7th Fleet of Sakura Kingdom, responsible for stationing on Ibaraki Island, hastily assembled in a state of panic. The piercing sound of sirens resonated throughout every corner of the island.
Colonel Chio, something's wrong.
The three armies of the Dragon Kingdom have suddenly started military maneuvers around our island. A report. As of now, 3 of our battleships have sunk and 5 submarines have exploded. Emergency, our troops have suffered heavy casualties and all medical ships have burned up in the battle. Chio Kakai, the chief captain of the 7th Fleet of the Sakura Kingdom Navy and the person in charge of guarding Ibaraki Island, as well as maintaining the Wraith Bacteria experimentation program. This is our Sakura Kingdom's territorial waters. What qualifications does Dragon Kingdom have to be in our waters and conduct military maneuvers? Chio Kakai was furious and ran all the way to the command center and picked up the radio communicator. This is Sakura Kingdom 7th Fleet, I am Chief Captain Chio Kakai. Dragon Kingdom 3 armies, you have violated our territorial waters, please evacuate quickly or else. Before Chio Kikyo's words fell, a huge fireball fell from the sky as if it were a meteorite from the heavens striking the earth. Boom tilde. The command center was instantly flattened, Ibaraki Island was reduced to scorched earth, and a grand mushroom cloud rose. The blackened, scorched earth was filled with the scent of nirvana flame. With a clicking and chewing sound, all that was left on the raging sea was a steel wreck. Murongjin leapt up from the deck, sharing his power with Poseidon Leviathan, opening the Devil's Hand, and shattering the lighthouse next to Ibaraki Island with a single punch. The lighthouse collapsed and the cherry blossom flag fell into the sea. Whitefeather catalyzed his spiritual power, and the divine beast Xuanwu accelerated its parade, carrying a heavy turtle shell and crashing hard into Ibaraki Island. Xiao Xingyu rode on the body of the shadow demon dragon and looked at Ibaraki Island, which was gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea, the killing intent in his eyes not cut back. Lord Shaw, Ibaraki Island is sinking into the sea. This is not nearly enough. The 3 armies listened to the order to fight while advancing, and fight until all the Sakura Islands sink into the sea. Under Xiao Xingyu's command, Dragon Kingdom, the 3 armies never attacked the Cherry Blossom Islands head-on, but rather, they cut and run. As for the aftermath of the explosion accidentally blowing up an island during the cutscene, it's not the fault of Dragon Kingdom, and Sakura Kingdom has no choice but to accept his own misfortune. The military exercises of the great powers, like the coming of a natural disaster, bloodied the Sakura Islands and dominated the coastline of the Sakura Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom 3 armies, under the command of Xiao Xingyu, are on track for intense military maneuvers. Not a single shell from Dragon Kingdom's naval battleships was fired straight at the Sakura Islands. Two great general-level figures fought over this for a Xiao Xingyu. Leviathan, the god of the sea, leapt out of the water, his sharp unicorn horn on top of his head, tearing at Vermilion Bird's fiery hooked claws. Murong Jin swung his Demon King's hand and blasted out with a punch, the power of the Demon King shattering the vast sea. Lu Mingqiu flapped his flame-feathered wings, his phoenix eyes opening as he struck out a pillar of inflammation that ran through the rainbow. A battle for the ages is about to begin. Admiral Dragon Kingdom Sea Force vs. Admiral Dragon Kingdom Air Force. This is not a point-and-click cut, but a show of respect for each other by giving each other their all. Xiao Xingyu's eyes reflected the natural disaster-like scene. The duel between the two 9-star Imperial Beastmasters attracted thunderbolts and tsunamis. Explosions were heard one after another, with the Sakura Islands being the biggest victim. The aftershocks from Murong Jin and Lu Mingqiu's sparring match caused 3 small islands to sink to the bottom of the sea. Hurricane-raising waves are full of the remains of Sakura Kingdom's battleships. Xiao Xingyu rode the Shadow Demon Dragon, flew across the sea, landed on top of the Xuanwu Divine Beast's head, and came to Baiyu's side. General Bai, you go fight too, the more lively the better. Xiao Xingyu's strategy is simple and brutal, that is, big chaos. The more chaotic and intense the military maneuvers are, the stronger the fallout they create and the heavier the blow to the Sakura Islands. The corners of Baiyu's lips twitched slightly, revealing a helpless smile. Lord Xiao, you have to know that this Murong Jin and Lu Mingqiu are now dicing over you, so I won't get involved. Competing for me? I'm not a woman, what's the point of fighting over me? Xiao Xingyu pointed to his nose. You're not a woman, but you're a genius among geniuses. Murong Jin wants you to join the Navy, after all, you're his son-in-law. Air Force headquarters has been depleted of talent in recent years, and there is a shortage of youth, so a demonic genius like you, Lu Mingqiu, doesn't want to miss out. Whitefeather finished, stretched a lazy waist, directly put on the sunglasses, and lay down in place. Lord Xiao, now we've destroyed 12 islands. With my understanding of these two, when they finish this fight, all 18 islands of the Sakura Islands will be destroyed, so we might as well take a short break from our busy schedules. Xiao Xingyu froze, then nodded. General Bai, your words are not coarse. The waves were roaring and the demonic aura covered the sky. The swift winds are like wild beasts, tearing at every living thing on the sea. Level 6 alert. A high concentration of demonic gas has emerged in the nearby waters. The seabed is suspected to be infested with water-type beast emperor body magical beasts. A report. The scale of our military maneuvers is too large, and we've disturbed the magical beasts that are dormant in the depths of the nearby sea. A raging demonic aura erupted from the bottom of the sea. Xiao Xingyu didn't stand still and was swept by a 100-meter wave into a deep, bottomless whirlpool of ocean currents. Lord Xiao. The lazy and casual Whitefeather was suddenly nervous. It's futile to be nervous, Xiao Xingyu is the god of the sea, what can happen if he falls into the sea? In the midst of the waves, a bright golden light suddenly surfaced. Whoa! A golden sea current rushed up into the sky like a shining pillar of prime. At the top of the ocean current stood a young man with an upright and impressive figure. The teenager's blonde hair flew in the wind and a third eye opened in his forehead. The Eye of the Tide, the holy weapon of the Sea Spirit clan, is opened. The young man held a golden trident in his hand, like a sea god possessed, standing on top of the monstrous waves, overlooking the turbid world. His clear, cold, indifferent eyes reflected a ray of divine beauty that made people dare not make a mistake in his presence. Lord Xiao, are you all right? Baiyu breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking that Xiao Xingyu was carrying a Sea Spirit clan sacred weapon that could manipulate the power of the ocean, so even if he fell into the sea, he wouldn't be in danger. Whitefeather had just breathed a sigh of relief, and at this moment, her heart was in her throat again. The monster possessed a body of over 100 meters, its entire body built from the cohesion of the undersea reef, and its rough skin was pockmarked with pits that were more rugged and hideous than the surface of the moon. The top of its head, with an outline resembling a triangle, its features were ugly and deformed, and its pit-covered face radiated bloodthirsty ferocity. Xiao Xingyu stared back, the eyes of the demon god scanning the monster with a body like a peak. Aquatic, beast emperor body magical beast, reef lord, legendary bloodline quality, possesses a powerful defensive shield. Before the eye of the demon god could finish analyzing, Xiao Xingyu had already disappeared out of the crowd's view. Whitefeather looked dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dislocating and falling to the ground. Just a moment ago, he witnessed the reef lord open his enormous mouth and swallow Xiao Xingyu in one gulp. Frozen in thought for a moment, Whitefeather's head was sharply white as he frantically urged his spiritual energy. Damn demonic beast, daring to swallow Lord Xiao alive, let's see if I don't tear you apart. Whitefeather displayed the elegance of a 9-star Imperial Beast Master, sharing his power with the cursed Demon King Flower and directly opening the power of the domain. The wind rose between the sky and the sea, and dense brown vines appeared out of nowhere on the sea, swarming and hissing like reptiles. The sea at this moment seemed to turn into a forest that could not be seen at a glance. Countless vines connected and wove with each other, transforming into a pair of giant hands with sharp fingertips. This is the power of the realm that Whitefeather opened with the cursed Demon King Flower Moro 1000 hands. Any enemy unit trapped within the field is continuously drained of life value until it is drained of life. On Whitefeather, a stamen emitting the scent of a curse blossomed in bright and brilliant colors. His right hand, transformed into a sharp thorn of thorns. Lord Xiao, hold on, I'll save you. Whitefeather was just about to make his move when a loud earthquake suddenly came from the bottom of the sea. A beastly and dominating seismic wave shattered the pale sea. A mechanized keening pierced the clouds at the zenith. A blue-white-toned metal dragon head broke through the surface of the sea and opened its huge mouth, instantly biting off the reef lord's left arm with 2 rows of razor-sharp electromagnetic serrated teeth. As the intense pain hit, the reef lord let out a mournful scream, his watercress-shaped hair fluttering wildly in the wind. Miss Sophie, Poseidon is now fully under my control, right?
Yes, Lord Xiao. I switched its Songlong warrior form.
Authorization successful, form switching in progress, Songlong warrior form open. As the shocked troops of the Dragon Kingdom watch, the mechanical metal dragon takes on a swift transformation. The sound of parts running and stacking on top of each other is full of futuristic sci-fi feeling, and it's a wonderful metal music that every man can't resist. In just 3 seconds, this mechanical metal dragon turned into a dragon warrior standing in the middle of the waves. Beneath the dragon's head was the upright mechanical body, stout and lofty, even larger than the reef lord. Baiyu was dumbstruck. This is Xuan Gui technology. The dragon pupil of the Songlong warrior, suddenly bursting with icy laser red light, directly raised his hands.
A crap?
What's with this mechanical imperial beast, it's so hardcore.
Gee, that's brutal.
Dragon Kingdom. The 3 armies couldn't take their eyes off the ball, and no one wanted to miss out on such a great famous scene. Only to see the Songlong warrior surprisingly break open the reef lord's mouth with his bare hands. What a powerful force this is. A silhouette leapt out of the reef lord's tongue and landed on top of the Songlong warrior's head, and it was none other than the blonde-haired and flowing Xiao Xingyu. Whitefeather breathed a sigh of relief once again and couldn't help but laugh bitterly to himself, shaking his head repeatedly. This kid, he even got the authorization of Poseidon, god of the sea. The Empress really spoiled him. My worries were really redundant. The Songlong warrior under Xiao Xingyu's feet at the moment was the mechanical beast god body imperial beast produced by Xiangui technology, Poseidon, the god of the sea. Baiyu knew in his heart that Xiao Xingyu was able to get the authorization of the sea god Poseidon, and the behind-the-scenes decree must have come from Shangguan Lan, which was why Lin Beixian was ordered to follow the orders and arrange everything. Xiao Xingyu put his eyes on the reef lord who had lost his left arm, his expression twisted, his body shaking epileptically, still immersed in pain. A mere beast emperor body demonic beast, how dare you clamor with me? After saying this, Xiao Xingyu himself froze for a moment. Is this something I should say as a 4-star imperial beast master? The corner of Xiao Xingyu's lips curled up in an arc of excitement. This was the moment he first experienced the joy of harnessing a mechanical imperial beast. Once and for all he was addicted, he simply couldn't quit. Mechanical imperial beasts are different from ordinary imperial beasts. There was no need for spiritual power to drive it, and there were no segment requirements for the Imperial Beastmaster, as long as the Imperial Beastmaster had authorization. With the smart bracelet on his right wrist, Xiao Xingyu was able to easily navigate Poseidon, the god of the sea. Lord Xiao, do you need any help? Several Air Force generals riding flying Imperial beasts circled around Xiao Xingyu.
No need to help me, I want a solo kill.
Xiao Xingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodthirsty killing intent, and the tip of the index finger of his left hand lightly touched the smart bracelet on his right hand.
Unleash weapon Sea Soul Blade.
The mechanical right palm of the Canglong warrior, shaking slightly, extended a plasma lightsaber that reached 100 meters in length. Around the blade of the sword, a dense yellow-brown color lingered, emitting a strong yellow spring power. This was because at the hilt of the sword, the implant was loaded with a magical beast crystal core that contained the power of the yellow springs. And under the action of the oracle cells, it was perfectly fused with the mechanical metal. Under Xiao Xingyu's authorized control, the Canglong warrior swung the Sea Soul blade, his thick metal arm shaking slightly, breaking the wind while emitting a perfect mechanical sound that broke through the sound barrier.
Hiss!
In an instant, the fire beam-like plasma lightsaber directly sliced off the Reef Lord's head. Its head was like a meteorite coalesced from a coral reef, free-falling from mid-air and descending towards the wave-dancing sea.
The Eye of the Devil, taking control of the whole situation.
Xiao Xingyu lightly touched the smart bracelet, and his high-pitched voice was passionate.
Raise your right foot and unlock the anti-gravity thrusters. A kick target locked, Hazel Island.
The Canglong warrior honored Xiao Xingyu's command and raised his bulky metal right foot. Under the soles of his feet, he unlocked 3 anti-gravity thrusters at the same time, frantically spraying nitrogen flames, distorting the surrounding air in an instant.
There was a loud bang.
The Canglong warrior assumed an anthropomorphic pose, like a soccer star, waving his right leg, and when his toe touched the Reef Lord's head, he instantly unleashed a powerful shot in the air. The Reef Lord's head, like a meteor that crossed the firmament, violently rubbed against the air on its way, igniting a layer of flaming wind-breaking shields, and headed straight for Hazel Island in the southeast. Hazel Island, the most important island in the Sakura Islands. The island was massive, featuring 30 sorcerers' training bases.
Sir, something's wrong. What is it?
A radar detected an unidentified flying object about to.
Boom.
The Reef Lord's head was like a nuclear explosion missile that fell from the sky, instantly destroying Hazel Island.
Under the smoke, no egg is left intact.
The sea burned with a sea of fire from the explosion, and the fragments of the Reef Lord's head, mixed with the remains of Hazel Island, drifted with the waves and gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. In the chaotic sea, a few Sakura Kingdom warships were like floating weeds in the rain, with no support. On the deck, a Sakura Kingdom naval officer looked menacing and exasperated. The damn Dragon Kingdom army that destroyed our island.
Sir, what do we do next? Kill.
Matsuda Jiro, commander of the Kaiser Island garrison, 7-star gobbler. At this moment, he was burned through with rage and his spiritual energy sprang forth, summoning a giant shark covered in poisonous spikes, its mouth spewing eerie ghostly chi outwards. Ghost Beast Emperor Body, 3rd Order, Imperial Beast, Demon Tiger Shark King. Matsuda Jiro's fierce gaze locked onto Xiao Xingyu's back.
D.
The Demon Tiger Shark King advanced at full speed, his sharp dorsal fin breaking through the churning waves, and his poisonous spikes trembled violently, dyeing the sea water into a black and green color, emitting a foul stench with the effect of plague pollution. The laser eyes of the Canglong warriors flashed with bloodthirsty red aura, and the intelligent detection system detected the sneak attack from behind at the first time. In Xiao Xingyu's eyes, the flame of vengeance was burning brightly.
Switch dragon form.
Activate ventral energy, turn on cooling in advance, turn on precision hit localization.
Release extinction dragon breath.
The sound of pneumatic machinery, mixed with the overlapping sound of the waves, weaves a night symphony that belongs to the mechanical civilization. The Canglong warrior switched his dragon form and dived to the bottom of the sea, then lifted up frantically. The moment the mechanical dragon head surfaced, it opened its mouth and sprayed a wave of dragon breath light as black as an ink slab. The waves of dragon breath light pierced through the waves, and the tsunami that covered the sky was like a pierced cavern. Boom tilde. The Demon Tiger Shark King was too late to let out a wail, and his huge body gently trembled, shattering into foam and collapsing with the wind, ending up with no bones left. Matsuda Jiro broke out in a cold sweat, his blood-filled pupils constantly trembling in disbelief of what was happening in front of him. The exterminating dragon breath released by Poseidon in his dragon form is equipped with the molecular destruction beast energy newly developed by Xianggu technology. In essence, it is a bomb lightwave designed using next-level nanotechnology and the principles of quantum mechanics. When exterminating dragon's breath strikes an enemy unit and detonates, it deconstructs the enemy's body at the molecular level, causing the unit to powder and dissolve. This kind of power that directly destroys the molecular structure of an object could not even be carried by a beast emperor body-level magical beast, not to mention the demon tiger shark king summoned by Matsuda Jiro.
Sir, it's not looking good, let's pull out.
On deck, Jiro Matsuda sweated coldly, his facial muscles contracting and twitching. With great difficulty he lifted his neck, stiff as plaster, to look at the dragon's head of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Under the influence of the waves, Matsuda Jiro's vision was blurred and he could only see a silhouette. National hatred, unlike family hatred, is an extremely strong anger and is also engraved in the scales deep in the genes of every Dragon Kingdom royal beastmaster. It was like bright red blood stirring in the pulse. Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy pool instantly boiled, and the eyes of the demon god were like two ignited coals of fire, blazing hot and bright. Forget Worry City's millions of dead souls homeless, Duantingshan sacrificed in battle, Yu Fu Ling lost her human body. It's a raging tide of national hatred. This is enough to make Xiao Xingyu burning across the sea to the east a fighting spirit of hate. The sound of skin withering, blood vessels quaking, muscles and bones expanding and proliferating. Xiao Xingyu stood on top of Poseidon, god of the sea, Poseidon's dragon head, and released the enchanted imperial beast, ghostly weeping hand. The huge ghostly hand, burning with reddish-black ghostly flames in the sea breeze, contained the anger of the millions of dead souls of Forget Worry City. At the same time, Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath. Purple-black dragon scales grew on his chest, spreading all the way until they covered the handsome side of his face. On both sides of his forehead, a pair of dragon horns burning with dragon flame grew. Blonde hair danced and the eyes of the tides erupted with cold light. Dragon's breath plus ghostly hands plus eye of the tide allow this mortal body to surpass its original limits 3 times in a row. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's physical body strength was far beyond that of a human. The spatial ring opened and a ghostly light flashed. Xiao Xingyu's ghostly hand held a slender sword-shaped magic guide. Countless bright particles of light lingered around the sword, and the power of the stars erupted and flourished. This was the first form of the SSS-class sword-type magic guide, Holy Neru, like a starlight longsword forged by the goddess of the stars and moon herself, glittering in the waves.
A switching second form, demon break.
Accompanied by a mechanical sound, the sword blade widened and grew, automatically modifying into the giant sword style, with demonic incantations engraved on its rough body, surrounded by steaming blood mist and thick ripples of ghostly aura, as if it were frantically tearing at the blade. This was the second form of Saint Ming, the heavy sword magic break. The enhanced density of the sword brought about a climb in weight. The heavy sword is not a big trick.
How much does the moksha weigh?
Even if Xiao Xingyu used his ghostly hand to grasp the hilt of his sword, he would be so tired that he would be panting heavily, sweat spilling outward from the cracks in his dragon scales. Xiao Xingyu carried his sword with all his might, his face flushed red, and the eye of the tide between his forehead scattered golden light. Murongjin and Lu Mingqiu, who were fighting, stopped and froze just like Baiyu, staring dead at Xiao Xingyu's back. At this moment, the 3 great generals all saw the shadow of that man in Xiao Xingyu's body. Even if there is only one point of resemblance, it is enough to astonish the world. Xiao Xingyu swung his sword with all his might, his burning throat releasing his full rage. Breath of the Dragon.
A split the sea.
The vast sword chi cut through the wind and waves and tsunamis, and the biting sword light seemed like a first leak of the Milky Way. The sword intent wrapped in the power of the dragon established a new order in the midst of the chaos, like a pack of hungry beasts, tearing and eating away a Sakuragoku battleship. The wind howled more than ever, and the waves receded to the sides, as if making way for Poseidon to open an avenue to the heavens. Murongjin's eye showed surprise as he took a deep breath of the icy sea air.
This sword almost split the sea.
The color of reminiscence appeared on Lu Mingqiu's rigidly handsome face, and his pupils were like flickering embers.
A dragon's breath split sea. Sure enough, it's Xiao Lian's move.
Whitefeather rubbed the stubble near his chin, his already narrow eyes narrowing slightly as he couldn't help but comment. To be fair, this sword has a few moments of Xiao Lian's divinity, but it's just divinity. In terms of power, it's still far from the realm where the laws of space can be modified. However, I believe that as long as this young dragon master is given enough time to grow, he may be able to reach the heights of Xiao Lian or even. Breath of the Dragon, Split the Sea, is a higher-level sword move in Breath of the Dragon. In the previous Battle of Blood Luo Island, Xiao Lian had used this move, directly splitting the entire ocean, modifying the laws of space, and forcibly dividing the battlefield. At this moment, the sea was also split in two by the dragon power sword Qi, but it didn't last long before the sword mark automatically healed and the sea returned to its full outline. Xiao Xingyu sat crouched on the mechanical faucet of Poseidon, his breath disordered and sweat soaked through his Air Force uniform. With this sword, he has already poured out all he has, and even if it is only imitating 1 point of Xiao Lian's divinity, he is still satisfied. The Eye of the Tide automatically shuts down due to overexertion, and the blonde hair fades. The hand of the Ghost Weeper was like a deflated ball of leather, constantly shrinking, and a small amount of blood seeped out of the trembling flesh and bones. It seems I'm not even close to being that man. Xiao Xingyu knew in his heart that even if he switched the account of the Eternal Night Monarch, the power of his dragon's breath split the sea would not reach the level of Xiao Lian. Underneath the clothing, the broad and robust left shoulder arm, the gray exhaustion curse lit up with a faint glow. Shang Guantong's voice sounded in Xiao Xingyu's mind. The path of the Imperial Dragon Master is a long way to go. Xiao Xingyu, guard your mind. A master, I know. Xiao Xingyu still had a long way to go if he wanted to fully master the dragon's breath. The Dragon Master is different from the Beast Master, this path is full of thorns and mists, and on the way there is also the mystery of the Dragon King Festival waiting for Xiao Xingyu to answer. The sea was churning with blood and death. The fragments of the bodies of Matsuda Jiro and many of the Sakura Kingdom seafarers reflected a ghastly chill in the light of the sparkling daylight. Is that cruel? Revenge is never cruel, only the relief of anger turned into pleasure. The dead souls of Forget-Worry City need justice. Xiao Xingyu and Dragon Kingdom, the three armies, are here with the sole purpose of letting the millions of dead souls of the City of Forgetfulness rest in peace. In the center of the sea, the few surviving Sakura Kingdom warships were in a sorry state, like beavers holding their heads. On top of the deck, those Sakura Kingdom sailors with wet crotches were shivering, their bloodshot eyes as if they had been injected with a drug called Isolfirg.
Who's that guy?
He was able to harness the giant dragon of the sea. What's that mysterious ghost hand of his, an enchanted imperial beast? With this strength, I'm afraid it's a 9-star imperial beast master. Xiao Xingyu released the ghost's sobbing hand and stood on top of the mechanical faucet. Under the cover of the waves, Sakura Kingdom's marine soldiers could only see a rough outline. The dragon that overturns rivers, and the Dragon Kingdom powerhouse with a terrifying ghost hand. The sense of oppression that Xiao Xingyu brought with him made them mistake this teenager for the Dragon Kingdom newly promoted 9-star Imperial Beastmaster. This is a big misunderstanding. Dragon Kingdom isn't there only 3 generals within the 3 armies who have reached the 9-star segment? Who exactly is this 4th 9-star Imperial Beastmaster? Who cares who he is? It's important to run for your life, hurry up and get away from this ghost hand man. After this battle, the news of the Dragon Kingdom newly promoted 9-star Beastmaster will spread all over the world. The news will be spread all over the world. This newly minted 9-star Imperial Beastmaster had an apt nickname, Ghost Hand. Unbeknownst to me, people are just a 4-star freshman at the Azure Dragon Academy. As the sea sets, the vast surface is colored with a layer of earthy yellow that fills it with lifelessness. At this point, all 18 islands of the Sakura Kingdom archipelago had sunk into the deep sea. The wreckage of the Sakura Kingdom fleet will be frozen in the silt at the bottom of the sea, never to see the light of day. Dragon Kingdom, the military maneuvers of the 3 armies are coming to a close. Xiao Xingyu raised his ghost-weeping hand and held the Holy Ming sword that had returned to its initial form. The dusk daylight was like a pair of jade hands of a goddess, gently brushing over the sword that swirled with the power of the vast stars. Freya, your exclusive SSS-ranked magic guide, I tried it out for you. The second form of the Devil's Break, the tonnage is just too heavy and it can only be maximized in your hands. As for the third form of the Twin Sword Stream, we'll wait for you to try it yourself the next time you go into battle. This was the first SSS-class magic guide that Xiao Xingyu had personally transformed throughout the entire process, possessing 3 form transformations, each of which had its own characteristics and different attribute power. Lord Xiao, the military exercises are almost over, we're ready to return. Whitefeather's shouts reached Xiao Xingyu's ears. A few moments later, the 3 great generals and Xiao Xingyu gathered on the deck of the battleship Poseidon. Xiao Xingyu curiously asked, General Murong, General Lu, the results of your one-on-one fight, have they come out yet? Murong Ashes bristled, if it weren't for the fact that I'm running out of spiritual energy, I could definitely give this guy a fat beating. Lu Mingchu smiled lightly and answered truthfully, the 2 of us fought until the end, when all of our spiritual energy was exhausted. It's kind of a tie. A tie means no winner. The previous bet between Murong Ashes and Lu Mingchu was called off. But neither will give up on chasing and recruiting Shan Sha. By the time Xiao Xingyu graduates from the Azure Dragon Academy, will he be wearing a Navy battlesuit or an Air Force uniform? It is up to fate in addition to his personal wishes. Let's get ready to pull out and go back for a celebratory drink.
Yeah, let's get drunk tonight.
Just to be clear, Lu, don't you dare pass off Sprite as white wine this time, it's too clumsy. Xiao Xingyu suddenly spoke, I don't think it's enough. Murong Ashes wondered, what's not enough? Wine? Don't worry, you kid, there's enough wine. I mean, we're not deterring Sakura Kingdom enough. Xiao Xingyu's expression was serious and his voice was cold and unfeeling. Our extermination of the Sakura Islands was a heavy blow to the Sakura Kingdom, but it will inevitably stir up their anger, as well as their revenge mentality. If you want to suppress their anger, you have to create enough deterrence for them. Deterrence should be so strong that they dare not even develop the slightest emotion of resentment. What Xiao Xingyu wanted to express was simple and brutal. If a person is bitten by a dog and the person kicks the dog will hold a grudge and even continue to bite. But if the man swung an iron rod as thick as his arm and slammed it toward the dog's head, then the dog, while confused, would not dare to show his teeth to a human again. Lu Mingchu frowned and asked seriously, Lord Xiao, how do you plan to further deter the Sakura Kingdom? Fire the weather weapon, Scatty's hammer. The core technology of the Hammer of Scathy is the SSS-class Beast Energy Frozen Winter extracted from the genetic sequences of 365 types of rare Ice-type magical beasts, rearranging and grouping them into a combination, which is an intensely devastating Ice-type beast energy. Everyone knows that Sakura's greatest enemy is not the invasion of magical beasts, but the shortage of resources. In the entire Sakura Kingdom, 80% of the food resources were concentrated in Tamahama City. After all, this city was the only one whose topography allowed for the establishment of large farms. In order to guard Tamihama Castle, a third of Sakura Kingdom's high-ranking Imperial Beastmaster troops were entrenched in the vicinity of Tamihama Castle. However, the one thing that the executives of the Sakura Emperor Shrine had neglected to mention was the meteorological natural disaster that had suddenly come out of nowhere. Sophie, contact the Royal Academy of Sciences. Yes, Lord Shaw. The communication system of the Imperial Academy of Sciences is connected to the Xiangui network. Through the smart bracelet, Xiao Xingyu directly contacted the president of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Elder Meng fires the Hammer of Scathy, targeting Sakura Kingdom Tamahama Castle. Meng Chongguang was silent for a moment and responded with full enthusiasm, yes, Lord Xiao. After the communication ended, Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently. Gentlemen, look up and enjoy the graceful arc of Scatty's hammer. The three generals looked up at the same time, and 7 seconds later a thunderous tremor came from the sky. A missile bearing the starburst of the Dragon Kingdom flag crossed the clouds and fell in a graceful arc towards the Sakura Kingdom, like a thunder hammer descending. Richbin City. It's suddenly so cold. What's with this temperature? Achoo. Look at the sky. What the hell is that, an invasion of flying magical beasts? Not good, run away. Rumble. Truth only within cannon range. This is the universal law of survival in the end of time for every human kingdom. The Hammer of Scatty, also known as the Truth Bomb, shoots the truth. Sakura King Capital, Kaiokase. Sakura Emperor Shrine. Above the large hall that was filled with a thick ghostly aura, 7 guys of different shapes and colors had ugly faces and gloomy eyes. These are the 7 senior members of the Sakura Imperial Shrine, the first echelon of the Sakura Kingdom's fighting force, collectively known as the 7 Ghost Stars. At this moment, a long-haired man of unknown age was sitting on the throne of the Sakura Emperor Shrine. His hair was so long that it touched his haunches, and each strand seemed to possess the life of a viper that danced without wind. The weirdest thing was that his shadow, in the light of the candle flame, was actually white. Anazumi Tenshi, segmented Imperial Beast Emperor, Supreme Ruler of Sakura Kingdom, Social Emperor of Sakura Emperor Shrine. Sharp footsteps came from outside the temple. A communication soldier whose shirt was soaked with cold sweat stumbled into the grand hall and knelt directly in front of Anazumi Tenshi. The Social Emperor Sama, Naval Battle Report. The Sakura Islands, during the military exercises of the Dragon Kingdom 3 armies, suffered a ripple effect and all of the 18 islands sunk into the sea. A few moments later, the 3 great generals and Xiao Xingyu gathered on the deck of the battleship Poseidon. Xiao Xingyu curiously asked, General Murong, General Lu, the results of your one-on-one fight, have they come out yet? Murongjin bristled. If it weren't for the fact that I'm running out of spiritual energy, I could definitely give this guy a fat beating. Lu Mingchu smiled lightly and answered truthfully, the two of us fought until the end. When all of our spiritual energy was exhausted, it's kind of a tie. A tie means no winner. The previous bet between Murongjin and Lu Mingchu was called off. But neither will give up on chasing and recruiting Shan Sha. By the time Xiao Xingyu graduates from the Azure Dragon Academy, will he be wearing a Navy battlesuit or an Air Force uniform? It is up to fate in addition to his personal wishes. Let's get ready to pull out and go back for a celebratory drink.
Yeah, let's get drunk tonight.
Just to be clear, Lu, don't you dare pass off Sprite as white wine this time, it's too clumsy. Xiao Xingyu suddenly spoke, I don't think it's enough. Murongjin wondered, what's not enough? Wine? Don't worry, you kid, there's enough wine. I mean, we're not deterring Sakura Kingdom enough. Xiao Xingyu's expression was serious and his voice was cold and unfeeling. Our extermination of the Sakura Islands was a heavy blow to the Sakura Kingdom, but it will inevitably stir up their anger, as well as their revenge mentality. If you want to suppress their anger, you have to create enough deterrence for them. Deterrence should be so strong that they dare not even develop the slightest emotion of resentment. What Xiao Xingyu wanted to express was simple and brutal. If a person is bitten by a dog and the person kicks the dog will hold a grudge and even continue to bite. But if the man swung an iron rod as thick as his arm and slammed it toward the dog's head, then the dog, while confused, would not dare to show his teeth to a human again. Lu Mingchu frowned and asked seriously, Lord Xiao, how do you plan to further deter the Sakura Kingdom? Fire the weather weapon, Scatty's hammer. The core technology of the Hammer of Scathy is the SSS-class Beast Energy Frozen Winter extracted from the genetic sequences of 365 types of rare Ice-type magical beasts, rearranging and grouping them into a combination, which is an intensely devastating Ice-type beast energy. Everyone knows that Sakura's greatest enemy is not the invasion of magical beasts, but the shortage of resources. In the entire Sakura Kingdom, 80% of the food resources were concentrated in Tamahama City. After all, this city was the only one whose topography allowed for the establishment of large farms. In order to guard Tamihama Castle, a third of Sakura Kingdom's high-ranking Imperial Beastmaster troops were entrenched in the vicinity of Tamihama Castle. However, the one thing that the executives of the Sakura Emperor Shrine had neglected to mention was the meteorological natural disaster that had suddenly come out of nowhere. Sophie, contact the Royal Academy of Sciences. Yes, Lord Shaw. The communication system of the Imperial Academy of Sciences is connected to the Xiangui network. Through the smart bracelet, Xiao Xingyu directly contacted the president of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Elder Meng fires the Hammer of Scathy, targeting Sakura Kingdom Tamahama Castle. Meng Chongguang was silent for a moment and responded with full enthusiasm, yes, Lord Xiao. After the communication ended, Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently. Gentlemen, look up and enjoy the graceful arc of Scatty's hammer. The three generals looked up at the same time, and 7 seconds later a thunderous tremor came from the sky. A missile bearing the starburst of the Dragon Kingdom flag crossed the clouds and fell in a graceful arc towards the Sakura Kingdom, like a thunder hammer descending. Richbin City. It's suddenly so cold. What's with this temperature? Achoo. Look at the sky. What the hell is that, an invasion of flying magical beasts? Not good, run away. Rumble. Truth only within cannon range. This is the universal law of survival in the end of time for every human kingdom. The Hammer of Scatty, also known as the Truth Bomb, shoots the truth. Sakura King Capital, Kaiokase. Sakura Emperor Shrine. Above the large hall that was filled with a thick ghostly aura, 7 guys of different shapes and colors had ugly faces and gloomy eyes. These are the 7 senior members of the Sakura Imperial Shrine, the first echelon of the Sakura Kingdom's fighting force, collectively known as the 7 Ghost Stars. At this moment, a long-haired man of unknown age was sitting on the throne of the Sakura Emperor Shrine. His hair was so long that it touched his haunches, and each strand seemed to possess the life of a viper that danced without wind. The weirdest thing was that his shadow, in the light of the candle flame, was actually white. Anazumi Tenshi, segmented Imperial Beast Emperor, Supreme Ruler of Sakura Kingdom, Social Emperor of Sakura Emperor Shrine. Sharp footsteps came from outside the temple. A communication soldier whose shirt was soaked with cold sweat stumbled into the grand hall and knelt directly in front of Anazumi Tenshi. The Social Emperor Sama, Naval Battle Report. The Sakura Islands, during the military exercises of the Dragon Kingdom 3 armies, suffered a ripple effect and all of the 18 islands sunk into the sea. Lord Social Emperor, we can't tolerate this revenge, my subordinates are willing to go out to war.
Kashao.
Nozawa Nayuki's petite body shook, her pupils clenched, and her sweat glands felt like they were out of control, instantly soaking her temples and back. The floor, beneath her feet, cracked a thin seam. In the slit was a white eye staring dead into her terrified face.
Nozawa, don't you see?
Whether it's the sinking sea of the Sakura Islands or the icy grip of Tamahama Castle, it's the Dragon Kingdom sending us the warning. If we tear into a head-on war, may I ask how many strikes from meteorological weapons will we be able to withstand with the size of our landmass? Nozawa Nayuki was in a cold sweat, kneeling on the ground with nothing but endless humility on her face. Lord Social Emperor, it was me who was reckless just now, but we, Sakura Kingdom, can only break our teeth and swallow it in our stomachs for the loss we suffered this time? Anazumi Tenshi did not want to continue this topic and commanded, passed down the order to recall Okita Ikiza and have the 3 9th-rank sorcerers from the Spell Spirit Shrine gather at Tamahama Castle to find a way to lift the ice seal. Sharp footsteps came again from outside the temple.
Report. Ashishi Emperor, urgent information.
Mr. Okita's. Anazumi Tenshi's face turned blue as he seemed to realize something.
Moving on.
Mr. Okita's head is hanging on the gates of the capital city. Anazumi Tenshi raised his eyes, the white shadows at his feet swaying violently as the skin around his eyes tore in an instant, filling them with a blood-red color. The 7 ghost stars looked at each other, and chills assailed their entire bodies. At this very moment, Zakura King Capital, Kaiokasu. Under the city gates, the crowd was thick and hot. The dim night sky was dark with clouds and roaring thunder. Above the city gates hung a dead head. The head was complete, with a flat cut, like a niche work of art. One could tell by this face that it was the head of one of the 3 9th-rank sorcerers of the Spell Spirit Shrine, Ichisa Okita. Around this head, a flock of blood-chattering dark crows flew, emitting eerie chirping cries. An hour ago. The border of the Sharma Empire, the small town of Ashagi. A white-bearded old man was setting up a stall to sell melons in a neighborhood with decent foot traffic. The Sharma Empire, built on a vast desert, has a scarcity of water. Ashimu is a fortunate town, backed by an oasis that has developed a fruit-growing industry. The old white-bearded man was lying in a rocking chair with a bushel fan in his hand, yelling in broken Sharma to sell melons while staring at the asses of the beautiful women who passed by. Keep the ripe watermelon, walk by and don't miss it. The old white-bearded man was tired of shouting and simply swung and lay flat. He didn't seem to care if the watermelon stand did good business or not. The Social Emperor Sama said that I could return to Sakuragoku when the wind died down. These days of not being able to go to the geisha house in King's Castle for pleasure are really making my evil fire hard to suppress. It looks like we're going to have to scout out a few Sharma babes tonight, preferably good young women, hee. Just as the white-bearded old man was caught up in the excitement of mirth, a strangely dressed man appeared in front of the watermelon stand. This customer, do you want to buy a melon? Strangely dressed man wearing a black mask over his face, revealing only one pair of eyes. Do you keep this melon ripe? The man opened his mouth and asked. The white-bearded old man patted his chest with a confident look, absolutely keep it cooked, if it's not cooked when you cut it, you can take a knife and chop my head off. Suddenly, the white-bearded old man's face changed drastically. He suddenly realized that the strange man in front of him had asked him, do you keep this melon ripe? When he asked him, are you sure this melon is ripe, he was not using Shama's language, but Sakura's language. As a native of Sakura, the white-bearded old man's reply also subconsciously used the Sakura language. Who the hell are you? The white-bearded old man stepped back warily. Beneath the black mask, the eyes of the demon god lit up with a murderous chill. Ichisa Okita, the millions of dead souls of Forget Worry City are waiting for you in hell, and you still have the face to sell melons here? The dragon's roar breaks through the sky, electricity flashes and thunder roars over the small town of Ashagi, and the manic dragon's power is like invisible hooks and claws, tearing through the walls on both sides of the block. At that moment, a team of Imperial Beastmasters passed through the central neighborhood of the town and happened to pass by the watermelon stands that were littered with wolves. Sister, do you want some watermelon? I've heard that the watermelons in Ashagi town are several times sweeter than those in the imperial capital. The yellow-haired boy Vikram, who was Xiao Xingyu's defeated opponent at the Four Nations martial arts tournament. The sister that Vikram was talking about was none other than his cousin and the most gifted young generation of the Sharma Empire, Ayla. In the finals of the Four Nations martial arts tournament, Ella narrowly lost to Xiao Xingyu by one move. A second place, the biggest loser. This was Ella's motto, so she threw herself into crazy demonic training after the martial arts tournament. Today she wears a 5-star badge on her chest. She became the youngest 5-star Imperial Beast Master in the history of the Sharma Empire. Passing through the small town of Ashagi today was a practice hunt. Ira and his cousin, Vikram, have to cooperate with the Brahma Guild and complete an SS-ranked mission. As sister, this watermelon stall doesn't have an owner, and most of the watermelons are broken, so we don't have this mouthful. Vikram chattered on for half a day, realizing that not only was Ira not responding to him, but he was always looking around with a nervous expression.
Sister, you don't seem quite right, are you not feeling well?
Ella shook her head. I'm fine. At this moment, Ella's heart, which was like a pool of stagnant water, set off a ripple that could not be calmed.
This flavor. It must be him, there can be no mistake.
The Sharma Empire's Beastmasters are considered to be a sick deviants in the eyes of other nations. They are like wild beasts, eating raw meat and drinking human blood, and they also have the keen sense of smell and hunting habits of a magical beast. Ella's nostrils flared, and she could be sure that Xiao Xingyu's scent lingered in the air. Although they only fought once in the ring, Xiao Xingyu's flavor was something she had never forgotten. Ella frowned uncharacteristically, a pang of mystery rising within her. Why would he come to the borders of the Sharma Empire?
What's he doing here?
The scent is getting fainter, he should have left already. Ella lifted her head and looked up at the dim sky of flying sand. I also wonder, compared to the martial arts competition, how strong he has become now. If we meet next time, I won't lose to you again. Ella clenched her fists, a confident sparkle in her eyes. Outside the Sharma Empire, Yellow Sand Rift. Ichizo Okita ran and ran until his strength ran out and his legs went limp and he fell on his ass.
Goshucks?
Kazusa Okita spat out a mouthful of yellow sand, his mouth dry, and leaned against a cold rock panting. From time to time, he looked at the way he came, confirming that the creepy man wasn't coming after him, and his hanging heart gradually dropped.
Shit!
Dragon Kingdom, how did the people find my location?
That doesn't make sense.
Ichisa Okita couldn't figure this out even after thinking about it. The wind was gusting and gravel was everywhere. A dragon's roar tore through Ichisa Okita's eardrums. The creepy man rode the shadow demon dragon and parachuted in front of Okita Ichijo, blocking the path of escape. Ichisa Okita rose hastily, his wretched figure like a windswept old man under the yellow sand and the storm, unable even to straighten his back. Dragon Kingdom man, you're quite the ghoulish soul. Ichisa Okita, you can't escape. Who the hell are you? The creepy man didn't answer, but Ichizo Okita was no good, his eyes rolling as he watched carefully. A purebred dragon sentinels. In today's Dragon Kingdom, there is only one Imperial Dragon Master.
Xiao Xingyu, so it's you?
While Okita Ichizo was surprised, a vicious color emerged in his eyes. He was the mastermind behind the manipulation of the Beast Emperor Body Ghost System Magical Beast Thousand Faces. So he knew best that it was Xiao Xingyu who ruined his plans. The creepy man ripped off his black mask, revealing a green, handsome face. Xiao Xingyu flicked his lips, and his furious killing intent merged into his vocal line, stabbing at Okita Ichizo's throat like a sharp sword. Today, I will avenge the millions of dead souls in Forget Worry City, as well as Duanting Shin. Ichisa Okita let out a disdainful sneer upon hearing that. Revenge?
With you?
Okita Ichizo looked around and realized that Xiao Xingyu had no reinforcements and was just alone, which made him sweep away the fear in his heart and even revealed a teasing expression. You, a 4-star Imperial Beastmaster, want to single-handedly kill me, a 9th-ranked sorcerer? Okita Ichizo suddenly made a seal with both hands, his hideous face crawling with black curse marks. A massive ghostly power filled the Rift Valley, and the 9-tailed fox Yu Zhaoqian appeared beside Okita Ichizo. 9 white golden fox tails burned with morose ghost fire, and her red lips hooked up in a demonic arc, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. Okita Ichizo completely dropped his guard. In his eyes, killing Xiao Xingyu was as simple as killing an ant. Xiao Xingyu, I won't be in a hurry to kill you.
I'm curious, how did you find me?
Answer me and I'll let you die a decent death. Xiao Xingyu's left arm burned, releasing the ghost weeping hand. A blue-colored eye opened in the rough palm. Okita Ichizo was shocked. You've converted the ghost-weeping Sinbreaker into an attunement system Imperial Beast. In Ichizo Okita's perception, he didn't think there were any humans in this world who could do this. In the core of the thousand faces of Bonjour's magical beast, you set a self-destruct spell seal, and it will not leave any traces of self-destruction after death. But the Ghost-Weeping Guilt-Breaker is the companion puppet beast of the Thousand Faces, so the Ghost-Weeping Guilt-Breaker's magical beast crystal core has a residue of your spell spirit aura on it.
So you can't escape?
Xiao Xingyu raised his ghost-weeping hand, and the ghost-weeping eye in his palm trembled violently, resonating with the spell spirit aura emanating from Okita Ichizo. And no wonder you were able to find me even after I hid here, ahahaha. Okita Ichizo lowered his head, revealing that he let out a sharp, evil laugh.
Xiao Xingyu, what's the point of you finding me? You can't be so naive as to think that you can kill me with a young dragon.
Xiao Xingyu opened the Imperial Beast heraldry and summoned the holy maiden Yu Angel Freya. An angelic beast of transcendental body?
What an insouciant Dragon Kingdom teenager.
Just at the moment when Okita Ichizo was laughing wildly, Xiao Xingyu violently urged his spiritual energy. Freya released her holy light and a teleportation spell appeared around her.
Battle technique Holy Light Teleportation.
In the curtain of light, four great gods came out.
Admiral Murong Jin.
Army General White Feather.
Air Force General Lu Mingchu.
Imperial Soul Chief Raven. Okita Ichizo's smile disappeared instantly.
Okita Kamehameha, why don't you smile?
Is it natural not to smile? There was a snap and Okita Ichijo landed on his head. One of the 3 9th-rank sorcerers of the Spell Spirit Shrine had fallen. The 9-tailed fox Yu Zhaoqian in her orc form was nailed to a rough rock wall by a black-brown thorn. Blood gushed out furiously along the wound, and the concentration of Ghost Bane power continued to go low. The severe pain was too much for Yu Zhaoqian to bear, her skin became dry and vicissitudes, her white hair was like snow, and her whole body looked shaped like a wither. The thorns of thorns stuck in its chest were like wriggling straws, constantly extracting its life force. The other end of the thorn's thorn was connected to White Feather's right arm. Behind White Feather, a huge cannibalistic flower bloomed, precisely his second imperial beast, the cursed Demon King flower.
Don't kill me, please.
Yu Zhaoqian, who had very little life force left, spoke in a dark, deep voice like an old hag who was about to die. Even if it was a beast god body level magical beast, in front of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 great god level figures, it still looked weak. The raven gazed at Yu Zhaoqian with a grim gaze, his fingertips ablaze with leaping black flames. You killed 8 of my Imperial Soul's silver priests, blood debts must be paid in blood, why should I let you go? A flock of crows landed on Yu Zhaoqian's body, their sharp beaks constantly tearing at its fox ears and 9 fox tails. Yu Zhaoqian suffered from the pain of drilling her heart, and 2 lines of blood tears came out of her eyes. Okita Ichijo is a 9th-rank sorcerer, he implanted a spell seal in my body, my thoughts and actions can only be controlled by him. I'm just a sword to kill those silver priests, Ichizo Okita is the real killer. And now that Okita Ichijo has been killed by you, the spell mark in my body has disappeared. As long as you spare me, I promise not to set foot on the Dragon Kingdom border for half a step in the future. The Raven Crow operated its spiritual energy, and a fire sword coalesced from Golden Crow black inflammation appeared in his hand. When Yu Zhaoqian saw this, her heart was beating as furiously as it was in the area of her throat, and an intense fear gripped every quivering nerve in her body. I'll trade a piece of classified information about Sakuragoku for my life. Raven pausing momentarily. Xiao Xingyu raised his interest and asked with a smile, yeah, tell me about it. Yu Zhaoqian was skeptical, if I tell you, are you sure you can spare me? The 3 great generals and the Raven all remained silent, apparently leaving the decision in Xiao Xingyu's hands. I'm sure we'll leave you alone as long as the information you provide is valuable. Yu Zhaoqian bit her dry lips and hesitated for a moment before narrating. About 6 months ago, I suffered a serious injury and happened to be encountered by Okita Ichijo. This guy took advantage of my weakness and put a spell mark in my body, reducing me to a puppet at his mercy. During the 6 months I followed him, I inadvertently learned a secret of the Sakura Emperor Shrine. Tamagotchi swallowed a wad of saliva and continued, the Sakura Emperor Shrine has developed a technique called soul melting. Xiao Xingyu frowned slightly and asked after him, what is soul melting? After the death of a ghost imperial beast, its soul, implanted into another ghost imperial beast, gives birth to a twin soul beast, thus enhancing the strength of the imperial beast. This technology is now nearing maturity, and Ichisa Okita once spoke the truth while drunk. The soul fusion technique, which is capable of taking the souls of up to 9 ghost imperial beasts and implanting them into the same ghost imperial beast to create the 10 soul beasts. It had to be said that this piece of information provided by Tamagotchi was valuable. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom have a feud that can't be eradicated and are just short of tearing each other apart. A war between the two countries may be staged in the near future. Knowing the enemies of cards in advance is an advantage for Dragon Kingdom to establish before the battle begins. Was an advantage built up before the battle was fought.
I've said all I have to say, so you can leave me alone.
The desire to survive was written all over Yu Zhaoqian's increasingly pale face. Xiao Xingyu revealed a harmless smile. Whether it was your intention or not, since you already have the blood of our Dragon Kingdom people on your hands. Death is your only choice. The black flame fire sword in Raven's hand instantly penetrated Yu Zhaoqian's chest. The life force flew by, and Yu Zhaoqian showed her unwillingness.
Humans, words don't count.
Hot knowledge. A magical beast that has had a human life on its hands will develop bloodlust and will inevitably kill again. You can't keep a demonic beast like Tamagotchi. Moreover, a demon god bloodline beast god body magical beast crystal core was a rare resource that could not be found.
Xiao Xingyu won't let it go.
A sandstorm kicked up in the yellow sand rift valley, and Tamagotchi perished, leaving behind only a deep purple magical beast crystal core that exuded a rich ghostly aura. Raven picked up the magical beast crystal core and realized that Xiao Xingyu was staring at him with a burning gaze.
Lord Xiao, want?
Sir, don't call me Lord Xiao to flirt with me. Raven handed Xiao Xingyu the magic beast crystal core. You are the overall commander of this military exercise, and you have the authority to dispose of all spoils of war.
How embarrassing that would be.
As soon as Xiao Xingyu's words fell, the magical beast crystal cores had already been put into his spatial ring. Lu Mingchu looked grave. The information provided by Yu Zhaoqian, we need to take it seriously. The Sakura Emperor Shrine is secretly developing the soul-melting technology, and may be having thoughts about our Dragon Kingdom country. Murong-ji nodded his head in agreement. The Sakura Kingdom has a lack of national resources, and now that Tamahama City is frozen by our meteorological weapons, they will definitely consider plans to invade and expand their territory. Whitefeather put his hands on the back of his head with a lazy face, but his eyes were extraordinarily sharp. If the Sakura Kingdom dares to fight, we Dragon Kingdom 3 armies will be there for you. Xiao Xingyu picked up Ichisa Okita's dead head. Sir, one more thing to trouble you with, please take this head and hang it on the gates of the capital King City. The dusky night covered the Sakura King's capital where the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Above the gates of Ko Castle hangs the head of Ichisa Okita. The 7 ghost stars stood behind Onizumi Tenshi, witnessing the sight together.
Lord Social Emperor, this is Dragon Kingdom, a great insult to us. They're doing it on purpose, they're deterring us.
It has come to this, can we only hold our breath? Thunder pierced through the night and a torrential downpour came unannounced, the cold rain lashing at Onizumi Tenshi's face, which was even more demonic than a woman's. This world, it's time for a change. Guizan Tenshi muttered, and then commanded, pass the order down, officially start the soul melting program. We'll start with next summer's World Academy tournament, and break off Dragon Kingdom future. Dragon Hidden City.
Azure Dragon Academy.
Classroom. Xiao Xingyu walked out of the school building, looked up to the sky at the clean snow curtain, and exhaled a deep breath of hot air. On his neck, he was still wearing the scarf that Murong Shinshin had given him. The back door of the school, closer to the central hospital in Longyin City. Murong Shinshin, still in the hospital room to recuperate, and I do not know whether I can be discharged before New Year's Eve. At first, I'll go to the hospital to take care of 6 Jean, and then I'll go to the Red Maple Island appointment. When 6 Genie's discharged from the hospital, I'll go back to the Red Maple Island appointment. Red Maple Island was the place where Xiao Liyan had an appointment with Xiao Xingyu. This meeting between the two, I wonder if it will clear up the fog of the Dragon King's sacrifice for Xiao Xingyu. Imperial City. The Xie Mansion. The table filled with delicious food. Xie Zhong sat in the upper seat, surrounded by a group of his former colleagues. After a moment of silence, someone rose. Ta Jianxie, excuse me, the Finance and Taxation Department still has books that I need to reconcile, so I'll go first.
Look at this brain of mine.
Lord Xie, I'm sorry, I'm still missing the task that Lord Empress gave me. Let's get together again next time.
Yes, the Empress has assigned me a task as well.
The beginning of the feast is the end when the people leave and the dishes remain untouched. At the table, there was only one guest left. Minister of Logistics, Zhou Yan. Yes, sir, I didn't come here today to drink and eat a banquet, I came to inform you of something. At the beginning of spring next year, the Imperial Academy of Sciences is going to expand. The back garden of your Xia mansion, that open space is going to be expropriated and used to open the Imperial Academy of Sciences' high-ranked magical beast feces observation base. It was at this moment that Xia Zhong realized. This imperial city, there was no place for him anymore. The splendor and glory he once had was replaced by Xiao Xingyu. Xia Zhong was so anxious that he sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Xia Weian rushed into the house, and at a glance saw Xia Zhong, who had fallen to the ground and spat out blood, and hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, dragging him to the bed to rest. Don't worry, father, I will definitely shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Xia family, and one day, I will definitely trample him, Xiao Xingyu, under my feet and avenge our Xia family. There were footsteps outside the door and even the sound of dragging suitcases. Xia Lian dragged the heavy suitcase, his expression was as dull as a facial paralyze, and the dead pupils of his eyes did not have a trace of attachment to this home. Just to let you know, I've got my transfer eligibility letter, and starting next semester, I won't be going to Vermilion Bird Academy, I am now a student at Azure Dragon Academy, and a member of the Star Punishment Squad. Xia Weian's eyes glowed with blood, pointing at the bridge of Xia Lian's nose with his slender fingertips. Have you forgotten that it's the Xia family's blood that runs through your body? For the sake of one Xiao Xingyu, you're going to betray the entire Xia family. Xia Lian directly raised her hand and pushed Xia Weian away, a huffy look appearing on her pretty face. I am Xia Lian, not a tool for you, Xia Weianan, to vent your anger. Why did the Xia family end up in this state? It's not because of you and father's filthy ambition. Xia Weian's body was shaking and his mind was lacking oxygen. Just now, the conversation I had with my father, you all. The fact that Xia Lian was able to say these words meant that she had heard the conversation between Xia Weian and Xia Zhong. That conversation was an allegedly a rebellious statement. Once exposed, the Xia family would not even see the sun tomorrow, let alone rise again. The cold wind rose and killing intent appeared. Xia Weian suddenly pinched Xia Lian's neck and held him down on the doorframe. Xia Lian, you're not afraid? I'm not afraid to die, I owe this life to my parents, if you kill me, I won't owe the Xia family. The blood in Xia Weian's eyes gradually faded, and the killing intent on his body instantly collapsed. His hands began to tremble. Xia Lian's hot tears, one by one, slammed onto the back of his hand, overwhelming him. At this moment he seemed to regain his senses.
Sister, I'm sorry.
In the last second, Xia Weian was still strangling Xia Lian's neck with murderous intent. In the next second, Xia Weian took Xia Lian into his arms and kept apologizing, saying as sister with every breath. I don't know when, Xia Weian has become a crazy batch of epileptic public, delirious, 10,000 hateful mixed with a trace of pity.
Sister, it was my brother's fault just now. Don't go to Xiao Xingyu.
A good girl, stay with me and let's go back to when we were kids. You're such a slug, always following me around asking for lollipops, aren't you? Xia Lian gently pushed Xia Weian away, her eyes moist and red.
You idiot, I stopped eating lollipops a long time ago, we can't go back.
After the silence. Brother, this is the last time I'll call out to you. Over the years, you've become violent and agitated, exuding negativity all over your body, especially after you met Xiao Xingyu. You've done whatever it takes to become stronger, you've long since ceased to be the Xia Weian I know. When you can't sleep at night, can you take a moment to think about whether you have lived out your own life all these years, or have you been brainwashed by your father and reduced to a tool for him to realize his so-called ambitions? Each of Xia Lian's words poked straight into Xia Weian's lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe.
Sister.
I'm leaving, I'll have nothing more to do with the Xia family in the future. Xia Duanan, brother and sister, I'll advise you one last time. Xia Lian carried the suitcase and stepped out of the threshold, turning back. If you continue to follow father, there must be an abyss of doom in front of you. Xia Weian also shed tears. He was fixed in place, looking at the blood dissolved in water in front of the eyes of this blood sister, his throat as if pouring cement, a word cannot be spit out. Outside the Xia mansion. As the snow flew, Xia Lian's thin figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the snowflakes. The world outside of Shay's house is cold, but not at all dirty. Every snowflake that hit Xiao Yan's smiling face would melt and turn into a clean and clear source of life, sliding to the corners of his lips a touch of sweetness. Xiao Yan returned to the bedroom.
Where's Mercy? I gone. Where did it go?
Dragon Hidden City, she's going to be attending Azure Dragon Academy at the start of next semester. Xia Zhong frowned and then revealed a sinister sardonic smile. Jeopardy, that's a good thing.
A good thing?
Didn't Renner join the Star Punishment Squad under Xiao Xingyu's command? In that case, Renner is a hidden bomb that we placed by Xiao Xingyu's side. When the time is right, we can detonate it and poof. Ha ha ha. Xia Zhong's words made Xia Yanan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and the blood in his entire body froze. Father, she is my own sister, your own daughter, we can't. Xia Zhong's sharp eyes made Xia Yanan shut his mouth. The female members of the Xia family are meant to be tools to assist us in claiming the throne. Your dead mother is, and so is Renner, understand? At this moment, Xia Weian's counsel echoed in his mind. If you continue to follow your father, there must be an abyss of doom ahead. Xia Zhong pulled Xia Weian's hand and said in a serious tone, Guan, those who achieve great things don't stick to small details. Father, I understand. It's good to understand. This year's New Year's Eve, it's just us father and son, it's quiet. You retire first, I'm resting. Xia Weian left the bedroom and went to the courtyard of the Xia mansion alone. He was in the middle of a heavy snowfall, his black robe dyed into a pure white straw raincoat. The gate was not far away, but he could not take that step outside. Unlike Xiao Yan, he can't escape. He will be trapped in the Xia family for the rest of his life, and even if he dies, his spirit will not be able to escape from the prison of the Xia clan's ancestral hall. I'm not a good brother. Will Renner really be happy with Xiao Xingyu? If so, shall I fulfill her? Even if the price of fulfilling her is.
Since I've been the villain, I'll be the villain to the end.
In the VIP ward, Murong Xinshin was wearing a loose hospital gown, half lying on the soft and comfortable hospital bed. Xiao Xingyu came to the side of the hospital bed and leaned over to kiss Murong Xinshin's forehead, his eyes going as deep as they could. A6 Jean, I've got your transcripts for you, with an SSS rating. And Brother Yasako's report card, graded the same. Azure Dragon Academy, of all the students in the first year, only the Star Punishment Squad Quartet rated at SSS. In fact, the Battle of the City of Forgetfulness is more than that. The Star Punishment Squad all got SSS ratings, not because the strength was only SSS, but the full rating was SSS.
A6 Jean, how's the knee?
It doesn't hurt anymore, and the attending doctor said that I can be discharged if I stay in the hospital for 2 more days for observation and if the wound doesn't develop recurring inflammation. Xiao Xingyu looked at Murong Xinshin's legs, which were wrapped in thick plaster guards, and his eyes showed heartache, but at the same time he also felt endless warmth. When Xiao Xingyu was jailed and imprisoned at the bottom of the Imperial Soul Division's cell, it was Murong Xinshin who braved the heavy rain and knelt in front of the Night Lawn Palace for the whole night to beg for medicine for him. This is a heavy love that Xiao Xingyu is ashamed of. He took Murong Xinshin's hand with a sincere gaze. A6 Jean, for the past 6 months, I've always been in trouble, making you worry about me over and over again. I, Xiao Xingyu, promise to treat you well from now on. After graduation, I'll marry you. This is the first time Xiao Xingyu has officially said he wants to marry Murong Xinshin. Murong Xinshin was shy, her hot face leaning against Xiao Xingyu's chest. There are times when a girl's blush trumps all long confessions. The love was so strong that it was impossible to stop, and each other's breathing became heated and anxious. Murong Xinshin took the initiative to close her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling and opening. Just as Xiao Xingyu was about to kiss Murong Xinshin's lips, the unsettling cell phone rang. Hey, Brother Yangshua. Xingyu, at this hour, you're already at the hospital with my old sister, right? Murong Yangshua stood on the beach at the edge of Ice and Fire Island, with the naval headquarters base behind him. Xingyu, this New Year's Eve, I'm going to accompany my father to keep vigil at the Navy headquarters. My sister, I'm counting on you to take care of her. The New Year's Eve festival is a time for Dragon Kingdom people to reunite with their families. But the lights of the Dragon Kingdom need to be guarded. Every year on New Year's Eve, the Navy, Army and Air Force, regardless of rank, must stick to their posts. Murong Jin hadn't been home for New Year's Eve for many years, and Murong Yangshua was a filial son who was going to accompany his father to stick with him at the naval headquarters. Murong Xinxin, on the other hand, was entrusted by Murong's father and son to the most trustworthy Xiao Xingyu. At the end of this call, Xiao Xingyu also heard Murong Jin's voice.
Xingyu, listen to me, you brat, take care of my daughter.
The phone had just hung up when another vibration came from the phone. A Starwu, who is it? A text message from Xiao Yan. She said that she left the Xie family and that next semester she will be at our Azure Dragon Academy attend and return to Star Punishment Squad. Murong Xinxin nodded. That's good, she finally dares to take this step and leave that demonic hole of the Xie family. A6 Jean, let's get on with what we didn't finish earlier.
What is it?
Xiao Xingyu leaned down and wrapped his palms around Murong Xinxin's hair and neck, cradling the back of his head. During the kiss, Xiao Xingyu was careful, afraid that he would move too much and hurt Murong Xinxin's knee.
A6 Jean, why did you remove the plaster sheathing?
It's interfering with our kissing, leave it alone and let's get on with it. A6 Jean, I'm going out and I promise, I'll be back to you before you wake up from your nap. Xiao Xingyu kissed the corner of Murong Xinxin's lips and turned to leave the ward. Walking out of the hospital, Xiao Xingyu disappeared into a dark alley. Not long after, a black shadow rushed out of the alley, the power of the undead spurted and filled the air, and the aura of decay enveloped the entire city. The black shadow rode the undead bone spell dragon and soared into the silent night sky. At the moment, he was the eternal night monarch and was going to Red Maple Island for his appointment with Xiao Liyan. Xiao Xingyu rode the undead bone spell dragon and landed on the beach of Red Maple Island, holding the Book of the Dead in his right hand. The Eternal Night Monarch landed on Red Maple Island, exuding an aura of death that was out of place on this vibrant island. I didn't expect that in the region of the Devil Beast Strait, there is still such an island that hasn't suffered from the contamination of demonic qi. It's truly a miracle that violates the laws of nature. On the way here, Xiao Xingyu saw it all. In the entire area of the Devil Beast Strait, the seawater appeared turbid and pitch black, and even sea beasts below the rank of Beast King body were simply unable to survive in these waters. Only Red Maple Island defies common sense. This island was generally isolated from the world, clearly located within the domain of the Devil Beast Straits, yet it was unaffected by anything and there wasn't even a trace of devilish aura on the island. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if he was in a natural oxygen bar, where the air was 100 times fresher than any part of Dragon Kingdom. Any part of the country. Dragon Kingdom. A king of the eternal night, welcome to your appointment. A familiar voice from not far away.
Xiao Xingyu looked up.
In the pale moonlight, a man sat on a bluff at the edge of the island, fishing rod in hand and a creel at his side. The eyes of the demon god opened, piercing through the nighttime haze to clearly see the fishing man's appearance. Amazing Alliance Master Xiao Liyan. In an instant, a white bone ladder emerged in midair. Xiao Xingyu ascended the white bone staircase to the edge of the broken cliff and stood behind Xiao Liyan. It wasn't the first time the two had met, and the Battle of Bloodrock Island was also considered to have been a one-sided affair. But for the moment both men remained silent, with only the sound of the icy sea breeze whistling past their ears. Xiao Liyan was waiting for Xiao Xingyu to speak. Xiao Xingyu had a lot of questions to ask, but for a moment he didn't know where to start.
Ayo, hooked.
A fish takes the bait and breaks the silence. A fat bluefin landed in the creel, alive and well. Xiao Liyan laughed brightly. Eternal Night Monarch, you're in for a treat tonight. My grilled fish skills are the Dragon Kingdom first and foremost.
Has Shangguan Lan eaten?
Xiao Xingyu surprisingly asked in a flirtatious tone. But of course, she's my woman, how could she not have tasted my handiwork? For some reason, when he heard Xiao Liyan admit his relationship with Shangguan Lan in a big way, Xiao Xingyu would feel inexplicably relieved and joyful. Xiao Xingyu sat on the ground alongside Xiao Liyan. As Senior Xiao, you guided me to the undersea dragon tomb once and indirectly gifted me the royal beast crystal core of the Qingding sacred dragon, the dragon's breath, and the alchemist's introductory skills. At the Battle of Bloodrock Island, you made another sudden appearance and saved me from the Yuji. Even Su Ruyan, the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy, who is also a member of your amazing alliance, has usually treated me with take good care of me. Xiao Xingyu thought clearly, summarizing all the help and care Xiao Liyan had given him.
I want to ask, why are you helping me so much?
This was a question that Xiao Xingyu desperately wanted to get an answer to. Xiao Liyan took out a bottle of wine from the bamboo basket on the side and handed it to Xiao Xingyu, smiling and asking rhetorically, why do you think I'm helping you?
Xiao Liyan, Xiao Xingyu, surname Harmonic Terrier, right? You are my father.
Xiao Xingyu's gaze was firm as he stared dead into Xiao Lian's eyes, even turning on the kaleidoscope mode of the demon god's eye, not sparing any details. It was a test run. Xiao Xingyu was testing Xiao Lian, only by taking him by surprise could he observe his opponent's truest reaction. This kid, the city is quite deep, even test me, really follow me. Ginger is still old and hot, Xiao Lian was calm and unruffled. I'm not your father, I'm helping you because of your mother. Xiao Xingyu's eyes vibrated, veins rippled on his neck, and his face was red.
My mother? Where is she? Still alive?
Xiao Lian replied, she's still alive.
Where the hell is she?
Xiao Xingyu, let's talk about a cooperation. At this moment, Red Maple Island turned into a business house.
Talking about what cooperation?
You and I will join forces and join the amazing alliance as the Eternal Night Monarch, and when our cooperation is successful, I will take you to see your mother.
What makes a successful partnership?
Xiao Lian was silent. Success was a word that was too foreign to him. There had been time and time again when he had tried to save the woman he loved and his own children, but all had ended in failure. When people lose numbness, they forget what it feels like to win. You've come to the appointment, so I guess you want to know about the Dragon King Festival as well.
Xiao Xingyu's body shook as he nodded slightly.
He was vaguely able to sense that his own birth was related to the Dragon King's sacrifice. Then I'll talk about the Dragon King's sacrifice before we talk about our cooperation. The color of reminiscence surfaced on Xiao Lian's face, and the dismal moonlight reflected his figure somewhat forlornly. Back then, during the dragon-slaying battle, Lan, Tong, and Sifong, I tried to stop the Dragon King's sacrifice, but failed.
Xiao Xingyu froze, then whispered to himself, it really failed.
Did you say fruitful? I've seen Shangguan Lan transform into a black dragon. Xiao Lian's expression was pained and his voice became even darker. We failed to stop the Dragon King's sacrifice, and the evil Dragon King was born without incident. Its name is the Final Dragon King, and the beast energy contained within it is the power of finality, a power that can ignore any law and directly destroy the world. And Lan is the vessel of the Final Dragon King. Xiao Xingyu was immersed in shock, and after a long time he opened his mouth and asked, so you backstabbed your favorite woman? The reverse scale sword, the Dragon King's whiskers and also the dragon's tear, the power of the three dragon clans' greatest treasures fused together can open the Dragon King essence seal, temporarily sealing the final Dragon King inside Lan's body. Lan misunderstood me and thought I was going to kill her. Yet sealing is only a cure for the symptoms, only with the Phoenix clan artifact Phoenix Gothic Nail. Xiao Xingyu frowned as various unfamiliar words flooded into his brain. Xiao Lian continued to tell the story. When it comes to Fengzhen Nail, we have to mention Sifong. She is the Phoenix goddess of the Phoenix clan, in charge of the 7 Phoenix Gothic Nails. Only by taking the 7 Phoenix Gothic Nails and driving them into Lan's body can we destroy the final Dragon King. But I had to stop Sifong when it came time to strike the 6th Phoenix Gothic Nail. Because Lan's body can't withstand the 7th Phoenix Gothic Nail anymore. If the 7th one is scored, the terminal Dragon King will indeed die, but Lan won't be able to live either. The 7th Phoenix Gothic Nail was not driven into Lan's body, and the end was a lost cause. The first 6 Phoenix Gothic Nails were forced out of Lan's body by the power of the end. At that time, Lan had been dominated in his consciousness by the final Dragon King, unleashing a powerful force in the midst of the chaos that caused the Dragon Kingdom. The timeline stalled for 100 years. Xiao Xingyu was listening and thinking, this statement of Xiao Lian seemed to coincide with Dragon Kingdom, that period of the disappeared 100 years of history, but it always felt that there's something strange about it. Xiao Lian paused briefly, took a sip of mulled wine, and continued on. Next, I'll mention your father.
My father?
Xiao Xingyu lifted his high spirits, and hot blood churned in his violently heaving chest. At that time, when Sifong went to nail the first 6 Phoenix Gothic Nails, Lan's wound naturally bled. That's not just any blood, but the blood of the Dragon King of the final Dragon King. Any human who has been drenched in the blood of the Dragon King will complete their metamorphosis, and their body will be able to freely shift between human form and dragon form. This new class of creatures is collectively known as a hybrid species dragons. In that dragon-slaying battle, 7 hybrid species dragons were born. One of the hybrid dragons, named Chaos Metadragon, who is your father, has the title Predestination. Xiao Xingyu tried to restrain his inner mood swings and pressed again, my father is a hybrid dragon?
Where is he?
Xiao Lian shook his head. After the dragon-slaying battle, Dragon Kingdom, the timeline stagnated for 100 years, which is equivalent to a frozen for 100 years. By the time time is unsealed and normalcy is restored, the 7 hybrid dragons are long gone.
And is my father dead or alive? I don't know.
Xiao Xingyu stared at Xiao Lian with a burning gaze. Out of a man's intuition, he thought that Xiao Lian seemed to be deliberately hiding something. And nowadays, you know about my relationship with Lan. The misunderstanding between us never had a chance to be solved. Xiao Xingyu pursed his lips and asked, how did Senior Sifeng die? In the eyes of all those in the know, Senior Sifeng died blocking the knife for you.
What exactly is the truth?
Have you learned about the Battle of Black Dragon Valley?
Slightly.
The Battle of Black Dragon Valley, which took place 16 years ago, was also known as the Battle of the Demon King's Cave. At this time, Yi Shimeng had just been born less than a full month ago, and Sifeng had run off to war without finishing her monthly period. Information about this battle is available in the library of the Azure Dragon Academy.
Black Dragon Valley, Demon King's Cave.
Nidhogg's home base. Under the right time, right place, right people, Sakura Kingdom, Li Kingdom and Shama, as well as the 3 armies under Shangguan Land's command, and the Amazing Alliance, put aside their differences and interests and jointly besiege Nidhogg, who is known as the Dragon of Despair. The 3 armies of the Dragon Kingdom and the Amazing Alliance put aside their differences and disputes of interest and jointly besiege Nidhogg, the commander-in-chief of the magical beasts, who is known as the Dragon of Despair. In this battle, Sifeng fell. The siege of Nidhogg failed and Nidhogg escaped with serious injuries. The accounts of all the sources agree that the cause of Sifeng's death was deflecting a fatal attack from Nidhogg on behalf of Xiao Lian. Sifeng's husband, Yi Tianqing, hated Xiao Lian as a result. This is the truth about the Battle of Black Dragon Valley. Xiao Lian opened his spatial ring and extracted 7 nails in the shape of phoenix feathers. The nails gave off a soft white glow in the moonlight.
Xiao Xingyu attempted to ask, is this the Phoenix Gothic nail?
Technically, this is also the remains of Sifeng.
Xiao Lian's words made Xiao Xingyu shudder, his head a pot of foggy water.
Elder Sifeng's remains?
What the hell is going on here?
Xiao Lian narrated. The Battle of the Black Dragon Valley was a fierce and chaotic one, and perhaps it was also fate that the original 7 Phoenix Gothic spikes were damaged by Nidhogg. Sifeng is the Phoenix Goddess, and the Nirvana Phoenix flame released from her fall can repair the Phoenix Gothic nail. Xiao Xingyu nodded. He understood. Sifeng didn't die by blocking the knife for Xiao Lian. She just chose to kill herself. Repair the damaged Phoenix Gothic spike by committing suicide. With the Phoenix Gothic nail in place, we have the hope of completely destroying the final Dragon King. Sifeng used his own life as a price to keep this last hope for us. Xiao Xingyu inhaled deeply with feeling. Senior Sifeng is a great character. Xiao Lian returned to his words. Xiao Xingyu, it's time for us to talk about cooperation.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
Xiao Lian's right hand extended 2 fingers. We work together on 2 main things. First, you and I will join forces and together we will find a way to completely strip the final Dragon King outside of Lan's body. The only way to completely destroy it is to completely divest it and pin these 7 Phoenix Gothic nails into the final Dragon King. At the same time, it will also preserve my Lan. Secondly, you are close to Sifeng's 2 daughters, you are responsible for secretly protecting them, and you can use the identity of the Eternal Night Monarch if necessary. Xiao Xingyu was suspicious and couldn't help but ask, what is the significance of you asking me to protect Sifeng's 2 daughters? Although the 7 Phoenix Gothic nails are in my hands, I don't have permission to use them. Only the Phoenix Goddess can harness them. Xiao Xingyu had an epiphany. Yi Xuanning and Yi Shimeng were Sifeng's daughters, and after Sifeng's death, the inheritance of the Phoenix Goddess naturally fell on these 2 sisters. Is the Phoenix Goddess of today a sister, or a younger sister? It can't be determined for the time being. The 2 sisters, whoever awakens the Phoenix Queen Divine Seal first, will be the successor of Sifeng, the next Phoenix Goddess. After a long stalemate, Xiao Xingyu broke the silence. Okay, I'll work with you. Xiao Xingyu, work with me, I won't let you down. The ocean breeze blew across Red Maple Island, and on the fire was a whole grilled fish. Xiao Lian sat by the fire, fuming alone. Xiao Xingyu didn't stay to eat the grilled fish, and he didn't have an appetite either. At this moment, a woman with a bucket hat on her head appeared behind Xiao Lian. What a montage of lies. You tell Xiaoyu that his father is Chaos Yuanlong Predestined, one of the hybrid dragons.
But it doesn't say that you're the Chaos Yuanlong Predestined.
Any human who is drenched in the blood of the Dragon King completes the metamorphosis and becomes a hybrid dragon. On the battlefield of the dragon-slaying battle, Xiao Lian backstabbed a Shangguan Lan so close to the distance, the wound overflowed the blood of the Dragon King, naturally splattered on the body of Xiao Lian.
Xiao Lian is the chaotic Yuan dragon destiny. This is your chance to recognize your father and son, so why didn't you tell them all?
Xiao Lian revealed a bitter smile, his look disheveled, and the vicissitudes in his eyes were the loneliness piled up by the years.
Fei, you know, this kid Xiaoyu is smart.
If we recognize father and son, he will naturally know that Lan is his mother. But the truth of truths is clear to you and me. Who exactly is the final Dragon King? What did Lan give at that time in order to preserve Xiaoyu?
You and I know it well.
If Xiaoyu continues to get to the bottom of this, how will he live with himself when he learns that it was Lan who bore half of the curse and fate for him? Fei sighed and said helplessly, with this child's character, he will die of guilt. Yes, he will be immersed in guilt, even demoralized, and his negative emotions will explode, and once he causes that final force in his body to break through the seal, all of our efforts over the years, including Feng's sacrifice, will be meaningless.
Fei, then you'll have to continue to carry these secrets alone.
Xiao Lian, in this family, it's enough for me to ache alone. Being the steward of the dragon clan, the dragon-tattooed envoy Fei showed sad eyes and looked out at the distant sea. The cooperation between Xiao Lian and Xiao Xingyu is to save one Shangguan Lan and destroy one ultimate Dragon King. In fact, Xiao Lian wanted to save two people, one Shangguan Lan and one Xiao Xingyu. A real man dares to face the hell mode of life and relies on his shoulders alone to carry it all. In the process of going back, Xiao Xingyu guessed that Xiao Lian deliberately concealed the truth, but in the end did not guess that he was the culprit who triggered it all.
Oding tilde.
In Xiao Xingyu's mind, a system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host. Completing the special mission and successfully finding out the truth about Feng's death. Issuing mission reward, 1 Yendi Bloodline Crystal plus SSS Grade Beast Energy Shinong Quenching. A reward has been issued, please check with the host. Xiao Xingyu's mind surged and opened the system warehouse. In the warehouse bar, there were two more valuable materials. Yendi Bloodline Crystal, when taken by a Fire Imperial Beast, it fuses with the Yendi Bloodline and gains the power to absorb any SSS-ranked Fire Beast energy. SSS Grade Beast Energy Shinong Quenching has a healing and purifying effect that restrains all poisonous magical beasts. Scorching Friends triggers a continuous blood recovery effect, and Scorching Enemies triggers a continuous blood loss effect. This time, Xiao Xingyu didn't need to think about the rewards and just arranged them directly on Nether Hades Wolf's body. Reaper Bloodline plus Inferno Emperor Bloodline equals Reaper who reigns over all fire, which would be an unbeatable formula for the Imperial Beasts. When he returned home, Xiao Xingyu spent the annual Vulcan Festival Lantern Festival with Murong Xinshin and his sister. Imperial City. Night Lan Palace. The New Year's Eve dinner on the table looked light and soupy. Most of them were nutritious and able to enhance spiritual energy, but had no flavor. Shangguan Qian sat at the table, seemingly well-behaved, but her thoughts had already wandered outside of the Night Lan Palace. Her smart bracelet vibrated, transmitting a voice missive sent by Xiao Xingyu.
Oh!
Play it out and listen. Shangguan Qian could only do as he was told. Xiao Xingyu's cheerful voice rang out. Princess, have you finished the New Year's Eve dinner?
We have a deal, I'll take you to the Vulcan Festival lights.
Shangguan Qian blushed, not daring to raise her head to look directly into Shangguan Lan's eyes. There was indeed an agreement between the two. When Xiao Xingyu had just entered the Imperial City and had unstable roots, Shangguan Qian had not helped much. In order to repay Shangguan Qian, Xiao Xingyu promises to bring Shangguan Qian to the Fire God Festival Lantern Festival on New Year's Eve. Mother, I know that after the New Year's Eve dinner, I still have to do my spiritual training, so I'll turn back to Xiao Xingyu. Shangguan Qian's face was despondent, her eyes misting with water.
There you go.
A Vulcan Festival of Lights, you haven't been to one since you were a kid, I'll let you out this time. Shangguan Qian was flattered.
Thank you, Mother.
Just then, the smart bracelet came vibrating again. Shangguan Qian subconsciously externalized Xiao Xingyu to send a second voice brief. Princess, let the Empress come along, it's said that this year's Fire God Festival of Lights will be more lively than ever. Shongwan Qian Luoket et Shongwan Lan.
A mother, Xiao Xingyu invites you to join.
The Vulcan Festival of Lights, I'm not going.
8 o'clock at night.
Dragon Hidden City Vulcan Festival of Lights. 3 women and a man, wearing the lion mask of the fire god Zhurong, stood in the bustling crowd. Beside Xiao Xingyu were Murong Xinxin and Shangguan Qian. The other masked woman is Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguan Lan.
Xiao Xingyu, the new age girl-carrying maniac.
Bring your girlfriends, bring your princesses, bring your empresses and have fun with the Vulcan Festival of Lights.
A bizarre aura, like a pair of big invisible hands, covered the night sky.
The storm clouds have changed and the moonlight is dim. The crowd grew noisier as everyone looked up into the night and murmured.
It's so dark.
The moon is suddenly so much darker?
This moon seems to be gradually getting smaller. Yeah, like it's been chewed up.
Shangguan Lan's heartbeat accelerated, and under the mask he looked grave, raising his eyes to the sky.
Dragon's teeth swallow the moon.
The black mist was like the fangs of a dragon, covering and wrapping the moon until it devoured the last rays of moonlight.
What a powerful fluctuation of dragon power. Am I hot? This feels so strange.
Xiao Xingyu's heartbeat also began to accelerate. Even if he covered his chest, it seemed that he still couldn't stop the momentum of his heart about to jump out of his throat.
Where did this dragon power come from? I'm not a dragon. There are 7 dragons.
Xiao Xingyu looked due south, and in his field of vision, he could see a tornado storm formed by a strand of dragon power, and the normal human eye could not capture these visions. For the average person, the moon is just covered by dark clouds, within normal weather patterns. Everyone continued to immerse themselves in the joy of the Fire God Festival, and only Shangguan Lan and Xiao Xingyu's bodies produced special reactions. Xiao Xingyu held the bridge guardrail with one hand and covered his restless heart with the other.
Where are the people?
By the time Xiao Xingyu reacted, his side was empty. Above the clouds, Shangguan Lan stood atop the head of the Underworld Knight Qilin, passed through a swirling door, and disappeared.
That's right, this direction is the direction of one of the 4 great dragon veins, the Xia Dragon Vein Yen Soul Mountain.
The Xia Dragon Vein, Yen Soul Mountain, is always guarded by Yen King Yizhinan, one of the 4 directional royal kings. The fluctuations of dragon power of 7 different elements that Xiao Xingyu perceived were spewing out from the Yen Soul Mountain. Xiao Xingyu quickly stepped off the bridge and drilled into a remote and dimly lit alley. The power of the undead surged darkly, and a black light flew up into the sky, hidden amongst the thick, dark clouds.
Xiao Xingyu didn't just walk away but left an eye open.
A burning red shadow came out of the alleyway and transformed into Xiao Xingyu's form. Crimson Inferno Shadow, not only was it an enchanted artifact, it could also act as Xiao Xingyu's double. Xiao Xingyu followed behind the 2 young girls, carrying a variety of packed snacks and playthings in his hands, acting as an accompanying tool person. The real Xiao Xingyu, on the other hand, was disguised as the Eternal Night Monarch, riding the dead bone spell dragon, rushing to the Yen Soul Mountain to follow in Shangguan Lan's footsteps. This is what the Crimson Inferno Shadow is for, and whatever happens next on the Inferno Soul Mountain, whatever the Eternal Night Monarch does, it has nothing to do with Xiao Xingyu. The people of the country are intoxicated by the joyous atmosphere of the Fire God Festival of Lights, unaware that the kingdom, cursed by the Dragon King, is about to face another devastating crisis.
Dragon Kingdom South.
Summer Dragon Vein, Yen Soul Mountain. A great river of flooded lava flows through a scorching mountain stream, which is sinuous, rugged, magnificent and majestic, and looks like a burning dragon from above. Above the night curtain, the dark clouds in succession were burned red by the dragon flame, from which came the sound of fierce fighting, louder and more piercing than thunder. A dragon claw shadow was as swift as lightning, tearing through the curtain of the dark night. The rumble of thunder was swallowed up by the gradually high-pitched dragon's roar. The thick and lengthy dragon's tail rattled the clouds and set off a storm of dragon power. This battle didn't last long, only to hear a mournful tiger's roar emanating from the clouds, and then a black shadow free fell and crashed into the Inferno Soul Mountain. Beside the white tiger lay an old man with crane hair. He covered his bloody chest and coughed violently, spewing out a mouthful of bruised blood. The blood and water on the ground was instantly vaporized by the waves of magma gas spewing from the crater. Yizhinan, a 9-star beast master, one of the 4 royal kings, titled a king of Yen, was appointed by Shangguan Lan to guard the dragon vein of this summer, Yen Soul Mountain. At the same time, he was also the grandfather of Yi Shuangning and Yi Shimeng. Yizhinan got up with great difficulty. As a 9-star imperial beast master, he could share his power with the imperial beasts and possessed a recovery ability that surpassed that of a mortal's body.
Even so, the wounds on his body couldn't heal and the intense pain twisted his face. Whoosh! A fiery red dragon flame descended from the sky like a falling meteorite, smashing not far from Yijinan. The white tiger was eager to protect its master and unfolded its golden wings to ward off the surging fluctuations of dragon power. Wailing sounds resounded through the hot night sky. The white tiger's wings, under the scorching heat of the dragon flame, suffered severe burns, flesh and fur dispersed with the wind, leaving behind charred and trembling white bones. After this blow, the white tiger completely lost his strength to fight and lay on the ground in a coma. Yijinan's gasps became more and more violent, and blood couldn't stop flowing along the wound. He lifted his red, swollen eyes, and in his blurred vision was an unclothed, red-haired girl. The red-haired girl was not wearing human clothes, but her private parts were covered by crimson dragon scales. A pair of burning dragon horns sprouted from the top of her head, and her dragon pupils were empty and lifeless, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Tick! The red-haired girl's right hand, in the shape of a dragon's claw, had rough skin and sharp fingertips, stained with scarlet blood that dripped down constantly, tapping the scorched earth at her feet. The crevices of the fingernails were still lined with the remains of human guts. Yijinan had a bloody hole in his chest in the shape of a dragon's claw and a mutilated liver. Obviously he owed his injuries to this red-haired girl. Hybrid dragons, fire, flowing flame Yama Dragon Akatsuki. Dragon Slaying Battle, Dragon King Sacrifice. Shangguan Lan suffered 6 phoenix gothic spikes that hit him hard, and blood spurted out. That was the blood of the Dragon King of the final Dragon King. Any human who is baptized with the blood of the Dragon King is a servant chosen by the final Dragon King. Akatsuki is one of them. 6 dragon flames of different colors landed beside Akatsuki. The sea of fire went out and figures emerged. These 6 belonged to the same species as Akatsuki. All of them were hybrid dragons that had been baptized with the blood of the Dragon King. Dragon horns have different shapes, dragon flames have different colors, and dragon scales have different luster. The 7 hybrid dragons stood side by side, judging the spiritually depleted Yijinan with cold eyes. Fire, flowing fire Yama Dragon Akatsuki, female Aquaguyu Sacrificial Dragon, Haiting, male. Earth System, Geocentric Rock Dragon, Green Rock, male. Wood Tsue Wu Linglong Reincarnation, female gold, Gilt Obsidian Dragon, Golden Coronet, male light, Star Glow Light Dragon Kagaya, male. Darkness Dark Crystal Shadow Dragon Lone Shadow, female. They are the followers of the Dragon King, they are the tale of the end, and the meaning of their existence is to assist the Dragon King and destroy this rotten and sinful world. At this moment, Yijinan, who had exhausted his spiritual power, used his broken body to block in front of the 7 hybrid dragons. His voice was weak, but it exuded the will to die rather than give in. If you want to destroy the Xia Dragon Vein, unless you step over my corpse. Golden Coronet quirked his mouth and scorned the esteemed Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beastmaster with a look of contempt for the clown. Old man, if you want to die, I'll fulfill you. The Golden Coronet grinned, his hideous face covered in excitement, majestic dragon flames building up deep in his throat, and countless totem spells congealed from golden powder surfaced around the corners of his mouth. This was the prelude to unleashing the Dragon Flame Spit. This move was a common attack used by hybrid dragons, powerful, penetrating, simple and brutal. 3 seconds later, the Golden Coronet finished storing up its power, its bulging cheeks were like deflated leather balls, and a gilt-colored pillar of dragon flame fire came out from its mouth, like a star cannon penetrating through the dark night, and sprayed towards Yijinan, whose body shape was shaking. Yijinan's current state was unbeatable, and as long as he was struck by Golden Coronet's Dragon Flame Spit, he would end up with no bones left. An Imperial Beastmaster who had lost his spiritual power was nothing more than the most fragile mortal body, how small it was in front of a hybrid dragon. The white tiger on the side was dying, its eyes overflowing with tears of grief. It wanted to protect its royal master, but it was unable to do so. Phew! The miasma of the night sky, chestnut opened a black hole like a deep mysterious vortex door, in which fell a meteor-like black light, shattering the sky. The dark black light and the gilt dragon flame violently clashed together, stirring up earth-shattering explosions. The entire Xia Dragon Vein trembled unceasingly as hundreds of craters erupted at the same time. The soft, boneless magma was like paint squeezed out of a painter's hand, using the night as a canvas, sketching and swooshing with abandon. When the smoke cleared, Yijinan was still alive. It's not a medical miracle, just because Dragon Kingdom, the strongest beastmaster of all, has descended upon it. Yijinan struggled to open his tired and heavy eyelids, and in front of him was a blurry figure. A little missionary. The whole Dragon Kingdom, nowadays, the only person who can still shout at Shangguan Lan like that is Yizhen. Gelder Yi, get out of here, and leave the rest to me. Shangguan Lan raised her eyebrows and mobilized her spiritual energy. The unicorn steps on the auspiciousness, the colorful clouds fly with the wind. The imperial beast crest opened, the summoning spell array shone brightly, and the seven-colored holy Qilin appeared. Under Shangguan Lan's arrangement, the seven-colored holy Qilin carried Yizhen, who had fallen into a coma, and with its feet on the auspicious clouds, it swung upwards and disappeared beyond the blood-red clouds. Shangguan Lan stood in the crater of a lava-filled volcano, his eyebrows moving slightly, the bottom of his eyes flowing with murderous rage.
Dragon Servant Akatsuki. Dragon Servant Haiting. Dragon Servant Greenstone. A Dragon Servant Reinkarnation. A Dragon Servant Terumi. Dragon Servant Lone Shadow.
The 6 hybrid dragons knelt down on one knee and crossed their arms over their chests, believer-like devotion and awe of the king written all over their faces in unison.
I see you, Lord Dragon King.
As they are the attendants of the Dragon King, they will call themselves dragon attendants in front of the Dragon King. Behind these 6 hybrid dragons, huge dragon shadows emerged. Each of the dragon shadows, too, lay on the ground with their heads hanging down, bending their heads to express their respect and admiration for Shangguan Lan. Only Jean Crown didn't kneel down, he straightened his back and looked at Shangguan Lan, who was not far away, with unkind eyes.
Akatsuki warned, Golden Coronet, kneel down. Oh, why are you on your knees? You must kneel when you see Lord Dragon King. Oh, I didn't say that, I recognized her as the Dragon King.
Jean Coronet did not have an ounce of respect for Shangguan Lan, and even used the tip of his sharp dragon claw finger to point at Shangguan Lan's face. That backbone in the back of the head is still rising in gold content. Lone Shadow said angrily, Golden Coronet, do not be rude to Lord Dragon King. You guys are all talking about the Dragon King, Lord, are you all out of your minds? Golden Coronet shouted angrily towards his partners around him, don't forget, this woman is just a vessel for the Dragon King, let me kneel. A vessel, on what grounds? In a flash, a chill approached the Golden Crown. Golden Coronet sensed the danger, but it was too late to react. A powerful kick from a sexy long leg blasted the side of Golden Coronet's face without mercy. The terrifying power pierced through the dragon scale armor and struck directly into the depths of the Golden Coronet's soul. Like a kite with broken strings, Jean Crown flew backward for 100 meters, and because he couldn't unload the force, his body was like a tractor with full power pulling out a deep and narrow geodesic ditch on the scorched earth. The aftermath of the explosion slowly dissipated, and Golden Coronet climbed out of the lava as the other 6 mates watched. The cheekbones on the side of his face were sunken, his dragon scales peeled off, blood spilled from the corners of his red, swollen lips, his nose was crooked, and his eyelids were dropsy. Compared to his arrogance at the beginning, he was much more wretched at the moment, and a flash of scorn flashed in his eyes. Shangguan Lan landed on one leg, with her other beautiful leg still in a kicking stance. Behind her stood the Knight Qilin of the Underworld, covered in steaming black mist. The gleaming black light of the unicorn tattoo climbed up the side of her stunning face, adding a touch of wild beauty. A mere unicorn's power can break the dragon scale armor? This scene, which violates the science of imperial beasts, was played out. The dragon was indeed strong, but she was the imperial beast Emperor Shangguan Lan. This power of hers, what the hell is going on? Golden Coronet touched the side of his badly injured face, the sharp pain hitting his soul. The dragon scale armor that he was so proud of was as unbeatable as papier-mâché in front of Shangguan Lan. On her body, no dragon power fluctuations appeared. In other words, the kick just now, she didn't use the power of the Dragon King, yet she inflicted this painful damage on me. Golden Coronet bit his loose teeth and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood, his eyes once again climbed with surging battle intent, his body exuded golden powder, and it was as if a golden snow had fallen on the burning Inferno Soul Mountain. I get the hell out of the Dragon Kingdom borders, this is no place for you. Shangguan Lan's voice was ethereal and melodious, and at the same time cold and unfeeling. Even though she's no longer a dragon master, she used to be the strongest dragon master in the Dragon Kingdom, and the dragons she's raised can be described as dragon swarms. In the face of the 7 hybrid dragons, she wouldn't produce the slightest emotion of fear, instead, she defied all beings with the stance of a monarch. Akatsuki fell to her knees, manipulating a pleasant Shaolao voice and being impassioned.
Lord Dragon King, please show your true colors.
The seal of the Dragon King's essence on Shangguan Lan's body was slightly loosened. The power of the endgame in his body called out to him. The corner of her mouth began to bleed, only from actively biting her tongue. The pain would keep her awake, suppressing the evil to the core inside her. As long as Shangguanlan stayed awake, the authority of this body was still in her hands. Once the will was lost, this body would be reduced to a tool for the domination of the final Dragon King. Lone Shadow frowned and analyzed, she's suppressing Lord Dragon King's power.
Qingyan looked anxious, what next?
Akatsuki pondered for a moment and had a flash of light, let's go together, as long as we force her into a desperate situation, she will have to use the power of the Dragon King Lord. By then, her soul will sink and dissipate, completely becoming a puppet vessel manipulated by the Lord Dragon King. Reincarnation's willowy brows twisted with misgivings, this is too offensive. Akatsuki said decisively, offense is offense, as long as we succeed, Lord Dragon King won't blame us afterwards. All of you get out of my way, no one is allowed to interfere, I'll teach this arrogant woman a lesson alone. The golden coronet is the recklessness of the dragons, courageous but not resourceful and full of backbones. The gods were fair, granting him the strongest combat power of the 7 hybrid dragons while taking away his intelligence. Dragon power fluctuated wildly, and a hurricane swept across the land. The bursting and gushing magma flew with the wind and spiraled up to the sky, forming a lava storm that circled around Shangguanlan, as if it were countless evil ghosts with teeth and claws. Golden Coronet turned on his full dragon form, and his figure disappeared into the center of the storm as a giant gilt dragon appeared in the blood-colored night sky. The giant dragon's body stretched for 100 miles, and its huge dragon head was like a burning meteorite, opening its mouth to spit out dragon flames that burned away the dark clouds. This is the full dragon form of the Golden Coronet, the gilt obsidian dragon. The dragon's body trembled, and the ocean of golden powder filled the entire Yansol mountain, covering the entire Xia dragon vein. Shangguanlan's snow-white skin exposed to the air was inevitably stained with the golden powder that fell from the sky. As the golden powder penetrated the skin and invaded the blood and bones, Shangguanlan felt his body grow heavier and his limbs become stiff. This is the gilt obsidian dragon's beast energy gold cure. The golden powder it releases will have a curing effect once it invades the body of any living creature. In just 3 seconds, Shangguanlan's whole body was gilded like a fixed golden sculpture, unable to move. Cure of gold, a beast energy with a strong control effect. The gilded obsidian dragon grinned its abyssal mouth, letting out an evil and impetuous laugh, its claws stepping on the flaming clouds and swooping down towards Shangguanlan in a downward spiral. It probed out its sharp golden claws, wanting to tear apart Shangguanlan's flesh. Just as the gilded obsidian dragon was about to have its way, the golden powder on Shangguanlan's body instantly collapsed, and her nimble petite body moved like thunder. This can't be right. The underworld night griffin leapt up, its iron hooves burning with black flames trampling on the back of the gilded obsidian dragon. Shangguanlan's right fist wrapped around the Qilin tattoo and blasted his fist on top of the gilt obsidian dragon's dragon head. Explosion after explosion flooded the mountain stream with lava. Under the reflection of the firelight, Shangguanlan's face did not change color, and her slender figure exuded a domineering aura that was invincible to the rest of the world. The gilt obsidian dragon crashed heavily to the ground, dizzy and with a tiny crack in one horn. The Shangguanlan after the dragon-slaying battle had indeed weakened a lot. However, she was still the strongest imperial beast emperor that made the other 3 powers terrified. To this day, this woman can still do one punch. As she's been hit by Golden Coronet's gold cure, and it's supposedly impossible to uncontrol it without using the Dragon King's power. How the hell did this woman get out of control? And no wonder she was the vessel chosen by the Dragon King's Grandmaster, not to be underestimated. Shangguanlan's breathing rhythm was different from his usual. All of the golden powder in her body was expelled from her body as her breath circulated. Dragon's breath, all things born. This is the strongest uncontrolled breathing method in Breath of the Dragon. Once cast, it removes all of its own control-based negative effects, such as slowing, weightlessness, knockout, stiffness, curing. All the chapters of Breath of the Dragon were imprinted in Shangguanlan's mind, lingering and never dying. Even though she was no longer a dragon master nowadays, all the methods of exhaling had been incorporated into her bones and blood, and could be taken out and used at any time, even becoming an instinct similar to a passive technique. The gilded obsidian dragon collapsed to the ground and lay sleeping in the lava. Shangguanlan said in a cold voice, "Sleeping is not allowed here, get out of Dragon Kingdom and sleep again." Dragon Kingdom. The Empress's intimidation made the other 6 hybrid dragons' faces darken. Lord Dragon King, offended, Akatsuki bit through her lower lip and
shouted, "Let's all go together and force her to use the Dragon King's power until she has to." The colored light covered the sky and the dragon's might shook the earth. Swallowing clouds and fog, wrapping thunder and treading flames. Soaring through the clouds, roaring through the mountains. The fiery red night appears as 6 giant dragons that turn over the clouds. The gilded flare dragon, who had awakened from his coma, joined in. The 7 hybrid dragons, all in full dragon form, dominated the sky, looking down on Shangguan, who was as small as a mole cricket, and the pressure of the dragon power they generated almost crushed the entire Xia dragon vein. "Offend my Dragon Kingdom borders and die." Shangguan was not afraid of the danger. His feet stepped on the top of the Underworld knight Qilin's head, his head held high, the Qilin tattoo bloomed with brilliant light, and he met the 7 giant dragons that descended from the sky. Blood splattered on the Inferno Soul Mountain, and one emperor fought 7 dragons. At the same time, the dead bone spell dragon pierced through the thick thunderstorm clouds and headed straight for Yin Soul Mountain. Above the white bone dragon's head, Xiao Xingyu's brows were locked in anxiety. The devil god's eyes opened, and his sight crossed over the thunder and lead clouds to see 7 huge dragon shadows over the pallid Inferno Soul Mountain. 7 dragons have really appeared in the Yin Soul Mountain belt. Xiao Xingyu increased his pupil power and his vision became clearer. He could see a glimpse of a human figure, all alone, fighting the 7 dragons on his own. Shongvanlan. Xiao Xingyu got a good look at her face and the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. A full acceleration. Xiao Xingyu mobilized the majestic spiritual power provided by the Book of Undead and harnessed the undead bone spell dragon to run to Yin Soul Mountain. The 7-colored dragon flame and the power of the Qilin collided fiercely, like beasts that tore each other apart, entangled and pulled. The impact of the explosion shook the sky and the earth, and the aftermath ripples rippled for thousands of miles. The moment all the craters erupted, fiery magma spewed out of the earth's core. They are like a burning python, galloping and limbering up between heaven and earth. The 7 giant dragons raised their sharp claws at the same time, releasing the soaring dragon claw strike, only to hear the dragon's roar breaking through the sky, 7 huge dragon claw shadows, enveloping Shangguan's head. The rock collapsed and the rocks tumbled down. In the dusty ruins, Shangguan, whose robes were tattered, had an unsteady breath and a pair of beautiful legs bathed in lava. It was black dragon scales that protected her legs. In her eyes, the pupils stood erect, gradually taking the shape of the dragon pupils. Above the sky, the flowing flame Yanlong's eyes were glowing. "As she's starting to use the Dragon King's power, our siege worked." Shangguan stepped out of the lava and shed his black dragon scales with his strong will. Geocentric rock dragon, her will is strong and once again, she is forcibly suppressing the power of the Endbringer within her body. Ember Crystal Shadow Dragon, Akatsuki, do you want to continue? The flowing flame Yama dragon tapped the dragon's head. "Since this method works, then continue to besiege her. The humans won't be able to support it for long."
Get out of the way, all of you, let me do it.
A dragon's angry hiss shattered the sky's haze clouds and dispersed 10,000 miles of fire mist. The twisted head of the gilt obsidian dragon still bore the bruises and blood marks caused by Shangguan. Dragon power surged crazily. The gilt obsidian dragon swooped down from high above, through the waves of dust and fire. The dragon's horn was a sword, wrapped in heavenly thunder and earthly fire, stabbing Shangguan. Dragon horn sword strike, using a dragon's horn as a sword, drawing in the natural power of heaven and earth to launch a swift attack on the enemy. This move is 5 times more powerful than Xiang Long Claw Strike. Amidst the ruins of the volcano, Shangguan covered his chest, the blood stains on the corners of his lips having dried up under the baking of the hot breath of the magma. Imperial Beast Emperor level Imperial Beast Master, although the spiritual power tends to be close to unlimited, but Shangguan experienced just now, 1 Emperor battle 7 dragons, physical energy almost overdrawn, body Qilin tattoos bright and dark. The biggest advantage of a hybrid dragon in full dragon form is stamina. The sustained combat ability they displayed was incomparable to that of human Imperial Beastmasters. Facing the gilt obsidian dragon's dragon horn sword strike, Shangguan didn't know how to parry it and subconsciously clenched his teeth. The frequency of the heartbeat, it's about to exceed my physical limit at this rate. Shangguan had been through many battles and knew his body best. It was difficult for her to suppress the power of finality in her body. Especially when facing a deadly threat, and instinctively opened her dragon pupils. The dragon pupil opens. Dragon horns emerge. Dragon scale breeding. Shangguan is in pain and gradually dragonized.
Alan.
A familiar voice that entered Shangguan Lan's ears, restoring a trace of clarity to her clouded consciousness. A silhouette cut through the void like a meteor sword, slicing the scorching night twilight into left and right halves. The shining white line in the center looked like a Milky Way reappearing. Shangguan Lan raised her trembling eyes, and in front of her stood a back that she was more than familiar with. He was no longer the teenager with the dog's tail grass in his mouth that he once was, but he stood with his hand on the reverse scale sword the same as he once did, always appearing when Shangguan Lan needed him. Xiao Lian stood in front of Shangguan Lan, holding his sword in one hand, the sharp edge of the blade dead against the horn of the gilded obsidian dragon. Shangguan Lan was in a daze, his emotions disorganized. Xiao Lian stared back, the volume was like a flood bell ringing in Shangguan Lan's ears.
Olan, stabilize your mind.
Shangguan Lan slowed down, his will was restored, the dragon scales on his body quickly faded, the dragon horns fell off, and his dragon pupils blinked, restoring his usual eyes. The gilded obsidian dragon roared angrily, "Another human has come to intervene, it really makes me furious." The gilded obsidian dragon in anger, releasing even more powerful dragon force, the gale winds rolled up and accumulated 100 feet of magma, the earth tore apart, and Xiao Lian's feet instantly sank. Shangguan Lan's eyes were confused as he sternly questioned, "Haven't you always wanted to kill me? What are you doing saving me now?"
"I never meant to kill you."
With the dragon-slaying battle fresh in my mind, is it possible that the sword you stabbed me in the back was a fantasy of mine? Xiao Lian was powerless to retort, he was carrying too many secrets, and with his current situation and circumstances, he was simply unable to tell Shangguan Lan the whole story. However, Xiao Lian's silence, in Shangguan Lan's opinion, was a kind of justified weakness of heart, so it could not be explained, which made the luster in her eyes once again suddenly go out like a candle in the wind. This misunderstanding involves too many curses to be solved for the time being. It's like the knot of destiny. When humans use their hands to untie it, the knot gets tighter and tighter. The only thing to do is to rely on the precipitation of time and wait for this knot to become dried up and fragile by itself, festering in the wind. Fuck off, I don't need you meddling in my affairs. Shangguan Lan's face was stubborn, only in front of this man would her character be as obstinate and stubborn as a rebellious teenager. Xiao Lian's wrist exerted force, and the reverse scale sword erupted with a brilliant starburst, knocking back the gilt obsidian dragon's dragon head by 100 meters. The breathing rhythm of the wind and clouds changed, and a huge flaming dragon's soul emerged above Xiao Lian's head.
Dragon's breath Zhou.
The tip of the reverse scale sword slid on the ground in a pestle and mortar, and Xiao Lian held the hilt with both hands as he swung out an upward, pointing sword stance. The fire wave sword chi ran through the night sky, as if King Zhou had descended to dominate the world. The sword light flashed by, the hurricane was alive and well, and the sound of the sword stirred and echoed. The gilded obsidian dragon whistled wildly in pain, and on its already fierce and hideous face, it presented a sword scar wound across the bridge of its nose, with blood gushing out like a blooming firework. At this moment, the gilt obsidian dragon was furious and depressed. This face of its, which had been hit hard by Shangguan Lan and Xiao Lian successively, swelled up into a giant pig's head, with blood flowing from the wounds, which could not be healed for a long time. What is the Dragon's Lair Wars? As the name suggests, it is the slaughter of the dragons. Whether it was Shangguan Lan or Xiao Lian, back then, slaughtering dragons was like cutting vegetables. How can you be afraid of a dragon? Taking the opportunity to catch his breath, Xiao Lian pulled Shangguan Lan's hand.
Go follow me.
Who are you to me and why should I go with you?
I'm your husband.
Go to hell, you Xiao Lian, you still have the face to say, whose husband runs away on his wedding night, whose husband backstabs his own wife. Every time they met, the two were like enemies, arguing endlessly, and within 3 sentences they would fight. After the silence, Shangguan Lan's tone was icy cold. This is the Xia Dragon Vein, I can't leave, if you want to go, you go. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, the 4 dragon veins, relate to the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. The destruction of any of these dragon veins would spell disaster for the Dragon Kingdom. If all 4 dragon veins are damaged, it means Dragon King Festival reboot. Today's Dragon Kingdom, or even the world as a whole, can't afford a second Dragon King sacrifice. At the end of the clouds, the white-boned dragon's tail loomed. Xiao Xingyu held the Book of the Dead, his feet stepped on the dead-boned spell dragon, and his demon god's eye captured both Shangguan Lan and Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian is here? That's right, after all, he wants to save his wife. The situation, it's a bit confusing, let me see how it goes.
7 dragons covering the sky.
Xiao Xingyu's line of sight landed on the 7 hybrid dragons circling in the air, and the demon god's eyes directly turned on the kaleidoscope mode. The detailed data of the 7 giant dragons Xiao Xingyu saw through at a glance. Are all hybrid dragons? They're all adult bodies, and their Qil levels have all reached the Dragon Husband class. During the Red Maple Island appointment, Xiao Lian mentioned that hybrid dragons are humans who were transformed by the blood of the Dragon King during the dragon-slaying battle. He also said that my father is one of the hybrid dragons, the Chaos Meta Dragon predestined. Xiao Xingyu's eyebrows flickered, and among the 7 hybrid dragons, there was no sign of the Chaos Yuan Dragon. After the confusion passed, a wave of anger grew in Xiao Xingyu's heart. That old 6 Xiao Lian wouldn't be lying to me, would he? The chaotic Yuanlong predestined destiny, perhaps it doesn't exist at all, it's an illusion.
That he made up?
Ruins at the foot of the volcano, space twisted and misshapen by the scorching temperatures. Xiao Lian assisted Shangguan Lan, who was physically overdrawn, his eyes showing heartache, while his other hand extracted a black elixir from his spatial ring. Alan, eat this dragon's marrow pill to quickly recover your physical strength.
I'm not eating your filth.
This is not the time to be capricious. How can you resist the 7 dragons with your current physical abilities? How can you suppress the power of the Endbringer in your body?
Be obedient and eat it.
Shangguan Lan, who had just calmed down, steeply burst into a rage, her almond eyes averted, her delicate voice coldly shouted, Xiao Lian, you said I was capricious?
That's not what I meant.
I'll be capricious, for all you care.
Alan, you misunderstand me, I mean. Don't listen, wanker chanting.
Xiao Lian's bitter smile was as comical as laughing and crying, the twitching corners of his lips spreading the helplessness that belonged solely to men.
That's the horror of women.
Even if Shangguan Lan is Dragon Kingdom Empress, the essence is still a pure woman, a creature in this world more complex than a dragon, an adversary that no man can defeat in his lifetime. At this moment, Shangguan Lan, even the quarrel could not last too long, collapsed waist gasping for breath, dripping sweat soaked through the temples of a few strands of green silk, but still beautiful to the untouchable.
Alan, eat up.
The situation was critical, and Xiao Lian had to increase his volume out of good intentions, even his tone became serious. Shangguan Lan gritted his teeth, you're ordering me around?
What qualifications do you have?
In this world, the person who knows you best is not necessarily yourself, it could be the person who loves you the most. Xiao Lian knew Shangguan Lan too well, he knew that at this moment, Shangguan Lan, with a belly full of sulkiness, could not possibly listen to him. But for the sake of the overall situation, Xiao Lian had to use the tried and true dirty tricks. Xiao Lian suddenly made a bizarre move and stuffed the dragon marrow pill into his mouth. Coldly, Shangguan Lan felt his waist become light. Xiao Lian's sturdy arm slightly exerted force, pulling Shangguan Lan's soft and boneless delicate body into his arms. In the next instant, Xiao Lian lowered his head and leaned down, kissing Shangguan Lan's jade moist and delicate red lips. At this moment, Shangguan Lan stared at her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her mind went blank. All the negative emotions that she had accumulated towards Xiao Lian, at least in this instant, disappeared without a trace. The background of the two kissing, with its unbridled lava spewing forth, seems to symbolize the passionate years of love that were once so ardent. Xiao Lian used his own tongue to transition the dragon marrow dan into Shangguan Lan's mouth. Xiao Lian wanted to kiss a little longer, but the sharp pain coming from his tongue forced him to give up. Shangguan Lan regained her senses and violently pushed away the man in front of her, the grief in her eyes deep, just like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law.
Alan, why are you biting me? My tongue almost got bitten off by you. You forced me to kiss you, and it's light enough that I bit you.
The dragon marrow pill dissolved in Shangguan Lan's throat, his physical abilities quickly recovered, and the Qilin tattoo on his body once again lit up with a brilliant halo. Seeing the changes in Shangguan Lan's body, Xiao Lian smiled in relief as the dragon marrow pill took effect. The gilded obsidian dragon with a swollen nose and swollen face, fierce and vicious, waved its sharp claws entwined with dragon flames and flew to attack. The power of the undead erupted in an instant, and the rock layers of the Inferno Soul Mountain tore apart, gushing out miles and miles of white bones, transforming into a skeleton warrior and white bone cavalry. The wind howled, the war horses howled, and the vast army of undead surged and assembled, waiting for the orders of the eternal Night Monarch. Space shattered, cracks filled the sky, and a huge dragon bone chime, carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, descended with a bang. Artefakt Guki, Calamity Bone Clock. The gilded obsidian dragon was not expected and had no time to break, slamming headlong into the top of the Calamity God's bone bell and playing Night Song. After triggering the Night Song, the battlefield was split into pieces, the power of spatial laws swept across the 100,000 mountains, and a river of magma was sliced into countless small segments, like charcoal-roasted eels on a plate. The gilded obsidian dragon lay on the ground with a loud thud, his head buzzing, a hill-like rounded blood bag bulging on his forehead, grimacing in pain. The Eternal Night Monarch, who was clad in the divine artifact lineage Imperial Beast, Underworld Maiden's marriage dress, descended in front of Xiao Lian and Shangguan Lan. For a fight, a family should be neat and tidy. Eternal Night Monarch, your support, it came at the right time. After Xiao Lian froze, a smile spread across his handsome and rigid face. Xiao Xingyu turned around and faced Xiao Lian. Underneath his skull mask, his expression was cold, and he opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner. Alliance Master, I didn't think you'd have the leisure to pick up girls here.
Oh, when did I pick up girls? I saw who you just kissed, it's not a pickup.
Xiao Lian is famous for his thick skin. By Xiao Xingyu crashed through the scene of him forcibly kissing Shangguan Lan, this old face actually instantly reddened and could only use tactical coughing to cover up the embarrassment. Xiao Lian walked over and put his arm around Xiao Xingyu's shoulders, lowering his voice. You seem to have a problem with me, the way you're talking? Xiao Laolu, let me ask you, of these 7 hybrid dragons, why isn't there a chaotic Yuanlong predestined? You said that the chaotic Yuan dragon is my father, is it possible that you are swindling me? Being addressed by Xiao Xingyu as Xiao Laolu, Xiao Lian couldn't help but cry and laugh, wishing to pull out his 7-wolf belt to educate this rebellious son in front of him. Calm down for a moment, I could have sworn that your father, who is the Chaos Yuanlong custodial, lied to you about me having a son without an asshole. Xiao Lian raised his hand and swore to the sky as thunder rumbled above the night sky.
This swearing sounds weird.
Xiao Xingyu felt a tightness in his chest, and an inexplicable discomfort arose after Xiao Lian swore to the heavens with conviction. Help me solve this crisis together, and I'll tell you everything about the Chaos Metadragon predestination when I get the chance. Let's join forces to repel these 7 hybrid dragons, and at the same time, we can't let Lan turn into the final Dragon King or the consequences will be unimaginable. Okay, I'll help you. But after it's done, don't forget to honor what you promised me. In Shangguan Lan's field of vision, Xiao Lian and the Eternal Night Monarch were hooking up and plotting in small voices, and they didn't know what they were talking about.
Xiao Lian, what's his relationship to you?
Lan, to give you a formal introduction, now the Eternal Night Monarch has joined my amazing alliance as my partner. Shangguan Lan's line of sight moved back and forth between Xiao Lian and the Eternal Night Sovereign, her stunningly beautiful face gradually shrouded in a layer of frost. You've moved very quickly, now that less than 2 months have passed since the Battle of Bloodrock Island, you've pulled this new human powerhouse, the Eternal Night Monarch, into your camp.
As expected, just like back then, you are the best at enlisting people.
Shangguan Lan's tone also had a yin and yang undertone to it. Suddenly, Shangguan Lan was in a trance. She realized that Xiao Lian and the Eternal Night Sovereign's standing posture and aura, including the micro-movements of their hands and feet, were quite similar. Women, the most sensitive creatures in the world. A woman who has suffered a love injury is more sensitive. Shangguan Lan was suddenly furious, his emotions were uncontrollable and black dragon scales vaguely emerged on his trembling arms.
Xiao Lian, let me ask you, the Eternal Night Monarch, is he your illegitimate son?
Shangguan Lan's mind was clear as she reviewed the Battle of Blood Luo Island. It was Xiao Lian's appearance that saved the dying black-robed man. That's what led to the black-robed man inheriting the Book of the Dead and metamorphosing into the Neverwinter Nights monarch of today.
Xiao Lian laughed bitterly and lightly. Lan, what are you babbling about?
Is it your illegitimate child with Sifeng? Xiao Xingyu froze, looked at Xiao Lian, and said in a deep voice, You had an affair with Sifeng?
Xiao Lian hurriedly waved his hands, no.
Shangguan Lan continued to question, That would be your illegitimate son with Tong, so he can inherit Tong's mantle. Xiao Lian's heart was exhausted and he shouted frantically, Lan, can you stop imagining things and even suspecting me and Tong? It's outrageous, it's all a lie.
Master, have you and Xiao Lian ever?
Shangguan Tong's voice sounded in Xiao Xingyu's mind.
Leave me out of this, I'm single from birth to death?
Shangguan Lan has a sensitive mind and is always suspicious. This kind of woman who has suffered a love injury also looks a bit pitiful at the moment. The scene is becoming more and more chaotic, and at this rate, the battle will be lost without a fight. Xiao Xingyu maneuvered the Book of the Dead and blocked between the two. The most pressing task is to repel the 7 hybrid dragons and preserve the summer dragon Vanyan Soul Mountain. Whatever grudges you two have had before, please put them aside for now and let's fight together side by side. Shangguan wanted to refuse to cooperate, but on second thought, with his own strength, he really couldn't repel the 7 hybrid dragons. The Kingdom of Dragon Kingdom is greater than anything else. Of the 4 dragon veins, not one can be damaged. As an empress, childish love and love-hate grudges must be put to the back of her mind, and she must focus on the greater good. Shangguan was silent for a moment, regaining her terrifying calmness, her voice unadulterated with any emotion, returning to the emotionless and lustless Dragon Kingdom Empress of the past image. Tonight, you amazing alliance helped me to guard the summer dragon vein together, and I am grateful.
But...
As Xiao Liyan, remember, gratitude does not mean forgiveness.
I Shangguan, just until I die, will never forgive you.
The words were so heavy that they pressed Xiao Liyan to catch his breath. Xiao Xingyu stood in the outsider's point of view, looking at this pair of love-born of hate couple. The heart is full of feelings, but do not know that he is also the person in the game. Love, the most twisted curse in the world, elusive and unbreakable. Good.
Qilin, honestly, I never asked you to forgive me.
Looking at Xiao Liyan's despondent eyes, Shangguan's heart was not in the right place either, but her stubborn personality destined her to say the words are splashed water and never take them back. The dazed gilt obsidian dragon regained consciousness and soared up into the night sky, perched in the thunderclouds with the other 6 hybrid dragons. At this moment, its dragon face was written with anger, as the one with the strongest combat power among the 7 hybrid dragons, and also the one who had been beaten up the most. It was naturally depressed to the extreme inside.
What is this human wearing a skull mask?
He just knocked out Golden Coronet. His strength should not be underestimated.
You guys shut the fuck up. Was that me being knocked out by him?
I was attacked by him.
Sneak attack.
And no matter what, we must see Lord Dragon King today together. The 7 dragons cover the sky, and the dragon's teeth are revealed. The rising and falling dragon roars shattered the stars and rivers, and the divine dragon's tail swung through 10,000 miles of night sky. In the lava ruins, the 3 stood side by side, looking up at a massive dragon shadow. This is the first time the trio have joined forces to fight for the protection of Dragon Kingdom's dragon vein. Shangguan and Xiao Liyan were worthy of being the pioneers of the Dragon Slayer battle, and they both chose the hellish game of a 1 against 3. Xiao Xingyu didn't need to choose. His opponent was the flowing flame Yama dragon, Red Hitomi. Among the 7 hybrid dragons, Red Hitomi's battle power was second only to Golden Coronet. The Underworld Knight Qilin threw back its head and roared, its feet stepping on the black clouds. Shangguan opened the Qilin tattoo, and a black hole-like swirling door emerged in the surrounding space, as if a pair of eyes in the dark night, scornful of all things. Her slender and tall figure stood atop the head of the Underworld Knight Qilin, slightly bending down to build up her strength, and blasted out with a single punch that had no technique. It was all about intensity, suppressing the 3 giant dragons at the same time. Xiao Liyan did not try to be more than a match, riding the flame dragon's soul to soar to the top of the dome, holding the reverse scale sword, his eyes leaking a cold aura at first glance. With a move of dragon's breath, open sky, the vast sword chi was like a ruling from the gods, combing the atmosphere with a center parting, splitting the sky into 2 halves, and herculeanly forcing back the 3 giant dragons. All of this Xiao Xingyu saw in his eyes. If you're not a family, you don't enter a family. This pair of enemies is worthy of being the dragon-slaying vanguard of the dragon-slaying battle back then. Xiao Xingyu sighed with emotion and hit the ground running. Behind him was an inferno of fire. The flowing flame Yin dragon bathed in red lotus karmic fire, its feet stepping on flaming clouds, coiled in midair, its huge head filling Xiao Xingyu's field of vision, its pair of burning dragon pupils unable to hide its killing intent. Xiao Xingyu's mission was relatively simple, and he was given the opportunity to go 1v1 with the flowing flame Yanlong Akatsuki. It's a fair matchup, a one-on-one fight that doesn't need to take anything else into account and doesn't need to be about teamwork.
Phew!
The flowing flame Yama dragon only sighed softly, and then set off a storm of flames in the Inferno Soul Mountain region, sweeping towards Xiao Xingyu. The undead army instinctively protected their master, and all the skeleton warriors and white-bone cavalry clustered together, building a majestic and domineering undead great wall in front of Xiao Xingyu. As soon as the storm of dragon's breath swept through, white bones were incinerated and miles of scorched earth. The great wall of the undead was overwhelmed and annihilated in an instant. Xiao Xingyu's face didn't have the slightest panic, everything was under his control. The dried-up pool of spiritual energy instantly lifted up and turned into a sea as if it was inexhaustible. Utilizing the power of the Book of the Dead, every friendly unit that died would be converted into spiritual energy and injected into Xiao Xingyu's body. The Imperial Beast Heraldry opens.
Olulu, Zasha.
The mountain collapsed, the ground rock shattered, and the 10-tailed phantom dragon fox rose up from the ground, roaring at the mountains and rivers. Nightmares prime the sky, ghostly auras run rampant, and the calamity-swallowing python breaks through the clouds and swallows them with a bloody mouth. The king's wings, marooned against a streak of scarlet lightning. Without any hesitation, Xiao Xingyu chose to strike first. Surging spiritual energy erupted in an instant, and the king's twin wings each displayed their abilities. Calamity Swallow Python releases the power of mirror image and unleashes the battle technique Floating Thousand Shadows. 1,000 circular mirrors floated between heaven and earth. Inside each mirror, replicas of the 10-tailed phantom dragon foxes rushed out, so real that it was impossible to tell the difference between the real and the fake. 1,000 10-tailed phantom dragon foxes, their bodies steaming with undead dragon flames, shining like the stars of the heavens, their ferocious sights locking onto the flowing flame Yama dragon at the same time. The night sky shook and rumbled. At the top of the head of each 10-tailed phantom dragon fox, a huge blood-colored eyeball coalesced, like a crimson vortex that devoured everything. This is the upgraded version of Bloodthirsty Pupil Crossbow, Thousand Creations Bloodthirsty Pupil Crossbow, which is sort of a combination of Ailu and Medusa. From 1,000 blood-colored eyes, arrows over 100 meters in length poked out at the same time. As Xiao Xingyu gave the hand signal command, 1,000 arrows instantly fired in unison. The flowing flame Yama dragon couldn't dodge in time, and its huge body was enveloped and drowned by the rain of blood-colored arrows. Blast, blast, or blast. As long as the arrow released by the bloodthirsty pupil crossbow hits an enemy unit, it triggers an explosive effect of 10 times the damage. The double searing of the fire of the undead and the flame of the dragon fox was too much for even a god's body to withstand. Xiao Xingyu's breathing was a little short, he hadn't fully adapted to the rhythm of this level of battle. In full, the account of the Eternal Night Monarch, in terms of combat experience, only had two. The first was the Battle of Bloodrose Island. The second time was the Battle of Yensol Mountain at this moment. This is Lulu and Sasha's best combo technique, it should have worked. Xiao Xingyu stood atop the head of the undead bone spell dragon, overlooking the smoke from the explosion. Suddenly, the wind howled, directly lifting Xiao Xingyu off the dragon's head. Xiao Xingyu descended in freefall, and the moment he was about to hit the ground, he was caught by Ailu, who had transformed into his orc form.
Is everything okay?
Ailulu, I'm fine. Lying in Ailu's embrace, Xiao Xingyu did not have the heart to sniff the other party's body scent, but instead, he looked towards the deep pit that was not far away. The smoke was dispersed by the gusts of wind, and the flowing flame Yanlong switched to human form at some point. She was a red-haired girl, similar in height to Yi Shimeng, with the face of an Ouroboros. The features were slightly baby-fat, as delicate as a porcelain doll, and the temperament emanating from the eyebrows as well as the dragon pupil was like a cold and noble imperial sister. The crimson dragon scales that covered her private parts, but the grooves of her chest were exposed to the air. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Akatsuki patted his chest, shedding 2 dragon scales. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw this. Lulu and Sasha's combo technique only knocked down 2 of her dragon scales? What a terrifying defense value. Hybrid dragons are all adults with no difference in rank compared to undead bone spell dragons. However, there was an insurmountable layer of disparity in terms of kill rank. The undead bone spell dragon summoned by Xiao Xingyu using the Book of the Dead had a dragon bone rank of Dragon General. And the dragon bone of a hybrid dragon is ranked as Dragon Husband. The strength of the Dragon Ho bone was second only to the Dragon King bone. Xiao Xingyu clearly realized that conventional means of attack, hitting this flowing flame Yama dragon, was tantamount to scraping. The eye of the demon god opened as Xiao Xingyu attempted to analyze the weaknesses of the flowing flame Yen dragon. This dragon's weaknesses.
Damn, that was fast.
Before Xiao Xingyu could react, Red Hitomi disappeared in place and violently appeared in front of him. The fist covered with dragon scales ignited red lotus karmic flames and blasted straight into Xiao Xingyu's heart.
Underwoman Guardian.
Xiao Xingyu was in a hurry and released his spiritual energy. Artifact Lineage Imperial Beast, Underwoman's Marriage Cloth, blocked the flame dragon fist swung by Akatsuki for Xiao Xingyu. The explosions were thunderous and the fire broke through the clouds. Xiao Xingyu's stance was in a sorry state, rolling against the ground until his back smashed into a volcano to remove all of his force. In the ruins of the collapsed volcano, Xiao Xingyu got up with great difficulty, and the underwoman's marriage cloth draped over his shoulders was burning with red dragon flames that could not be extinguished for a long time. Red Lotus karmic fire, the beast energy of the red Hitomi, was capable of burning everything and could not be extinguished. Xiao Xingyu was glad that it was the underwoman's marriage clothes that blocked this attack from Akatsuki. If it was his own principal body that had suffered this punch, the red lotus karmic flame would have already burned through his 5 organs and 6 bowels. Switching to her human form, Red Hitomi's pair of jade feet ignored the terrain and stepped on the hot lava, approaching towards Xiao Xingyu step by step. Akatsuki first muttered to himself and then suddenly accelerated, his legs like a speeding cold wind, leaving a straight line of flaming footprints on the ruptured rock formation. In her human form, she still maintains her dragon body level of athleticism and is extremely oppressive. Xiao Xingyu urged his spiritual power, and the undead bone spell dragon hovering in midair suddenly swooped down, like a falling white bone meteor. The undead bone spell dragon let out a furious roar. The dragon's roar from the underworld pierced through the sea of fire, and the dragon's horns lit up with brilliant and bright undead flames, as if it were a long, sharp sword. This was one of the most skillful battle techniques of all the dragon imperial beasts, dragon horn sword strike, which was not bad in terms of power and was aimed directly at Akatsuki. Akatsuki stomped on the ground. The horrible reaction force caused the earth to sink, the original towering volcano, reduced to a low-lying basin with air currents running amok. Catapulting through the air, dragon flames flying, the red pupil loli-like petite body is like a fully drawn bowstring. Akatomi didn't store up her strength, she just lightly swung her right fist. Without the slightest skill or angle to speak of, this punch erupted with earth-shaking power. Between heaven and earth, countless flames first splashed recklessly and then converged from all directions, condensing a gigantic dragon soul silhouette. Dragon Soul Breaker Fist, the hybrid dragon's signature battle technique in human form. Infusing his fist with the power of the dragon soul, he blasted out a terrifying strike. Red Hitomi's right fist, the moment it came into contact with the undead bone spell dragon, the dragon's soul shook and flames rushed to the sky. First the dragon's horns, then the dragon's head, followed by the slender dragon's body, and finally the trembling dragon's tail. The dead bone spell dragon shattered all over its body, its corpse bones flopping in the explosion, different parts crashing in different directions. Akatsuki used only one punch to knock the dead bone spell dragon into a scattered state. Both were equally adult-bodied dragon beasts, and the difference was reflected in the quality of the dragon bones. The strength of the dragon marquis bone was far above that of the dragon general bone. In addition, each hybrid dragon has a drop of the dragon king's blood in its body. This was the reason why Red Hitomi could crush the undead bone spell dragon. Red Hitomi resolved the undead bone spell dragon, and with the wind at her feet, she was like a ghostly shadow, approaching Xiao Xingyu's face in an instant. In her eyes, there was not a single fluctuation of emotion, meaning that the human in front of her did not even deserve to be despised and scorned by her. The devil god's eye flashed red, and underneath the skull mask, Xiao Xingyu revealed a maniacal smile. Seal your hands and chant an incantation. The Book of the Dead was suspended in midair, countless ghosts were flying in the sky, and the black spell marks were like a chain from hell, weaving bizarre phalanx totems in the night sky. A heaven and earth and the universe. The sun and the moon are in full bloom, and the stars and hosts are in full bloom. Xiao Xingyu clapped his hands and shouted loudly, I sacrifice the dragon bone to the universe, divine desolate prisoner of heaven formation, start. At this very moment, the 4 parts of the dragon bone, east, west, south and north, were transformed into the eyes of the formation, and the spell opened. With each move, Xiao Xingyu is laying the groundwork for his next move. The heavens and the earth shook and the stars twinkled. The divine desolate heavenly prisoner formation, whose color tone was mainly black and gold, enveloped the entire Yen Soul Mountain, covering every corner of the battlefield. Just at the moment when Akatsuki's fist was about to blast on the skull mask, Xiao Xingyu opened his arms, his toes left the ground, and his body fell straight backward with elegant and wonderful movements. He planted himself into a mirror that emanated the power of calamity and disappeared. Akatsuki landed a punch and turned to look up. Above the sky, a mirror image door in the shape of a snowflake was suspended. The mirror was like water, creating a ripple. Xiao Xingyu stepped out from it, his feet stepping on the white bone staircase, leading to the skeleton throne on the clouds. Around the throne clustered a swarm of whirling white bone bats that hissed noisily.
King's Landing, King's Judgment.
Xiao Xingyu took his seat, crossing his legs, the elbow of his left arm propped on the armrest of the throne, his right hand slightly raised.
So what if it's a dragon marquee bone? Can you defend against this king's attack?
Xiao Xingyu's right wrist flicked and snapped a crisp and pleasant ringing finger.
A flash of light like a white horse.
Ailu in orc form weaves between the scorched earth and lava, lifts her sexy legs, and unleashes undead wine kick towards Akatsuki. Akatomi's reaction speed could have dodged it, but she was so overconfident that not only did she stand still, but the corners of her mouth even showed thick disdain. Ailu a powerful kick that hits Akatsuki hard in the chest. Akatsuki's lowly form was like a cannonball flying backwards, smashing 8 volcanoes one after another, and skidding 100 meters against the ground before she managed to dislodge Ailu all the power of this kick. In the crumbling lava ruins, Akatsuki rose, glancing down at the indented footprints on his chest and touching the corner of his slightly sore lip, his fingertips stained with blood. Her pupils were like flickering candle flames, trembling, disbelief written all over her fleshy little face.
The top of her head showed a bright gray mark.
The area within the Xia Dragon vein was surrounded by bizarre spell seals of spell formations and arcane totem halos that were airtight. Once the Divine Desolation Imprisoning Heaven formation is opened, enemy units trapped in the formation will be marked with the Imprisonment mark. When an enemy unit is attacked again, the defense value is nullified. This is because with each attack, instead of numerical damage, percentage damage is inflicted on enemy units. The first time Xiao Xingyu snaps his fingers, it triggers a 5% true damage. Just now Ailu's undead wind kick, if used on its own, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to even knock off a single piece of Akatsuki's dragon scale. But with the support of the Divine Desolate Imprisoning Heaven formation, no matter how high the Red Hitomi's defense value is, no matter how hard the Dragon Ho bone is, Ailu a kick can still steadily kick out a 5% of real damage. This was the power of the Divine Desolate Heaven Imprisoning formation, so much so that Shangguantong was shocked.
Xiao Xingyu. When will you kid?
A master, the Book of the Undead records that during your lifetime you did not complete the last step of drawing the Divine Desolation Heavenly Imprisonment formation, and even there are still a few grammatical errors in the undead incantation which the apprentice has perfected by modifying them for you. The blue is better than the blue, and the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Eternal Night Monarch Xiao Xingyu, a demonic genius who could slap his master to death on the beach. Akatsuki wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a strange color flowed from his eyes that were originally devoid of emotional fluctuations. There's something weird about this human sentinel's ability. My defenses seem to be null and void in front of him. The dragon bones of every hybrid dragon had reached the level of a dragon marquis, and their innate superhuman defense caused any species in the world to feel a deep fear in their bones. Imagine in a battle, when you are pulling full output but can't even break the enemy's defense shield, a deep powerlessness and despair will naturally arise inside. This top-notch defense that crushed all carbon-based creatures was the pride of the dragon, the face of the dragon. However, with the addition of the Divine Desolate Imprisoning Heaven formation, Xiao Xingyu had directly erased the hybrid dragon's greatest advantage.
But that's not enough. This is not Xiao Xingyu's limit.
Above the clouds, Xiao Xingyu sat sideways on the skeleton throne in a lazy posture. The undead bats circling around them let out a chittering hiss, as if they were cheering for the king's power. Xiao Xingyu raised his right hand again, the tips of his thumb and middle finger rubbing against each other. This was the second time Xiao Xingyu snapped his fingers, still crisp and pleasant, echoing in the burning valley. The imprisonment seal on top of Akatsuki's head became 1 point deeper in color. The first time Xiao Xingyu snaps his fingers, it will have a 5% true damage effect on the marked enemy. A second ringing of the finger will increase this percentage to 6%. Xiao Xingyu snapped his fingers a total of 5 times, raising the damage percentage to 9%. Beneath the skull mask, the handsome face was slightly pale, sweat soaking through the gray hair at his temples. The rhythm of breathing became tight. 5 consecutive ringing fingers in a battle was already Xiao Xingyu's current limit. At this moment, the eye of the spell formation was shaking violently, and the spell seals and totems that were rotating and prancing in the sky were brightening and darkening. It meant that 5 ringing fingers was also the limit of what the Divine Desolate Heavenly Prisoner formation could withstand. This spell formation was Xiao Xingyu's first time using it. It was not perfect, and it needed to be subsequently upgraded and further enhanced and perfected. 9%, that's enough. Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eyes erupted with scarlet cold light, and his body's spiritual energy swelled and raged. Sinister shadows like arrows, foxfire mopping the floor. Ayla shifted, and the 9 fox tails fell backward, shaking in the wind. Her graceful and delicate figure, presenting a shape that follows the principles of aerodynamics, is as swift as lightning. The seemingly slender arm, containing majestic undead power, swung out a heavy punch, attacking Akatsuki's weak side. This time, Red Hitomi didn't dare to be careless. She released her berserk dragon power, her fist wrapped in crimson dragon scales, and slammed out. If it was a fist-to-fist sparring match, Ailu was far from being Akatsuki's match. Regarding this point, how could Xiao Xingyu, who always calculates without fail, not have taken this into account? All of a sudden, Ailu generates a ghostly mirror at his feet. Ailu's body, as if it had fallen into a lake, instantly sank into the mirror. Akatomi's well-prepared punch fell flat on its face. The petite body, guided by inertia, stumbled a step toward the empty front. It was the break exposed by this staggering step that was accurately captured by Xiao Xingyu.
Ah shit!
Akatsuki reacted quickly, but it was too late. Behind her, a mirror in the shape of a snowflake emerged. The orc form of Medusa, with a long red dress, he leapt out of the mirror, her stance spinning in the air, storing up power for her snow-white and slender right leg. Medusa kicked Akatsuki's waist and abdomen, generating a black storm of aerosol around her as the power of calamity swept through heaven and earth. Akatsuki's eyes widened and he spat out blood. She still couldn't believe that the dragon race's proud defense was completely ineffective in front of the eternal night monarch. Just then, a snowflake mirror was generated under Akatsuki's feet. A stump flew out. Ailu boomed out with his right fist, carrying terrifying undead power and hitting Akatsuki's chin. This move, the rising dragon fist, directly sent Red Hitomi up into the sky, drawing a poignant parabola in the night and ultimately crashing into the thick magma, setting off 100 feet of fire waves. With a loud explosion, Akatsuki stumbled and crawled out of the lava. Her jaw was dislocated, her lower back was sunken, and blood continued to flow from the corners of her lips and nostrils. Such a hybrid dragon, known for its top-notch defense, had ended up in such a wretched and miserable state in just half a minute. It wasn't that Akatsuki was too weak, but that her opponent was too strong. Since the divine desolate prisoner of heaven formation had opened, Red Hitomi had taken a total of 3 attacks. Ailu first attack, dealing 5% true damage to Akatsuki. That turn just now, Ailu and Medusa used the power of mirroring to play an exquisite match, each dealing 9% true damage to Akatsuki once. At this moment, Akatsuki's blood level had been deducted by a cumulative 23%. Kashao. Akatsuki lifted her hand, forcing her dislocated jaw back into place while wiping away the blood from the corner of her lips and near her nostrils. Looking down at the back of his hand, which was stained red with blood, Akatsuki murmured and whispered. "This is the first time I have bled this much." Dragon rage erupted, and the huge dragon soul silhouette behind Red Hitomi let out a heaven-shaking hiss. Akatsuki wasn't a simple-minded reckless person like Golden Coronet. She was good at thinking, and a pair of dragon pupils burning with red lotus karmic fire locked onto the eternal night monarch on the skeleton throne. This human imperial beastmaster, with his grotesque and treacherous abilities, opened a spell formation that rendered my defense meaningless. It seems that a different fighting style is necessary. That's the difference between a red pupil and a gold coronet. If it were Jean Coronation and Xiao Xingyu in a 1v1 one-on-one fight, even if he noticed that his defense was failing, he wouldn't have changed his fighting style and had to head iron hard to the end. Red Hitomi took a deep breath, her eyes like torches, the density of her body covered with dragon scales gradually increased. In the next instant, Akatsuki's eyes quivered as she felt her private parts violated by a man's hand. At some point, in front of Akatsuki, there was an additional snowflake mirror. Xiao Xingyu, who was previously sitting on the skeleton throne, moved instantly, stepped out of the mirror, raised his right hand, and pressed his palm down on red pupil Feng Ying's chest. Is this a boob attack?
Yes and no.
Technically speaking, the place where Xiao Xingyu's palm touched was Akatsuki's right chest, the location of her heart. Trying to switch full dragon form for blood return, are we? I'm sorry, but your mind is all in my calculations. Xiao Xingyu's voice was like the pronouncement of the god of hell's death, stimulating Akatsuki's eardrums. The Book of the Dead appeared in Xiao Xingyu's left hand. The pages of the book turned over in a cloudy breeze and were fixed on page 7 of the 3rd volume. It contains a record of an implantation-based necromancy spell, King's Touch. Underneath the skull mask, Xiao Xingyu smiled evilly and gently urged his spiritual energy to release the king's touch. The Book of the Dead hung in the air and vibrated, and the spell seal symbols in the book, like countless gray glowing flames, flew out of the book and down Xiao Xingyu's arm and palm, drilling into Akatsuki's chest. Inside Akatsuki's body, the spell seal glowing fire coalesced into a slender, sharp gray tentacle that stabbed into the thumping heart. Red Hitomi was struck by the king's touch, revealing a pained expression as her full of anger transformed into a dragon might that tore through space, and a destructive power erupted from within her. Xiao Xingyu reacted extremely quickly, the Underworld maiden's marriage clothes covering her entire body and resisting the impact of the dragon's power, while a snowflake mirror surfaced behind her. He opened his arms and leaned back slightly, his posture elegant and cozy as he fell into the mirror. Above the sky, Xiao Xingyu stepped out from another mirror and resettled on top of the skeleton throne. This eternal night monarch, with the posture of a king, looked down at the red pupil on the ground of judgment. The eyes of the demon god that blossomed with red light were permeated with cruel teasing. Akatsuki's pace fluttered and he shook his groggy head hard as the coverage of dragon scales on the surface of his skin continued to decrease. She subconsciously covered her chest and raised her eyes to look at Xiao Xingyu, no more lightheartedness in her eyes. At this moment, inside Akatsuki's body, around his heart, there were densely packed spell seal symbols floating. On the surface of the heart, a gray pentagram totem was attached, and the red lotus karmic flame was unable to scorch it. In the Book of the Dead, there is a special category of necromancy, collectively known as implantation necromancy. This type of spell formation, the way to open it is simple and crude. It is implanted in the body of the enemy unit. When the king's touch is turned on, the power of the curse burrows into the heart of the enemy, causing a severe mental attack. At this moment, Akatsuki was suffering from a mental attack and had the negative effect of mental confusion attached to her body. For hybrid dragons, if it's just mental confusion, it doesn't cause materialized damage to itself. However, it affects the switching of morphology. Hybrid dragons, which are half human and half dragon, can switch freely between human form and full dragon form. In order to switch forms, it is necessary to ensure a moment of a concentration. Now that Akatsuki's body was suffering from the attack of the king's touch, his spirit was confused and he was unable to concentrate at all. Akatsuki held his head in his hands, his pupils bloodshot and his mental state depressed. She even tried biting through her own tongue for lucidity to no avail. In the midst of the chaos, Akatsuki looked up to the sky, and the figure of the eternal night monarch was blurred and tending towards nothingness. Severe mental confusion leads to dulled senses. Hearing, smelling, sighting. Under the influence of the king's touch, Akatsuki was unable to switch between full dragon forms. A hybrid dragon in full dragon form can automatically return blood. Hybrid dragons in human form can't do that. Everything was within Xiao Xingyu's calculations, and Red Hitomi fell into an absolute disadvantage. Every move Xiao Xingyu made blocked her next move. This human imperial beast master, what exactly is his background? Why does he know everything about me so well? The eye of a demon god sees all things. The strengths and weaknesses of the hybrid dragon could not escape Xiao Xingyu's eyes. Red Hitomi was unable to switch to her full dragon form, which was equivalent to having her battle value suppressed by half, making it difficult for her to utilize her advantages, as well as being unable to return to her blood. As for Xiao Xingyu, he had the support of the Divine Desolation Heavenly Prisoner formation, and every attack, as long as it hit, would deal 9% true damage to Akatsuki. On top of the skeleton throne, Xiao Xingyu was at the top of the world, questioning with an icy tone. Do you recognize the Chaos Metadragon predestination? Akatsuki's face visibly produced a subtle change when she heard this question. Even though she quickly adjusted her mind, that fleeting micro-expression still did not escape Xiao Xingyu's capture. The flash of color under her eyes just now is enough to show that it recognizes predestination. Xiao Xingyu's heart was pounding and he desperately wanted information about his father. Where is predestination? Akatsuki was silent. The king asks you for the last time, where is the destiny? Akatsuki still didn't answer. The eyes of the demon god were like two blood-colored vortexes locking onto Akatsuki's position. Xiao Xingyu transformed into a cold-blooded killing god, his fingertips pointing to the ground. A kill! Ailu and Medusa turn on their instaforms at the same time. The ten-tailed phantom dragon fox opened its mouth and spat out undead fireballs like a heavenly meteor descending. The calamity-swallowing python twisted its body, releasing the power of calamity and summoning the nightmare troll. Xiao Xingyu's tiger body shook, and the Underworld maiden's marriage dress detached from her body, transforming into a boundless and endless curtain that covered the entire sky. This was the battle technique of the artifact lineage Imperial Beast under woman's marriage eternal night. Darkness covers all things, there is not a ray of light in the world, and eternal night descends. The sweat on Akatsuki's face instantly evaporated as she built up strength in her legs and catapulted off, dodging the swift attacks from Xiao Xingyu with extreme speed. Hiding, a niche word that would not have been on a hybrid dragon's vocabulary. With its powerful defense, how had the hybrid dragon ever needed to dodge an enemy's attack? But at this moment, Akatsuki had no choice. Facing this eternal night monarch with an unknown background and strange abilities, her defenses were completely ineffective and she was unable to switch to her full dragon form. Hiding, it seemed, was the only thing she could do. Above the night, a melee entered a white heat and both sides fought hard. The afterglow of the Ember Crystal Shadow Dragon, falling on the battlefield on the ground, the scene that was reflected in the dragon's pupils made it feel incredulous. Akatsuki single-handedly challenged that undead Imperial Beastmaster wearing a skull mask and seemed to have fallen into a disadvantage and even went so far as to. Surprisingly, you're starting to hide? On the ground battlefield, Red Hitomi didn't dare to fight hard with Xiao Xingyu as she repeatedly dodged the attacks of the ten-tailed phantom dragon fox and the calamity-swallowing python. This sense of goat was incomprehensible to the Ember Crystal Shadow Dragon. Guru Ritual Dragon, what's Akatsuki hiding from? Gilded Obsidian Dragon, go, what a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. Tsue Wu Spirit Dragon, this is not Akatsuki's fighting style, perhaps that undead Imperial Beastmaster possesses a power that can restrain Akatsuki. Geocentric Rock Dragon, impossible. We are dragons at the top of the food chain, how can we be restrained by human power? In an instant, a coldness that pierced through the dragon scales was injected into the depths of the souls of all the hybrid dragons. Starglow Light Dragon's voice trembled as he cried out anxiously, please, everyone, don't get distracted, we're not in a better position than Akatsuki. The Underworld Knight Qilin's eyes widened angrily, and his feet stomped on the pitch-black thunderclouds standing high in the sky. Shangguan Lan was covered in unicorn tattoos, and a head of waterfall-like smooth green silk danced wildly with the wind. Spiritual energy swells, blood burns, will explodes. At this moment, Shangguan Lan displayed an aura at the level of a royal beast emperor. Xiao Lian. Exchange. Xiao Lian, who was standing on the flame dragon's soul on the side, was in a trance. Shangguan Lan's tone of voice made him fall into past memories. The Dragon King's whiskers and the reverse scale sword are exchanged for a change of ownership. In Shangguan Lan's hand, he was holding the reverse scale sword, with firelight lingering around the sword and lightning like snakes entangling the blade. The Dragon King's whisker was like a snake that shimmered with golden light as it spiraled and climbed onto Xiao Lian's right arm. In that dusty era of the Shunglong, the young Shangguan Lan, the owner of the reverse scale sword. The young Xiao Lian, the owner of the Dragon King's whiskers. A dragon-slaying battle had caused these two dragon race supreme treasures to change ownership. At this moment, the two Dragon Clan supreme treasures were briefly exchanged, returning to the hands of their respective original owners.
Alon, what do you need me to do?
Do what you did best back then and leave the rest to me.
Disagree?
No. I meant to say that you look so beautiful tonight. On the ground battlefield, Xiao Xingyu single-handedly challenged Red Hitomi, killing him red-eyed and insisting on forcing out the whereabouts of the chaotic Yuanlong predestination from Red Hitomi's mouth. And the real Chaos Metadragon, Predestination, is in the sky battlefield, talking flirty love talk and picking up Dragon Kingdom the most beautiful chick. This is the real dad. Flirting is always short-lived, and this battle came to the crunch. The unprecedentedly high power of the Qilin swept through the sky of sand and dust, wrapping around the 6 giant dragons coiled in the air. Shangguan Lan's spiritual energy surged, releasing the power of the domain with the help of the imperial beasts. At this moment, the field unfolded. Suspended in the chaotic air were countless complex and obscure astrological runes, which were intertwined and intertwined, possessing their own spirit and life. The edges of the field take on a deep, dark tone denseness. The black flame coalesced into a pearl, as if the pupils of uncountable eyes were silently peering into this decaying world from the space of the other dimension. This is the realm of the Underworld Night Unicorn, Black Hole Underworld. At this moment, a panicked expression spread across the faces of the 6 gargoyles, and they could clearly perceive that their lives were threatened by the Grim Reaper. A golden light flashed like a galaxy of stars across the night sky. This was one of the 3 greatest treasures of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King's whiskers. Xiao Lian urged his vigorous spiritual energy and opened the dragon's breath. His lanky and robust body was covered with a layer of golden dragon scales, each scale burning with eternal holy fire, lighting up this heaven and earth ruled by the black darkness.
Dragon's breath, Dragon King binding.
Xiao Lian's roar shook the mountains and rivers. The Dragon King's whiskers continue to extend, thickening, lengthening and expanding. The 6 giant dragons had wanted to escape from the black hole Stygian abyss, a realm filled with the aura of death, but they were tightly bound and fettered together by the Dragon King's whiskers. The 6 giant dragons struggled violently, but the Dragon King's whiskers got tighter and tighter. The more you struggle, the tighter this damn rope binds you.
I'm going to choke.
I have a bad feeling about this. The 6 dragons panicked as they used all their strength to break free from the Dragon King's whiskers. At this moment, Xiao Lian was bleeding from his 7 orifices, the dragon scales on his body had fallen off in large areas, and his body was covered with skin and flesh wounds. The more the 6 dragons struggled, the tighter the Dragon King's whiskers would be strangled, and at the same time, Xiao Lian would have to pay a greater price. His tattered body, standing on top of the flaming dragon's soul, looked shaky. In order to buy Shangguan Lan time to store up his strength, he gave everything he had.
Alan.
His cry ran through the skyline shrouded in darkness.
Oh wait, what a horrible aura. Damn, it's too late to hide.
The 6 giant dragons, about to break free from the Dragon King's whiskers, were attacked behind them with a chill that shook the dragon's soul.